of Hobart Pre-Nats 1, coming to you live from Hobart, Tasmania, Australia. And I myself am coming to you remotely from Perth, Wajak Noongar country. I'm not sure what Hobart is. If someone in chat could let me know, that would be amazing. But welcome to today. We have got the continuation of Cascade 2. We played 7 games last night. I don't have the results of those, but if I could get them, that also would be great. We'll continue Cascade 2, where every team will play 6 games. And then we are into the finals series, starting at about 5 p.m. local time. It is 10 to 12 at the moment, so that is a little over 5 hours away. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let me grab up the Twitch chat. I'm commentating by myself for the moment. Elmo will be joining me a little bit later on whenever they are available. But I am here with the chat. If you guys have any questions at all, please let me know and I will do my best to answer them. How is everyone doing today? Good morning, Nufa. Games won't be starting for another, or not scheduled to start for another 8 minutes or so. So we are just on a little bit early now to have some pre-game banter. If you are in the chat as well, please let us know where you are coming, where you are viewing us from as well. As this is Prenats 1, one of our, probably the least serious, I guess, out of our, well, people don't take it as seriously as they do for nationals. We're going to try and have a little bit more fun with our commentary over the day. So I personally, I don't really want to talk too much about who I think should win or who I think is going to win. I want people to be backing teams where their heart is lying. If you want the underdog to win the game, cheer for them real hard. Doesn't take a lot of difficulty for people to be like, oh, the team that is playing the best at the moment is going to come into this game and the results are going to be as expected. That is boring. What I want is for people to be cheering on the team they want to win. You know, even if it is the favorite, obviously people, the favorites are favorites for a reason because people, they're favorites. But I want to see where your hearts lie, where your loyalty is for each of these teams. And maybe we can get some polls going in the chat as to who you want to win, not who you think is going to win. I need to continue the game of renaming the teams and players like last night. Yes, likewise, if there are any names that you've got for me in the chat, please stick them in there because that is something that I have definitely spent a little bit of time thinking about. I do Captain Morgan as Clutch Morgan. Yeah, but that's not a new name. That Captain Morgan or Clutch Morgan's always been Clutch Morgan. Very good. Also, Clutch playing on Can't Phase Her, attack partner with Raven. Clutch has been playing absolutely fantastic and has picked up a couple of really late bases. Ooh, I do believe that I have got my co-commentator Elmo has just signed in. Good morning, Elmo. How are you?
Good morning, Drake. How are you this fine morning?
Yeah, very good. We're just warming up a little bit. Games aren't due to start for another 5 minutes or so. Ooh, I do see some flashing lights on inside the red base at the moment. It does look like it's a pack that is not powered up yet, so it may just be a testing thing that they're doing at the moment.
Mm.
But games won't start for another couple of minutes. Oh,
Right, cool, cool.
yep, this does look like a test. We've got some greens and blues starting up inside the red base.
Okay. Because yeah, I was making myself a cuppa, and then I realized, oh, hold on, games are normally
Wait,
allowed to start 15 minutes early. Let me just.
oh,
see.
don't get me started on that. Oh, that is like one of my most hated things. Oh, yes,
Okay, as a
games
commentator or a spectator, or both?
both. Like
Yeah.
legitimately, even as a player, like why have a schedule if you're going to start the first game of the day so massively early?
Mm,
Like, and you just like why don't you just make the schedule earlier?
yeah,
Like I love the rule. I think the rule is fantastic. Games should be able to start up to 15 minutes early. Teams should be there 15 minutes early and be ready to go. Uh, so that if we do gain time, which we do, like the way how our schedule is set up, and for if the additionally, if there is anyone new to competitive laser tag in the chat, please make yourself aware as well, and then we can explain some of these things in a little bit more detail. But uh, we do have 12-minute games in 15-minute slots. Typically, we can get games in and out inside a minute, minute and a half, 2 minutes. So we're spending 13 to 14 minutes every 15 minutes. We're gaining about a minute and a half for every game during the day. If, by the end of that, we're like, what, 6 minutes ahead, we can gain 15 minutes an hour, roughly.
yeah,
Sorry, 15 minutes every 2 hours. I don't mind that for later in the day. That makes room for a replay game. We can squeeze them in. That's fine. But starting the first game of the day 15 minutes early screws everything up for literally the entire rest of the day. Start the first game on the minute, bam, get that in, keep the schedule going. That means that everyone on site, everyone on the commentary team, everyone who is watching games from home will be able to see, we'll get pretty much to the right minute as when the games will actually be. If you wanted to start 15 minutes early, just make the schedule 15 minutes earlier. That's fine.
well, I was on a, I suppose, slightly related topic. I saw that what is it? Last night they were finishing at around about midnight. Now, not the latest that I've seen these things go, but would it almost be worth starting a little bit earlier in the day, say, you know, 9 or 10 o'clock local time, instead of 12, and everyone getting off of site before midnight? Um,
I mean, to what extent? Like the day, the schedule of the day started at midday. It's going to take 12 hours. Sure, like I'm a morning person. It's currently 9 a.m. here in Perth. I would very happily start the pre-nats comp at 9 a.m. and be finished by 9 p.m. But
Yeah.
like that doesn't necessarily work out with how it works out.
Yeah,
Like,
and I suppose also everyone that's playing is all effectively locked into the same time zone. So as long as you've got enough break between when play finishes and when play starts,
yep,
it's much of a muchness.
the main the main thing that it affects is our staff. So our tournament coordinators, our referees, the people, our tech staff, the people who are running things, the people who are there on site for a hello people in Green Base. Ooh, very nice dance. Our wonderful volunteers who are there pretty much from the beginning of the day, uh, from the beginning of the day right till the very end of the day. Um, all right, so here we are with a first game of the day coming to you from uh, Nipaluna country, where Hobart is in Tasmania. In this game, we've got the Sunshine Coast Isotopes on red, Aftershock on blue, and the Lunar Lads on green. Elmo, I was saying before you got on the stream that I personally, I don't really care too much about who you think is going to win. It's good for us to give some analysis and we'll talk about it. But what I want is for everyone in the chat to back the team they want to win. I want to see where your hearts lie. I want to see where your loyalties are. If you want the underdog to win, back the underdog, cheer them on. If you do genuinely want the team that is the favorite in this to win, back them. Who does your heart lie with in this game, Elmo?
I'd like to see Aftershock win, to be honest.
Why?
Ah, I don't know, just get a team in the finals that isn't Queensland.
That's a very legitimate and yeah, completely 100% legitimate thought. I agree with you in that so much. Like, I really love my Queensland guys. You know, there's a bunch of them in the chat at the moment now as well. But I just want some variety. Like, you've won everything. Like,
Yeah.
let someone else have something.
And look, Adelaide had a big contingent. It was a very strong contingent, and they were there or thereabouts last year. So yeah, let's see if they can just go one or two steps further this year.
Yeah. So Jesse picking up the first base of that game there. There's a
Very nice green. Yep.
bunch of support for Jesse in the chat as well from Akira from Adelaide. Jesse on top. That's why. Oh, game over.
Oh,
Looks like there is some tech issues with the game and they're needing a replay. I did see that there was someone who was kind of standing around a little bit. Um, and so back to back to the point I was making a little bit earlier about starting the first game on time. You know,
yep.
that gives us these opportunities. Like if we are ahead, like it gives us these opportunities where what 2.5 minutes of that game, it'll start up. We'll probably lose 3 minutes, but that's fine. Like that kind of stuff happens
Yep.
in this kind of a tournament.
And as
Um,
you say, it's a long day. We'll draw back that time.
yeah. And again, like it's fine to run late. You know, yeah, it sucks that we're finishing so late. Personally, Bendigo 2015, I think it was. That was by far the worst competition for me, just in terms of the schedule. We crammed in a third cascade. We were playing from 8 a.m. until 2 a.m. On several days. Myself and a couple of the other members of my team, you know, we had been on site for like 16 hours or something like that. Um, we ended up playing Cascade 3. Our first game was at 11:45 p.m. I hadn't slept very
PM.
well. I woke up at like 11:45 p.m. was our first game of the day. Or sorry, I think no, that was our second game. We'd played one like an hour earlier. Um, and yeah, like we were awake. We were a couple of my well, one of my team was on site at 8 a.m. and you know it's exhausting doing that stuff all day. We got to bed at 3 a.m. and then played finals the next day. You know, it was rough. Yeah, and like, even as it was that Cascade 3, we ended up dropping a bunch of games that we probably shouldn't have to some duds from Adelaide or whatever it is. Ninja, hello, love you lots. Um, but yeah, like it was a great competition and a great idea, just poor execution.
Yeah.
Yeah, the games were fun, the schedule was top tier garbage. Absolutely agree with you on that. Nufa, that's my feelings exactly. We just didn't have the space to fit in a third Cascade with I think that was the most teams we'd ever had up until that point, um, in a comp. But you
Okay,
know,
so here goes Jesse from Aftershock trying to repeat the last game by starting off with the first base, but unfortunately not. Obviously, whatever tech issues have been sorted and they're able to start play again.
yeah. And again, like I just want to say a massive, massive thank you to all of our tech staff, all of our volunteers, everyone on the site. They are always doing such an absolutely fantastic job. And even if there are little problems that come up like this, we can get them fixed and we're back in there. So, we're now
Yeah,
running like
we're not even
6
a game
minutes behind
behind,
schedule.
so
Yeah,
it
exactly.
didn't even take them that long to fix, so that's awesome.
Yeah. So again, thank you to the all the team on site for running this tournament as well. Um, as Peregrine gets two-shot denied there by Taipan in green, real early, well, 2 minutes in.
Yeah,
Also saw a two-shot denial on Mikey by Pug Salad a little bit earlier as well.
nice.
So both the icy poles on red and the earthquakes on blue getting a two-shot denial there. Ace saying the issue they found is that denial scoring is not working as it should, and it won't be fixed for this competition apparently. Wow,
Okay, well, so long as it's been like that for the whole comp so far, then just roll with it.
I agree completely with that.
Because I can't imagine that there would have been any updates or fixes that they would have tried to do overnight. Um,
Yep.
okay, so we've got a green player that's on the inside in blue, but not really in a shooter position. Okay, thank you, Ace, in the chat. Just giving us some more information on what the intricacy is with that. Oh, hold on, Taipan
Type and
getting
two shot
denied.
denied by Mikey. Oh, denying each other on that. That's quite nice there. Where Taipan two shot denied Mikey, Mikey two shot denied Taipan. They're both even on
Now,
that
Little
one there.
Bo, he did get that base. Ooh, all
Yeah,
right.
Lilbo picks that one up there. Fucking got two shot denied. Denied two shot denied by Shock, and then Peregrine comes in and takes the uh picks up the base there on the rebound. So Sunny Coast Isotopes picking up a base, 10k one base. Lunar Lads with that one from Lilbo, 9k one base, and Aftershock with 4 shot denials, just over 3k without a base yet.
Yeah, so starting to drift a little bit on Pack and obviously just that one base down at the moment. Um, there are a couple more shots in terms of denies, but still a bit further away than I'm sure they'd like, especially getting to
Mhm.
4 minutes in.
Um, yes, so Ace in the chat saying the player only gets the denial bonus if the base resets. If the base is taken over on top of a deny before the reset, then the no bonus is applied. So what
Oh,
I believe like that changes the scoring. Like it really does change the scoring and how it works, but I don't think it's gonna change how anyone plays the game,
no,
I feel. Like
because you
people
still got to
knowing
go for
that,
those. Sorry, go on, Drake.
yeah, yeah, that's exactly it. Like you're still gonna go for those denials. Like you're not gonna, you know, uh put put the deny the attacker, wait for the reset to get the bonus points, and then start shooting the base uh, to get that extra. If you're an attacker there, as we just saw out of, oh, Mad Cat's picking up the base, but the previous base there we saw from Peregrine, their teammate Shock two-shot denied.
Jesse.
Peregrine picking up a two-shot denial there on Jesse at red. Um, yeah, so we saw Shock two-shot denied one of the blues, I think it was, at green base, and then immediately Peregrine started taking the base and destroyed it. So what Ace is saying? I've understood what Ace is saying. Then Shock would not get the bonus points, but Peregrine does get the 3K for getting the base correctly, and that is a way bigger boon. And what I would do every time, stuff the 500 bonus points.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. Well, it's even like do you wait for the second as a defender, if you've got a shot on the shooter, do you wait for them to put the second shot in before you tag them? Now, me personally, my priority is making sure the base goes down, not getting an extra 250 points.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like that. That. Oh, so getting on my soapbox, my um, old man history lesson. The old man Drake tells stories. Mopar, speaking
Mopa
of,
gets his base. Nice.
picking up a
And a clean base nonetheless. No
yeah,
denies for Mopar so far.
that's solid, solid from not calling Mopar an old man at sorry, Master Mopar, not calling him an old man at all. But uh, speaking of old men, when we before we introduced the denial bonus for defenders, um, there was always a pretty big discrepancy between like you could pretty easily see the difference between attackers and defenders in their scores. Like there'd probably be like it's not a huge amount, but it'd be like a
Hmm?
thousand, 1,500 points. Cyrex picking up that empty blue base,
Yep. So
and
so
Red's got the cycle on.
so we're not seeing any blues at blue, but we're seeing a lot of blues at red. So have they pulled a halftime dump, realizing that perhaps they're a long way behind and something needs to change?
Yep, absolutely. That's the call there from Aftershock. There, picking up their first base in the back third of the game. Um, and Holmes on green, Taipan on blue, picking up both of
Very
those
nice base
bases.
there. Yep, both of those very
So
nice bases.
Aftershock with six down in the can from Fuggin, Mikey, and Jesse, two shots each, and no bases to their names. They know that they're playing from behind.
Yep.
So for them to pick this up, they really need to do this. Now, coming into this game, Aftershock second on the ladder, Isotopes for fourth on the ladder. and Lunar Lads in 6th, I believe. Yep.
Oh, excellent. You've got the ladder there because I was about to go looking for the results of Cascade 1. Cool.
Yeah, I'll stick it in the Discord for you as well. I've done a little bit of like gathered some extra numbers
Oh,
on there and put
beefy shots
together
into
the
red.
like put together a bit of a summary as well of the results from Cascade 1 as well. Um,
Nice.
and Shock picking up that Aftershock base there. Fuggin on green?
Yep. So
Yeah.
I don't know, quite interestingly here. I suppose the Isotopes got out and put on that massive initial lead, which I suppose Aftershock identifying that they've got no bases, they feel they're behind the game, have gone and dumped or split dumped or bounce dumped or something, and picked up 6 bases very quickly and put themselves into second. Still behind Lunar Lads on pack points, but in a much better position than they were 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, picking up,
Holmes with their
s-
seventh base.
yeah, 6 bases in 2 minutes. Seventh base, in the next minute also there. That is crazy. And Aftershock, they're still in this. Like, 2 more bases, they'll actually be in first.
Yep.
If, Hasbro on blue, which is only good for Aftershock here, because that locks out the Isotopes from getting another base. Jesse getting one shot denied there, that could be costly.
Yeah. And look, I think as you point out earlier, I think the denies on Aftershock are probably what's going to cost them a little bit here.
Mm.
Um, 1, 2, 3, 3.5K that they've lost in denies. Um, and that's almost about the difference between them and the Isotopes. BP shots into green.
Oh, two
It's
shots.
denied by shock.
And Peregrine picking up the blue base there.
Yep.
That's going to complete it out. I reckon that will be the.
Well, there's only like 200 points between Aftershock and Lunar Lad, so this one's going to go live to the end, I reckon.
Yep, we're seeing them chopping and changing now as well. Individual tags. Does look like at least our green base camera is just a little behind there. I did see one of the greens tagged a blue right on the very, very end of the game. And scores as it is what? 300, 350 points difference
Do
for
we
that?
normally go to the on-site scoreboard for ones that close?
Absolutely. Um, so if there is anyone on site that can give us the final results of this, again, these are provisional results. We don't get like there's a like a two tick update or something like that happens after these scores stop coming through to this scoreboard. But we do have the Sunny Coast Isotopes will comfortably take that 43K 6 bases. Aftershock currently second, 35,200 points with 7 bases, and the Lunar Lads in third, 34,900 points with 5 bases. So the Isotopes picking up some extra points there off of uh, Aftershock, who were higher on the ladder than them.
So I
So
suppose
that,
I'm not so surprised by the result, but how close it was between Aftershock and Lunar Lads, to be honest. So
yeah,
very close.
yeah, me too. Um, so just to go over some of their Cascade 1 results, Aftershock had a massive climb. Uh, yeah, from second to second. Yeah, massive climb. But they ended up picking up uh, 2 firsts and a second. They only dropped points to the Hobart Vikings, who are currently undefeated for the entire tournament so far with 9 firsts from 9 games.
Wow. That's
Um,
very impressive.
yeah, for sure. Um, in our next game, we do have the Hobart Vikings in on red, currently undefeated, and on green, the Hobart Archangels, climbing from 7th on the ladder through to 3rd. They had a clean run through Cascade 1, picking up 3 firsts.
Wow, that's what you want out of your cascades.
Very impressive. Um, and then we've got the Canberra crusty warm bread rolls to start off the morning. Nothing better than starting your morning with a nice fresh bread on blue in this game. So, expected results, we got Vikings first, Aftershocks second, and Canberra Crust Decagons in third by quite a significant amount. But again, we want to know who you want to win this game. Everyone from chat, it's not as fun to predict based on the expected results, because if they come out as expected, that's a pretty boring thing. I want to know where your heart lies. Back the team that you want to win this game. Payne in the chat, let's go Architects. Yeah, they are building a strong foundation in this game here, putting up their walls. Currently, actually, they've got a big old open plan space there inside the green base. Payne saying the Architects will struggle this cascade. Yeah, I agree. They went from 7th on the ladder up to 3rd now, so they are going to be playing some pretty tough games. This one being no exception.
I think they're a pretty solid team, and especially home arena does give them, some advantage, but gut feel is that they're not a third place team. So I think Cascade 2 will do a little bit of order correction here, unfortunately.
So I reckon, like, I'm torn. I
Yep.
I want the
I,
Vikings to win. I reckon they'll win. Like, I reckon the Vikings could win this pretty comfortably and easily. It'd be pretty nice for the home team to get a flawless run through. But oh my god, Twinkle's one shot team denied runt there.
oh,
Fortunately, picking up the Architect base there on the rebound. Dang, that's not what you want to see. Um,
well, the the only consolation there is that he got the base
took
himself
it.
after the team denied. Because I had a player, try to apologize to me, came into ooh, and Twinkle's getting his blue. Yeah, I was putting shots into a dumped base. My teammate runs in and team denies me 2 shots in finals, and I'm just like, mate, don't stand there and apologize. Get the base, and then we're
Yeah,
both leaving,
finish it,
please.
and we're good. Yeah, VG on green, getting two shot denied there by Villain.
Villain.
Um, yeah, there's a bit of banter going on in the chat there. This is absolutely what I would love to see from a Cascade 1. Dragon two shot denied there by Villain again. Villain picking up 4 denial shots there real early in the game, and by the looks of things, they will all count for the bonus points. Runt on blue, is he
Mm.
going to get team denied? No, he picks up that uh, that
I
critical
think
gotcha
Twinkles is
space.
safely outside a door this time.
Yeah. So I just wanna flick back to the chat for a little bit. Hybrid team deny into a base steal, cult classic. Hybrid, of course, being extremely familiar with that move. CB picking up the green. Payne, nice to see Gandhi joining the team today for the Vikings. It is great to see that Gandhi back in on there. Nufa calling out someone for a red term cheating. Again, love to see this kind of things. Obviously, we can't really do anything to call that out from here. So, and obviously our referees have like they're doing a wonderful job there. They can only see so many things, and the angles we've got here from the cameras don't tell us the whole picture as to what's happening, but we can absolutely have some banter in the chat and call people out, even if they're not penalized. No offense to the players or the referees meant by those
Ooh.
things.
So it's just very hectic and busy there in Blue Base for a second. Players flying everywhere. It's all good.
Um, then, uh, Ninja asking Payne any advice on how to defend, which of course Payne, yell things loudly and hope Husk can carry you. Fantastic advice. Um,
The
you
the
know,
nice broad shoulders of Husky. I love them.
yeah. Oh, so good. And Sega on blue.
That was a very nice take, actually.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Starting that base there, moving out into a position there, coming at you as well. Taipan saying Gandhi hungover as heck. And yes, Bradley, if people uh you know, is also probably had some beverages last night. That's one of the things that I love about these, especially these pre-nats comps. They're pretty social to begin with as well. CV picking up their base there. So it's the fifth base for the Vikings, coming out with a very comfortable lead, about a third of the way. Gustus one shot denied there by Leper.
Ooh.
Oh, Gandhi was at a wedding yesterday for context. Oh, that's why he wasn't in. That makes a lot more
That's more than
sense.
fair. I mean, free food and booze is way more important than laser tag.
Damn, I wish I was at a wedding yesterday.
So I suppose
Yeah.
just very quickly looking back at the state of play, not surprising that the Vikings are winning. I'm maybe a little surprised that they're winning by this much, not even halfway through the game, but
Are you
on
really?
track for it. Yeah, I
Really?
don't know, because the Crustacogons or the Krusty Krabs, whatever you want to call them, not a bad team, and one of the other local teams, so the local B team, I would not have thought they'd be up to 30K in 6 minutes. Because this is a massive game if they can keep this rolling on. Um, and yeah, so it's a Hobart sandwich and all, but I would like to see the Canberra Crustaceans, doing doing a bit better than they are at the moment. I mean, not for lack of
Yeah.
trying, they've been denied a fair bit. Whereas everyone else has been clean through their bases except for Runt, and that was a teammate. Um,
Who then picked up the base on it as well. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Mm. Yeah, I mean this what is it? A lobster roll? Crustacean in a sandwich?
Ooh, I like that. I like that.
Hobart lobster
Lobster
roll.
roll. Yeah.
It's good. Um, like I'm not terribly surprised by this. We've got CV and Twinkles out ahead there with their both of them with their uh two bases. Runt with the base there. This arena has been playing out really, really well. Like if you only need five or so bases, Leper on blue, picking that up there as the sixth base there. It's yeah, a bit of a cakewalk there for the Vikings. Like they're playing with their full team that I presume they're going to Nats with. They are taking this comp very seriously and doing it as a training comp,
Yep.
which is great to see.
Although very ominous signs for nationals
Mm,
if they're in
for
form
sure.
like this already at pre-nats 1.
Yep. Yeah, I was saying at the beginning of the game that I'm kind of torn. I'm 50-50 on this as Runt picks up their second base there and the seventh base for the Vikings on yeah. Payne is saying uh prenats one form means nothing. Way too early to be counting anything. As we see, we've got a bunch of teams in there, mixed teams, people not playing with their main things, people very early in the training season, I guess. Mays may change, teams can change, heaps of things. Ninja won a pre-nats one with a mixed team. Again, results don't really mean too much for this. As Gandhi picking up his first base for the competition. Sure, sounds good. Well done, Gandhi. With a killer tag ratio, 271%. That's solid.
Ooh. So
But
hungover, but still on form.
yeah, so I do want to see the Vikings win this. Currently undefeated. It'd be great to see the team continue to go undefeated. Um, you know, but I also don't want the people who are winning to win. Like, it's boring when the same team keeps winning and winning.
Yep.
So
Yes.
so here's my long-term plan, right?
Yep.
Vikings win this, they win this undefeated, then they let it get to them and they're like, this is great. We're clearly the best team. We don't have to train very hard. We know that we're the best. As Garn gets two shot denied there and Easy Points picks up that blue base. And then they sit there, they chill. And then they get to Nats and this gives everyone else the kick up the rear that they need to
Yep.
take down the Vikings when the points are actually on the line as VG gets two shot denied there
Ooh.
by Runt. Wax, fight me, Drake. I will fight you, Wax. That sounds fun.
Well, yeah. Well, what is
Um,
this game? This isn't a game. This is a paddling.
yep.
BG more shots in. Gets it this time.
Finally picking it up.
Uh, yeah. The crispy crabs finally have a base. Yay!
Pain. In response to Wax's challenge, fight me, Drake. Payne says, "You can't survive 10 minutes in the gym. You can't be asking people to fight."
What I'm hearing, Drake, is take
That's
that
good.
bet.
Yeah, done. Easy. I mean, like I don't reckon I'd beat anyone in a fight. I would absolutely lose to Wax in a laser tag fight, but if Wax Payne saying he came with me to the gym and threw up. Wax, if this story ends in the budget sharks winning, I swear, Drake. I mean, what if the budget sharks actually won, man? That'd be such a great come from behind win. You know?
Um,
Wax, I didn't throw up, I nearly did. I just died.
yeah, I
Good.
apologize to the teams playing if you're watching this back later, but this game was kind of set in stone about 6 minutes ago. Um,
12 minutes ago?
Vikings absolutely rolling. I'm talking to the current and future stream. Oh, that sounds weird.
Oh,
Um,
I'm saying this game was pretty much set in stone like 12 minutes ago. Yeah, it was decided 6 minutes ago. But sorry, continue on.
yeah, but I think you're right. It's the boring expected outcome based on paper where they came into Cascades 2, Vikings with the win, Archangels holding second, uh, Crustaceans coming home with a third. Um, yeah, I'm sure there's a lot that they're going to take out of that game. But ultimately, no one went backwards from where the Cascades said they should.
As expected results in that. Yep.
Yeah.
Um, Speaking of, again, call out if anyone has the results from last night for the first few games of Cascade 2, please let us know. Send them through. Uh,
Oh,
Especially AJ, Mr. Me6, if you're around and can get those results into us in the Discord, that would be great, even if you don't want to publicly put them up. Because I was out last night at a friend's birthday, so I missed all the results from last night. Hope it was good. I'm sure it was good.
yeah, so the Cascade 1 is up, but likewise, I didn't see much of Cascade 2. else.
Yeah. Wax saying, I literally don't want to listen to Simi talking smack, neither do I. That is fate worse than death. I can't bully her for being bad. If you guys even beat us once at Nats, she won't stop talking smack. I did power vomit after captaining for 2 hours. So boring. Oh, the brain power use was just too much for you, eh? Yep. That sounds exactly like that. Man, like I just can't help myself from captaining. Like in a game, I'm just calling shots. No much. Like, oh, it was in Team Elim Wax. You wait, Wax, are you saying that you vomited after captaining for 2 hours in team elimination? Oh, captaining North versus South. All right, good. Okay, good. Because if you're saying that you lost brain power captaining in team elimination, man, like I got a lot of respect for you, but that would be a rough one. I don't know how you'd come back from that.
He loves you for your laser tag body, not your laser tag mind. Then
This is bullying, says Wax. Remind me. So Wax, I just want to say this is the person who said, "Fight me, Drake." I think to quote Wax, "Fight me, Drake," and now you're calling me out for being crap. I can pin this message, actually. Look at that. Pinned by Drake. Fight me, Drake. Here we
all right.
go.
So game going in. We've got the moon dudes on red. We've got the icy poles on blue, and we've got can't face her on green. Um, Drake, where does your heart lie on this one?
Oh, yeah, 100% can't face her. Like they're my tip for the whole competition. I want them to smash this. They're five people from 5 different regions all playing together for the first time. I don't think any of them have ever played in any competition together. Um, coming in there, so we got uh, Arcane Raven and Chutch needing no introduction, having won women's competitions. In fact, between the three of them, they've won every women's for the last decade.
Nice.
Um, and
Dutch getting a deny on Taipan there. Nice.
Whippet and Shifter as well. Two of the upcoming uh, people in our latest competition. I believe Shifter uses they them pronouns. If I'm
I
reading some
think
of the
that's
other
the
people
go. Yeah.
correct. Um, but these guys are, I say guys as a gender neutral term, just
Yep.
in general, they are absolutely killing it this competition. And
Mhm.
like I feel like they're coming in there just kind of playing, like obviously feeling out the team. They're kind of fitting into their sort of default roles a little bit. Chutch and Raven out and attack in most games have been absolutely killing it. Clutch, sorry, taking 2 late game bases at the end of Cascade 1 and picking up 2, or closing out 2 first places for the Can't Phaser,
Nice.
which is
Yes.
great.
I, I'm not sure if we're allowed to call her Clutch Chutch because we've also got a Clutch Morgan. So we're
We
going
do
to
have
have to
Clutch
have a
Morgan in
battle of
this.
the clutches.
Well, it's just a double clutch truck. It's fine.
Ah, yeah. But Isotopes, Mad Can's getting the first base there. But yeah, no one's really pulled away too far yet. Everyone's still reasonably close on pack, and just that one base difference at the moment.
Yep. We got a Queensland Derby in here as well. The Sunny Coast Decay Isotopes Decay, right? Or is that a different thing? I don't know. Radiation.
Yeah, Isotopes can. Let's go with Decay.
Yeah, and then we got the Cosmic Radiation there from the Lunar Lads as
Yep.
well. They ain't got no atmosphere to protect them, so they are going to get bombarded by the Isotopes as that was
Taipan losing
Taipan
another
finish up the
two
round by a
shots into
shot.
green.
Sunny Coast Icy Poles and the Moon Kids. Yeah, that's the common phrasing on them. But where's the challenge? Like, got to come up with new things. Can't just keep calling people by the same things. I also I apologize to any teams that actually get offended if I'm calling them the wrong things. I hope not. Just having trying to have a bit of bants. If it does bother you, then please let me know. I'm very willing to give you guys the proper respect that you definitely have earned and deserve for this. Taipan's on.
Taipan, is he gonna finish this time? Okay, Taipan finishes. All right.
After
So
8 shots
8
into
shots
green.
into green.
Solid
Uh,
effort. Taipan probably being a little bit
focused is
um
is maybe the term I would use.
oh no, I was eight shots in. I was just gonna say is a bit cheaper than usual.
Oh, yeah, he's reminding Mopo of how it's done to shoot bases, apparently. Madcan's going for his red and getting it nice and clean. All right, Madcan's is finished. Little Bo getting denied. They're yeah, the Lunar lads are having a bad time of it in that green base. So far losing six, yeah, 6 shots. So 3K they've lost into green purely out of denials. Um, yeah, so can't face are obviously doing very nicely in defense there. We've got green setting up in red, not putting any shots in, just having a look. Pretty quiet in blue at the moment. Just the one defender holding inside there. Um, red set back up inside. Still plenty of action at green base. Everyone's shot out, but we can still see Taipan and Little Bow. Yep. Still pushing those doors. And there are also some blue players at green, also trying to make a push. The red defenders have been shot out and green are inside. Um, Still not putting shots into that basis yet. Oh no, Raven putting shots in.
Picking up
Nicely
the
tagging that
first
defender that lunds them.
picking up the first one there for can't phaser. So halfway through the game, still remarkably close. Cairns picking up those two bases early. That's kind of what you expect from the lead attacker there for the Isotopes. Cairns has got so much experience, got some of the as probably some of the best records of teams. Shifter getting 2 shot denied there by Lil Bo, and Link 1 shot denied by Raven. Wow. Hang on.
Yeah, no,
I
Shifter
just
got the shots on Little
noticed
Bow, yeah.
Shifter's Shifter's running 1928 and getting 2 shot denied there. Shifter's on attack.
No, Shifter hasn't put shots in.
I
She
know.
got the deny, sorry, they got the
Oh,
denies
got a
on
denial
Little Bow.
bonus. Sorry. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. Sorry, yeah. Oh, shock. Picking up that
Putting
Raven.
shots into red. Nice.
Yeah, Shifter has been killing it, playing that last line anchor 5 role, just settling in there as well. But this is such a good opportunity for Shifter as well, getting to play with a team that, like, with some of these. Oh, Lilbo tagging Shifter out, Shifter ducking out onto the wall there as Lilbo comes in, finishes off that base as Raven picks up her red base as well.
Yep, and Church getting her blue. So they may have dropped a base to red, but they picked up their blue. Peregrine shots into red, finishes that base. Nice. Um, so Kite Base have actually caught up on the pack. a bit. They're closing in on the isotopes, although they're still down 1,000 points off the phaser and those two bases. Um, and Lunar Lads, really, the only reason they're behind Can't Phaser is all those denials that they unfortunately got while trying to get through Green Base.
Mm, dang. Yeah, like for sure. The Lunar Lad's there. That's what. Uh. Oh, Mobile's on.
Yep, putting and finishing his red base. Very nice, very nice. Um, so Isotopes, realizing that red's probably the easier of the two bases to get, have almost finished that base. Um, all right, so in a low base arena that this seems to be, um, do you still feel that diversifying bases is as high a priority?
It's not a priority. Like, it's not a high priority at all.
Yep.
Um, for this, like, if you're getting 5 or 6 bases, it doesn't matter where you get your 5 or 6 bases. You know, the old adage, the best way to win a 5 base game is 6 bases.
Yeah, yeah, I'd
And
agree with that.
even better if you can get 7. It literally doesn't matter where you get them from. So often, and in fact, the what I typically play for a 5 base game, the strat, your two main attackers, they'd pick up 2 bases each. There's 4. Your third, is either going to get 1 or 2 bases. Your fourth and fifth defenders probably don't get a base.
Yep,
Um, they'll get 4, 5 bases between them in a round robin of 12 games. Like, it doesn't matter. People have got their roles to play. Um, you're not like there's a couple of different ways how you can diversify your bases. Um, one of them is making sure that all 5 players of your team, like for well, it works out 2 different ways. Like if all 5 players of your team get the same base, then you can't get that base anymore. But all 5 players have got that base. The other way to do it, if your main attackers, get the same 5 bases, same number of points, they're gonna obviously got to go 2-2-1 on there as Pug Salad picks up the 4th green base for the Lunar Lads
yep, yep.
and Link on red. 2-shot denied there by Raven.
Ooh, nice deny there.
Um, yeah, so if for talking about this, so Orkrai needs a green base there. It's the only person on the red team that can pick up a green base. But that doesn't mean that, for example, Taipan and Lilbo can't go over to blue and pick
Yeah,
up that base there, as we see Shifter picking up that blue base there,
very nice work there.
right on the end.
But was that enough to catch them up? No,
Don't
no,
think so.
not quite.
So Isotope's taking that game out, 35k 5 bases, Lunar Lads 32k 4 bases, and Can't Phaser 31k 3 bases.
So that game tightened up a lot towards the back. It seemed very stagnant there through the middle, but yeah, no, good that it came to a nice tight finish.
Yeah, yeah.
And is that the predicted order, or have the Lunar Lads pulled an upset here over Can't Phaser?
Yes, but only just. They're only so coming into this, Can't Phase are on 40 victory points, Lunar Lads on 38. So only 2 victory points, 1 spot behind. So they will pick up that 2 bonus points
Yeah, cool.
on
So
there.
they were
Well,
they were
two
five
extra.
and six.
Yeah. Um, sorry, I am a bit distracted at the moment. I just got some results from last night through, so I'm just doing some tabulating of things for us to make things a little bit better. So Um,
Awesome. No
I'm
worries. If
gonna,
if if you go silent for a bit, I will just try to carry the convo a bit. It's all good.
yeah, just chat up with the chat again. Chat. We're just trying to have as much banter as we can. Please, um, if you have any, like, if you've got any questions for us in the chat, please bring them in. Also, please tell us where you're watching from. And again, the reminder that what we're wanting is people to be tipping who they want to win the games, not rather than necessarily who they think are going to win the games. There's not really a lot of glory in picking the winner of the game, especially when the results came out pretty much as expected. Um,
Hold on. I feel like we've already seen the next game, but maybe I'm imagining things. Ah, okay. No. So this is another game coming up with the Vikings and the Archangels. But instead of the Crustaceagons, we've got Aftershock. So this is actually 1, 2, and 3 on the table in the next game. So whew, should be a good match. Um, so okay, hypothetically, top 3 should be a nice close match. As Drake said, where's your heart at? Um, I wouldn't be upset with any of these teams winning, but again, I'm going to go for Aftershock. Um, let's see a little of the challenges coming and fighting in the home arena get up on this one.
yep,
Um,
yep. I'd love to hear a bit more about Aftershock as well. If especially the newer people that Jesse picking up that first base there.
yep.
Um, but also the Hobart Architects as well. The awkward angles. I want to see the awkward angles getting that. Like, I want to get them, see them get up there. They had a insane run in Cascade One. They are gonna um, really struggle in this Cascade Two. I think playing a bit higher than where they are, but just seeing some of the players, like I've seen Shuri Kitty on the things. Oh, his runt gets two shot denied there by Mantis in blue base. You
And
know, some of these new
Jesse with the
players.
piggyback. No. Yeah, as you were saying, it was interesting with Shurikitty, formerly Grey's. When I'd played against her previously, mainly a defensive role, but more than a couple of games the other day, I saw them going out on attack straight off the bat. So yeah, interesting to see that the players change. With the team evolving and with different arenas and their different play styles.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like this is a chance for the Archangels to Awkward Angles to be um like comfortable. So they're not having to like learn a whole new thing as Runt. Very
W-
familiar with this arena, the side up, I think, or the person in
Well,
charge of
at
this
least the
comp
side
anyway.
op representative, anyhow.
Yeah. Um,
Um,
one
and
of the people most picking up the base.
and also both those green players staying inside. So maybe hoping to be able to stay in there to get the base without having to crack back in. Um, Red back into their base, having pushed those greens out. Blue taking back control of their own base. Um, so Vikings still ahead 10k one base. Aftershock second 10k two bases. So up a base, but obviously down 3 on the pack points. And the Archangels currently 2,700 points without a base. But 3.5 minutes in, so still plenty of game to play out here. Um, It's interesting to see that blue player moving out from that facing shooter position to that triangle panel to cover the different doors. Um, Obviously very reliant on comms from the outside there. Seems pretty quiet at green. Looks like there's a bit of action at red, actually. Um, Red defenders seem pretty busy. A lot of movement there. And from the doorway that we can see a fair bit of action. Uh, Blue still quiet, green still quiet. Although we've got, okay, easy points putting shots into green. Runt now getting his blue. Nice work, Runt. So Runt's finished for the game, just staying inside until he gets shot out, or no, just waiting for a good chance to leave. Oh no, trying to get his other attacker in. Okay, green set back up inside blue. Red getting shot out by blue. Shurikitty putting a shot in, but then getting denied by Mikey. Um, Action everywhere at the moment. We see all the defenders getting back into their bases, but there are still attackers hanging around. So the Archangels had chances to get in green and red, but unfortunately getting denied. Getting one shot denied. Um, I believe that the old adage is that if you get one shot denied, it was never a chance. If it was a two-shot denied, then it was worth a go. Um,
Got to spend money to make money.
that's right. Where's Mushu when you need him?
Yeah. Well, got to spend money to spend money. It's more his kind of thing. But good old Cowboys. It's good. We need them.
They keep the game exciting.
Mm.
Um, doo-doo.
Easy points. One shot in there by Holmes. The old
Yep.
meerkat poking his head up from the sand and getting a one shotter on there. Yeah, this is kind of like falling out to be a bit of a solid defense game there. We do see CV in on blue. Oh, two shot denied there by Beefy.
Ooh.
So, so I reckon Aftershock are taking it to the Vikings. I reckon this sounds like a Beefy thing to do. They are just going to be playing against the Vikings in this game. They're going to take it to them one-on-one in a three-team game. So far, the Aftershock have only got two bases of the Vikings. They're not terribly worried about the results, I guess, on this. We saw Beefy getting that two-shot denial there on the Viking CV in the Archangel base there, as Beefy's on in green. Getting two-shot denied there in the back by Twinkles.
Mhm.
Spawning on that left-hand door. Beefy was just standing out, back exposed a bit too much. If Beefy moved further forward in the panel, might have been able to get that. Would have needed a bit of a lunge there from Twinkles. Just those kind of positioning things, just a little uncomfortable in the arena. But I feel like this is just information gathering for Aftershock in this. They're number 1 and 2 in the comp at the moment. Aftershock going to need to pick up as many points as they can, but they're not going to be able to catch the Vikings on the ladder. So getting a first or a second is not hugely important for Aftershock as long as they can make sure they beat the Archangels. Fugging on green. One shot denied there by Runt off that right hand door, looks like. Again, looks like his
Yes.
phaser was just sticking out a little bit too much. People have been having a bit of difficulty getting used to these phasers. I think just the
Yeah,
where they can be shot from, getting your positioning, your gun control. I guess the good old Amendment 2, just to hold it where you think it's right, but it does take a bit of adjustment there.
yeah, it'll be interesting. Obviously, we play on the other laser tag system where I suppose we're a lot more used to being able to get easily tagged off of the phaser. So it'll be interesting to hear from the WA players that have gone over, and once we get a chance on the packs, um, just how big of a deal it is, and how much it's just people that aren't used to being shot in the phaser getting shot in the phaser. With Holmes picking up, or Meerkat picking up their green base cleanly, nice. And green set up in red, CV getting denied by Beefy. Ooh, had if you've got two in, you shouldn't really be getting your shooter denied. But maybe it was just a spectacular lunge from Beefy. Um, so Aftershock and Vikings, both three bases. But Vikings ahead 5k on pack. Archangels, unless they pull something spectacular in this last minute and a half, um, I don't think they're going to be able to climb themselves out of last place. Um, so this is kind of the ladder predicted order. Um, again, um, Aftershock could somehow sneakily grab two bases and Hobart Vikings don't. Was potentially the only way that we're swinging this result. Um, Captain Veg needing some extra beef. Um,
Gotta have a well-rounded meal.
that's right. All the food groups.
Yep.
Um,
CV
Greens back into reds.
picking up
Gonna
picking
gets
up
the
their
base this
first
time.
base cleanly after getting four shot denied by Beefy every time on that. Of course, CV and Beefy, both veterans of the game, been playing against each other for an extremely long time. Both extremely talented laser tag players as well in their own rights. Um, I was saying before when Beefy got that earlier two shot deny on CV, how much of a beast Beefy was, but then I realized that my microphone was muted. So I just gonna call it out again there. Beefy CV,
Oh,
love you both. You're doing
CV
great.
losing another two shots into blue.
And
Shura
Shurikitty picking
Kitty.
up that red. Fugging on. Did he get it? Yeah, I
I,
think so.
ju-
I think he got it.
I
Oh
saw
yeah,
it light up. There it
counted
goes.
on the base. There we go. Again. So
With the
yeah,
buzzer beater.
I think that's gonna count on the scoreboard there. So Hobart Vikings taking the W, 36k four bases. Aftershock second, 30k four bases, and the Hobart Architects, Archangels, Arakangal, 20k two bases. Yeah. Um,
Mm.
so again, chat. If you're out there, you've got anything to say, please throw out your questions there. Again, my name is Drake, and joining me is Elmo. We're both from WA and would love to be there, but just couldn't make it over for this comp. Um, and yeah, everyone in the chat, please throw up where you're joining us from. It's great to see people joining us from all over the world, not just Australia and New Zealand, where we've got players representing this comp, but we've had some people around the world. Like we had someone from America joining us yesterday and asking some questions about our scene.
Nice. Mm. Okay, so next game, uh, Canberra Crustaceans, Lunar Lads, and Hobart Hellspawn. So I suppose a bit more of an open game. Um, Actually, how are we for how many games these teams have played? Uh,
All right,
two-
so this is the fourth game for the Lunar Lads and Canberra and Hobart. So it's the first game of the day for the Hobart Hellspawn. They played three last night. Lunar Lads won last night, and this is their third today. And the Canberra crushed. Got two games last night and their second game today.
Okay, so no one played more than 3 games last night. Okay, cool, cool, cool.
Correct. And well, I've put in that other that spreadsheet that I've been doing up, the results from Cascade 2 as well as the second sheet on it
Excellent. Yep, cool. I see that now. Nice, thank you.
that I'm just trying to put in some numbers in. Ooh, all right. Here's an interesting question. Zone No 31. Hey guys, does it look like the barrel sensor is having an impact? I have absolutely no idea. Real hard to see from our perspective here from the cameras and watching from home. But if there's anyone in the chat, anyone on site, anyone who's playing at the moment, let us know. Love to hear your thoughts on that.
I think actually I don't know about the barrel sensor, but I have heard that the phaser in general is much easier to shoot. And it does force players when they're holding those panels not to hold it like the old Helios Pro, where you could literally just sit with the barrel poking out and you're completely safe. So there is a bit more of holding your phaser properly behind cover and peeking to shoot instead of just standing there holding one position for 12 minutes and tagging anyone that runs at you.
Gross. I do hate, I mean, like, I don't hate it. I love it. I do it a lot. Standing in a spot for 12 minutes. Um, I went back to training for the first time last week or whenever it was recently. First time I put on a Helios pack in 3 years. As Rizzler two shot denied there by Garn. And Sped one shot denied there by Lilbo. And Orkrai, can they get that two shot denied there by Dragon? Wow, that's a what? Five, six shot
At
ping pong
least.
there. 6 shot train
Yeah.
on there, and the base stays up. So that is such a massive net positive there for Hobart Hellspawn. Wait, no, that was over at Red for the Canberra Cross
Yeah.
Dragons.
Because even if you don't get the denial bonus, at least the other teams are still going backwards. But Kawhi shots in again in green, getting denied. Um, Bending a lot at the beginning of this game. So Garn, the only one so far with a base, and managed to get it cleanly. Um, Both green and blue have been spending pretty big to try to get their bases, but no joy so far. Um, Fair bit of action over at green. Doo-doo. Um, and in terms of the scoreline, Canberra Crustaceans benefiting from all of those denials, and they've got the only base, so they're ahead 12k one base. Oh, VG Master shots into blue, gets it clean. Nice base. So, sorry, Canberra Crustaceans, sorry, Crustaceans 15-7 with 2 bases, pulling ahead there. Hobart Hellspawn, 6k, no bases. Lunar Lads, 37, 3800, no bases. Warcry shots into green again. Gets it this time. Nice. Um, but that still doesn't put them far ahead of Hellspawn, who are without a base. So even though denials are about the same between both of those teams, Hellspawn seem to be taking better pack advantage at the moment. Uh, okay. Okay, so a green player back into red, two green players into red, but also a blue's in there going for the piggyback, but didn't work. Um, Plenty of action in red at the moment. Where is that Clutch Morgan? That was Clutch Morgan, but he's not shooting the base. Um, Lot of greens over at red at the moment, so I wonder if they've pushed to third for a second because they've still got defenders at home. VG Master in green base, finishing their green base. Very nice. Um, so Canberra Crustacea Guns early lead, bases and pack, three bases in 21K. Um, Luna Lads in second, almost 14K, two bases. Um, yeah, Luna Lads, one of each. Um, Although as Drake and I were discussing, when it's a low base arena, not quite the need to diversify your bases, just so long as you're getting them. Um, BG Masters finished. Oh, little boat shots into green. Sorry, our camera's freezing there for just a second. Dragon trying to go for piggyback, but getting shot out. Sped shots into blue, gets his base. Very nice. And now Taipan shots into green, gets the base. That looked a touch sketchy. It was very busy there, but nice base Taipan. Um, Getting it clean this game. Uh, Here's a yes. We won't talk about the last game. What else is going on? There is action everywhere at the moment. So green's poking into blue at the moment. Clutch Morgan getting shot out. Little Bow in position in green, putting shots in but getting denied. Um, yeah, look, to be honest, I'm not looking forward to attacking that green base when I get there.
Yeah,
Um,
I just hate the look of green. I think red looks pretty fun. I'm
yeah,
looking forward to that
red
one.
and blue. Um,
Dragon
you at
on one
least
shot
look like
denied.
oh
That
yeah.
that kind of stuff. Like you're standing in the pretty obvious spot there, and unless you are tucked up against the thing, you're just getting shot by the doors. Like this is gonna advantage our smaller players so much. I reckon just because their back is just gonna be so much closer to that wall.
Well, and
People are gonna need to tuck up on it real tight.
And look, I'm just gonna say those doors are egregious in blue. Look how big those doors are. Um, Gustus shots in, getting the
I
base.
I like a big door. I like a big door. The
I
big
mean, from a
doors are
safety
good,
perspective, it's amazing because there's plenty
right?
of room to move.
The inside of the base with how big those doors are, what I got the problem with.
Yeah. Um, because yeah, reminds me a little bit of our green base at PK. But that's got a much bigger wall on the inside of the base, so you're much better able to protect yourself.
Yep.
Um, did I see Rizzler putting a shot in somewhere? I did.
Yeah.
And he gets denied in blue.
Tried to
Ooh,
spin move out of that one there. No one the player was coming through that right side door.
yeah,
Tried to get there. Just getting tagged out as they moved across. Dragon picking up the blue on the
very nice.
rebound from the backside. It's good.
See, because that's the thing. Oh, little bow, more shots into green, and yeah, he gets it this time. Nice work. Um, that's the thing I like about red and blue. I feel like you've got a chance to clear a door and then cover yourself from the other one. Where it seems like in green, if you get in, no matter what you do, you're cactus to both doors.
Yep.
And little bow getting denied in red. Uh, Sped going for the piggyback, getting denied. in red. Um, More blues and greens into red. Goodness, it's a party in red base at the moment.
Woo! And no one's
Um,
invited. Well,
Clutch Morgan. Clutch Morgan getting his red base. Nice.
one of those parties that just has a whole bunch of gate crashes.
That's right.
Hasbro picking up that green as well.
Now, have Hellspawn just pushed too hard to try to get a cheeky base and blue have taken advantage, or have green just dumped? I feel it's a dump because I'm not seeing any defenders coming back. Dominator now
Picking
putting
up that
shots
red.
into red. Yep,
With two of them on the inside of red, holding that out there. Yeah, three of them out there at red. Like, they're not going to come back to green. The blue's setting up. They know it there.
yep.
There's no one else around. They're just comfortably walking through. Yep, that's an abandonment from green. With how
So,
close the bases are, like I wouldn't strictly you know, think
yeah,
it's a like dump's a bit of a hard word for this, just
yeah. Like, because I think they've gone to the furthest base, which is red. So,
mm,
from what I hear, blue and green are two steps away from each other. Um, but Rizla shots into red, getting denied by Orkurai. Tomo picking up their dumped. Very nice. Um, yeah, I that's game. Um, don't think Lunar Lads are catching the Crustaceans at this point. Okay,
Rizzler with
and
the consolation base, 101 points there with 10 shots into
into
red,
red. Yep,
destroying it. The good old one digit showing up on the 5x3
yep.
for bases. That was, oh no, sorry, 11 shots. They were sitting on 8 denials
Oh,
on that dragon, picking that one up as well.
I suppose that the good thing from now on out for Rizla, and it's a little bit of a pride thing, is at least once you get to 10, people can't see how deep in the negative you've gone until you hit 20. So you've got another 9 shots before it comes up as a 2.
That's exactly it. Um, Sometimes. Um, I wanna call out another old old people in the chat. Arbel at triples in Mount Wellington in 2014. I was playing triples with Arbel and Mushu, and they explained the format. There are targets all around the arena, which were bases. When you destroyed the base, that target would deactivate, and then it would appear somewhere else in the arena. Arbel scored -1 point in that game, but after coming out for it, unadjusted scores, it was not looking good, and Arbel had misunderstood the briefing when they said that denials weren't on. There was no denial bonus was on. You didn't get bonus points for denying other people, but you sure as heck lost points by getting denied. So how many? It's good you're in the chat there, Arbel. Um, how many times we denied that game? Was it like 28 shots, 30 something shots? This is in one game of triples, like a
Oh,
10-minute game, denied 38 shots or something like that. 20 something? Yeah, I think it was like 28 shots or whatever it was. And between Moosh and I, we got like 2 shots of denials or something like that. I think we both got a 1. Um, and yeah, so as Arbel says, scored -1 point, and that's because Doug said Torn couldn't figure out how to go any lower than that with how that format was. It's obviously with triples, it's a new thing each time. He stood in the middle of the arena, could see 4 targets, so we went ham. It was a fun ass format where, uh, yeah, like legitimately, you could be shooting multiple bases at the same time, or destroying multiple bases at the same time. It was a good time. The better part. So that was round one. That was our first game, and we actually qualified through the top cut with that game, um, as well. So we got absolutely and obliterated in that game, and that was still enough for us to make the top cut in round one and go straight to round two. And not have to play the repechage. Oh, that was so funny. Good times.
Alright. Sorry, Drake. I'm just gonna pop off for a second just to quickly grab myself something to drink.
Cool.
I'll be back.
Should have done that while I was ranting about the old times that no one
Yeah,
really
sorry, I should have. I'll be
cares
quick.
about.
I'll be quick.
That's right. All right. So in this game, we got the Hobart Archangels on red, Sunshine Coast Isotopes on blue, and Can't Phase Her on green. Again, yeah, we want to see in the chat who your heart lies with in these games. We want to know who you want to win rather than what your head is saying who is going to win. We want to know who you want to win. Barrack for the team who you'd like. Shooting TV, Luna Lads winning the tourney 10 out of 10. A lot of love there for Can't Phase Her, Girl Power from Nessica. Oh no, Volley, Torn, CPH and Isotopes. Rough one there for Volley. Sleepy Frost, Architects for the win. Volley, Lunk. Yeah, and Zarupa, Link so dreamy. It's good. So let's go Angles from Tassie Villain. So Payne asked me a question a bit earlier, when we put a call out after Can't Phaser's game. Bit of a rough one. Um, so in their prime, who was a better player between Arcane and Raven? That's a rough one. Because like it's really hard to compare players who play in different roles. Um, I'm a bit biased, that Arcane is one of my closest friends, has been for a very long time. Played doubles with her now husband for many a year. Ace over in New Zealand. I was best man at their wedding. Arcane was one of my bridesmaids, was in my bridal party as well. So a little bit of favoritism towards Arcane. But I do think that I feel like Raven does have the slight edge because I feel like Raven is a much better attacker. Um, Arcane's game reading ability and teamwork is absolutely incredible, and as is Raven's of that. But uh, Arcane plays more that like fourth defender, or sorry, that fourth position kind of role. So your second defender, rather than being the one on the necessarily an inside of the base, can pop out, take a door, and be getting points out there. As we see Mopar coming in and cracking 2-shot denied there by Raven. And Raven is just absolutely fantastic at being able to crack those doors, get inside the bases, and plays a bit more of an offensive role than what Arcane normally would. And I feel like Arcane and Whippet are kind of taking up that kind of role in this team between them, and Shifter playing the real familiar anchor role. Mancan's in, tagging out Whippet and opening the account for the nuclear power plants. Hitting a home run. Uh, Isotopes is a Simpsons reference, right? Yeah, that's a Simpsons reference. Better be. Let's go Isotopes. But still down on pack. Springfield Isotopes. Yeah, that's what I thought, Volley. Well, Can't Phaser have got a big old pack lead in this. 7K with no bases, 1,300 points behind, 1,500 behind the Archangels and the Isotopes, who have a base each. They're half a base up on pack, as the Isotopes are just turning the accelerator on. If you look down at the worm there, after Cans picked up that base, yeah, funnily enough, the mouse just appeared on the screen for a little bit. That blue line just absolutely accelerated on there. Um, yeah, sorry. I hope that was enough of an answer there for your pain. Arbel saying, I want Arcane to play Nats this year. Come back to women's. Arcane versus Chutch versus Raven, all on 3 wins each. And Volley, surely whip it upset. Yep, that's a fair one from Volley. Not that you have declare your loyalties on that one, declare your bias, or conflict of interest, I guess. What I understand, Arcane will not be playing at Nats, but Ace will be playing at Nats. Ace is not playing in this tournament, but unfortunately, it's a little hard for them both to get away at the moment, to come out to this competition or these competitions, which is a shame because it would be great to see the Kiwis back, or all of them back. And I do understand the Cobras will be back with a full strength Cobra lineup for Hobart coming up in August. Yeah, so nothing much happened over the last 2 minutes or so since those couple of bases, Sega and Mad Kansas bases, went off. We just been pack pointing. All 3 worms have been climbing pretty relatively even. Now we got blue on the inside, Raven on red, and Easy Points picking up the blue there, and Link closing out that green there. So all 3 bases going down within about 5 to 10 seconds of each other in that. So now it's just going to be a pack point farm for a little bit, which I have to say, the 3 women's champions we've got in there, Raven, Arcane, and Chutch, the women's game is a solos game. That is all about pack points. Usually people are in a similar-ish kind of spot as it is, but all 3 of them, they're just situational awareness is incredible. They can just sense where other players are, know where they are, their pack skills in being able to just tag them out of pretty much anywhere, knowing the orders, knowing who's coming up when. It's just phenomenal. Like, coming up against any of them in the arena, I'm just like, no, this is not going well for me. And there are, a bunch of other just expert players in there as well. Arcane on blue. 2-shot denied by Sega coming in as Mopar picks up red. Yeah, unfortunately Arcane getting tagged out there by the backdoor player coming in on blue. And it's Easy Points comes in, tags out Shifter, standing up against the door, and Sega gets 1-shot denied by Cyrex. Easy Points picks up that their second base there. Well, Easy Points is second base, third base for the 42 degrees. 43 degrees? Yeah, 43 degrees is a more awkward angle than 42. It's so close to 45, but not quite. It's just a bit off. It's going to look like it. Sorry if I'm rambling. Just please chat, help me out. If there's anything you want me to to talk about or raise or whatever it is, please let us know.
Yeah, sorry, Drake. I just realized that I still had my headphones on mute. I so
Yeah.
apologize. I've been talking to myself for the past 5 minutes.
No,
Um,
that's all good. I did the same thing earlier, so happens to the best of us.
But before
Jelly
that
bombs.
last Archangel's base, which they just picked up, there was like one or two tags between Archangels and Isotopes, so very good game.
Mm, yeah, and that's what I love. Like this, we don't have necessarily the best teams in the competition in this. We've got 13 teams there, whereas we'll normally have 30 up to 30 or so for our actual nationals comps. We got people playing in there. Um, mixed teams like Can't Phaser. I guarantee will not be playing all five of them together for Nats.
Yep.
Um, as fantastic as the team is now. Um, so no, I've forgotten the point I was going to make. Um, it's a
Um,
it's it's a great competition.
yep.
Um,
But I
and we've
think,
got
as
some
you said, the more, well, the
close games.
established teams that are mostly going to be on the same Nats team or have played together, I suppose we kind of expect to do a bit better, which I think is what we're seeing out of the Archangels here.
Yep, yep, for sure. And Isotopes have got a huge amount of experience playing together, even if they're not necessarily going to be playing Nats together as well.
Well, because I was looking at that lineup and like I don't think Cyrex and Mopar played with Mad Canes, Lincoln, Peregrine at Bendigo, but surely all being Queensland, they've played some tourneys together.
Yep, for sure.
And Cyrex getting denied in green. Oh, so Archangels down a base, but 2.5 odd points ahead of Isotopes at the moment. Um, and Can't Phaser really just down two bases on Isotopes, but still within
Mhm.
striking distance in this last minute.
It's just over a base on
Yep.
Isotopes as well. Like, a denial anyway could go like game's definitely not over yet, even though it looks like it. Can't Phaser have actually clawed themselves
Hmm.
back into this, with the extra Cyrex on,
Yep. Finishing.
picking up
Nice.
that green. Yeah, so it looks like Can't Phaser have left that green base there just to try and pick up a couple of things if they can. Whereas the Archangels are now set up on the inside of both red and blue.
Yeah, I suppose that they can't necessarily know it from inside the arena, but um, blue team are very close on them and need their base. So even if they can just keep blue team out at the moment, game time's out anyway. Yeah, they're in a good position. And four tags the difference at the end there.
Yeah,
And down
real
two
close.
bases as well. That's a solid game.
We'll see the Archangels picking up the win there. Isotopes the second, and Can't Phase Her the third, which is the expected result from this for our third, fourth, and fifth ranked teams.
Right. So yeah, certainly with 3, 4, and 5 playing each other, a good tight game, which is what we're hoping for and what we'd expect with those teams. Um, Next one, Aftershock and Vikings again, but with Rampage in the mix this time. Um, where does your heart live for the next game?
I'd love to see Rampage get an upset in this. I'd love to see Aftershock get an upset in this. I don't think the Vikings are going to get beaten. And it'd actually be really kind of cool to see a team go undefeated. As long as they're undefeated, I want them to keep going undefeated, but I will always back someone to beat them. Like, I want someone to beat them.
Yeah.
I reckon they'll actually win that and kind of want them to win it. So, bit hard, but like, so we've got first, second, and what, like eighth on the ladder playing this one.
Yeah, eighth.
It's nuts. Like if the eighth can pick up second in this one, that'd be crazy.
It's a
Like,
huge win. Well,
yeah,
well, a huge upset
yeah.
if eight can get
Yep.
in there.
And unfortunately, it's only going to get him like 2 points on the 2 points higher up the ladder, which doesn't really help all that much. But I reckon, yeah, memeless sand in the chat. Aftershock can win this. I'm gonna back Aftershock. Let's go Aftershock. Let's have a win up against the Vikings on this. It'd be great to see. Jesse Carey. Yeah, there's lots of support for Jesse in the chat. I want to hear more about this Jesse. What do you know? Like, I know a lot about the other guys. Jesse, I'm a little less familiar with. You can
Um, I'm
see in the you can see in the 5x3 their shirts. 4 of them all wearing the same one, the Adelaide Aftershock, I think.
yeah, those are
Um,
the Aftershock jerseys from
Bendigo.
Bendigo, and Jesse was Adrenaline, I believe.
Yeah, that's it. Jesse played for Adrenaline Bendigo. Kids cracked. That's it. So it's good. He's a god at the home site, too shy to truly show off. Yeah, that's great. Like, I love seeing these people that, like they're really, really good in their home arena, getting out, maybe they've played 1 or 2 nats or whatever, which ultimately it's a bit more that they've just played different arenas,
Yep.
gotten over that unfamiliarity of new things. You can kind of, find the similarities and pick it up. And as the more you play different places, the more you get used to playing different places and you
Yeah,
lose that discomfort.
yeah, I suppose you've shown that you can get good through practice at a location, but can you adapt is, I suppose, the biggest test of your metal.
Yep.
Um, can you go to another arena and still be good? And I think he played Rumble as well, so I'm going to say 1.5 nats. So this will be his third. So certainly not new anymore.
Yep.
So maybe still new, but certainly not, you know,
Not a rookie.
completely fresh. Yeah, not a rookie.
Yeah.
And I think Adrenaline did pretty well, I think. I want to say 10 to 15 sort of range of the ladder at Bendigo. Someone in the
Mid,
chat, please correct me on that one.
middle of the pack. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, CB picking up that green, blue base for the green team. First base of the game going off at about the 3 minute mark. 14th,
14th. All right, cool. Cheers, no idea.
I think. Yeah. I'm sure that's
You
Noldia.
were on the team.
Look, I don't even remember. I don't even remember what my team rankings are. So many conversations I have with Flash. I'm just like, yeah, you remember this time where I think we did this thing? He's like, yeah, it was game 123 of the competition. We got first. This team got second. This team got third. We were sitting on 32 victory points, and this place in the ladder. And it's like, how do you remember those things? I just no.
He's got an incredible mind for the game, is what I'll say about Flash.
Yep,
He's very passionate about his laser tag.
fucking on
Um,
picking up that pace.
yeah, nice. So still keeping up with the Vikings on the pack points, just that base behind at the moment. Um, Rampage starting to slip behind a little bit, but still, well, actually no, past 4 minutes. So coming up to the midpoint of the game. Twinkles shots into red. Nice word, Twinkles. I was just thinking, how much do you absolutely love having access to the stream and the worms. Because I've always had, since I've been playing, which isn't long, access to the stream and the worms and the live scores. But you guys used to have the 2-minute books, was it?
Yeah. Yep. So ironically, and this is the real fascinating thing, the 2-minute book was actually invented by my dad.
Oh,
Um,
nice.
yeah, I didn't know it until Simi mentioned it a couple of years later. Um, but during my second Nats back at Willerton 2008, my dad was retired, was coming down and watching all of our games. Zam picking up that red base.
Yep,
That was back when we had 6-person teams, and we had six playing playing in 2008 on a team called Old School.
yep.
Yeah, yeah, that was 15 years ago that I was on an Old School team. Yep. Um, and yeah, so we had was the scoreboard coming out. We didn't have stream, we didn't have recorded, we didn't have the 5x3, we didn't have the worm at all. But all we'd get to see, we'd come out of the game, we'd see what the final scores were. We weren't even really taking too much of a note of it,
Oh,
but we just get the result.
Jesse shots into blue, gets his base. Nice. And then green and blue's inside red.
Yeah, and then my dad was, watching the games, watching the scoreboard. Didn't know a lot of other people there, so it was, just
Just sat in the
casually just
corner and
watching it. Yeah, just watching the scoreboard. Has a heap of experience, coaching all different types of sports. Um, like at uh, a huge amount of levels as well. And yeah, just started writing down the scores every 2 minutes, where people were. And he was joining in our team chats and was just like, oh, this point of the game, you guys were up by 4K and a base. Then after this, like you kind of dropped down at this stage. And then that just added into our team chat and we were like, oh, okay. Like that was about when this person was changing with this thing. And we'd like throw them into our team chats and like just having that little bit of extra information of how the game was going during the game as you were playing was really helping you refine how things were going in the future. Now it's great because people will go Paul Chrome picking up that red
yep.
base there, close one. People will go back and watch the replays of all these games and having the commentary as well, having some expert analysis like we are not doing right now.
Yeah, I was going to say we're
Um,
doing a disservice to this game, so I apologize to the teams watching this one back again.
but
Um,
you know, like so much of that, the teams will know what's happening during their thing. Like we can just look at these scores and see how the game's going.
yeah. So in this one, I suppose to quickly jump back to the game, Vikings running away with this one again, almost twice aftershock score. Um, they had 4 bases, and I could do the math and figure out the pack, but I'm going to be lazy at the moment and not do it. Jesse finishing his bases there with a nice green take, and Rampage sort of, well, starting to lose touch a little bit with Aftershock, but still 3 minutes left. So 2 bases and they're back on with them. Um, Leper shots into red. Oh, green team set up inside red, so that was a pretty safe base. CV starting to walk his defenders through bases. Beefy picking up a nice blue base there. Um, yeah, it'll be interesting with Nats, because I think they normally have a few extra cameras up at Nats to see some of the different parts of the arena. Oh, and Holmes getting denied going for his green base.
5 shots in, unfortunately, for Holmes already. Getting a 2-shot denial there for CV. CV picking up
Oh.
3 denial shots already.
Yeah,
Spider on.
getting his and have aftershock left. Fucking shots into
Fargan on
green.
green.
Yeah, there's a lot of reds at green. Um, so it's either been a quick hard push, or I reckon they've left because that blue player looks pretty chill inside that red base. Um, Still time to get two hypothetically uncontested reds, but green team's now setting up inside there. Uh, Mikey getting his blue base, nice work. And Karen finishing off the red bases for the Vikings. Um, so Rampage keeping up on the pack, but just behind on those bases, with Holmes getting a very nice green take there. Um, 6 shots in, unfortunately, but eventually getting his green base. We've got, I think that's runt set up in blue facing or shooter, I think they're calling it. Oh no, that's
Bounce.
Karen. My apologies. Um,
Sounds like a pretty reasonable name to call the primary shooter spot.
yeah,
Often.
I'm not sure how I feel about having a spot called shooter. Um,
Yeah, I don't like
because
it.
I normally like to call shooter and then a position to let my
Yep.
team know where the shooter is if there's multiple people in the base.
Beefy on green. Picking that up
Very nice.
there on that. Yeah, and even like it's obvious when someone is shooting the base, but the call a shooter like just before they start putting shots in as well, like gives you that extra little bit of a thing. Someone's
Yeah,
setting up in a spot. It's not necessarily you're calling out a defender in their spots, which is important.
because I feel like also with blue, if you've got two inside, you can have someone in that facing slash shooter position covering that left door while you have someone shooting from triangle.
Mm,
Um, but I don't know. We'll see when we actually play the arena. Um,
yeah,
but yeah, the last half of that game being super frantic with bases going down, but no change in the result. Even though Aftershock were catching a lot at the end of that game. Vikings just too many pack points and nice clean bases as well. 48,000 with 8 bases. Aftershock not quite able to catch up, 43,009 bases. And Rampage really only to pick up those dumped reds and just didn't really seem to be threatening at any part of that game. That
yeah.
might sound a bit unfair.
I mean, as we were saying, first, second, and eighth, like not
Yeah,
terrible.
they haven't lost anything in this game. They haven't gone backwards yet.
Yep.
Mhm. Uh, Excellent. Cool. Sorry, I'm just looking at that Cascades 2 spreado that you've got.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm missing 2 games results at the moment from today. I was too busy commentating. It was the third game of the day. Isotopes can't phase her and Lunar Lads. And then the Lunar Lads, Canberra Crustagons, and Hobart Hellspawn. I forget the results of them, so if you remember, let us know. One of them was too close to call. We never got an update from site as to what they were.
was the
I
Oh
seem
yeah,
to
I think
remember
that
that.
was that third game.
Yeah.
Um, but just quickly looking at the ones that you do have populated there, I think first game of the day, Aftershock, dropping that game to Isotopes. That one's not really too much of an upset.
Mm.
Um,
Second and fourth.
yeah,
Hobart Vikings, 3 wins from 3 games. Aftershock, 3 seconds from 3 games. And the Archangels, 4, 2, and 6 points is getting a first, second, and a third from their 3 games. In fact,
but
as
those are all
expected
predicted for
results.
those guys, so
Yeah.
they're doing quite well.
Well, the next
Mm,
the next 3 games, including the next game coming up here for the Archangels. So this next game we've got Archangels Green, Average Nexus players for their first game of the day. Yep.
yeah, they played two
In on
last
there on
night.
blue and the Lunar Lads on red. So the Archangels, their remaining 3 games for the day, they're all predicted firsts. Pretty
Yeah.
reasonable ones, actually.
Um, well, look, not so much this one, because I reckon the Lunar Lads could give them a run for their money here.
Yep.
Um, but certainly their next game, um, again versing Average Nexus players and then Naked Burrito, that seems like one that should be a more comfortable first.
Mm.
Oh, and game started.
Yeah, a lot of support for AMP Bank in the chat here. Memeless LT and Lalia. Lalia? Yeah, that's it. Underscore. Sorry, got to pronounce it fully. Woo ANP.
Yeah, I think there's the South Australian scene is very positive and very supportive of their players. So anytime we see a South Australian team, it's good to see your support coming through on the stream.
Yeah, it's great. Wonderful, wonderful seeing. As well, a bunch of these names that can't be here in person, as as neither of us could be there.
Hmm.
But it's real great having the community joining in from everywhere as well, seeing these names. Hug
And
Salad picking up the first base there for Lunar Lads. Volley,
nice
go
one.
Lunar Lads, but also Exile specifically. Lunar Lads first, but Exile 1 out of 15. That's a good call. Yeah. Noldia, who's that crow dude? I need his number. I mean, don't you? Aren't you from same place? Go ask one of your home players for that. I'm not giving out. I'm not going to dox him on stream. Morrow is too good for you. Yep, good. Yeah.
Okay, so Lunar Lad's off to an early lead with that base, but Average Nexus players are doing very well on the pack at the moment. Um, Hobart Archangels a little off the pace, but again, only 2.5 minutes in.
Mm.
Um, so I suppose with a three-team game and with each of these teams sitting in very different parts of the ladder, are we going to see the team that's, hypothetically second tier Lunar Lads just focusing on trying to push Hobart Archangels to third? Or are you just trying to play your own game and just go for broke, go for first?
Hard. Like it's really hard to do those kind of things because when you're this far apart
Oh,
on the ladder,
backfield denied.
it's
Yep.
real hard to play teams out. Like I don't think any of these teams really have it requires a lot of what we kind of call strength and power to push around other teams and let them like make them do what you want. And I don't feel like any of these guys have that much of an advantage over the others. So it's very hard to like push teams down to third
Even
or
with
whatever it is
with
that they're
some
higher.
with some seasoned players like Taipan and Orkarai.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Like, it's good, like you can definitely try and do it, but it's a risky play.
That's fair.
Um, and I also feel because these guys are so spread out on the ladder, you actually don't get much advantage from doing that in this kind of a thing. Like, if you are like ladder rivals, you're close to them on the ladder and you're, 2 victory points. And if you beat one specific team, you'll go above them on the ladder, then absolutely worth playing that just to beat that one team. But you kind of you can't really count out that third team, and very often, like I myself have done it a bunch of times. You try and play out one team, and the third team ends up taking the win, taking the victory points, um, or another team who you weren't even considering about, has had a killer run and they've jumped 6 spots on the ladder or something like that and pushed you down anyway.
Hmm.
Um, but you got to take every game as it comes. You got to try and win every game, get as many victory points as you possibly can. Sometimes you'll be playing games where the team is just so far ahead of you. Taipan
Yep.
picks up a green,
Taipan. Yep. Nice base
and
there.
you can kind of come into it and just like play for second, and be satisfied with that. Especially if it's like first versus 12th and 13th on the ladder. If you're 12th or 13th, you just want to beat the other one, and
Yeah.
you don't have a realistic chance of being able to bully out that first place team as Jellyhawk picks up that base there.
Nice.
So it's a bit hard to do that kind of thing. So like
Look,
you got to play your own game.
the thing you mentioned about, when you've got a team that's way ahead on the ladder, then you got like 13th, 14th. I've certainly done that in a league season where I've gotten
Mm,
halfway through a season and gone, look, we're stone cold last. The only way we're going to climb is just to beat the teams that are only just ahead of us. So I don't care who comes first. We just need to not come third.
yep,
With Axiom getting a nice green base there. Um,
it's safety
so
plays.
yeah, safety plays. Um, and yeah, that thankfully that worked in that particular season. But I suppose back to this game here. Um, Tightened up a fair bit, I feel.
Yeah,
Hobart Archangels have caught up with all those pack points that they were behind earlier.
30
Um,
points at the moment
yep.
between Archangel's Nexus. Walker Ion
And Orcry
picking up that.
getting his green. So Lunalad's starting to skip away with the bases. But it's pure base points that are the difference here. So if Archangels and Nexus players can get into those bases, um, then they should be able to catch those up. So what are we, 6.5 minutes in? Still the game can go anyone's way, but obviously Luna Lad's in a promising position.
Off
Um,
like that having that extra couple of bases in hand, real handy. Especially at this stage of the game. I don't think anyone's going to panic. Like we're just closing into the back third of the game, which is when the real desperation starts to kick in with that last 4 minutes left. This is when your game callers will be, or in fact, your non-game callers will be coming back, having a team chat, and being like, "This is what we need to do. We're feeling this. We got to do something different." And then it's on to your shot caller to be like, "Cool, we do this now." And that's when
yep.
games are won and lost. And I love that feeling. Like I've shot called for pretty much my entire time, and there are just times where like the amount of information you're getting from the rest of your team, the amount of stuff like you can just absorb it all and make calls and back your team when they say something. Be like, cool, yeah, you're right. We do this. Like, more about this thing. You make the call. We do it. We commit to it 100%. It might not be the best call at the time, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
Just do it.
It always feels good when it works. And
Mm.
as you say, when you come out of a game and it doesn't work, it's kind of like, okay, doesn't feel great, but let's have a team chat. Let's figure out why it didn't work this time so we can make the right call next time. What information did
Sh-
or didn't we have?
Shooting TV just calling out another highlight here. Hasbro 360 400% tag ratio. 13 for 3
433.
against. Killing it in defense on the inside there of red. Been holding that panel forever.
Doing the Lord's work.
That's it.
Someone's got to do it.
Hasn't reloaded yet. Oh, tagged out there.
Yeah.
Ninja on green. Shooting TV. That's my last line. Yeah. So much love for the last line defenders. You know, they do such a rough job there, and
And
it's
you know
it's
they're having a good game when they're like, can someone come in and take this panel? I'm out of shots.
yes, or I'm in pain, or like
Someone get me an ice pack and a back rub, please.
that's it. Yeah. Uh, um, method last night on the stream was talking about that duck and tuck spot in the um
Was it
duck and
sunny?
tuck spot in Sunny Coast. Yeah, like I was tucked up in this tiny little corner and was practicing it so much. Like I was the only person on our team that was able um to do that, and just like got myself, in that thing in this weird little hold. Um, and yeah, they were coming out of games, and I was just like, I just need to stretch so much. I'm so sore. And was so relieved when they were like, Drake, come out, go get a base. Like, oh, thank you, please.
All right, so just getting into the closing stages of this game,
Noodling.
and closed up a lot. So actually, Lunar Lads have just skipped ahead there with another base. But it was very close there until about 20 seconds ago with average Nexus player in Lunar Lads. Hobart Archangels, with two quick bases, brings them close to average Nexus players, but I don't think they're gonna be able to yeah, maybe as Volley said, maybe a last minute dump by the
Yeah, it looks like
Archangels
they
to try
have,
to catch up. But out of
which
time.
unfortunately didn't work out.
Uh,
I mean, they got two bases out of it, but they lost one to the Lunar Lads.
yeah, and I suppose when you're in third, well, you need to do something to change the state of play, but obviously hoping that the team that's in second isn't the one that ends up getting your base, which I don't think they did, so that's not too bad.
Yeah, so a big pickup there for the Lunar Lads.
Yep,
Sixth
so
on the ladder, taking the win.
yep.
Ninth on the ladder, average Nexus players with the second, and third on the level, Hobart Archangels, dropping that one to third.
Yep.
Rough game there for the Archangels.
And I think maybe just well played as well from Lunar Lads and average Nexus players.
Definitely, definitely. And yeah, goes to the point that we were saying before. Like these games are so close. There's like a base or two in every one of these games. I really like these style of games where you're getting about five bases. Sorry, these kind of arenas and metas where you're getting these mid-level bases, because that's where your strategy calls. Like they make such a massive difference on the things. Um, your really low bases, your ones and twos, and a lot of the Darwin's a bit too defensive for my liking, even though I'm
Mm.
a defender. Um,
Well, because
and your high base 10 games, like it only comes down to pack points if everyone's getting 10 bases,
yeah, and
like 30
also I
base
suppose
games.
if it's a 30 base game, then I suppose it shows that there's not really much in the arena for your poor defenders. Um, and as you say, Darwin, that was a very defensive arena.
Mm.
Um, so yeah, I suppose if you're getting, as you say, those mid amount of bases, there's something in there for your attackers. Your attackers are still able to get in. There's a bit of field points, and your defenders are in the game a little.
Yeah, for sure. Like, obviously, defenders are still going to be getting denials and stuff, which is real important. But I feel like you wanna have an arena where you've like it's almost if you're getting 30 base games constantly, it's almost too easy to destroy bases. Like full credit to the attackers on that and smashing in and getting there, but you know, like that there's definitely something to be said about having that challenge on there. Like getting those clutch bases just has such a rush to it. It's so good to feel. Um, all right, yeah. Again, we got this game. Hobart Vikings on red, can't phaser on blue. Hobart Hellspawn on green.
Yep.
Again, what we want to hear, which I believe they're that order predicted. What I want to hear in the chat, tip who you want to win, not who you think is going to win. We just want you to back the team that you want to win. Divine169, come on, can't phaser. Be great to see these people getting another win up on the board as Twinkles. Oh,
Equals for first
oh,
base.
oh, literally first 10 seconds of the game. Picking in. Shooting. Lunar lads aren't in. I still want him to win this match. Thanks, not helpful, but it's not going to happen. I'll guarantee that one for you. Rizzler picking up a base there
Mm,
for the Hellspawn.
nice.
Red's
Um,
empty.
are, are they
Blue's
just
empty.
pushed high with their defense, or
Aaron's
because
on green.
I
Gandhi
feel like
0
they've
and
they've
0.
got
Runt
three
4 and
people at
0.
green.
Yep.
Oh no, there's still
Gandhi's
someone at
in
home.
D. Yeah, it's just that there's no one attacking at red. Gandhi doing
Yep.
the smart thing, pushing out there, getting some 0 points. So he got no tags out of that, but the base didn't go down. So
Yep.
Dominator picking up a base over at blue.
CV still set up in green with a runt covering him from one of those doors. Yep. CV shots in and base. Um, so yeah, the two Hobart teams in this Hobart sandwich, ahead on the bases. Vikings rolling through green pretty easily. And in fact, we've got Gandhi in green, and we can't see any green players at all. You reckon green have pulled the early dump? Like off the bat, early dump?
Don't know. Yeah, maybe. Like it doesn't. It's definitely within their their playbook to do that kind of thing. Um, yeah, I reckon so. Like we got a blue that's hanging around the green there. Just notice that it's empty. We got the referees chatting away.
Yeah,
Not really anything there. Don't see. Yeah, here's the last red who's
yeah.
chasing down that wandering blue, runt picking up. Oh, getting tagged. Trying to pick up that empty base. This
Yeah.
is green have left.
All right. So your your blue and green's dumped to you. You've got no bases, but how are you feeling so far? 3 minutes in.
If a team's dumped to you 3 minutes in, you got no bases. That's fine.
Yeah.
Don't panic. Like you don't need bases. You you've got 5 easy bases unless the Vikings do a real weird silly play and defend you out of the empty for 9 minutes, which is just gonna sack their offense and defense as well. Like we see we got Arcane in on green at the moment there. Picking that up? Yeah, picking up that green
Yep.
there, getting tagged up afterwards. So what I do, blue, what the play from blue here as Twinkles gets two-shot denied there by Shifter.
Nice work.
While people are in your base, while people are in at blue, you got to be racking up as many pack points as you can. Your
Yep.
attackers got to be sitting on the outside between the two teams and just harassing, getting as many points as they can. As Harley picks up, and there's 4 greens on the inside of blue, and I think it was Shifter came through and cleared them all out. Or was it
Yep.
Whippet? One of them. Uh,
And
Raven, yeah, two
Raven
shot
denied
denied.
by
They're in the
Runt.
empty. Yeah. So that's absolutely not what you want to see if you're on Can't Face Her for this or a
Yep.
CPH supporter. But like it's such a hard call to make when you're blue in this situation. There's so many pack points at your base. You've still got the greens there. They've got 2 more to get through. The play here, you actually need not to be getting the empties. Your play is to go to red. Right? It's real hard to
Oh, you
say.
mean right now?
Oh yeah, they probably should have gone 2 minutes ago. They're 2
Because
attackers sitting on the outside, getting points there. So they've got to be getting in on red. The rest of the reds are obviously going to be out there getting as many pack points as they can. Ideally, you're out there while they're cycling the empty green. So they're a bit distracted because they'll rush through that empty as early as they can, get the pack. But you need to hit as many bases off the hard team before the dump team finishes you and gets over to that base. Because if you still need all of that next base and the Nelly getting time denied on that, yeah, just putting a shot in, still in there. Just
you did eventually get the base.
putting a bonus one in. Yeah. So and
Because
whip it
yeah,
on.
as you say, the green team have now finished blue, so
Yep,
they're going to red,
they're going to
and
red.
blue have no reds.
Blue have no
Um,
reds. So now
and
blue, if blue want to get any reds, they're going to need to be fighting 10 people for it.
yep,
And what's more than that is they're not strictly going to be fighting 10 people. They're going to be fighting 8 people. Give me 3 red defenders, 5 green attackers, and the 2 other reds, they're just going to go over to blue. Like you've still got to defend your base off the strong team. Like
yep,
you can't throw everyone in on that. You got to be hitting up those bases, getting the base lead over the other team as early as you can. You want to be putting the red team behind if it just goes to the thing. Like if blue had picked up 2 reds in there and then eventually getting the empty greens in this back half of the game, back 2 minutes of the game, it'd be 7 bases to 5. The Vikings would be on the back foot and needing to go out and do an attack. They'd be pushing hard. Green will be getting through, but you'll still get your opportunities to get in there. So yeah, Chris is saying red has the best chance now. Yeah, absolutely. Red is going to come away with this game by
yeah.
a mile there.
So
Can't Phaser probably should take the second on there, even if I don't see like I reckon green will maybe get 1, maybe 2 of the. CV getting 2-shot denied there by Rizzler.
in
Ooh,
blue, oh, I love that.
in blue. So the green's still hanging around blue as well. At least one of them is. CV on. Just took out too many of them. And picks up that blue. So that is going to put the Vikings absolutely in the driver's seat of this. That's probably going to be enough for them to know they got it win. Whippet getting 1-shot denied there by Captain Morgan
Yep.
at red. that's the exact scenario I was talking about. You're going to get in there, even if you're, say, a better team. You'll get in there, you'll get your opportunities, but there's just so much traffic that it just makes it so hard. You can't tag everyone.
Well, this actually looks a little bit weird. I'm not sure how Green are playing this, but they've finished. It looks like they've done a dump and hold onto blue base, and I'm not quite sure if I understand that, unless they're just trying as much as possible to, play against red team.
Fascinating. Yeah. And I mean,
I don't understand it,
that's,
to be honest.
well, that's legit. Like, absolutely, that's legit. All that analysis I was given was from the blue team's perspective. If
Yeah,
that's what you do when green dumps into you and you've got a stronger team on red, and
because look,
Raven picks up that red, Gandhi on blue, picking that up there. Unfortunately, Gandhi not getting challenged on that one, which is odd. There is 0 players on the cameras.
okay, so,
Like,
so Green has now realized that, hey, we all actually have this, I think, and have decided, yeah, we can go to red now. So maybe
mm,
it was just a communication issue, making sure that everyone had the base before they left it.
yeah, yeah, a bit unfortunate for them to waste that much time on it. But let's. I'm happy to talk about the alternate as Clutch picks up that red base there. So
Yep,
they got 3. Can't Phaser have got 3 reds now. Unfortunately, the Vikings just powering ahead, picking up 4 blues. So
yep,
blue made the call, to go just to play out there and try and get those reds, knowing that they're
yep,
behind and securing the second. To be honest, up against Hellspawn, they
yep.
just got to outbase Hellspawn and close out that second place. As Arcane's on, tagging some two
And
shots in, or getting
denied by Karen.
in the back. That's unfortunate.
And all right, I think this is our third 10 base game of the comp so far. Um,
Odds.
but this might
But
be the first one where we have two teams get 10 bases
yeah,
if Whippet can get her red.
wild. I can't believe we've gone, what, like, uh 60, 70 games into the competition, and we've had 2 teams get 10, 3 teams now get 10,
Yep.
and maybe a fourth. That's wild. Yeah, unless
Um,
Dominator picks up this
and
red here. Yeah,
okay,
which they
no,
do.
okay,
That'll lock
so
it out
so
there. So
yeah,
9 base game. Ain't had too many of them either.
no, I feel it's either you get like 5 or 6 in general seems to be the most that most teams get in a game.
Mm.
Um, it's very rare to get to your eights, nines, or tens.
Well, results go as expected. Hobart Vikings, first place on the ladder, still undefeated, taking another win. Can't Phaser from 5th, taking 2nd, and Hobart Hellsport from 10th, taking up the 3rd in that. Um, Still looking for the results from earlier in the day. Third game of the day, Sunny Coast Isotopes, Can't Phase Her, and Lunar Lads. And the Lunar Lads, Canberra Crossdagons, and Hobart Hellspawn games as well. If anyone has those.
I feel like that Isotopes Can't Phaser Lunar Lads was a close one, but as expected. But again, don't quote me on that one.
Yeah,
And then,
I think the Isotopes got that one. And
yeah,
then it was like a couple of 100 points between Can't Phaser and Lunar Lads.
I think it was a last minute base that decided the Can't Phaser Lunar Lads order.
Yeah.
Um, and then Lunar Lads, Crustaceans, and Hellspawn. I'm pretty sure we. Oh, or was that one another spicy one? I don't know.
Look,
AJ.
to be honest, like they've all been super close games. Like
Yep.
I'm so impressed with the entire scene. Like we've been playing such great games. They've been also close all day here, with a base or two between them, and it's just great to see. Like I love these close games. It's fantastic laser tags, fantastic to watch, fantastic to commentate. Um, I'm a bit sad that I'm not there to be able to play, and I'd love to be there and hoping to be there for 2 and 3. I'll almost definitely be there for pre-nats 3 and nats itself. Just gotta make sure that I get the time off work for it, which had I had a leave request in for Friday, which got declined because we're in a big old busy period at work. Otherwise, I probably would have come down.
Mm.
But
No, I
you know,
think likewise March will be touch and go for me, but hopefully
mm,
Prenats 3 should be clear.
yeah, let's hope that. So we got average Nexus players on red, Aftershock on blue, and the Canberra Crustaceans? Crustagons? I can't even say it like when I'm trying to say it now. I've crushed up my words too much on that one. Dragon, pick it up a real quick early
Crustagons.
base.
I'm gonna go with Crustagons.
Crustagons.
Because I realized that
Crustagon?
there's no C in the middle there, which
Yeah,
I
in the
thought there was. So
crustacean. Because it's not. Because it's a portmanteau of crustaceans and dragons.
yeah.
Canberra Dragons being the one of the Canberra teams. I was going to say the A team, but the Dragons, the Falcons, two of the Canberra teams, they've been, you know, beating each other so often and swapping around their players that they don't really have A and B teams on those names. Crow picking up their first base. Three
Hmm.
tags for, zero tags against. Nice, easy one.
Nice start to the
So,
game. Infinite tag ratio. Clip that.
yeah. And I mean, that's a Crustagons. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, Minty. I like that. That's not bad.
Because I keep looking at it going, do I try to go with like a Game of Thrones House of the Dragon type pronunciations here, or just go with ye old English with
Nah.
Axiom picking up his green base there?
Yeah, I was out to dinner for a friend's birthday last night. There was like 10 of us there, and I was talking about their team name. And how I was making dumb puns about them the whole night, and got a couple of friends there that like making dumb puns and were spitballing some, and like people tried to pronounce it and they just couldn't. I reckon that's on you. If you've got a hard to pronounce team name or alias and people mess it up, that's on you.
Yeah.
Like, unless you can get it, in a way that's like get yourself known in a way that it's pronounceable. You get used to it. VG and Exile picking up simultaneous bases. Yeah, like Noldia in the chat is saying people can't say no idea. You know, so of course, Noldia's alias spelled Noldea. Some people like Noldia themselves is
Capital
saying that
I.
it's a capital I. No, it's an L. Yeah. No matter what Noldia says, they can't say it's a no idea. And
Mm.
Holmes, like people keep calling Holmes Meerkat as well. Like it's a weird pronunciation of Holmes.
Yep.
Holmes, pronounced Meerkat, and
Yep.
Fuggen on green.
Nice. Okay. Aftershock's first base of the game.
Yeah, Moro
Mm.
Moro backing me in the chat there. You know, no idea saying you can't do this to me. Moro saying you did this to yourself. Nufa, Man, why do Aftershock have the person with the hardest name to say? GST? How do you even say that? It was a misprint on my Sunny Coast t shirt. That is all. Ninja, pick it up. Green base. So I do love some good Alias origin stories. There are a bunch of really, really good ones. Cans and Margie, have been their stories have been told many a time. Not for now. Um, love hearing some uh good Alias stories. So it's gone, picking up a blue. Benny, two shot denied by Fuggin.
Mm.
Honestly, finally some action. It's good.
Yeah, it's been an interesting game so far. So Canberra just keeps pulling away with those pack leads. So average Nexus players up a base, but still almost 1,000 points behind the Crustagons. Um, Aftershock, still early stages of the game, but 10K one base. A lot of experience on that team, so no panic yet, but certainly thinking, how do we get ourselves back into this? Maybe.
Yeah. What would you do? How would you get yourself back into it? What do you do from here?
I hate the desperation dump, but really depends on what my attackers are telling me. If they're like, we're close, I might push a third to them, or I might say, look, keep attacking. Or if you're not having any joy, swap out, you know, one of them with our three player. Um, yeah, it really
Right.
depends on how far behind I feel I am.
So you've just got your second base of the game. Foggin and Jesse both picked up bases. Like your
Yep.
attacker's not having a lot of difficulty. They just haven't been, basing. Like now they're getting their roll on. Now that the empty green is cyclable.
But also
BFN
the
homes.
home counts four, and against the
Yeah.
team that I think is the bigger threat.
Mm. So
Mm.
so what do? You push, as I was saying with that last game, you push three attackers into red, try and get them in there. You gotta make sure that getting that out there. But thing is, that team you reckon's the bigger threat. They've already finished through your base. Like
Well,
you don't have to worry about defending against them. Losing the average Nexus players, yeah, sure.
hmm, it's a very good question, and like I'm now trying to look at it as I'm not sitting at home. I don't have all this information all this time, but
Mm,
someone's come to me and said we need to make a decision, and I feel we're behind. Well, we've now got five bases, and we know that the bigger threats finished us, and we don't know how many of the other base that they have. So maybe I'm sending my attackers to literally sit on top of the green attackers and either keep them out of the red base or try to piggyback off of them.
mm. Fair. Yeah, that's a bold play. It's hard. Um, like but fair. Like yeah, it's a hard play because then you're just shutting down one of the teams, but you still need to get your own bases. But it's handy because you're sending your attackers to the base that team, like to sit on the attackers of the team that's needing the base that you get. So
Yeah.
you can sit behind them and wait for them to get two shots in, run in get the denial, let them clear out the defenders from there, run in, get the denial, and then pick up the base on the rebound. Like, not at all a bad play. Hard to execute.
Oh, very hard to execute. But look at your aftershock lineup. I'd back that team to be able to do it.
Yeah, dragging on,
Yep.
picking up the ninth base for Canberra.
So 3 minutes left. They've got the opportunity to go 10 bases again.
Yeah, Volley in the chat is completely shocked that Canberra have dumped in a game. I don't think we've ever seen Canberra dump in any game ever.
Never.
Um, so yeah, it's quite a surprise, quite a surprising Canberra play for this, but they've definitely got the lead in this.
Mm.
So it's working out so far.
Uh, Nufa reckoning that maybe Nexus with the second because the game's at their base, which is an
Mm.
interesting call. Um, and not a bad one really. Um, and there's Crow getting that aftershock base, putting them into second.
Yeah, Nufa saying Aftershock going to be run into a Canberra team around red. Nexus might get the second here. Yeah, for sure. VG on having to tag someone out, two shots into red, but getting another 10 base game. That's two back to back.
Yep. And yeah, as aftershock here, um, now what do? Canva can just float and do whatever they like, really, and just shut down both bases, um, red and blue, because those two teams need each other. Oh, Holmes into red, shots into red, getting
Ooh,
denied
watch
by
out, denied by
Garn.
Gun.
Yeah,
Yeah, rough one there for Holmes and Aftershock. They really needed that base there with a minute left in the game.
yeah.
They've got to get two more bases here, otherwise they are done.
Because let me just look at this again. I think Aftershock were above the crustaceans. So
Uh,
this
this is Aftershock second, Canberra seventh, and Nexus on ninth. So it
yeah,
should be a big favorited win for Aftershock, but they're currently in third.
yeah.
They
So no,
really
this
need
is a
another
big swing.
base with
Although
30 seconds to
they
go.
did just pick up another base, and I reckon time for one more. It'll be a buzzer beater, but I reckon they got time for one more if they can set up inside red.
So, so now this is what going. We were talking about it a bit earlier in the day about offsetting your bases, right?
Yep,
They're at the stage where they've got six bases, or they finished the game with six bases. Aftershock with Holmes getting a red, but everyone else getting the one green. For Aftershock to pick up a second in this, which they won't, they needed one more red base. If
yep.
they'd pushed over to red earlier in the game, and instead of cycling that empty, that very, very easy, lucrative, tasty, empty green base, if they'd gone over and got a red, they would have got a second in this game.
Yep. Because you got
Because
the dumped green, you can get your red, bounce over to green, get the green, come back to red before the red bases come back up.
and instead of having to fight the red right at the end there, they could have just walked, two empty, much easier green bases in the last minute or two.
Mm.
Should have been much harder.
But excellent game there from Canberra Crustaceans, coming away with the win. Very good second for average Nexus players with 38 with six bases. And Aftershock, a shocking loss.
Mm.
36, six bases. Um, yeah,
Akira calling out Benny as well. 33-19, 173% tag ratio as well
nice.
for the young lad. That's real good.
Now the tag ratio records, are they for more than 30 tags?
Records.
Because I think bouncing around for a while was like highest tag ratios, that the historical data and all that sort of stuff. Are those based off of games with more than 30 tags? So you can't have a defender that gets like 6-1 with a 600% tag ratio?
Yeah, I mean, there have been there have been a couple of games where people have got 0 deaths in a game.
Yep.
Like that counts. That's infinite. That's
Yep.
literally unbeatable. Doesn't matter how many tags they get.
Yep.
I believe both Drake and Bubbles, or was it number 5 in Darwin back in what 2010, whenever first Darwin was.
Yeah, I think there was 10 years
Um,
between Darwins.
yeah, they had a game where they got tagged 0 times between them and got 3 tags or something like that in a game. 0 people got in their base, um, but you know, coming out with 3 tags, that's 450 points between 2 of your players.
Yeah,
You know, not a good score, but I mean, did the
it
job they need
happens.
to do.
Yeah. Um, Looking like uh the Canberra team has pulled a dump off the bat.
Weird.
Because blue team is currently just walking a dumped red. Um, I haven't seen all 5 red packs on a camera together at either of the bases, but they certainly don't seem to be defending.
Norfolk calling the double Canberra dump.
Yeah,
Finn on. Finn picking up the Viking base there.
nice. We've got a green player waiting for the base to spawn over at red. There we are, Pug Salad getting his dumped red. Um, got a red player in, and red's setting up inside blue, getting shot out.
Norfolk suggesting that they dump to the cinemas, which is, 2 floors down from where the laser tag site is. I'll be back in a sec. I'm just going to grab a drink.
Yep, no worries. Um, but red's setting up. Dorky, yeah, getting denied, going for that base. Um, Blues are back inside. Gandhi picking up his dumped red. Green, still with 3 defenders, but not looking all that pressed. I think they're starting to send people to cycle the dumped red as well. Cart Cup Revolution just with the 1 base at the moment. And a Dorky copping a denial. Finn also losing 2 shots into green. Oh, Hasbro picking up his dumped. Nice. So Hobart Vikings way to a very commanding lead at the moment. Both pack points and bases, which seems to be fairly common for most of the games that we've seen. And with red attacking blue base and Gigantor getting his blue base. Nice work, Gigantor. Um, with red team at the blue base, trying to cycle through it at the moment, it makes sense that the Vikings are. Oh, okay. Makes sense that the Vikings are getting the majority of the pack points because the pack points are at their base. Um, as Volley is suggesting, Taipan should big brain this and push Carps through fast. Yeah, look, as the team that's not dumped to, um, yeah, that's something you could do. Because you don't really want the points at the other base. You want the points at your base for as long as possible. But then, suppose you run the risk of, then that team finishing and holding you out of any bases that you need. Um, Got with a K getting his base. Oh, Little Bo getting a deny on Karen at red. Is he gonna? Oh no, Little Bo already has the base, so he's not gonna go for the piggyback. But we've got 2 greens set up in red. Taipan shooting now and gets the base. Uh, Annie picking up her blue. She is tricky, confirming that infinite tag ratio in that game. Um, all
Yeah,
right,
that's
let's.
that's actually a different. that's a different game. So Tricky was saying that in 2020, Dot and Tricky got a game with Dot had 6 tags, Tricky had 3 tags, and they got 0 tags against for an infinite tag ratio.
Just trying to think what base you're sitting in to do that. I'm assuming either green or red.
Well, they were a blue team, so blue,
Oh, okay.
I'd imagine.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I didn't actually look at the clip, but
Yeah,
okay.
that's all good. And one of Dot's 6 tags was on teammate Bubbles as well. So, um, tagged 3 reds, 2 greens, and 1 blue in the game. And yeah, it was what was your team name? God, I forget. Renegades taking the win there. Blue Steel second, Darwin Dingo's third in that game.
Hmm.
Just give some love out there to Brad, saying thanks for calling out a game we won. There
Thanks
weren't
for
too
the
many of
memory.
them, so it's good to highlight a Renegades win, right, Brad?
Hmm. Or at least a team where they sent 5 players in.
Yeah. Now back to this game, Lunar Lads. Lunar Lads are absolutely taking it to the Vikings.
Yep.
Vikings, Vikings have got like everyone's done with red now, which is why we were uh, struggling on it a bit. But the Lunar Lads have got no one through their base.
Yep.
The Cup Revolution are 1 base off being done at blue at the Vikings. This is playing still into green's hands.
Yep.
Like as we were saying before, like if Dorky can get that remaining Vikings base, which like Dorky, you know, he's a lefty. He is one of the best, just an absolute hero player. I am surprised that blue are defending blue, but
Yeah.
oh no,
So
of course,
yeah. So
blue are
so so
defending
blue are
blue.
still worried about green at this point. But I
Yeah,
think red made a good call when they went. Okay, we've got 4. We're just throwing ourselves at blue base at the moment. Let's go to green where we all need it, and maybe try to sneak Dorky through later. Or
yeah,
as we were discussing last game, if you get a late base, bounce back to blue and try to push him through.
yeah. All right, so we're seeing the Reds in onside green now. They've made the move over. It's the back half of the game. I can see Giganator on the inside there of green. Um, Former WA player moving over to Canberra for work this year.
Yep.
And of course, Dorky from WA as well as always in this Canberra-based team. But the red team have moved over. Oh, with a K is on.
The and he got it.
Picking that up just before being tagged out in the back there. Taipan's on blue.
Oh,
Yeah, this is it. This is
that's a
exactly
big
what I'm
one.
talking about. That's it. So now that Reds are over at green, green are going to get the pack points there. They're going to be getting denial bonuses off the Reds as well. But meanwhile, while that's happening, Taipan has gone over and secured that base there. Volley, Taipan knows how to win a 5 base game, picking up that 6th base. Finn picking up their green base here. Now, this is the critical time. Something has to happen. Vikings need to know if they do nothing here, they lose. They got
Yep.
to make a move. They're a base down. Like they're obviously ahead on pack. They've got 3K pack clear. It's hard to read that, but if green get another base, they are stuffed. Oh, there we go. There's a green on the outside of the blue door getting tagged out. I think it was Taipan anyway, who's already got it. Annie on green. 2-shot denied there by Pug Salad. That 1,000-point bonus there is 800 points. 300 points. Now, Lunar Lads are behind the Vikings.
Because like the other thing here is that even though Taipan has that blue base, by hanging around that blue base, he's keeping a couple of blue players there and not on the back of his own base.
And he's also drawing their like slowing down their points.
Yep.
You know, if those two players, we'll say there's two players in blue, are just tagging the one green player. If Taipan's going 50-50, winning half of the things, then that was real unlucky. That would have been a
Yep.
clutch base there. I think Lilbo was the one diving in there. If they'd got that tag on there. Oh, and the thing is that from here, if you're on green, you want red to get your base because
Yes.
then it stops the Vikings from getting that. If Annie picks up this green now, Lunar Lads need to go.
Yep.
Like Dorky's
Dor-
on, Dorky's
Dorky
on
shots
green.
into green. Okay, green team
Yep,
dump to
done.
blue right
Go.
now.
Yeah, like that base is gone for the rest of the game. Just
Yep.
all five of you go over to blue. As they do, Taipan on the door, Lilbo getting a tag out, double. Base is empty on the blue thing. There we go. We got a green on the inside there. Base. Oh, base. Lilbo. We're getting one shot denied there by Karen. Oh, that's unfortunate.
He had to give it a go though. It was a bit of a gentle
Oh,
glory call. He had to go.
that was it. That was exactly it. That was the make or break. That was the moment that we were waiting for.
Um,
Hobart Vikings will take out the win. What, 2,300 points clear?
yep.
Base down 43k over Lunar Lads 41k with 6 bases, and Carp Cup Revolution in third 32k 7 bases.
Yeah.
Volley
And
asking closest anyone's been to beating Vikings so far. It's the closest
closest
I've
I've seen.
seen.
Yep.
Um, and yeah, like literally, if Lilbo hadn't managed to get that base there, that was a win.
Yep.
Um, but GG, well played to everyone in that game. That was fantastic to watch. And Lunar Lads coming in 6th place, coming into Cascade 2 as well, to nearly beat the currently undefeated home team as well, coming that close.
All right, Drake, I'll be back in just a sec.
Yeah. Yeah, so throwing it out over to the chat again, how are you guys doing? Uh, if there's anyone who is currently on site as well, who wants to jump in and commentate as well, we have a microphone available for people who are on site. I'd love if people were able to come on, even if it's for one game. Like, I want to hear from people at site how things are going. We can, give you an interview for one game, and then you can get back to your team chat or whatever it is you need to do. Tricky is on a site. Yes, Tricky, if you're on a site and you can get to the microphone that is in Hobart, that'd be great. I don't think that's gonna work, but give it a shot. You can do a big lunge, easy. Um, and I'm still chasing results from a little earlier in the day. Isotopes can't phase on a Lunar Lads game, and the Lunar Lads, Canberra Cross Dragons, and Hobart Hellspawn game as well from earlier in the day. If anyone can get me the results from them, that would be fantastic. But yeah, we are getting mighty close to the end of the day, or sorry, the end of the round here. So going in is game 19. We've got 26 games total in Cascade 2. And then we are on to finals, which, what's the final system that we're playing? 3? Format D? 2-track. We got some 2-track finals happening where everyone gets 2 chances, or yeah, everyone gets 2 chances at that to win. If you win, you keep playing. If you don't win more than 2 games, you are eliminated in there. And then we will get to 3 teams left in the competition at around about 9 p.m. local time. So our golden game's starting at about 7:30 p.m., 7:50 or 7:45 according to the schedule. Which are gold, silver, and bronze medal games, or called games. They don't get medals for them. They just get a chance to get a trophy for them. Or I think medals, whatever. It's confusing. The current time is about 10 to 3 local time in Hobart in Tasmania, Australia. So you can do the maths for your own time zone and figure out when it is. But finals will be kicking, or golden games will be kicking off in about 3 hours, 5 hours from now. And finals in about 2 hours, bit over 2 hours. All right. In this game, average Nexus players on red, the Hobart Archangels on blue, and Naked Burrito playing their first game of the day in on green.
Oh,
Um,
g'day, Drake. Sorry, I'm back.
So Naked Burrito in their first game of the day, having a bit of a sleep in. They got a first, second, and a third last night in their games. Average Nexus players so far have got 4 seconds, and the Hobart Archangels have got uh, first, second, and 2/3 from their 4 games as well. Currently sitting third on the ladder. So we've got third from the Hobart Archangels, average Nexus players in ninth, and Naked Burrito in 12th. Again, we want to hear who you are supporting in the chat. No prizes for tipping the winners, the winners. We want to know where your heart lies and get your flags out and wave them around. Barrack for who you want to win, even if they have no chance.
And I think I'll start the trend on this one and back the Naked Burrito.
You gotta.
L-
We gotta. I mean, we
l-
don't have to, but they're our WA team, one of our WA teams. Sorry, you go.
Oh, no, no, I wasn't really gonna add much to that except for 100%. Got to show a little bit of WA pride, and we've got AJ's mum in the chat as well, showing some love. Good morning, AJ's
Yeah.
mum. Yep, still morning.
Yep. 7 minutes. Yep. Chrissy, Burrito, WA players got this. Yeah, thanks, Chrissy. It's good to have your support.
Mm.
And Darius Trash, Burrito's got this one. Trust. Yeah, I gotta I love the team names. Like team names for these pre-nats, they're good. You know, uh, Naked Burrito, it's gotta be up there. Leaving it all bare. You know, love a good Naked
Certainly
Burrito.
best team name of
Pro.
the comp. Average next players shots into blue, getting the base. Oh,
Oh, and
Me6
me
getting a nice
six.
deny on Sure Kitty.
Nufa saying it's actually birthday suit taco. Thank. That's good.
Because I think Naked gets auto censored by the bot, so they've got to be
Ah,
creative um with what they put in the chat. So
fair
I
enough.
like birthday suit burrito. Little bit of
Birthday suit burrito.
alliteration with that one
Yeah,
too.
that's good. Um, People are saying that they get the win with a team name, but nah, can't phase her is a great for a completely non-male team.
Oh
That
yeah,
is
that one's quite good.
good. You know, a female and non-binary team like can't phase her is a fantastic team name.
And Tricky just pointing out that they've fixed the bot and can confirm after a bit of testing, you can now put naked burrito back in the chat. So
Ginger
um,
Mage, Fish Spin, close second. Fish Spin's a good one. Of course, Carp Revolution. I thought it was the other kind of revolution, as in like "Vive la Resistance" kind of revolution. Yeah, maybe it's just my LARP homeland coming out. You know, good old
I
Corona
mean,
me.
I like that too. You know, the
That's good.
the rebellion, the fish rebellion.
Yep, that's it. Isn't that Admiral Akbar? He's a fish leader of the rebellion. It's good.
Oh, I love it.
So the Akbars. It's good. So there's still only that one base. So we're coming up onto the 5 minute mark of the game. Average Nexus players and Crow have that one base so far. Shirikitty in, yeah, comfortable
Finally
take
getting that
there.
base. Yep.
Uh, had one on the lunge on it.
Yeah, yeah. I thought Axiom
What
might
is
get the
on?
base there, and
Oh, two shot
oh
denied. Oh, oh my God. So the cameras are lagging behind the scoreboard a little bit. Normally it's the other way around. This is great. I love this. So getting to see, when people are putting shots on, getting to see a denial, my eyes are going straight over that camera, and then I'm actually getting to see the denial. That's sick. This is so good. I love this. We should do this. We should do this delay intentionally now. Oh,
yeah.
it's good.
Well, it's a bit like if you're a cricket fan, watching Test cricket. Sorry if you're a tragic, but it's a bit dull and boring. So what my family normally does is you have the cricket on the TV but muted, and then you have
Mm,
the cricket on the radio while you're pottering around outside because the
yep.
radio is normally always a couple of seconds ahead. So you've got time to bang. Radio says there's a wicket. Run inside, see what's happening.
See it. Yep.
Uh,
See you
it,
on two shot tonight there. Oh, again. So
everyone diving him.
Stinky got the denial there. So Blue was shooting on the green. The green player Stinky ended up getting the denial, but there was a red also lunging from the other side there as well. Um, yeah, this is great. Like I'm actually going to almost recommend it in future. 'Cause that is one of the difficulties that we've got with doing the stream as well is we don't have instant replays. Pretty
Yes.
hard to do instant replays for this kind of thing, and there's so much great action that's happening. It's hard to pick out individual moments, and if you do a replay, then you're going to be covering up some other action because there's so much that's going on in a game of laser tag.
Well, because we don't have timeouts or breaks in play, and it's only 12 minutes of gameplay, so we don't really have time to do replays, unfortunately.
And further to that, like we were talking about at the beginning of the day, we get these games in back to back as quick as we can.
Yeah.
You know, there's barely enough time as commentators that we can even give a summary of the game and introduce the next one before it's starting. Let alone have a break ourselves.
I think the commentary shifts at least on site during the competition are normally not as long as the stints that we're pulling for the pre-nats.
Yeah, this is a 5 hour one today for us.
S-
That's
Something
good.
like that. It was 12 until like 4:45, I think.
Yeah.
It was a long shift.
But yeah,
Um,
was
but
there was
we
no one
love it,
else.
so it's all good.
Exactly. I had no other plans, so love my laser tag, which is great. Yeah, Volley saying learned there's apparently an issue with denial scoring. Sorry, before I answer that, Volley, just want to touch on Divine's point. Pack cams and replays between games. I would love that. Like, if we were
Oh,
able to get what getting two shot denied there by Shirikitty.
yep.
Solid. Um, uh, Pack cams and replays between games. Like, if we had a full time production team that was their entire job was to be getting that thing there and running these things and stuff, yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, with where we're at with this volunteer team, we've got passionate people who like doing these things that take the brunt of the work, but they're here to play laser tag. They're not here to show the laser tag. Holy dang. So Mantis and Ninja got one shot denied by Shuri, Kitty, and Stinky at the same time as Watto had a base destroyed. There were 5 separate denial things up on the screen at once.
It was all happening. It was brilliant.
That's crazy.
And I suppose just to very quickly look at the state of play, Archangel's ahead by a base on the average Nexus players, so still very much in it with 2.5 minutes left. Naked Burrito a little bit further behind with those pack points, but still within touching distance of the other two teams. Couple of quick bases go down, and it's anyone's game, which
Yeah,
is
and as you see, like,
exciting.
Axiom's on. Picking up that green. Nice one there for Axiom. That's a solid take there as well. 2 minutes left in the game there, picking up their second base of the game, which puts the average Nexus players up into first. Well, Red Devil's on.
And gets the base. Nice work.
Very good.
A little bit awkward with that defender that got shot out trying to get out of the way, but managed to finish the base. So good work.
Yeah. Yeah, and like that's one of the things that I really enjoy about our sport as well. It's hard to be out of the way at all times. Like there could have been possibly a term if people had pushed it a little bit hard there, but everyone gives everyone the benefit of the doubt. They try their best to get out of the way. The player who was shot out, tried to move out of the way, but got blocked. So they were like, "I'm just going to stand up against the back of the wall."
Yep.
Um,
I seem to remember one of the
Easy points on.
easy points.
Oh,
Red. Oh,
empty. Oh, need to go. Oh,
gets the base.
dodging a shot
Four
there on the
stabs at
second
that
one
last
there.
shot.
And the red's still active. So then getting that shot there, that's a clutch take as well there. So Archangel's now got a 1,300 point lead out over the average Nexus players there. There is still time for bases.
Yep.
You know,
So
no
Naked
matter
Burrito
where.
are
Oh,
very
easy points on.
outside chance.
Oh,
Naked
easy
Burrito dump
points.
somewhere. You're out of time.
Easy.
Dump somewhere.
Nah, easy points, getting back-to-back bases, gone, taken that one over at red, gone over and gotten the green there, has picked that up for the Archangels.
Very nice.
Oh, and here we
Because
go.
it was very close. Axiom's already got green base.
Yeah. Oh. Damn. Well done to the Archangels on that. Easy points taken the clutch. The clutch bases in that. So it's the Hobart Archers. They're like the things under aqueducts. Captain Morgan, Clutchton and Morgan. Taking the win, 32k 4 bases. Average infusion players 28k 2 bases, and Naked Burrito third 24k 2 bases.
So yeah,
GG's all around. Well done to the Archangels taking out that. That was a close game.
love me some aqueducts.
Yeah, I called them the awkward angles before. I
Yep.
didn't quite like that. It's not good, but 43 degrees was good. I think 43 degrees is a really awkward angle. Like
Or what's the opposite of an angle? Because if you've got an arch enemy, I
ooh,
actually know. Because then,
vice. Wait,
no,
hang on.
no, that doesn't make any sense. Ignore
Potato,
me.
have there been any high base games this pre-nats? Most of the games I've seen are on the lower side. So Potato, we have had 4 teams the entire competition get a 10 base game. So that and in one of those 10 base games, or when one of the teams got 10 bases, the other team got 9 bases in it. We got real close to having 2 teams in one game getting 10. But that was our highest base game at what, like 27, 26 bases?
Yeah, I don't think we've had a game get above 25 total bases. And look, I'd say we've had less than 10 which have had more than 20 bases.
Yeah, yeah, I reckon. Um, all right, so as we go into this game, we got Hobart Hellspawn on red, Not a Duck Deployment on blue, and Aftershock on green. For those joining us in the chat, uh, welcome to Hobart Pre-Nats 1, Cascade 2. We're getting up towards the pointy end of the competition. I am Drake, and joining me is Elmo.
Hello.
And yeah, so we what we are asking everyone who's joining us in the chat is we don't want to hear your tips for who you think is going to win the game. That's pretty boring. We want to know who you're supporting, who you want to win. A lot of tips there for Jesse picking up that first base of the game there to Aftershock. A lot of love for Jesse as well. Dominator picking
Mhm.
up that base there as well for the Hobart Hellspawn. Not a duck deployment and Quackening getting a lot of Dari, guys, it's Tricky's favorite team. Quack, quack, quack. Get your quack emojis out there for every duck base coming out as well. Um,
Um, so yeah,
gotta
there.
call out a gotta call out one just quickly. Doug Burbage as well in the chat. Hi Doug, great to see you supporting it. Saying the opposite of an angle is a devil. The devil.
Oh yeah, LE. I see what you
Yep,
did there, Doug.
that's good. Moro saying worst team name ever for not a duck deployment. I don't know. I wouldn't say
I love it.
Aftershock's the worst team name ever.
Um, but yeah, both Aftershock and Hellspawn with early bases. Um, to be honest, by the looks, Hellspawn's dumped straight to blue. Because again, see a lot of reds at blue and not much happening at red.
Or is it a reactionary dump to blue haven't left? Like, is it like it does look like there's three reds over at blue, 4, 5 reds at yeah, okay, fine. Yep. Red's definitely dumped to blue.
But blue looks like they've just given it up because I can see some blues at red and some blues at green, and I can't see any blues at blue. And the person in facing looks very relaxed. Um, so I think Aftershock are in for a very big game here.
Yep. Yep. I'm thinking so here. Beefy Jesse and Holmes picking up those 3 early bases there. Mikey currently 242 tag ratio, 17-4, 7 against. Already killing it.
And yeah, look, not a duck deployment, keeping up with the pack, but just no bases whatsoever at the moment. So,
Harley on. Closing out their empty blue bases now for the red team. So red's now going to go over to green,
yep.
where it is going to be a hard time.
Well, I
Blue are
think
set up on the inside of red. That's good. I think it's skull 1 on the inside of red. Are they holding red?
I hope not,
Like,
because
the,
green
that
only needs
base is...
one.
Oh, no, it's not up. Yeah, skull 1 picking that up.
Because look,
Cully, Drakes. Yeah, good.
I think what you said earlier about if if a team's
Oh,
jumped to you, you've got to try and get that other base. So when
yep,
I saw Brad at green, I thought, okay, Brad was listening at least. Um, but no, blue weren't able to get any greens before red finished them, and well, now at green, it's going to
yep.
be a bad time.
The BMW's on. 1 shot in.
Yep.
Finishing up that red. Yeah, there's been a lot of comments about, offsetting bases in this. And I think that's probably the more important offset that you really need to be doing in this kind of thing. On the dump there, you need to be not getting the empty. It's a hard thing to say. You got to fight, you got to hit the hard base.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, you're going to get sandwiched and played out. Like, it's such an unintuitive call. And even if you are the, um, like, if you're
Said
the,
Sam the man getting his green base. Sorry, VB Longneck.
very good,
But yeah, as you're saying, counterintuitive, Team
50
A's
on red.
dumps to me. I've got to attack Team C to get that base
Yep,
before they leave. Yep.
yep, for sure. Like it's such a hard play to make, and even when you're the team that's like that third team in there, when there's a dump, you know, A to B, if you're team C, you know, you got to be getting those empty bases. You got to be securing them, but you actually don't want your attackers to be doing it,
No,
right?
you send your last line out to get it first, surely.
You get your fifth person through, you get your fourth person through, you get your third person through, while your one and two attackers are farming points the entire time. And the even more tactical thing is they're not farming points off the dumped attackers. They're actually trying to shoot the defenders
Yep.
because they want the attackers to finish that base and get out of there as soon as you can. Because you still need it. You want them to be gone. You don't want them to be held up there for the whole game and feeding points to that team. You want them to come to you.
Yep.
Yeah, I love the game. Like it's so fascinating. It's so tactical. It's so good. Fugging on, picking up his base there, having to do a little bit of dancing around red to get that one there. But here we are now. All right, so we're 7 minutes in. We've got 5 minutes left. Harley one shot denied. Oh, one shot denied there at green. So Aftershock have 8 bases. Hellspawn have 7 bases. We could have two teams on 10 here. I don't think No Duck Deployment are going to get up to their 10 on this one.
No.
Um,
So they've still got two reds to get.
Grizzle's on green.
Which I was going to say would catch them up to Hellspawn, but no, they're rolling through greens
Yeah,
relatively easily.
fugging on the empty blue there now as well. But yeah, so the Reds have got two more greens to get, and it's just Jesse that needs the empty blue. Jesse's presumably going to get it unless he Lakios.
Yeah.
Um, But if Harley and Sped can manage to get in that green base and take that up there, that's going to be a solid effort there from the Hellspawn. You know, again, so we're looking at Aftershock second on the ladder, Hobart Hellspawn 10th, and Not a Duck Deployment 13th. So this is good. This is one of those big distance ones. And Harley picking up that base there.
Yep.
Man, what if Hellspawn finished 10 before Jesse does? Yeah.
Jesse spoiled
Nah,
the party.
dang.
You had one job, Jesse.
Thanks, Jesse. Akira, what's your Jesse doing? Ruin it for me. Come on, man. Kira, sort their stuff out.
But blue players in green, I think that's Disney. Um,
Yep.
yep, putting shots into green, getting
Oh,
denied by Holmes. Yeah,
yeah. It looked like Holmes had plenty of time on that one
yeah,
as well. There, Noobs is on red, picking up that red there as well. Yeah. So with both red and blue empty, and as it has been for most of the game, there, the entire game is going to be at green.
yeah.
Aftershock are going to run away with it comfortably. Sped two shot denied there by Holmes again. And again,
Um,
like Holmes just seemed to just casually walk in that door. It wasn't even a big old lunge.
Well, the question is, I'm not sure if I've seen a team crack 60K yet. So is this the game?
Oh, yeah, I reckon you're right. Like, it's 53. It's pretty good.
I mean, I
It's got to
suppose
be
the
one of the
problem is
highest.
that the
Sped
I,
two
I
shot
I I
denied
was
by
about to
Foden.
say there aren't that many people that are potentially going to put shots in it because
I
duck
want to see
deployment seem
Sped
to be
close out.
struggling to get in.
Yeah. We go to red inside green again. If that's Sped, I'm not too familiar with it. Their face. Sped keeps getting denied. Blue might take the second. Yeah. Yeah, it's
Actually, you
closed up
know
a lot.
what?
2K.
I,
If
I, w-
not, I could get a base now.
I didn't actually notice that, to be
They
honest.
gotta get a green. But or skull one on the
Or they're
inside.
even just
Here we
catching
go.
up on
Speds on. One shot denied by the
and denied
BMW.
by the blue player. Whew.
Let's go Ducks.
Come on,
Come
duck
on.
deployment.
No, sorry, not Ducks.
Yeah,
Goose. Yeah, gooses.
albatross.
Albatross. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Tags. Tags
Uh,
are in it. Come on, Ducks. This will be an upset for them. Picking
Although
up a bit
Hellspawn are pulling
on
away a
your
bit again,
squad.
although shots or almost shots in.
This is wild. This is so close. Yeah. Oh, get your quack emotes out. Quack emotes are for subscribers on the stream. I'm not going to suggest people subscribe because that would be me shelling out. But if you have them, that's the way to get them. Duck deployment, so close tags. What is it, 300?
No, it's skyrocketed now. Oh, no, back to
No, it's not.
300 odd points, 400,
Four.
3 tags. Put shots
Hellspawn
in,
in.
come
Put a shot
on.
in.
Nah.
Oh, wow. Wild. So ends up 523 point win there. The three being important because that's 9,000 extra base points.
Yep. Um, so look, I think that's less because blue were up on the pack points, although honorable mention here, VB Longneck,
Ooh,
first time at a pre-nats, hasn't been to a nats before, so he's giving pre-nats a go. Third
first
place,
sec.
12K 2 bases, so honorable mention there.
That's solid. I mean, 58, 56 tags. Like he was in the action the entire thing.
Yep.
BMW
Uh,
as well. 10K one base, 63, 53 tags. Holmes 67, 42. Some solid tags. They're uh, Holmes and the BMW being the only players with 60 plus tags in the game. VB Longneck and Noobs with 50 plus, uh, as well as Mikey. You know, crazy.
yeah, I think the big thing, well, yeah, blue doing well on the pack points, but also poor sped. Um,
Yeah,
what's the opposite of a honorable mention? I'm gonna give the gong to poor sped.
some people.
7 shots
Yeah,
into green and not finishing, and 5 shots into blue to get his base. He had a rough game, very rough game.
why can't I have two zero cars and two money? Yeah, money can be exchanged for goods and services. Yeah, Kiki Cat, congrats Aftershock. That was a solid
Yeah.
solid play there out from Aftershock as well. So this game, Sunny Coast Isotopes on red, Hobart Vikings on blue, Naked Burrito on green. Let's go Naked Burrito. I want to see the 12th place team take out first and fourth on the ladder, which,
For
you
the
know,
memes, boys and girls, please.
that's it. And Vikings and Isotopes were 1 and 2 after round robin. So Isotopes having a bit of a rough.
That
Uh,
said, Tom with sorry, Red Devil with the first base. No. Oh
what?
no, that's Karen in there. Sorry.
Karen. Oh,
Two shot.
so
Okay, so he got
no.
time denied.
No, no,
Just
no, they ping-ponged. Karen put the first
ah,
shot in,
yeah.
Runt put the second shot in, Karen put the third shot in, and then they waited.
Okay, okay. Good call. Good call.
That's what'll happen. Zeropa 5 gifters if isotopes Yahtzee. Ooh, that's a good one, Zeropa. Let's do that.
All right.
Darius Trash, burritos beat Vikings here. That would be solid. Again, everyone in the chat, we want to know who you want to win in this. Not who you think's going to win, but who you want to win. Runt,
Green. Now
getting
either
that one.
green have dumped and blue
Peregrine's
have
on.
reacted, or blue's dumped into green and green have reacted. Because that's a
I can
lot of
see
blue packs at green.
there's 4 blue packs over at green. Why? All
Have
right.
they tried to pull a base swap and play isotopes out? I mean, early play for that to happen,
Yeah, but
and I
but
don't think it'd work.
that's not the play. Like,
No.
all right. So you think about it this way. All right, CV's picking up their third green base, right?
And
Vikings have
green's not
gone over
getting
to green.
anything.
They're not the threat. So Hobart are picking up quote big ol' air quotes, uh big ol' air quotes empty green bases. Doesn't matter if there's defenders or not, they're not really going to be your threat in this. Your threat is the Sunny Coast Isotopes over at red.
Yeah.
If you're going to dump, you dump to the strong team. Simi Bear on red, getting 2-shot denied there, and Twinkles on green. Yeah, picking up that green base there as well. Mad
So,
Cans on blue.
yeah, but all the bases have gone down in quote dumped bases.
Yeah, empty. Like they haven't had to fight too hard for it. So if you wanna play a team out, right? If you're the Vikings and you want to beat the Isotopes and you dump to the Isotopes,
Yeah.
right? You go to the strong team, you smash them out, you get as many bases as you can, you let the weak team harass them, like they're gonna slow them up at your base. You've dumped. Like it doesn't matter uh like how you don't worry about defending it. You're already not worried about it. You let that third team slow them down a little bit. If you can get through the strong base before that third team get through your base, then you've got 5 up on the board and you can just go over to the easy one, walk it in the last half of the game, and then just sit there and pack for the entire game. You can sit on the strong team's attackers if they're not done and just hold them out for the entire rest of the game. You get your 10. Strong team typically will finish with 10, but you just get, if you can hold 2, 3, 4 bases down, it's just an easy win. Dimmy, 7 shots in as well there, minus 3k, 3.5 now. Dimmy rough.
She must have asked Mushu for some advice before flying over.
Probably, or Mush's, sending some messages.
He slid into the DMs and said, "Just put shots in, it'll be fine."
Yeah.
Um,
Just
so
cowboy.
yeah,
You don't need a team, just do it. Cyrax on.
yeah. So blues defending green with 3 at least.
Yep, that's the play. That's the
Okay.
play. So if you're so if blue can defend both blue and red's already done through blue. There's no point. There's no point going to blue ever again for the rest of the game. If they
Yeah.
can hold out green from the reds, that's their path to winning from here. But thing is, like, they've got to hold that out. If they'd gone over to and Simi Bear takes her first base of the game,
Y-
571 points.
Yeah, looks like she was having trouble actually getting shots into blue base. But anyway, um,
Um, Naked Burrito playing the long game. Trust Simi pops off at the end. Yeah, gotta be our big pop off. The 7 shots in to begin with is not
Mhm.
a good start to that.
Oh, so someone's already put in 11 shots into a base to get the finish. So if she wants to beat that, she needs to lose some more into red.
Yep.
Um, but okay, so blue doesn't know that Shock still needs their base, but we're just going to assume that at some point in the next 6.5 odd minutes, he'll go and get it once green's finished with the base.
Think he's on blue.
Yep. Almost
Pick
get
it up.
denied by CV, I think.
Mm. And it looks like I got me6 on the inside there, setting up for blue as well.
Yep.
The next one.
Um,
Dari's trash saying, Simi putting 7 shots in just to keep us on our toes. She gets 20k game here. So what's that? Is that a bet, Dari? You gonna gift sub if Simi doesn't get 20k? Volley, lucky to get a 5k game here. There's me6 picks that up there. I reckon if yeah, no, I'm not gonna say it. I don't need to say it.
so like you were saying with you know, blue's play here is to keep the reds out of green.
Yep.
What about red? They've also been gifted 5 effectively free bases. Do they then
Yep.
also just try to keep blue out of their own base? And
Yeah.
whoever takes best advantage of naked burrito, sorry, burrito, um, wins the game then.
Yeah. Like that's it. But like I don't get it. I don't understand why the Vikings went to their empty. Because yeah, Shuck's now picking up the blue base there. That puts him in the lead there. Like then it's just gonna come over to pack points. Like as you said, that's how this game is gonna play out. If the Vikings had have gone over to the isotopes, right, and smashed that out, then and like Vikings are obviously playing a 5 base game. They're playing a one, like they've gone over to one base and they've got it there and they're holding it off. But they need to hold this base off the greens for the entire game. Sorry, off the reds for the entire game. Like they don't have that opportunity. Watto getting one shot denied there by Runt
Hmm.
over in blue, right? But if the Vikings had have gone over to red at the start, playing the same thing here, they could have left because the isotopes can't get that. They wouldn't have had to defend that first base off the isotopes, right? Instead of playing a 5 base game, they play a 10 base game. Obviously, Runt get 2 shot denied there by Link.
Yep.
You know, like that's the challenge they're playing now. And
Oh, and Mad Can's
Red
under
have got
green.
Red have got 3 back home now, 2 on the inside. Runt, putting those 2 shots in there, they 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 know the plan. Like they're playing a 5 base game. The best way to win is 6 bases. Like
Otto finally gets his blue. Yay! So look, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on I think that the previous game against Vikings was probably the closest one we've seen, and this is another very close one. Do you reckon the early advantage for knowing the arena is finally starting to disappear as the other top end teams have learnt how to play the arena as well, and hence why we're seeing these closer games against the Vikings?
nah,
No?
like yeah, like I reckon it's the home side advantage. I feel like um it goes away pretty quickly. Like in the first day or so, people have adjusted it. More of the problem is people adjusting to playing with new teams and stuff like that. Like a maze is a maze. Like there's shots there. You just need to get your own positioning, figure it out, and you can do that in your training. Like figure that kind of thing out. There's obviously some unfamiliarity. There's some, like combined strats and stuff like that. That goes like you get that the more and more you play. When we actually get to Nats, people are training more than they actually play at Nats before the comp. As Stinky puts in that base. More and more teams are needing to go to pre-Nats 3 as a training comp more than anything. Shucks on picking up that green base now for the Isotopes. Link getting one shot tonight there was a bit rough. But I feel like it's less so that people are learning the maze against the Vikings, or as well as the Vikings, but they're getting more familiar playing with their teams. They're getting more familiar with the arena. They're making those little, cleaning up some of the mistakes that you get out of discomfort.
Yep. But
And oh,
potentially interesting thing here is green seems to be set up inside red because green needs red. So as red team, can you now push green harder because game's over. But with
yeah,
green team now effectively defending your base off the team that needs it.
yeah, yeah, absolutely can. So Vikings squeak out of that one. 48k 6 bases. Isotopes 42k 6 bases, and Naked Burrito 28k 7 bases. I thought I saw Mad Cans put a shot into green at the end of the game as
He
well.
did.
Um, so yeah, Dark Passion saying too late maybe was a good play. Yeah, fair call. It was a bit of huge brain from Isotope, sacrifice the base to green and dump to green base. Yeah, like it was a bit late for them to do it. It needed to be a reactionary call after Twinkles got that red base, which was about, the 7.5, 8 minute mark.
Yep.
And Volley, yeah, if they got the base immediately, would have been game. That's crazy. Thank you for fulfilling your bet there as well, Dari. Wait, no, who could have foreseen this? Can't believe Simi let me down like this. Simi Bear finishing the game with 34 tags, 50 against, 7 shots on red, and destroying blue clean. 1,401 points. So, what?
Look,
Like,
to maybe be fair to this team, and well, Water with exactly a base's worth of points.
yeah.
To be fair to this team, you know, they probably felt that playing standard wasn't going to get them anywhere. So they would have had to do something drastic and different. They gave it a go, and unfortunately, just didn't work against these teams.
So to another thing I just thought, I feel it's less so maze and arena advantage, but we're playing on a new system as well. This is the
Oh
first
yeah,
big comp we've had on Helios 2 as well. So the only people that are familiar with it is the Hobart Vikings or the Hobart teams.
yep.
So Sunny Coast Isotopes and in this one, and who was it? The Lunar lads in the previous game, super close against the Vikings as well. Just getting familiar with that new phaser, you know, like that's a
Well, yeah,
massive
making the
change.
change from the Helios Pro cannon down to
Mm,
the Dustbuster.
the hand cannon.
Um, yep.
Well, that is the Hobart Vikings' sixth and final game of Cascade 2.
Yeah.
Closing out all, what, 12? No, more than that. 18 games with victory, 6 with wins. So they will go into finals undefeated in first place.
Very impressive and very imposing.
Yeah, well done to the Vikings for that. It's not often that we have that happen at all. With a
Cool.
K, picking up the first base there for Cup Revolution on blue, Aftershock on green, and can't phase her back in there on red.
Um, yeah, I'm gonna root for the underdog here. I'd like to see Cup Revolution come away with an upset victory here. Unlikely, but I'd love to see it.
Yeah, so again, Aftershock second place on the ladder, can't phase her in fifth. Cup Revolution in 11th as well. Still back in Can't Phaser as I have all comp as Finn picks up that base there for Cup, but they're off to a flying start. The
Yep.
flying fish here have got that real jump on everyone there, with Raven picking up that early blue base. And so this is it. This is what I was talking. So blue's empty. Shifter's in there now
Yep.
with Raven
Yep. So two
just
of
to
your
get that.
defenders are done.
Well, no, one. Shifter. Raven's been attacked with a K, picking up that red base there. A little
Ah.
unfortunate while Shifter was away.
Yep.
Obviously disrupting the lineup a little bit as well, as Annie gets two-shot denied there by Beefy over at green. So that's smart play from Can't Phaser on that, getting Shifter that empty base there. And Reds do not need to be going over at blue. Like, I would actually expect to see some red lights coming up around that green base camera. All the blues are in there at the moment, as we see Nivier picking up that aftershock base there as well, and Arcane getting in some blues as well. Just two of them in there for as long as it is, but it's smart play as well from Can't Phaser is to send two, just in case there's one floating in and around. Getting denied on the empty base, that's the worst. That's just throwing points away.
Yep.
Or Shifter going on a big run. We get Fuggin on the in,
Again.
back there of red. Getting
Oh,
two-shot denied a front door by Chutch.
very nice
Dorky on
tonight. And
green.
Dorky.
Oh,
Oh,
Chutch
player
is
down.
on a monster. Oh, bugger.
Player down in a
In
big
green.
way. Okay, no, they're back up.
Chutch is on a monster. 27 and 10. 2 denial shots just there at the moment. Killing it.
Oh
Whereas
yeah.
you look at Whippet's on now. Ravens just one at a time taking them over through blue, while Chutch has been let loose. Arcane getting a one-shot denial there on Jesse, and Annie picking up the green base as well. So this is the smart play from Can't Phase Her that I've been suggesting before. Like, Holmes picking up that base, but Chutch is on an absolute tear. There is no need at all for Chutch to be getting bases at the moment. She is just
And Raven in
killing it
green.
on pack. Raven on green. So Raven has, instead of worrying about getting Chutch their fifth and final person through blue, gone over to join her attacking partner at green. And now if the two of them can pick up those bases, if Chutch can get this green, as soon as Chutch gets the green, it's going to go off, do a reload, cycle through the empty blue base, pick it up at any point of the game. Because you don't need to panic. You don't need to rush. But
Yep.
Chutch now has 5,700 points. She's got a quarter of her team's score.
Yep.
And
She is
everyone
in
else has
second.
bases. Everyone else has bases on her team. And she's
Yep.
leading her team. Like, it's crazy.
And I suppose the
Finn's on. One shot denied by Chutch. Like, it is just such good team play from Can't Phaser. And that's what I really expected from these guys coming to this competition as well. Like, they've all got just such fantastic teamwork. They've been playing in strong teams for such a long time. Annie, two-shot denied there by Arcane,
yep.
whose name is Annie, we often call Annie. So Annie denying Annie. Look, and Finn picking up that red base there on the rebound was a really good
Yep.
recovery there for Finn off Annie's
Oh, and
denial. And
Chutch
Chutch on
getting
green.
green. No, denied.
No, two-shot denied there by Fuggin. That was unfortunate there. Like, if Chutch had picked up that base, that was,
Huge. Yep.
that was what we were saying. Yeah, that would have been put her so far up on there and has that opportunity. We got blues on the inside of red now. And looking back at the scoreboard here, right? Church on blue now. Yep. Gone over there to get that empty because why not? You're on the reload. You got to make sure you secure it. We've got Cunt Phaser have just tipped a little bit past 30k for the game, 5 bases. Cup Revolution are 3k. They're a base down on pack with 7 bases. They've got 2 bases more and they're still 3k behind.
Yep.
But Aftershock have got to really pick it up from here. Holmes
Yep.
picking up that red. Mike, you'll get this blue now. Aftershock 20k, 4 bases. Arcane picking up her 6th denial shot of the game on Dorky there.
Well, the other, the great thing for red team is that blue only needs their base. So blue
Yep.
team is at their base for as long as they can hold them there. Um,
And that's
and
going to help against Aftershock because they've got
yeah,
Holmes is the only one with a red.
yeah,
4 more of them need it.
and
Of
they've
course.
lost a lot of points into red as well.
Yeah. Wow. This is playing out really nicely for Can't Phaser. Holmes picking up his empty green. His empty blue now.
Yep,
It's just Beefy left to go. We'll say Beefy gets that. That puts Aftershock on 27k
yep,
when Can't
6k behind.
Phaser 6k behind. And that's with an extra base as well. Like, I know a lot of it comes down to the third team here. Chutch on green
And
now. Look,
the,
green's empty. Look, green's empty. Like,
yep,
they've made the move. Aftershock have realized that they are behind.
no, they just did a hard
Oh,
push. They've still got defenders
uh,
there, so that's even
Beefy's
better.
on blue. They caught him. They caught him unaware. Beefy had gone out. He was back in their lines. Their attackers had pushed out to flood, get the points over at blue. And Chutch and Raven just took the sneaky back way through there, got Chutch in and got that green. And that is a huge base for Can't Phaser.
I think if I remember the map correctly, because of where red and green are and where the reloaders are, if the game's at red, you have to push up hard from green. And if you're on the reload, you can walk past those that are pushed up, get your reload, and just keep walking to green base.
Nivier picking up that red base there on the back of another 2-shot denial from Arcane on Annie.
Oh,
Arcane's really, really making Annie pay for taking her name.
eight
Like,
eight denials,
8 denial
Arcane's
bonuses
got.
there for Arcane. Um, and back to the question that we were saying much earlier in the stream, comparing Arcane and Raven. Like, they play such different games here. Their scores, you can't really compare them in this kind of a game. Raven spent a lot of time early in the game just making sure that her team got the bases. Whippet's now on green, picking it
Back.
up while Raven's standing on the door just protecting her teammate. Raven's not worrying about getting, you know, 300, 450 points by getting 3 tags during that, which she absolutely could. It's just better to play the team game and get her team 3k.
Mm.
You know, Whippet's going to go back home, probably sub out with Arcane. See an Arcane Raven attack maybe over to green while it's quiet. And Raven just like content, currently sitting last on the team there, but has been playing the captaining game for this entire game, which is the exact role that she needs to be doing in
Hmm.
this game. So it's really hard to compare when you've got, someone like Arcane, who is an absolutely brilliant defender there.
Oh,
Annie setting up
Annie,
2 shots
well,
denied there by
by
Chutch
Chuts
this
this time.
time. Annie 7 shots into red, having a real nasty one, unfortunately. But gotta
And is
gotta
in the
hope that they
negative.
get this. Gotta hope they pick it up there. Which, if they do, if Annie picks up this red base here, we got a minute left in the game. That'll put Cup ahead of Aftershock.
And that's a big, big
That's
upset. Yeah.
nuts. Mikey one shot denied there by Dorky
Dorky.
over at red. Spell. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Cool. Chutch. Yeah. Congratulations. 80 tags. You know,
Hey,
one of them's a team kill.
16K.
Still a
Okay,
minute.
so we need one more from your Chutch so that it's 80 legitimate tags.
You know, like that's it. 167 tag ratio. 81-49. You know, picking up a double there. That's
Yeah.
just insane. Like that's the biggest game we've had so far.
Oh yeah.
16K. Um, and that's just clinical. Now, again, I just want to Chutch 82. I just want to say like a huge congrats to the Can't Phaser team as well. You know, 5 different regions playing together for the first time. I don't think any of them have played together before, but they are playing so well as a team. Had a bit of a rough day, but that was just an absolute masterclass from these like legends of the game. Chutch, what's that? It's just 83 tags, 51 against, 152, 5 denial shots. Whippet 46-39. Arcane only getting the 1 base, but getting 8 denial bonus. Shifter killing it 46-38 from defense, and Raven just leading the team through with a massive tag ratio again, 49-42. The next best out of anyone, Holmes. Holmes with 40 and 31, 130% tag ratio, and with a K, 56-46, and Finn 55-46. You know, like Chutch just 83 tags is insane. Thank you, Divine169, for the 3 gift subs to Spherical Axiom and 32 Goblin. But yeah, so Aftershock dropping that game there, a bit unexpected. They are going to finish, that's their last Cascade game, so they're going to finish with 1 win, 4 seconds, and a third. So they're getting all average. Weeb, what could Carp have done better than this game? Do you think Drake and Elmo? Weeb, I can't believe you spelled my alias wrong, but you never used my alias, so I'm impressed you used it entirely, so that's good. What could Carp have done differently in this game? Ooh,
I
all right.
feel like they played it
Oh,
pretty
autocorrect.
well. It's just the amount of denies that they got. So
Yeah,
maybe even it's hard to tell, but maybe comms on doors, um, or even just holding that shot until you know you're clear, not panicking, because they were in the game.
yep,
Given that even Aftershock got denied a fair bit, I think just not panicking and maybe a little bit of self-belief that sure you're against 2 really good teams, but it's a 3-way game. Anything can happen.
yep. Having Gigantor sitting out this game for Carp as well, you know, with Giganator in there, would have been pretty good as well. Pretty solid attacker. But I think it was the right call in setting him. You're a dud. Love you, buddy. But yeah, Darius saying it's just a rough time for Annie. You know, hard to tell from stream. Maybe comms different, timing, new players, not uh, playing with unfamiliar players as well. Like as I said, like they're not used to this team, so there's just a little bit of awkwardness for everything. And as it was, like they're only a base out of it. I feel like they made the right play, and it's just those, you know, those 1%ers, the little details, the teamwork, the calls, you know, if one of them early on had have got 1 tag on a defender as they were coming in, that would have been a base much earlier in the game. Like some of those denials could have not, you know. But yeah, in this game, Rampage on green, Hobart Archangels on red, and Not a Duck Deployment on blue. Again, welcome to everyone in the chat. If you are new, what we are looking for, we don't really care who you think's going to win the game. We want to know who you're backing in the game. Put your tips in there, who you want to win these games.
Going for Duck Duck Goose on this one. I
Yeah,
mean,
good call.
on paper, solid third, I feel. But
Yep.
I'm looking for an upset, maybe even a second. I'll be happy with second.
4 eyes back in the refs. Quackening have my sword, Dari. Hobart Archangels third on the ladder. Rampage in 8th. Not a duck deployment in 13th. So one of these, big old spacing games. Quackening have Dari's sword, Four Eyes' axe, and Ginger Mage's bow. It's a good Lord of the Rings quack over to this one. Refs can't lose. Good call. They also can't win, Chrissy.
Although,
The bread.
hear me out here. If they just term everyone, so all teams have negative score, and they've got 0, do they win?
No. No. You got to be in it to win it. You got to spend money to make money. They can lose. You can lose money. You can get in there and lose money, but the refs don't get to make any money off this.
Yeah, fair
You know,
call.
the old adage, like,
Got to spend
doesn't
money to
matter what.
spend money.
Yeah, exactly. I've heard systems where refs lose victory points if they don't ref in systems. League systems away an incentive, but I've never had anyone gain victory points by refereeing. You can absolutely gain positions on the ladder by terming the crap out of other teams that are around you. Not that
Yep.
anyone would ever do that and be unbiased in any way whatsoever. We have the most professional referees in the, I'll say, world. Yeah, let's go.
All right. Looking at the game, probably no real surprises in the order, but Rampage keeping up with the Archangels on the pack points. Duck deployment falling behind just a touch. Nothing really too obvious on our cameras yet, but there appear to be like 4 green defenders in green base.
It's been a big old pack point game. Like after the last, actually like 5 or 6. Oops,
We've had a
sorry,
lot
excuse me.
of
That's a
high base
lot of
games
dumps.
recently. Yeah.
Tricky. The map is on the last tab of the Hobart's Prenats 1 draw that has been posted into the ZLTAC group as well. So if you have a look at there, the maze map is at the very end of that, as well as the rest of the draw as well.
We have Spiders made his way into blue base. So we've got a green in blue. Okay, gets shot out. Neck and neck in the pack points between Rampage and Archangels.
So this is the Archangel's last game. Last game here. They're currently sitting on, by my count, 62. Oh, no, I've messed up. Yeah, that's cool.
Well,
Archangel's got to get this so they don't drop below Isotopes. Or possibly even Can't
actually,
Phaser. After that big win there from Can't Phaser.
and I think we've only got 3 more games after this, don't we?
Yeah. This is the 4th last game of the day. Hobart Archangel's final game. Rampage have another one after this, as do Not a Duck Deployment.
Yep.
But the rest, Can't Phaser have 2, but everyone else kind of has 1 game left. Vikings, Aftershock, and Lunar Lads are done, and Hobart Hellspawn are done. So you have to come back for finals in about an hour's time. Sega picking up the first base of the game. Sega has been killing it. I'm unfamiliar with them, but they have been getting so many early bases and so many of them so good. It's just
Yeah,
great
I
to see.
think he was I think he was lead attack when or on the lead attack anyway
Bendigo.
with Bendigo. Yep.
It's just great to see.
Hmm.
Like it's great to see the Hobart scene has really really improved. And always you always expect to see a lot more players for a home Nats, just 'cause it's easy to get to. You
Oh
always
yeah.
get a wave. You get a wave of teams that are coming in from a home Nats, just 'cause it's easy to go to the BMW,
Shots
picking up his
in. Nice
base,
work, Brad.
picking
And I
up
suppose,
first base.
oh, and easy points, getting a return base on blue. Nice. But I think it's also a lot easier to get local players for your
Yep,
home Nats to kind of entice them into the scene of, look, you don't have to travel anywhere, you don't have to worry about a com or any of that. It's an arena, just come down and play.
yep,
It's one less thing that might scare people away.
yep. The year before we went to Brisbane, kept hearing about a bunch of, there was a league team that's been playing together for a while, but they weren't able to make it down for that previous year, I think Bendigo. But when we went to Brisbane 2016, they were getting to play at home. It was really nice to meet this new young team of kids called the Wolf Pack.
Yep.
Um, and, lo and behold, they've made finals every year since, basically. If not won, then got trophies.
Yeah.
Um, and that's the kind of thing that it just lowers the barrier to entry just by being at home just a little bit. As Disney picks up that base there as well.
And puts them into first. Well, juggling with
Yeah,
first anyway. Base is up,
Spider's
to
on
be
blue.
sure,
Yeah, Spider
but
picking that up there, tucking down, hiding in the blue base corner there. Wow, look at this. 18-2, 18-2, Rampage
17-6.
17-6,
Yep.
17-8. Like, there's 400 points between first and third now.
Yep.
This is insane.
There's a couple of tags. It's brilliant.
I love it. I love it when you see like these teams swapping around. You get all three teams that are, tags apart. You're seeing third jump to first with tags. Jellyhawk going 12-0. Damn. Thanks for pointing that out, shooting.
He must be doing the good work in that red base there as the last line.
Yeah.
Someone's got to do it, and he's doing it
Princess.
well.
Zam's on. Yeah, Zam's on in the empty blue, picking that one up there. Unfortunately, putting a little bit of spiders on. Oh, solid one there from Spider. Putting the first shot in there to lure the defender who was spawning at the door. Waiting for that, popping the shot. They didn't quite get into position. Spider put the second one in just to reset the base and keep it going, and then got the tag on the defender before finishing off the base. Very solid work there from Spider. Another solid player, veteran of the game. Sega picking that up there, just calmly taking that base there. Spider currently 41-29 in this game, having a monster one.
So the interesting thing here is that there actually isn't time for all the people that need blue to get the dumped blue.
Yep, yep. Mantis, Villain, Jellyhawk, Princess, and Wildcard. Some of them have left it too long.
Yep.
All right, here we go. We got a
And
blue one. Princess on now.
yeah, so and unless red can crack into green somehow, which doesn't look likely, yeah, first is out of reach now. And duck deployment. Oh,
Skull one there denied by Sega over at
yep.
red. Mantis, Villain, and Jellyhawk. Like, they got to get over there. There's time for two. If they've been over at blue now, yeah, there's time
Someone
for
needs to be
two.
putting shots in now if they want to
Yep.
get two.
There is a red over at blue. But yeah, if they oh you gotta be
Jelly
faster than
Hawk
that, Jelly. Oh,
got it though.
there
Somehow
might be
got the
time. There might be time. It's not going to be enough. Like that's going to put them up to 31K. Oh, but if they got those extra points there, if they'd gone over there earlier, they would have had that. So a
which base
little
did duck
unlucky on
deployment.
Archangels.
Oh, that would have had to have been green. Nah,
Mm,
they've locked everyone out because there's no
yeah.
time for red or blue to get red or blue, which are the two bases that they need.
Well, GG there. So Rampage picking up a big win there.
Yep,
8th place on the ladder, defeating 3rd place on the ladder.
that's a good
And
win for
not a
them.
duck deployment, 13th, picking up those. Yeah, well done to Rampage on that one. So Spider 45 and 31, Zam 50 tags, 43 against. Sad Lamp 49-4 with 2 team kills. Princess of Wildcard also on the team. Um, Not so good tag ratio, 75 and 41. But over the rest of the things, Mantis again,
Yep,
another
50 and
50
42.
tag game. Solid. Jellyhawk ending with 18 and 6. It's just solid work from these guys all around. GG. All right. I'll be back in a sec. I'm going to need to have a little drink. Please, in the chat, if you got any questions for us, please throw them in there as well. Thank you.
Oh, so third last game of Cascades 2. Naked Breeder, not it. Yep, cool. So red, we have can't phase her. Yes, Queenie, at the moment I am on a team. You'll see 5/6 of the Quackening come back again this year. We're just going to be missing squids this year. We should have a sixth. We're just waiting for them to confirm. But yes, at some point, if you're in Hobart, I should see you in Hobart. All right, so this game, red, we've got Can't Phase Her. Blue, we've got Naked Burrito. And green, we've got Canberra Crostagons. I'd like to see Burrito get the win in this one, but unlikely to happen. Can't Phase Her and Canberra Crostagons should be an interesting stoush between these two. And you never know. Naked Burrito could take advantage of some weirdness happening. So let's see what happens. Um, and yes, Rip Squids. What an absolute lad. Always good fun to play with Squids. Chutch in green gets the first base of the game. Nice work, Chutch. Nice quick base. Yeah. I can never tell if it's a good idea to get the Canberra Crustagons base early, because I don't know, they seem prone to the dump. Um, Gustus in blue, putting shots into blue, getting his blue base, very nice. Um, we've got red and blue attackers at green, but Raven getting a nice base there. Red Devil just not quite able to get the lunch. But two very quick bases for Can't Face Her on the Crustagons. Oh no, this one does have the C in there, so it is Crustaceagons. Whatever, Canva A. So two quick bases on from red onto green. Green still got defenders there, so I think that's good. Can't phase her. Blue. Is that my internet dying, or is that the stream's internet dying? Nope, cameras are back. All right, cameras all good. Whippet getting their green. So that's good. 3 greens very early for can't phase her. So yeah, they're up on bases and on pack points on Canva. Naked Burrito stalled a bit at the moment. Um, I think they need some chipotle sauce on that burrito to spice things up and get things going. Um, let's see, their defense seems to be going all right, but yeah, not much happening in attack. Although Red Devil seems to be throwing himself at that green base. Now we've got, I want to say that's Arcane setting up in
Yep,
green base. Yep, nice. Welcome back. Arcane putting shots in now and completes that base. Very nice work, Arcane. So
very good.
that's four of the Canva base. Um, oh, yeah, if you're not adding chipotle sauce and jalapenos, Queenie, is it really a burrito?
That's it.
Um, but all right, cool. Drake, I might tag team with you and
Yep,
just step out myself for a second. I'll be back.
yeah, for sure. Tomo's in on blue. Picking that one up there as well. Solid, solid base. The shifter picks up the green as well, closing out the green bases. Can't phaser on this real early in the game, 4 minutes in. And other than those two base, that's a silly point. I was going to say, other than those two bases going down, then can't phase where to have a Yahtzee. But having the only 5 people with bases kind of should give you a Yahtzee. But you know, not a important point. As Dragon is on blue, picking this up as well. I think I think this is the second game of the competition where there are fewer males playing in the team's comp than or the team's game than other genders as well. As Simi's on picking up that base there as well. Like it is really great to see the diversity that we have amongst our players here as Ravens on blue, picking that one up comfortably and quietly by herself inside that there as well. And this is like I've said it a bunch, but that's just one of the other things that I really love about laser tag as a sport is it is so diverse in our player base. Me6 two-shot denied there by Raven coming in on green. Um, is that like we have such like the players that we have such massive different body shapes, sizes, speeds, abilities, tactics. A lot of it's in your brain as well. We've got huge diversity through our entire player base, and it's like different, huge amounts of different athletic ability as well. Stinky on green, picking that one up there, doing a bit of a crouch lean there. Um, but just seeing the diversity that we have amongst our player base is just really heartwarming to me as well. And it just like we have such a warmth from the community as well. Everyone's so, you know, loving and trustworthy and understands each other as well. Like we're all playing this game. It's real intense. But at the end of the day, we can all shake hands. We can go, we've got our social week drinks. As Watto on the empty green. Oh, could have got tagged on the back there, but just player got that. VG Master gets a one-shot denial there on Arcane and then goes in to pick up the rebound. Getting one-shot denied there by Raven. Raven picking that one back up off their teammates denial there. So good support there from Raven on Arcane over at blue. It's Dragons on red. Picking that one up there as well for her. So GG there. Queenie is asking if I'll ever return. Yes, I have committed to a team for Hobart Nats. So I am intending on coming back for it. I'm hoping to get over pre-nats 2, but I'll almost definitely be there for pre-nats 3 if I can get my leave approved. And likewise for nats, even though I've already bought my flight home. I haven't bought my flight there yet. I don't know when I need to go there, but yeah, I'll be there at nats for sure.
Just work remotely. Take your laptop with you.
I'm not allowed. I am actively not allowed. Our work has been real bad about that. Um, working from home, like 98% of my job I can do from a computer. I'm a control systems engineer. I build robots as my day job, but it's a lot of it's programming. But it's unfair to the people that can work remotely, that not everyone can work remotely, so we're not allowed to, as opposed to, you know, the direction that everyone gives. That Red Devil picking that one up there.
Nice
Um,
base.
that's like, oh, anyone who can should, as opposed to not everyone can, no one can, which seems to be the direction my company went all through the thing.
Yeah.
So I have done about 3 weeks of work from home since forever, I guess. Bit annoying. And I'd get so much more. I do get so much more done when I'm at home. It's crazy. Anyway, that's enough salt from me. Um, this game, like, Cunt Phaser have taken out the early thing there. Watto on red.
Ooh.
Two-shot denied there by Tomo. That was a big denial there. If Naked Burrito had got that base there, they would have been up in Asgarn. Two-shot denied there by Arcane, who's still over there trying to get that blue base as well. And Shifter, I think, had some great movement holding that red D for a while. Yeah, it's
Or 22 and 12.
Shifter has been killing it. Meeseeks picking up that green base there for Naked Burritos as well. So Naked Burritos are a base behind the Crustagons. If they can pick up that, or they need to get a red off it, but
Yeah.
it would actually really help Can't Phaser to let blue get the red base. That'd lock out their main threat in the game, the Crustagons. They're not really worried about ladder position to the Naked Burritos. They need to get the win here to get as many victory points as they can to make up for that drop a little earlier. But if Garn's on,
Yep. Gets
two-shot
denied.
denied by Meeseeks. So that's just going to help the Naked Burritos even more with Whippet and Shifter on the inside there. That was a great look away tag there from Whippet. Watching one door, hearing them come from the other door, just passing out over there, snapping a shot out and taking it. That's just solid play.
Yep.
And again, it's teamwork, it's trust. It's just great. Or Whippet's down. Shifter's still on the inside there, covering that door
And
there,
gets the
covering both
base.
doors. Wow. Gus's is on
Um.
blue?
Oh,
Oh, red, sorry.
because this all, yeah.
That's
Wow.
big.
Okay.
That double base there for the Crossguns. That's huge. Now, Can't Phaser gotta go.
And time for 2 more bases too. Time for both of those bases to come back up.
Yep, easy. There's
Uh,
0 people on screen. Like,
although, God, ooh, okay.
shift back
Reds
in.
still need blue.
Yep. We've got some blue defenders in there, which is surprising.
And I suppose the other thing working
Down to
in
tags as
Ca-
well.
the other thing in Canva's favor is that VG Master needs both, so he's got options.
Crustagons.
Tomo shots in red, gets
Two-shot
denied.
denied by Raven.
Oh,
That could
buzzer
be the
beater.
game.
Think that's the game. Ooh.
Raven saving it. That denial there, that two-shot denial by Raven. Raven with five denial shots there, 49 and 39. Like, just an absolute monster in this arena. like in any arena. Sorry, Raven just killing it, playing such a great game, leading from the front. Gus 55-54 as well. VG Master 68 tags for 50 against 7,700 points with
No
0 misses.
bases.
That's nuts. It's just so good.
Everyone else in the game had a base except for him, and he was
Yeah.
7th.
So again, if there's anyone on site that's able to give us a final result from that as well, but provisionally we've got Cunt Phaser 42k 6 bases, the Crustagon 41k 6 bases. What, 600 points, 700 points behind?
Yeah, 720.
720.
Yep.
And Naked Burrito 33k with 5 bases. And again, like at that minute and a half to go mark, if Naked Burrito had picked up a base there, if it wasn't for that double
Yep.
base there for the Crustacons with a minute left, Naked Burrito had second.
Yeah.
And like theoretically, because Crustacons, if they'd got like if Naked Burrito had got that base, they could have threatened for first if the Crustacons were able to do it. And I'm saying they would have beaten them. Just some like I just love this. Like the laser tag is just so close all day. Cascades are just fantastic. They're having such a like having people playing people around the same ladder or level on the ladder. It's just so good. All right, so next game we've got the Sunny Coast Isotopes on green, Not a Duck Deployment on red, and the Average Nexus players on blue. So this game we have got the currently fourth ranked Sunshine Coast Isotopes. We've got the 9th placed Average Nexus players and the 13th and final placed Not a Duck deployment in this. So again, we're not really wanting to know who you think is going to win. We want to know who you're backing. I want to see Not a Duck deployment pick up some points in this.
Yeah, that's
Let's
who
go.
I want to see get this one.
Yep. I reckon the Isotopes are going to get it. Like it's going to be a tough game actually between Isotopes and the Average Nexus players, but Not a Duck deployment. Really, I want to see him get a second at least out of this. Currently out to a pretty solid lead as well. Just all unpack. Getting the tags up. Disney 6 and 3, BMW 5 and 0. A great start from the BMW. Madcan's off to a bit of a rough one. 4-4-8 against. And Crow 4 and 11. Dari's asking where is Can't Phase her place. They were 5th going into the round. They have got one more game left of the thing, but I will suspect that they will go up. I'm still missing a couple of games from the Cascade 2 results, so I can't actually really give a good indication as to where people are. And unfortunately, the games I'm missing are the ones that are important for those rankings. As Link picks up the first base of the game on that. The Wanger, the Google Sheet is in the Zone Laser Tag Australasian Championships Facebook group, has been linked there. I think I can link it myself, actually.
I was about to see if Twitch would let me copy in a link to a Google Sheet, so let's find out.
I know that I can because I'm a mod. So there's the link to the schedule. It doesn't have the ladder in it. I've got a sheet that I'm working off that has some unofficial results that I don't want to post publicly yet because again, there's some stuff in there that's wrong. And it's just so we can kind of track as Disney picks up a good base there for the ducks. The not
Yep,
ducks, the
very
quacks.
nice.
The geese. Albatross?
Yeah, the NDDs. But yeah, I think geese is a good way to go.
I reckon we should just call them the Drakes. That's a good name.
No bias whatsoever here.
None at all.
Uh,
Unrelated to this, my name is Drake, and joining me is Elmo. We are here for the last couple of games of Cascade 2 at Hobart Pre-Nats 1 of the Zone ZLTAC Australasian Championships. Pre-Nats, not the actual championships. That's coming up later.
um, but yeah, I suppose interesting development here. You know, four minutes in, and not a duck deployment currently with a very slim lead over the isotopes, base apiece, and parity pack points. And Nexus players a touch behind the pack points, um, and still yet to get a base. Um, though that said, Crow now coming in to pick up his green. Very nice. Um, yeah, I suppose the team that came into Cascades 2 in 13th position, you know, keeping pace with these other two teams early on, so that's good.
With the team that was second after round robin.
Yeah.
Literally, not a duck deployment have been in last the entire comp so far, and they are taking it or ahead of the team that was in second at round robins. It's crazy.
Mm,
Akira
uh,
up amp, quack greater than all. There's a lot of love for these guys in the chat. And again, we want to see it. Get your emotes out, get your support out, wave your flags proud, back the teams that you want to back. I don't care if you get every result predicted perfectly. I mean, throw in the predictions because that's sick when someone, calls a long shot from miles away and it pays off. As we've got Isotopes 1009, Not a Dark 1004, Average Nexus 1004. Holy dang,
yeah, it's tightened
that's
up.
10 points?
Yep.
Wow.
600 points
Holy
between first and third.
300?
Yeah.
150?
Sweet nothing. Couple of
40?
tags.
That's wild. That's wild. I wouldn't like if you'd told me at the end of round robin that the closest game we'd have halfway through the thing is not a duck deployment, the Sunny Coast Isotopes, and the average Nexus players. Again,
Yeah, I
fourth,
wouldn't have
ninth,
believed you.
and last. That's the exact kind of long long bomb shot that I love to see called out in the chat. Um, or Sunny Coast Isotopes are on, Cyrex is on, and she picks up that blue base there. That'll give him a good lead there. Darius Trash has the long call. Maybe Simi will get 20k this game. I don't think she needs it, nor is Simi playing this game. So I don't think it's likely going to happen given that Simi's not a duck deployment. She's on Naked Burritos.
Hey guys, how we going?
But hello, who's that have we got joining
This
us?
is Runt.
Runt,
Yeah,
hello. How you
everything
doing?
good, thanks. Everything's pretty much back on track now. We had a bit of a late start, but I think we're almost back on schedule. So we got like two more games and then finals. And finals, my team won't be playing for a while, so I might be hopping in and out when I get a free chance. If that's
Awesome.
yeah.
Um, just to confirm, are we going to start finals at 5 o'clock?
Yes, I believe so. Um,
Because we've got a little bit of a break, like it's a 15-minute break on the schedule between now and then, but we'll put the first game in at 5 o'clock.
yeah, it'll be 5 o'clock or after that.
Yeah, cool.
We'll want to
Great.
have a break to give the pack some juice back up.
Yep. Awesome. How are you doing? Thank you for doing everything you do for the tournament so far as well.
Oh, good. It's been good fun. I've been really enjoying it.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah. Like, as soon as the weekend actually started, like, I got all the draws and stuff out. Um, but as soon as the comp actually started, we've got like some amazing volunteers that are just running all the games for me. So I've just been chilling, and we got Mopar to do all the tech and AJ to do the torn. So I'm essentially just walking around saying, "You guys all good? Yeah, sick. I can do nothing."
Awesome. That's great.
Um,
And what about from your team and your playing side of things? First of all, congrats on going undefeated Hobart Vikings up until finals as well.
yeah, thank you. I just been told my mic isn't great, so I just wanted to get that sorted if possible.
Yeah, a little
Uh,
louder. All right, I'll let's chat about this game for a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
bit then while you can sort it out.
yeah, cool. I
The
might go find Tingles.
isotopes, the isotopes 18k, average Nexus players 16k, no deduct deployment 15.6. Like,
Yeah.
if the Ducks get a base here, they're in the lead.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, yeah, and it's again back to the low base game, which we haven't seen in a while, because
this
we've
is
had a few
great.
big games recently.
This is great. Like, this is such good laser tag. Seeing there, we've got defenders set up at all three bases as well. You know, zero per five gifters if isotopes get a third here. Yeah, I mean that's the dream, right? Oh, we got some
That
blues,
would be
in over red.
hilarious. We got greens in.
Callium Actim for the base that gets ANP the win. Wow. Look, yeah,
Uh,
literally
I
one
believe
base.
it. Yeah.
VB
Um,
long neck. That's my call. Let's go. He's currently sitting 6-2, smashing it,
okay.
covering the
I
backdoor.
reckon Phoebe Longneck for a two-shot deny, which gets them second.
Yeah, sick. That's good. I mean, if it's a two-shot deny on an isotope, that could get the win.
Man.
Like legit. A
Although,
billion gifted Vikings get a fourth here. Yeah, I don't. Thanks for the offer, but you know,
Hey guys, how does that sound?
oh, a lot better.
Okay, cool. Is that better or too loud?
Nah, but could be a little louder actually.
Okay. Can anyone on stream that's listening to it confirm it all?
Um, but yeah. So Axiom's on.
yeah, with your base
Axiom's on
to get
green.
the win. Okay.
Oh my
So
god. All right, so ANP have got that. They're now 1,000 points ahead of the isotopes.
okay,
No
so
deduct deployment
memeless
17.9.
with the base that gets ANP the win. Okay, so far memeless is our man.
Calling it over. Hold on. There's 30 seconds left in this game. AMP or 200 points, 100 points. The isotopes are powering ahead on pack, but there's a blue on the inside. Oh, a blue.
It's a blue inside blue. That's fine.
Duh. Yeah, defending it, holding it out. 300 points, 250. Not a duck deployment. I think just left it a little bit late. Oh,
Oh,
isotopes, tags in it.
tags. No, scoreboard.
Wow.
On-site scoreboard.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Run.
That's
Are you still there?
210 points. 210 points. The isotopes have that on 5x3. That's real upsetting for a lot of people in the stream, but that is so close. Please come back and confirm that. GG, everyone. That is incredible. And like, I want to say congrats to Not a Duck Deployment for absolutely taking it to these guys. Like, that was killer.
Yeah. Disney top scoring 200% tag ratio, 42 to 21.
Amazing.
So who's got their bingo out? Top score, but team comes last.
Hey
Yep,
guys.
that's it. Oh, I think that was a shark thing. I mean,
Uh,
it happens for everyone, but
I can confirm the 5x3 result is correct.
so
All right.
Isotopes taking the win. Average Nexus players just losing that one, getting second, and Not a Duck Deployment in third. So the results stand as they are, and they are the expected results, unfortunately. But that was so bloody close. Wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Oh man, what a game. That was interesting to watch from here. But
Yeah, right?
pretty much everyone in the foyer was like going nuts.
Oh, I can imagine. I can
Yeah.
imagine. All right. So last game of Cascade 2 going in here. We got Rampage on red, Can't Phase Her, the People's Champions on blue, and Carp Carp Revolution on green. We've been asking everyone watching at home or watching, putting in the chat who they want to win the games, not who they think's going to win, because, typically the people who are higher in the ladder are going to win, but we want you to get your support out for who you want to win, who your heart's got for the game.
I mean,
Who are you backing, Runt?
yeah, I'm gonna go with a common choice. I want Cunface to win. As much as I love those boys on Rampage, they're mainly here to train, whereas Cunface are here to get a good result, and I'm keen to see them pull it out.
Yeah, they've been playing so well all comp. I'm interested to hear from your perspective. We'll like about each of the three teams, but we'll start with Can't Phaser. What's it been like playing against them?
They had a really rough game against us.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, they did.
they were a bit disjointed when they played us. I think when they drop early bases, they're kind of a bit more of a defensive team often, from what I can tell. So they kind of seem to panic a little bit if you get their bases early. Um, and I think it is pretty clear that they don't really play together much. They don't have as much synergy as a lot of other teams, but obviously pack on pack, they're all amazing players. So
Yeah, well, five players from 5 different regions. I believe none of them have played together before.
yeah,
Before this as well, like not even any side comps or anything.
yeah, literally, it's insane. Like even with Shifter moving to Canberra, they still don't even have anyone in the same state. Like they picked the exact right
Oh
state to
wow!
move to
I
not
thought
train with any of their team.
I thought Shifter was from Northern Territory the entire time up
Oh yeah,
until
no,
now.
they moved
So,
recently from uni, and yeah, still weren't in a team
wow,
in a state with anyone.
that's crazy. So of course we got Raven from Queensland, Chutch from South Australia, Arcane from New Zealand, Whippet from New South Wales, and Shifter from now Canberra. As Raven picks up a 2-shot denial there on Princess over at Blue.
Man, they came in both doors at once, and Princess just tried to pray and shoot the base and got railed.
Yeah, wild. Well, all right. Well, while we're talking about them, what's your thoughts on Rampage? What's it been like playing against them, Spider and the guys? You said you love them a lot, but backing Can't
Yeah,
Phaser in this one.
Spider has been. I think he's had less of a presence in this maze than he has in previous ones. I think he's still getting used to the packs and used to the maze.
Yep, I can see that.
So it's not quite the dominating force we're kind of used to, I don't think. Not yet, at least. Like pack on pack, he'll still rail people any day of the week, but he just hasn't found like his positions where he can just sit there and just nobody can reactivate around him. So still finding that part, and his team still seem to be having some like comms issues indoors and stuff, and they're trying a bunch of really weird and wacky ways to hold bases. A lot of that time that pays off really well for them, but some of the time they just end up getting swept from a door they shouldn't be getting swept from. So yeah.
Fins on.
With a very nice blue base.
Yeah, solid.
Cleared all the defenders and then took it himself. Very nice work.
Yeah, someone was saying on stream a little earlier that in the past, often it's been like Spider and 4 people supporting, or like Spider will go out and do a one-time solo thing, and the other 4 will play as a team.
Yeah, no.
But full credit to Rampage in this. They've not been doing that, and they've been playing really, really well together. Zam especially has been absolutely killing it this comp. As we see, Polchrome
Shots on, gets
who
denied.
shot denied by Nibiru
I
on the
think
back door.
he could have just finished that base and he would have been fine.
Yep,
That
for
was
sure.
he got a right
Little
call,
panic.
and I mean, I guess if you think that they're running in the door, you kind of just need those comms. Are they sitting on the pin or are they actually running in?
That's it.
But yeah, nah. With these packs,
Oh.
especially on green, you're usually safer just finish the base.
With a K on blue.
Gets the
Yeah,
base.
nice. Looks
Nice.
relatively uncontested in there. A few defenders on the outside.
Yeah, we'll put on the back door, just cleaning up, taking that in there. We did have Raven and Chutch setting up on the inside of green just before there now as we get Polchrome back in there.
Very
Shots in.
nice.
Nice.
Yeah, learning from that previous one there, just clearing out one door, running in, covering themselves from the other door.
Yeah. So that green base, for anyone curious, if you stand like high angle on the tee, you're completely safe from both doors, even in the pins. But it's when you try to turn around, a lot of players can't turn without sticking sensors out. So that's where Paul Chrome got caught out earlier. It's just those turns that people are getting caught out on.
We see Dorky setting up on the inside there of green, a lefty. Yeah, I'm not sure if you had much chance to play up against Cup Revolution, but what about these guys out of Canberra?
Definitely a few times. Um, they're a chaotic team to verse, as expected. This game they're playing more of a defensive game, which is very interesting. I think they do especially well out of green base because a lot of the time they just put a lot of numbers on the doors, so you just don't feel comfortable shooting. And then just
Right.
Finn and with a K will just take turns soloing bases. So they usually keep a four-man defense, which just makes you terrified to shoot green base.
Yeah.
Um, but no, they're playing pretty well. They'll stand off in the open a lot. Like you'll try to panel them, and they'll just walk you off the panel, which is a pain in the ass. But it works very well for them because like they just know that if they double and they have numbers, they're set.
Yeah. Akira's asking or saying in the chat, interesting hold there in blue from Whippet. What's your take on that, Runt? Hadn't
Um,
seen anyone hold from there before.
yeah, it's you need it's good. You just need to be really solid on panels. So the main shooter spot we see everyone taking it from, you're a bit further away. You're a bit more exposed though. So that kind of pillar right door sort of hold, you can go back
Yep.
between the doors in one step,
Mm.
and you can hold both doors really bloody well if you're good at paneling, which Whippet is. So it makes sense that they're
Oh.
And
yeah.
look, just gonna cut in here. Half game and Cup Revolution have taken a lead here, 2 bases up, but
Yeah,
still,
with a K
not a
picking up that red base.
not a
And
position that I would have guessed they'd be in, to be honest.
Arcane getting 2-shot denied there over at green as well. But Arcane's back in there as well.
Yeah, that's a nice take. Just
Very good Arcane.
sliding
Solid.
right back on the wall so you can't be shot from anywhere.
Yep. Runt, another thing to say thank you for. I know it's not intentional at all, but there's a bit of a lag on the cameras in the
Yeah.
thing.
No,
This is fantastic.
George was
I
like saying,
love it.
yeah, we were like, George was like, we need to like fix it. That's like 5 seconds off, and I'm like, that's actually kind of helpful, right?
Yeah,
Like
that's great.
you see them going down, and then you can go, oh, green's going down. Oh, look what happens, and you get to see it. So yeah, I was
And
kind of liking that. I'm glad other people are too.
yeah, it's great for commentary as well. Like being able to see a like denial coming up on the scoreboard or whatever it is, and actually having time to look at the cameras.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely unintentional, but it's nice.
yeah.
Oh man.
I think I'm almost going to recommend it in future and just be like, yeah, cool. Cams are 5 seconds behind, but whatever.
Yeah,
Like it's good.
yeah, sick. We were gonna upgrade the NVR, but we'll keep it. Perfect.
I'm sure we could put some kind of delay in them on the stream or whatever it is.
Oh yeah, you could definitely do it like intentionally with like tech, but our NVR just
Yeah.
sucks, so it's 5 seconds delayed. But
Yeah.
that works nice for us.
Whippet's
Whippet
on.
shots into green.
Beautiful take.
Yeah, very nice. Well, Can't Phaser have recovered there on that. They're getting Raven, Arcane, and Whippet, like getting those 2 bases there, Arcane and Whippet, have put them back into the lead there over the last minute. 2.5 minutes left of Cascade 2.
I think we are starting to see the problem with holding blue there the way that Whippet does. I haven't had a chance to look at it much, but it does seem like she's getting a lot of doubles. And that's kind of not
Spiders
what
on
you
blue.
really want on Anchor. Because it opens
Oh,
up opportunities like that.
just got it.
Anytime people take from triangles, it's really beautiful. Like the side of the triangles, it's really beautiful to watch because you just sweep in one door and you just instantly get shots on. Ah, Church leans too far out on the right side. Unlucky.
Shifter,
Shifter
bit of an
lucky
accidental
not to
one,
get a term now, I think.
coming in fully deactivated, but making it pretty obvious that, you know, not like diving out of the base to reactivate and then coming back in there. Benefit of the doubt our referees have, and that's another thing that I really like, is that we do have a little bit of leniency for some of those things. People make mistakes, but as long as it doesn't affect the game too much.
Yeah,
But
especially at a pre-nuts too. Like we're getting like
people
full
are learning.
qualified refs in there, but you're always gonna have the pre-nut standard of be a
Church.
tiny bit
Church
nice.
one shot denied by Gigantor. But we've got a red in there. Princess is red's inside blue. Oh, moving out there.
And if he got that base, that'd put them into first,
Out of the
actually.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, it's real tight at the moment. Hey,
Wow. This is incredible.
look,
Like
oh, sorry,
the last couple
I
of
do
games.
agree with Tricky. Turn for everything. I've been telling the refs that. Yeah, just turn all our players. They need to learn good
Do it.
habits, but it is still
Sure.
a pre-nut, so refs kind of just have it built into them. Just be a bit nicer, I reckon.
Yep. For sure. Absolutely. And, you know, like we've got a bunch of first time players here as well. You'll probably be able to better give us the stats on that, but there are a lot of unfamiliar names that I'm seeing as Rampage tags swapping around with Carp Cut Revolution.
Yep. And Spider pushing green, which he still needs, so he might be on for a last minute base.
Spider's in.
He's holding and has been tagged out.
Well, we got blues in red as well.
Yeah, so look,
Tagged
it's
up by green.
yeah, so if Cart Cut Revolution get another base here, but doesn't look like they're in anywhere, that'd push them ahead. But nah, run out of time for bases. Game set. But
Wow.
very tight game.
Yeah,
And
so
Cart Cut Revolution getting the second over Rampage. Ooh.
1,000 points. Yeah, just get a confirmation on that one there, because, you know, again, that's super close. Couple of tags between them. As well. So that's a good pick up there for Carp Cup Revolution. From 11th, beating the 8th placed Rampage, and another win there for Can't Phase Her. I've missed their first game, the results of the first game of the day. I don't think it went well, but getting 3 wins out of those last 3 games was solid from them.
Rampage have had a bit of a rough cascade, haven't they? Or am I just saying they're bad games?
Yeah, they've not. So they've got 2 wins and 4 thirds.
Yeah.
Oh,
From what I've got.
oh, that's not ideal.
Yeah,
I guess
dropping a couple of points there.
I guess gonna have to do the standard spider climb.
Yep.
I'd better head off for a little bit. I was just gonna go do some results things. But I'll
Yep.
be back shortly. Alright. And
Thank
I'll
you very
leave
much.
with
Thanks
it.
for joining us, Runt.
All
Appreciate
good.
it.
Cheers, guys.
You. So yeah, I suppose we just have a brief chat while they plug the packs in for 15 minutes before finals kicks off. And who's on the schedule after us? Drake taking
I
over.
believe we've got Ibo and Abutza coming in to commentate finals for us. So that's going to be a big, like we've got some good commentators coming in.
Yep. Yep.
Um,
And, hopefully a lot of good games as well to go with it.
So I still want to see, I'm still missing results from those games earlier. The Isotopes Can't Phase Her Lunar Lads game and the Lunar Lads Crostagons and Hobart Hellspawn games. If anyone can remember those results, let me know. But it looks like the Isotopes are going to jump up to second, either second or third, and Can't Phaser will be just behind them as well. So probably into the top 4. I think the Archangel's going to drop down a little bit. I don't think the Crustagons are going to get up and above them.
Well, let's see. The only one that we're missing
Those
isotopes.
two.
Yeah, but just looking at the questionable one. So, um, Drake's actually got a fantastic little spreadsheet that has been putting together with unofficial results so far as we've been going along. And coming in, Archangels and Isotopes were tied. And then we are missing a game for the Isotopes, and they're currently tied on points. So no matter what points the Isotopes get, that'll push them above the Archangels.
Yep.
Um, can't phase her. Well, that'll also impact that result as well because they're not too far behind the Archangels either. So that one might
And
come down to average score.
the Archangels, like they're gonna drop on the ladder here by a bit, but they didn't have a bad cascade at all. You know, they
No.
got 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and 2 thirds. But when you are third on the ladder, and with how close the entire competition has been, the entire competition, like, fortunately, getting average results, getting expected results doesn't push you up. You got to be picking up those wins and picking up those victory points where you can.
Mm.
Um, even the 2 points that Can't Phaser picked up ahead of Aftershock, like those last 2 games for Can't Phaser were expected wins, and the Isotopes in that previous game, again, expected wins. Despite how close they were, you know, they're just going to hold position on that.
Yeah. So
Um,
it's good job you did as expected.
yeah, it's a little unfortunate you just don't quite get that reward, you know. But
Let's see. Were there any other big movers or shakers that you saw in that sheet? So who had a particularly good one? Average Nexus players.
6 seconds,
Yep. Um,
6 seconds. I mean, technically that's average.
yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
they're getting the expected points there. They definitely should have won some games in there that they lost, but they lost some games they should have won. Well, and picked up some points there. Especially the average Nexus players game against the Canberra Crustagons and putting Aftershock to third was a big one for them.
Yeah. Wow.
And likewise, the other one, Lunar Lads and putting the Archangels to third
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good game.
as well. So they've been playing really well in this. Last night, Carp Revolution getting a win over the average Nexus players and Hobart Hellspawn as well.
Yep.
And
Expected third, getting a win.
Hellspawn getting a win over Naked Burrito and Rampage.
Rampage to third on that one as well.
Yeah. And the Crustagons picking up a win over the Isotopes last night as well. Isotopes be a little disappointed with that one there, needing every point they can get. All right, so we're starting to get some results populated here. We got first game of finals. We're going to have Hobart Hellspawn in 11th on the ladder, Naked Burrito in 12th, and Not a Duck Deployment in 13th place of the ladder. Looks like the chat has gone very quiet, waiting for these results to come out. But now is a really good chance to now's a really good chance to get the here we go. AJ has
Yep.
posted the results. So Hobart Vikings in first, Sunny Coast Isotopes in second, Aftershock, Canberra Crustagons are tied on victory points with Can't Phaser and the Hobart Archangels, all on 66 victory points, so 4th, 5th, and 6th. The Lunar Lads in 7th, Average Nexus Players in 8th, Rampage in 9th, Cup Revolution in 10th, same victory points as Hobart Hellspawn in 11th, Naked Burrito in 12th, and Not a Duck Deployment in 13th place. Hobart Hellspawn have picked red in this first game of finals, giving Naked Burrito blue and Not a Duck Deployment green.
Okay. Because I think looking at the different. Hold on, I need to close that one. There we are. So looking at the breakdown of the bases and what they most commonly are, in terms of first place, red seam is 31 of the games that have been played on red, they've won. 17 for blue and 17 for green. And then second place, all three bases are practically the same, 22, 22, and 21. And then, as you'd expect, third place, you're least likely to get third place if you're playing on red. And then blue and green are 26 and 27 apiece. So really, once you've been, once someone's chosen red, you flip a coin or whatever you feel your team's playstyle suits, you choose blue or green. Ah,
Yeah.
there it is. It's on the bottom of the Discord.
So our big movers over Cascade 2. Hobart Vikings stay in first. Aftershock drop down one spot from second to third, but the Isotopes move up from fourth to second. And the Canberra Crustagons go from seventh to fourth. So the Crustagons have taken their average score from 31,000 points up to 34,900 points.
Yeah, in 6
Their
games.
dumping today has gotten them into fourth place because they're tied with Can't Phaser, who go from fifth to fifth, and the Archangels, who drop from third to sixth on average score. They're tied on victory points, all three of those teams. Lunar Lads drop one spot, going from sixth to seventh. Average Nexus players and Rampage swap, A and P going up one, as do Carp Revolution and Hobart swapping, with Hobart
Um,
dropping the spot, and Naked Burrito and Not a Duck Deployment staying in the same spots.
So Cup Evolution getting some more points in Cascade 2 to bring them tied on victory points with Hellspawn, but with the higher average score, bumping them up a spot.
Mm. It's crazy. It's just like crazy how close the entire time has been, except for the Hobart Vikings, who are 18 points clear. If they literally didn't play oh no, they definitely need to play. They could have got it lasts.
That they could have not played Cascade 1 at all, so 0 points,
Yeah.
and they would be tied with Isotopes, but still ahead on a
Ace
score.
Ace is asking, can't phase her. They finished up fifth. Still fifth. They are tied on victory points with the Canberra Crustagons and Hobart Archangels in the middle of that 66 victory points.
All of this is public information on the ZLTAC Facebook page, so this isn't something exclusive that we've got as commentators. But obviously, if you're on your phone or something, or just don't wanna, that's fine. Shout it out in the chat, gives us something to talk about. But yeah, if you're at home on your computer, all of this information's on the Zone Laser Tag Australasian Championships Facebook page.
Which, if you are not a member of, strong recommend to join.
Mm.
If you are interested in competitive laser tag at all as well, please, if there is anyone that's new in the chat as well who hasn't seen competitive laser tag before, let us know, because we'd love to hear from you.
So okay, what I suppose while we're waiting for Ibo and Butzer to come in and kick us off the stream, what are your thoughts for this game? I mean, finals is a totally different kettle of fish, especially in an Elim game like this. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think if it's a kettle of fish, if it's either going to be the knotted ducks because they're good at taking the fish. Could be a fish burrito.
Yeah.
But either way, we got two teams going in to fight the carp.
Yeah.
So I feel like the Hobart Hellspawn are the big fish in a small pond in this game.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to have the win. They're playing on red. Again, it's a bit of a coin flip with the bases. Red has a bit of the strong thing there. Wow, like all three bases are so close on second places. That's
Yeah.
nuts. Like you can't pick a team to come second. Like
No.
um, and I feel like Naked Burrito is going to have the edge over Not Duck. So Not Duck probably third. Chrissy is asking, it's what, nearly 5 p.m. over there? It is 4:56 p.m. First game of finals is expected to start in about 5-ish minutes or so. Ace, I will take you up on that. I will be over for dinner as well. Might be a bit of a trip, but I would love to see you. But yes, so finals will be starting in about 5 minutes or so in Hobart. And we'll have our first game of 2-track finals. Hobart Hellspawn on red, Naked Burrito on blue, Not a Duck Deployment on green. The top 2 teams in this will stay alive. This is one of 2 games in the finals tournament that has a different progression system. But other than this and the silver game, you need to come first in your game to stay or to progress through. Oh, wait.
So yeah. So you need to win to stay in top track. If you
Now this
come
is
second
yeah,
or third, you drop down to bottom.
it's 3
Uh
track. Now this is 3
oh,
track.
3-track. Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was 2. This is 3 track.
Been
Yeah,
very
I've
generous.
I've messed it up. Yeah. Yeah, so this will or these yeah, this will be the only game of the round that has a different thing there, different progression. So you must win to keep your dreams of making the grand final alive. Up until, of course, the grand final, which will be a 3-game series,
Hmm.
which seems to be decided on total score, not on victory points. All right, so here we are. We're at finals. Chat, over to you. Who do you want to win finals? Who do you want to make the grand final? Let's start with that. Pick 3 teams. Who's your dream grand final from here? 3 teams. Give us 3 teams who you want to be in the grand final. So, Volley, Isotopes, Aftershock, Vikings final. Memeless, ANP, Aftershock, CHP. Volley saying Isotopes first, Vikings second, Aftershock third. That's a big early call from Volley. Love to see it. That's great. Both Shooting TV and Dart AU go on very same theme with that. Lunar Lads, and Rampage for that. Divine, Archangel, CPH, and Vikings. Tricky, only putting in 2 teams, CPH and Vikings. Wax, Sharks up the Sharks. Let's go Sharks. Wanger, Burritos first.
It's a hell of a climb, but yeah, sure, why not?
What about you, Elmo? What do you reckon? Yep.
Yeah,
We
sure.
are just going to go to a short break for a moment there. Stay with us. Stay tuned. Figuring some stuff out.
Good.
Yep, that's
Cool.
fine. That's it. Good. Ooh. All right. Let us know when you should have a friend request thingy from the guy from Boots. Okay. Great.
All right, cool. Chat, can you hear us again?
We are back. Just sorting out some stream levelings. Again, love to hear what your predictions are. Who you want your dream finals to be. Dart, Wolfpack in first, Maroons in second, Cobras in third. My final predictions. That's a pretty old prediction there. Like you can see back through in time.
Oh, okay. So you wanted my ideal final. This one's suppose a little bit of a meme final. Aftershock, Crostagons, Can't Phaser. I reckon those three at a final would be good fun.
That'd be sick.
Yeah.
That would be sick. I'd love to see that. Yeah, I'd love to see Can't Phaser get up there. With I think, like, again, love the Hobart Vikings. I know you're probably still around, could hear me, but can you imagine if Hobart Vikings didn't make the grand final from here, having won every game for the entire comp so far? If the Vikings don't make it, that would be wild.
Yeah.
And again, like, we're just about to hand it over to the two Queensland commentators who are going to be back in the Sunny Coast Isotopes, of course. But Sunny Coast, like, Queensland win too many things. They're in the bin as well. Aftershock, Canberra, and Can't Phaser. Or if we want a Hobart team up there, if we could get the Archangels, Aftershock, Can't Phaser, Hobart Archangels. What a wild, wild finals that'd be good.
Oh yeah.
Volley, if Queensland win too many things, everyone else just needs to get better or get a new system. Wax, it's almost like you're wishing to not get third, Drake. It's just a dream. That's true. I've actually often not got third. Plenty of times. That's good. But we do have joining us from Queensland, Butzer. Welcome, Butzer.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Fantastic. How are
good.
you? Long time no talk. How have you been doing?
I have. Oh, I've got some echo. Hang on a minute. I've got to resolve something here.
You gotta mute the stream.
Aha.
The one on Twitch.
There we go. Now we're on. I'm wonderful, thanks, sir. I'm now a father, and that's been amazing.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Thank
Congrats.
you. And yeah, still running things at Laser Zone in Brizzy. That's been a real joy as well. We've done a lot of kind of changes over the last few years, and yeah, still loving playing. I'm a lifer, mate, like some of us on the stream
Yeah.
here. It's
That's
gonna
it.
be difficult to get rid of us, some of us, I think, from laser tag. And so yeah, that's me in a nutshell. How about you
Are
guys?
you
Yeah,
are you playing Hobart?
I am playing Hobart. I managed
Ooh.
to create space for this. Will probably be my last Nats for a while, just in terms of the amount of time required with a young family. But I got the
Yep.
permission to head away for this one.
One
So
last nat for the Butzer.
yeah, I'll still be involved in pre-nats, things like that, most likely, because they're a nice chunky little 3-day, chunk of time where you can still get away and compete. But
Yeah.
just getting away for 2 weeks is quite difficult. So yeah, I'll be throwing everything at this year, trying to do as best as we can.
Yeah, fantastic. Like, on behalf of everyone, you speak for everyone. It'd be great to see you for it as well.
Thank
know,
you. Thank you.
love
It'd
to
be
see
great to go there. I've been training with some of the new guys from the Lunar Lads, actually.
Ooh.
So yeah, the twins and Hasbro, so LT Noodle and Pug Salad, along with some other guys back at home that nobody's seen yet. So that's been a joy as well to watch them coming through.
Yeah, awesome. I was reminiscing a little earlier in the stream. One of the previous times you'd said, oh, watch out for a couple of these new guys coming up before the Brisbane Nationals called the Wolfpack. Sure enough, they're actually pretty good laser tag, so good call.
Yeah, that ended up pretty well. Yeah, they were like
Speaking
a.
of pretty good at laser tag, also joining us, we got our other commentators joining you for finals. We've got Ibo.
Oh, hey guys. I don't
Welcome,
know if
Ibo.
I'd go that far anymore, mate. I think it's been 6 or 7 years since I was any good at laser tag, but I appreciate the shout out.
Look, same. Yeah. But welcome for joining us. How are you doing?
Oh, I am great. Albeit a little bit rushed. Unfortunately, I forgot to account for a little thing called daylight savings.
Yeah.
I was running a bit late, and I really appreciate everyone's patience for me while I scramble desperately to get ready. But I'm here and I'm good to go. So I'm really looking forward to tonight. How's the day been? I haven't been able to catch up on any of the games today. What's been happening?
It's been wild. It has been crazy. We've had so many close games. You can probably see the results still up there from this game. Can't Phaser, 2K ahead of Cup Revolution and Rampage 1K behind that. 4K between the teams. And out of, I think, the last 5 games or so of the day, that's actually the furthest apart the teams have been.
Yeah,
Like,
there haven't
basis
been
apart.
many blowouts in the last few.
Yeah, I'm just bringing the stream up myself. So yeah, right. Tight games. Are Hobart still looking dominant?
Yeah, so Hobart Vikings have gone through the entire comp so far without dropping any games. So they're undefeated, sitting on 90 points going into finals.
Okay.
Okay. But the teams a little behind them are really well clustered. So we've got the Isotopes had a pretty good run in Cascade 2, have jumped up to second, sitting on 72 points. They're 18 points behind the Hobart Vikings. Aftershock, only 2 behind them. And then we've got a 3-way tie for 4, 5, 6 with the Canberra Crostagons, Can't Phase Her, and the Hobart Archangels.
Right. So the Isotopes must have had a good day, because last time I checked, I think after yesterday afternoon, they seemed to be struggling a little bit. Like they were maybe down a little bit lower when they're sitting in 4th or 5th or something.
Yeah, they were sitting in 4th at the beginning of Cascade 2, but their Cascade 2 results was 3 wins and 3 seconds.
Okay.
One of the seconds was against the Hobart Vikings, and that was a very close game. Like, that was down to a K or so difference.
Oh, wow.
So this is the first game of finals we've got going up there before Elmo and I make our absence. So we just introduce this. We've got the 11th place team, Hobart Hellspawn on red. 12th place, Naked Burrito have chosen blue, and the 13th place, Not a Duck Deployment are in on green. Everyone will stay in the comp for this one. There's not an elimination game, but the top 2 teams will play against Cup Revolution in the next game. What we've been asking for Butzer and Ibo and everyone in the chat, we're not really asking too much who you think is going to win this game. We want to know where your loyalty lies, who you want to win. Back your favorites in this. It doesn't really matter who, if you get the cred or whatever for picking the winner, we want to know who you want to win.
I'm getting behind Naked Burrito, purely because they have the best name of the teams that are in there. I know a couple of the guys on that team. I want to see them do well. It's always good to see Simi having a crack. But just purely on having an awesome name, I want to see the Naked Burrito get through.
Well, on that note, I'm going to go for Not a Duck Deployment because they've got the best alias on the board, which is VB Longneck. So that's where my money's going. This one.
How did I miss that? That's so good.
That's
Can
brilliant.
anyone fill me on? Are we running like a 2-track finals? Like is this like System D?
Well, it's actually System D. So they're doing a full System D. So we've got a lot of games ahead of us tonight. But these first few games are kind of like a 2-track because the full System D doesn't kick in until you
don't
kind
have
of
enough.
go up the ladder a little bit.
Okay.
So yeah, just before we kick off, Ibo, I think we should do a big shout out to Drake and Elmo for a great day at the office. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for all your commentary today. It's been a pleasure tuning in.
No worries.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I missed it, but I'm sure knowing that Drake was in there, it would have been an absolute ripper of a couple of hours. Chat, say goodbye to our good friends Drake and Elmo. Fortunately, they can't be here all day for, and you guys are just going to have to put up with dear old Butzer and Ivo for the rest of the afternoon. But hopefully, we can do those guys justice and keep you guys at least somewhat entertained.
All right. Well,
Absolutely.
good luck, fellas, and enjoy your laser tag.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Now, just bear with me, guys. I'm just getting all my stuff set up. Sorry, as I mentioned earlier, I was running a little bit late today. I didn't account for the difference in time zones. So I want to get the current teams list up. Just bear with me for a minute while I do those things. I'm sure Butzer will be more than happy to talk you through the game in play while I get that done.
Yeah, so while Ibo does that, let's have a quick shout out to the chat. Hello to everybody in the chat that has tuned in. We've got a big night ahead of us, finals day. Here we go. It's our favourite day. So far in this game, it's looks like a pretty standard what we've been seeing. If you're still listening in, Ibo, I'll give you a quick update. And to anybody who's just tuned in for the
Definitely
first
listening.
time.
I'm here.
Excellent. What we're seeing is similar meta to Darwin. Low base games, pretty tight. Around the 7 or 8 minute mark, things start to happen. This game seems to be no exception as well. And what we're seeing is the lower tier teams are also playing that meta. So at the moment we've got the Hellspawn with the 1 base, and we've got the other 2 teams on 0 bases, and the field points are they're still within reach of each other. You probably would have noticed.
Are you expecting Butz? Are you expecting that theme to run through all the way until the finals? Are we going to see some controlled games? Is someone going to do something crazy, or is it looking like it's going to be pretty slow and steady?
I'd like to say yes, but my guess is probably it's going to be pretty slow and steady for most of it. What we are seeing is there's a fairly significant field point advantage from Red, which is why they've won the most games. It's clearly the
I did
strongest
note that
base.
from the game by game. It seems to be Red's pretty consistently the strongest base, and is it Green is sort of consistently has got the most thirds?
Most thirds I don't know. It was an equal number of seconds for green and blue, so I don't know if there's a significant difference. Green has been akin to Red at Sunny Coast. So very easy to get denials in there. So if what kind of happens is people like gecko onto the panel, and as they're turning from one side to the other, people can clip shots on their phaser and their shoulders. So
Right.
we're seeing quite a few denials happening in green.
How are the phases playing out? I've heard because I understand is this running on Helios 2? Is that right?
Yeah, Helios 2, and
Yep. Have we got the barrel sensor happening? Is that making a big difference in the gameplay?
it is. Yeah, I spoke to Taipan this morning, and he's confirmed that it's pretty sensitive. So very easy to get clipped in the phaser as you hang your phaser out to tag people. So yeah, that's causing some significant adjustment. And there are a couple of players who I've seen inside the base hold the panels quite well, which we'll see later in the comp. Peregrine's one of them, and whoever's last lining for the Vikings as well. They've got a technique which I think people should have a look at, because it looks like the technique to be able to flip from facing one door to the other without exposing anything, and also putting your phaser out at different heights to kind of reduce the chance of getting tagged in the phaser. So but yeah, as we talked, mate, the Hellspawn have broken out to a three bases. So Sped's done. He'll be back home, and Rizzler's got their blue. And so far, what are we looking at in terms of denials? There's only been a couple of shots denials. So I noticed today as well, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, I've noticed that denials might have dropped a little bit today. Yesterday, we saw bucket loads of denials. It was insane. There was a game where Veg had, I think, 8 or 9 denials in one of the earliest games of the comp. Of course, the Vikings still smashed the game out. But it wasn't uncommon to see some players with 8, 9 denials next to their name, essentially. But that kind of corrected today.
BMW's putting shots into blue. And he finished. Is that BMW? Is that a picture? Is that Brad? Oh, it is Brad. Same time Rizzler's taking green. So Naked Burrito's fallen a little bit behind. They've looks like they have lost one shot in denial points, but they're just definitely not in there in the field goal game. Not a duck deployment. Field pointing extremely well. Healthborn obviously with that base advantage. Are leading, but I wonder, and I don't know these players too well, but I wonder, are Rizzler and Sped sort of the lead attackers for this Hobart team? And can we expect to see their attack slow down now that they might have? Well, as I say that, Captain Morgan starts putting shots into green, so I could be very wrong there. And yeah, we see not a duck deployment and the Hellspawn sort of exchanging bases, though not with each other, just taking one green and blue piece at the same time.
Green's still at their base because I see one inside blue, and I don't see a lot happening outside the doors.
Green are all through blue at the moment, so I
Right,
wonder
so
if not a duck deployment have made a call to go for either a very, very aggressive attack or maybe even just an outright dump.
It appears to be so, and that's hopefully what we'll see in finals. Now that you need to win to stay in the top track, especially down at this end of the ladder. You need to keep winning. You can't be getting seconds. We might see a bit of caution being thrown into the wind.
Well, that's a great point, Butts. You can probably explain this to the audience better than others. In this sort of final system, there's no more comp points up for grabs, right? The positions are set. So, what's the thought process? If you're a team coming in with color selection, is it do you chance a third going for a first, or is there value in sort of consistently sitting in second place? Can you just explain to me what the track system looks like and how coming first, second, or third affects these teams moving forward?
Yeah, so if you get a second or a third in this game, you're going to move down to the next track. If you get, I'm just looking at the grid now. Yes, so if you get third in this game, you will go to a knockout game, essentially. So you don't get the extra game that all the other teams get. If you get second in this game, you will get 3 chances all up. So,
Yeah, right. Well, I think something interesting's really happened in this game with not a duck deployment going for that sort of that dump. Although I can see they do have a green player inside defending their base at the moment, so maybe it was just like a short dump and come back. But they've really given Naked Burrito a real crack at getting second here. If the Hellspawn can't respond and get stuck with these 5 bases, Naked Burrito are going to very potentially walk a few bases, and we might see the Hellspawn drop from first to third.
Oh, we've got 2 base hits happening at the same time here. There we go. So, yeah, okay. So not a duck deployment in a pretty good spot. They've done a good job of like nullifying Red's field point advantage. Actually, Red had 1 base up and they're still in second place. So, but still anybody's game. Anything can happen from here. But I think that was a really good move from not a duck deployment to kind of dump and maybe fold back to get their base play up, because my train of thought would be, okay, Red are probably going to have a field point advantage. We're going to need to win on bases here.
Green have come back to defend because, and Red, we do see Red. We see, who was that there? Sorry, I can't see. Is that Min? I've just had like a lag spike and I can't make out the aliases. But Green have definitely come back to defend because Blue were just inside Green going for a crack, and Green got the denial. And then Red managed to break through it and have just pinched one. But it's not a dump, that's for sure. Perhaps just a timely, aggressive, mini dump and bounce back just to open the game up a bit.
Yeah, I think it was a good move. It's put them in a position to win here. They've just fallen behind by the extra base the Hellspawn just got. So let's see what Green have got. Have they got did they just get a denial? No, Mr. Meeseek's got the base. So just a bit of a pro tip, mate. The cameras are like delayed from the scoreboard slightly.
Oh, I see. Right.
So if you can see somebody starting to put shots into the base, you can look at the camera.
Green have just cracked a Red, so it's down to a field point battle. We got like 10 seconds to go. I think this could go any way.
Oh, edge of your seat stuff here.
Oh, it looks like Hobart hung on to it, but by like 180 points. Wow, that's a single tag from green onto red difference, really. really, really tight game. I like what Not a Duck Deployment tried to do in that game. Particularly, it was a very bold strategy, and it was probably a good move to make against a home team. If you let the game play out on its merit, it's likely that Hobart-based team is gonna just be 5% better on every wall, having every shot through the base. So you do need to mix things up a bit if you want to get the chance. I really like the decision that they made there. Didn't quite pay off from this time, but hopefully it does again sometime soon.
And can confirm they are the final scores. They've just been punched into the spreadsheet. So, for those of you at home, the 5x3 can sometimes miss a few hits. So we kind of, if it's that close, if it's within a tag or two, sometimes we just, wait on terms, of course, after games, but also if there's any adjustments on the actual score.
Bear with me, Benny. I'll be back in just 2 shakes. Just got to grab something.
No worries. So there we go. Well done to Hobart Hellspawn, who stay in the top track. They're going to be playing the People's Champions Cup Revolution and Naked Burrito in the next game. And everybody in the chat, tell us who you want to win this game. And I think this is going to be pretty clear. Everybody's been loving the Cup situation over the weekend. They've really surprised me how well they've played. They've got a couple of players, Finn, and with a K, which I think is Caleb from Canberra. Confirm that in the chat if that's the case. But they have been killing it. They've been getting some really nice scores, and I've been watching Finn on the camera. They can move. They've got really good movement, and they can take bases. So. Yeah, that'll be my cheeky pick for this game. I think Carp have got it. However, Hobart Hellspawn have got the red base again. Did Carp choose blue? That's interesting. So they've come in and chosen blue. Wow. Confirmed, yeah, with a K is Caleb. Thank you, North. Wow, that's an awesome way to kick off finals with a nice close game like that. So that means that I'm just checking the grid now. So Naked Burrito have come down into that game 4, and now game 2 and 3 are populated. So we're about to see Carp in blue, Hobart Hellspawn in red, and Not a Duck Deployment in green. And then after that, we move up to the Lunar Lads, Average Nexus players, and Rampage. So all those teams will get a break. So I find that really interesting that Carp chosen blue. So let's see what they roll out here, because
With
that
the
might
first
indicate.
color choice, was it?
Yeah,
Oh.
they've either got something up their sleeve or they just play really well from blue.
Yeah, but
how
many times have we learned? How many times have we learned in the past that even if you feel good on a color, sometimes you just need to take the good color away from the other teams.
Yeah. Yep.
You could feel great on blue, but if no one else does, then who cares, right?
Yeah, we were on the receiving end of that as well in 2014 when somebody gifted us the best base. They probably shouldn't have.
Yeah, for sure. Is there like a live Cascade draw, something that I can get pointed in the direction of?
Yeah, I'm going to flick it through to you on Messenger, mate.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. While we wait for the next game to go in, now that I've got everything sort of settled, what's going on, chat? Thank you so much for tuning in. Who's out there? Say good day. It's good to catch up with you all. Obviously, I don't get a chance to do that much anymore, so I love whenever I get an opportunity to jump on the screen and jump on the stream and say good day. Wish I could be there, but yeah, who's out there? Who's watching? Who are we expecting to win? What are we seeing? Hey, Queenie. What's going on, mate? How are you? Lil Terra down in Adelaide. Got Memeless, Four Eyes. What's going on, man? Everyone's tuning in, hey? I think this is going to be quite a popular little stream. How many people we got watching at the moment?
Looks like 79. That's pretty good.
Oof.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Get your popcorn out, everybody.
Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while, so it'll be a nice slow burn. Heaps of laser tag to catch up on.
Absolutely. Is there any chance of us seeing you back in the laser tag circles at any stage, Mr. Ibo?
Mate, look, I don't want to give up any secrets. I don't want to give up anything like that, but absolutely not. No, no. No,
At
I
least we
am.
can still get to enjoy you on the stream, mate. That's the main
Look,
thing.
I just, man, I love it, and I wish it was different, but I think I'm a bit older, a bit fatter, a bit more broken than I was, and it's not like I wasn't old and fat and broken when I was playing, right? But just that time commitment, you know, I'd love to catch, like, you know, I'll never say never. You might see me at something like this one day, pre-nats comp, or you know, an Australia Day long weekend comp, something like that.
There you
Northside in the
go.
chat, Ivo, play old man team pre-nats 2 with me and Payne. All right, okay, yeah, sure, sounds good. Sounds good.
Do it, mate. Do it.
No, honestly, I have way too much pride to play anymore because everyone's just so good now, and I'm not. I just I just can't look myself in the mirror after getting schooled by players that have been playing for 6 months. You know, I just can't do it.
It's pretty scary actually. The depth in the playing group at the moment is like, you know, I feel like when I look back on 20 years of laser tag, there's always been really good players, but just not as many. There's just so many good players now, and yeah, which is a credit to, you know, all the people who have put all the time into the scenes all around the place to you know, build up their local communities and everything like that.
Yep.
Let's keep it rolling. Looks like we've
Nufa's in
got
the
some
chat.
people.
Nufa's in the chat suggesting it'll be a great team for pre-nats. Drake, Payne, Ivo, and Nufa. Look, I think that would have been a great team in 2012. I don't know about 2023. Okay, so we've got some teams in the arena. Games about to kick off. Who we got?
All right, who we want to win this one, ladies and gentlemen? Who are you picking for this one, Ibo?
Mate, I'm just seeing the teams come through. I had to duck out for a second before, so I can see that we've got Carp Revolution. Okay, so Carp Revolution, well, the first seed, they selected blue against the Hellspawn and not a duck deployment. Look, I got to give this one to the Hellspawn. I think, man, either Carp Revolution are going to amaze me, or I feel like they might have made a bit of a tactical error giving a home team what is clearly the strongest base.
Yeah. Well, Carp, show us what you got. Show us, surprise us.
I mean, the start probably isn't what we would have hoped. Coming out of the gates, negative 250, while Hellspawn are up 1,300 field points. Not a duck deployment, playing out of green. So, in the last game, Hellspawn red, not a duck deployment were also in green, weren't they? So this is basically just a copy of the last game, except we've swapped out Carp Revolution, who theoretically are the top seeded team. So, wow, I mean, I suppose anything could happen in this game. But I'm back in the Hellspawn. You know, it's always hard to go against a home team in the strongest base.
I've noticed they've got very few tags at this point, Carp Revolution. They're potentially being a little bit static. They probably want to, they've got a denial though. That helps. That'll help bring their points up. Yeah, they might want to be pushing their defenders up a little bit more to get on the back of some of these teams.
So as I look into the base cameras, and I don't know this arena at all, but as I look into the base cameras, is it common for there to be no one inside of red, but for blue and green to play internal defenders, or is there something that Hobart know that the other guys don't? Oh no, looks like there is. Sorry, there is an internal red defender, so we're just hiding behind the right panel.
Yeah, I've been done by that one before, and I haven't been sure. I think they just maybe they're a bit more mobile inside these bases. Sometimes they move into a spot that you can't actually see from the camera.
And is that standard across? Is that standard across all the levels of teams in this comp, or have we seen the Vikings do something a bit different?
Can't say I've been keeping a close enough eye on their red game, to be honest. Anybody in the chat can fill us in, please do so.
Yeah. Anyone who's been watching or paying attention, please let us know. Wax says yes. Are you saying yes to the Vikings are doing something different? Is that what you mean? Okay, so Vikings are running someone under as well.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I mean, let's not forget, if the Vikings have won every single game, it's entirely possible that they have not shown all their cards, right? It is pre-natural. I'd like to think that there'd be some level of strategic depth come, Cascade 2 of Nationals. But look at this, Hellspawn have fallen right down. And what's happened, if you look at the Worm, just in the last minute, quite a lot's happened without any base takes. So it must just be through denials and field points. In the last minute, we've really seen like a tight group, or 2 minutes. It was almost tied up, and now we're seeing Not a Duck deployment sort of surge ahead. 1,500 field points clear of second place in the Hobart Hellspawn. Cart Revolution have brought themselves right back into it as well. They started with basically no field points at all, and have just gone on a real run.
It looked like they might have Reds at their base, which has helped them get their field points up, and maybe that's why Red kind of dropped back a little bit. They might have got pumped a little bit on their attack. From what I've heard, it's similar to Darwin, in that a 2-man attack gets a little bit punished. So, yeah, not sure.
Yeah.
Couldn't really tell how many players they had there, but looks like they've corrected it now. Their field points are back on, but still Not a Duck deployment, just keeping that lead.
I want to know who's under inside, or who's just been defending inside red base, because if I didn't know any better, and I see Master Mopar's on that team, I'm going to say it's him, because whoever's under that red base has been just moving around and is doing such a good job solo defending. And I'm sure as I say that, he's going to get tagged out. But yep, there we
That's
go.
hilarious.
Although he had the cover, but for a solid 2 minutes there, he was basically, I think he went 5 or 6 tags to nothing. Just moving between the panels. Really, really good job.
So that's not Master Mopar, because he's playing on the Isotopes.
So someone.
I
Okay,
don't know
Mopar's
what
a
that
test
is.
back. Well, that makes sense. Okay,
But yeah,
thank you.
test back. He's everywhere. Mopar's been everywhere this weekend.
He's so good. He fills in for other teams and helps them as well.
Good on you, Mopar.
Oh, all right. So we're sort of rounding into about the halfway point of the game. Lost me stream. I'm going to bring that back up. Hang on. There's me stream gone.
So the Hellspawn are getting their field point. They're closing the gap on Not a Duck deployment. Their Worm is on a nice angle there. That's the angle you want to see. Whatever that is, I've got to get my protractor out. I can't tell exactly how many degrees, but if I see a Worm that looks like that, I'm pretty happy with the team. Here we go. Red's got shots on. And nice. Okay, so the Hellspawn have got a base, and they're now in first place.
So if you're halfway through the game and you're Not a Duck deployment, and I'm sure they're aware that Hellspawn have just got their first base, given that it was their base that the Hellspawn got. What do you do? How much do you back your field points? Do you need to change up what you're doing now and risk falling down into the third? Like if you're captaining this team, Butts, what's your decision now?
I'm not one who likes to just sit there and not be pushing on bases consistently, even in an arena like this. So I feel like there needs to be regular, poking of holes, trying to poke holes in defenses. At this point in the game, there's no reason to get antsy. You want to make sure you maintain I'd like to see my team maintain their structure, keep the field points going. If you get another 2 or 3 minutes in and it's still looking like this, then that's when you might need to start going a little bit aggressive. But yeah, my philosophy is, have your floaters positioned in ways where you're consistently looking for holes in defenses and looking for that cheeky base.
Oh, BMW just got 2-shot denied at blue by, who was it that got that denial? I think it was Dorky. Oh, no, it wasn't Dorky. Maybe it was Annie. But that's unfortunate. That's huge. I can't believe how low scoring these games have been. Is this what it's going to be like for the rest of the night? I love this kind of laser tag, so I'm all for it. Yeah.
If only we could see what was happening outside the base areas a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's a reasonable amount of traffic coming into the bases, so teams are having a crack.
Here we go. Disney's just cracked into Hobart Hellspawn, taking a red base. them within firing distance of jumping over there. And I mean, there's still only a base and a half in this, even from first to third. So I think this last sort of 4 minutes of game is going to open up a little bit. Who's going to make the call? I don't know. Not Hobart Hellspawn, but you know, Carp Revolution. They were the top seeded team. They're going to know that they haven't got a base at the moment. So you know, my money's on them to go and do something a little bit drastic.
Yeah, we really want to see Carp do something with this. Now they've chosen blue. They chose the not statistically strongest base. You'd want to see them make a move if they haven't got a base at this point of the game.
Who's running that team? Who's going to make that call?
Well, Dorky's the captain. I'm not sure who's running inside the arena though. Who's game controlling. But Finn and with a K, they have been absolutely smashing at this comp, and he's doing quite well on field points too. So, their defenders are getting a little bit pumped. Dorky and Gigantor, not their tag ratio is a bit lower than they'd want to have it.
Oh, I wish my screen was bigger. I'm going to see if I can zoom somehow. I can't quite make out in the stream that I've got here because I'm just running off a laptop. I can't quite make out tags for and against. So just that little bit blurry, which is really frustrating me because I love a good tag ratio analysis. Nelly might be sealing the game for Hobart Hellspawn right now though, with a clean hit on blue. So Hobart have got one hit on green and one hit on blue. They've got a lot of options.
Mm-hmm.
Noobs get 2-shot denied by with a K over at red base, and with a K is going to take that red. Oh, huge turnaround there for Carp Revolution. That's like a 4K swing against not a duck deployment.
Okay, so we're starting to see some action now. Things are starting to roll. Volley's asked about his red a bit further away from the other bases. So looking at the arena map, it looks to be the case, but they have really great sight lines. And I've been told by some teams that are there that the Vikings can see you going into a base from their base, and they can move so quickly through the arena that they can get the denial on you from defense. So,
Look, I believe it. I mean, I don't know what this maze looks like, but I've been to Hobart, and you know, it's not that far from anywhere in the maze to the other side of the maze. Isn't that far? So if you get some of these athletic, fit players like Runt and CV, like CV's a large man, but that guy can move. His footwork's unreal. So that'd be a very, very scary thought. Anywhere inside the Hobart maze, you're only 4 steps away from CV. So,
Yeah, and that's true. Volley's just mentioned that because red's further away, they'll have periods of time where they can push out people onto the outside as they float a bit harder, and I think that's true as well.
Yeah, although that could end up being its Achilles heel. If you push that little bit too far and you get that sneaky mad cans type attack where they just get behind you and you're not even aware. But we're rounding into the last 30 seconds of the game. Hobart Hellspawn sitting pretty comfortably in first place. I don't see them losing this, though. Carp Revolution could pinch a second off not a duck deployment with a cheeky base hit in the last. Now it looks like all the teams have set their defenses pretty well. Oh, with a case putting shots into green. Oh, denied. Oh, that would have been huge. I think that's going to wrap up the game. Yep, all 3 teams are set up pretty. We do have red inside of blue at the moment, but that's not going to make any sort of difference. Couple of seconds to go. No one's inside green, so I don't think it's going to happen. Where are we? All right. Yeah, so Hobart Hellspawn do finish winning that game. Not a duck deployment in second. And Carp Revolution with the first color choice. Unfortunately, come in last there. What do you guys think?
Ooh, rough. Okay, Ibo, I'm going to quickly handball to you while I try and get this scoreboard in the Discord server thing happening because I'm about 5 seconds behind you, mate.
Oh, really? Right.
Yeah. I'm just gonna. You can tell I'm not much of a Discord user. Every time I open it up, it says 17 updates happening now.
Yeah, so we got Lucy in the chat. Carp taking blue was a bad choice. I mean, hindsight's definitely 2020, but there was certainly questions about that call going into the game. They obviously had something in mind. They had some idea or some plan, but unfortunately, it didn't work out. I think it was really, really probably quite high risk again, as I mentioned earlier. Taking that, giving statistically the strongest base to a home team is that's a huge risk. I might have tried to pocket that strategy until a little bit later when perhaps if there was any games that didn't have a home team in there. But yeah, not against the Hobart Hellspawn.
All right. Can you see the chat in your Discord screen, Ibo?
Not in the Discord screen. I'm bouncing between
Oh, yeah.
the actual just Twitch chat and the stream.
Sweet. Okay.
It'd be great.
Alrighty.
What I'm finding myself doing is then just watching the stream, which is obviously delayed a little bit. So I have to remind myself constantly to go back to what's live for us.
Yeah. Yeah. Alrighty. So look what we got here. We've got our first Queensland team, the Lunar Lads, in red, average Nexus players, which is Ninja's return team. Ibo's come back to play. And
I knew
Rampage.
he wouldn't stay away. I knew he wouldn't stay away.
Yeah, he
He
couldn't.
loves it
And
way too much.
I'm pretty sure Exile plays for that team too. So Exile's come back for a return, which is awesome to see.
Right on. Okay.
So who we backing for this one, chat? Let's
Mate, I think it's pretty hard to go past the Lunar Lads. I don't know how many teams are in this comp. Is it surprising that they're this far down? Is that a safe thing to say, or?
Yeah, it is, because they were predicted at 4th in the prediction panel, but which was probably a bit optimistic given they've got 3 players that have never competed at this level before. But they'd probably want to be a little bit higher than where they're at. So they've got themselves a red selection. Let's see what they can do with it. Rampage is the Code Red guys, Spiders team.
Mm-hmm.
They
That
have
team looks
been,
pretty strong. I mean, that team's most of that team wasn't that the team in Darwin that climbed into like 6th or something. Most of this team here.
yeah, yep. So they've struggled a little bit. They the pattern I've seen with them is that they do very well on field points, but they just don't hit the go button on the bases early enough. They get themselves into positions where they're either equal or behind on bases, and then if anything happens at the end of the game where they need to catch up, they just leave their run too late. So yeah, let's see if they've corrected that in the break. They'll need to address that if they want to climb.
Okay, so are all of these teams complete teams in that they've not brought ring-ins from other states? So that Lunar Lads are all Queensland players, Rampage are all Sydney players, and Average Nexus players, are they all local Adelaide players?
I believe so, but I'll need confirmation from the chat around average Nexus players if they've got any ring-ins, but I'm pretty sure they're all Adelaide players.
Yeah, right. Well, that's it. I mean, it's interesting too, because we're going to have three teams that maybe are actually fairly similar level. So we've got some Helios babies, we've got some Nexus babies, or at least people who are some players who have been playing Nexus at their home site for the last couple of years. And then what's Code Red? Is Code Red running Helios at the moment?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And then that's another question I had, and maybe people in the chat can help me out with that. Is with this move to Helios 2, would you rather come from Helios 1 or from Nexus? Because I've heard the timing's much more Nexus-like. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I had a Nexus. Yeah, so I've had a chat to a couple of guys this morning, and it's closer to Nexus. So there's slightly less doubles than we get on Helios.
Ooh.
Yeah. So, but there's the gap is still longer than Nexus between the end of the reactivation sound and when you can tag the player, but it's not Helios.
I wonder if that's just the change that we need to see this wave of Queensland domination. like dip off. This Hobart team's not going to be. They're not going to be weak. They're going to be very good. They're going to be
Yeah.
very drilled.
Yeah.
I know I'm thinking way ahead right now, and we should probably just talk about the game, but that gets me quite excited for what's going to happen. And a new system. Every time we see a new system, right, we see new teams just come through out of nowhere and start to perform really well, start to win, start to final when they weren't finaling before. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, the Hobart guys have only had the system since December, I think. So yeah, they're still learning it as well. So come, Nats time, they're going to have another 6 months up their sleeve on it. They're going to be dominant on the packs. And already, I mean, Runt is getting close to 80 tags almost every game.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
That's
it's
unreal.
ridiculous.
I saw him on the solo ladder. He's like averaging like 14 or something, like 13 and a half or something.
Yeah, it's mental.
80 tags.
Yeah. So, and then of course they've got CV, and Twinkles has taken a jump up as well. So, yeah, he's really taken a lunge to the next level. So they've got 3 really strong pack players on their team.
Looking back into this game, we haven't seen a base drop yet. Probably not that surprising when you look at the teams that are in here. Teams that tend to like a nice controlled game, like you mentioned before. Rampage really good at accumulating field points, but don't know when to pull the trigger and make things happen. And any of those like that. What is it? The Lunar Lads. All those Brisbane teams come from that. That era of nice, slow, controlled game. And I suppose the average Nexus players are just following along for the lead. So how do you see this game panning out, Butts?
Yeah, I'd say Taipan would be super comfortable right now, knowing him and playing with him a lot. He would know he's got the red, he's got the field point advantage, and he'd be in those field points, so he'd be getting a good measure of it with whoever else is up there with him, and he would be just happy with the proceedings right now. Rampage, they should know that they don't have the base where they're going to get the most field points, and they should have something up their sleeve for pushing at some stage. So I hope to see that from them. It's now what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, nearly 6 minutes. We're at the halfway point. So this is the point where they want to start. Here you can actually see them getting into blue too. Here they go. They've got shots on. Right.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Who's
so they
that
are
in?
making a move. So good on Rampage.
Yeah. And is this? I mean, are the Nats teams sort of started to become announced, or are we still way too early for that?
Which state are we talking, mate?
Oh, I mean, I'm just speaking generally. So I wonder, what does Spider's team look like this year? I'm looking at Spider, and I'm thinking like outstanding player. Within the team game though, like he's scary. He's dominant in the side events. I know that he performed really well in the side events, and this last Nat's just gone. But I know in the team game, I've just seen that little bit of passiveness from him, and I wonder if this is the year where he decides, no, I'm the best player in the maze. It's time to go out and just show people that I am, and I'm going to start pushing people through bases. And, so I just wonder what his team looks like this year and what we're going to see.
Yeah, I think this is the team that they're going to Nats with, but I'm not 100% certain on that. But yeah, I think they're just. I would love to see them play with, at a pre-Nats with some players from other states to get their head around the meta a little bit more. I feel like they've got some like Zam as well. Zam's taken a step up. He is an absolute machine. And I'm not sure who that is last lining in green, but I've been watching them this game and they have been pretty good too. Like just if you look at their form on that panel in green, they've been defending it pretty well. So they've got the skill on their team in terms of just understanding the meta and when and what decisions to make to win games. I think that's the gap for them at the moment. But they're doing pretty. I mean, look at this. They're 12K on field points against the Lunar Lads who've got red. Spiders are cool. 26-9 right now? Standard Spider game at 300% tag ratio.
Oh, disgusting, isn't it? Just disgusting. But yeah, I do agree. Now, looking actually at that player that's defending inside green base. So, and this, I'm guessing this is system specific, but I see that player inside and see how far back that phase is tucked. It's basically tucked, like at their waist. And to me, historically playing on Helios, there's a lot of wasted movement in that. I'd be inclined to have the phaser much closer to the edge of the partition, not necessarily over, because I don't want to get tagged, but so that I'm only moving, 250 mil to get that shot instead of, a meter or so, keeping it all the way back there. Do you think that is that because of the system itself?
Yeah, so
with more
I did
phases?
ask the guys about this, and it's a style that I've seen a couple of the players doing, including Peregrine and the last line for the Vikings,
Mhm.
and they're keeping their phaser much closer to their body because as they transition to shoot out the other door, as their arms go up, people can get shots on the phaser from the outside. That's how sensitive the
Wow.
barrel
Okay.
sensor is. So they're kind of adjusting the style of that last line positioning green a little bit for that.
See, these are those really tiny nuanced differences that we spend, like, players across the country. Sorry, I say this as Lilbo puts his third shot into blue and takes it. So the
Nice
first game of the
work.
base goes to Lilbo, and that gives the Lunar Lads a pretty comfortable 6K lead with only a couple of minutes to go. But yeah, as I was saying before, we spend years and years ironing out, these ultra optimal ways to play systems, right? Whether it be how effectively we can cover the phaser, things like dodging, timing, all of these things, and it doesn't happen overnight. It's it takes 4, 5, 6 years playing it at a top level to iron out these little tiny micro details, and then you go to Nats and you see, the guys from Tasmania have nailed this particular portion of the system, and then the guys from New Zealand have nailed something else, and the guys from Adelaide have got the timing right. Like just random examples. But then we get a new system and it's flipped on its head, right? So whoever picks it up, whoever gets 95% of the way there first is just going to dominate.
Yeah, yeah. We saw that in 2015 when we had this packs just that little bit before everybody, and we'd never been in that position before. We'd always been on the shoe on the other foot, always trying to catch up to the Hobart guys because they were just so much better on Nexus than we were. Here we go.
Oh man, Hobart
Ooh,
on Nexus.
two-shot deny on
Oculus
Orcarai.
2-shot denied. A base could swing things, but I do think the Lunar Lads are gonna they're in control. They know it, but they've set up inside a blue base though, so they're gonna have another go. Looks like they're pretty safe in there. Oh no, get shot out. Unlucky. Green are coming in now. Are they gonna pinch one? Not gonna be enough for Rampage. If they do pinch this one here, base looks deactivated at the moment inside blue there. So, and blue get a chance to get their defenders set back up inside. Methods joined us in the chat. Hey lads, good to hear you on the stream, man. Thank you so much. Thanks for tuning in. It's good to have you here.
Yeah, massive shout out Method and Pain last night too. You guys got such good synergy on the stream, guys. You guys were so entertaining. Thank you thoroughly for that.
Okay, there's a lot of base activity happening.
It's all
like
happening at once.
so much just happened. I didn't even follow it, but the Axiom one-shot denied by Princess. Okay.
Oh, they're in the hunt here.
Rampage have put themselves in a position that a base with a couple of tags is gonna. They could put themselves on top. I don't know if it's gonna happen. I don't see him set up inside anywhere.
Ooh, here we go. No.
There we go. Red have defended. So that's going to be it. Yeah, that's going to be it. Lunar Lads pull out the win pretty comfortably. They basically led the game from about the 2-minute mark when it was all equal. They drew first blood with the bases and sort of, if you look at the worm there, that's a nice controlled victory start to finish.
Yeah.
From the Lunar Lads.
If you look at the Rampage, they haven't got any denials. And you might say that's good, but one way to look at that is, are they taking enough risks? Are they pushing onto base hard enough? Like if, in that situation, they needed to go for bases pretty heavily at some stage, knowing that Red are probably going to have the field point advantage. To have no shots into base, I'd like to be pushing a little bit harder.
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly in these low-scoring games, right? Like, if you're winning with 22K, right? One base is like 15% of your total score. Like it's a significant amount. In these high base games, you can, the difference is much. It's much less of a total percent of your score. But one base in these games is a huge swing. I actually still can't believe how locked down and tight this is.
Yeah, it's rare that you see it all the way through to the ladder, through to the from top to bottom. But yeah, that's the way it's been playing, and the teams that I don't think I saw. I might have seen one team dump and be successful. I think on day one, but outside of that, there was no love for the dumping team. But let's see. We're going to have to see it at some stage because as we get higher up the ladder, the teams will be more aware when they're out of the game and need to do something to win it. So let's see what happens. Who have we got next, Ivo?
That's what I'm just trying to find here. So that'd put. I'm still trying to bring it up. Did you message? Oh, you said you messaged me on Messenger, didn't you? Hang on, sorry. I'll jump on that now. I got just carried away watching the game, man. Too good.
There we go. I've got. I'm just pulling it up now. We've got Not a Duck Deployment on red, Carp Revolution on green, and Naked Burrito on blue.
You know, I'm thinking a little bit more about Carp Revolution's decision to play, to select blue earlier, and you know, I wonder. Although I suppose if you're climbing tiers, you're only going to get color choice once, right? Like, is that correct? So then you'd move into even if you win that first game, you'd be the last color choice, but in the top track. So I suppose it doesn't really make a difference. I was just wondering, like, even for that one game, but then if you lose color choice moving forward, that's not cool.
Yeah. Yep. Well, it's done now. All they can do is put their the best game forward now. Let's see if they use that as motivation to really kick some butt this game.
Oh man! So Not a Duck Deployment have come out the gate. Skull 1 already has a base.
Yeah. So
That was
Skull
quick.
1 is ex-Canberra player. You might
Skull 1
remember
Canberra.
Skull 1.
Yeah. I remember Skull 1. Skull 1's Canberra player. So yeah, right.
Yeah, so he is playing for a WA team. Has he moved to WA? Anybody in the chat know?
Yeah, can anyone confirm? I haven't seen that name in what? Maybe since 2014, 2013, something like that.
Been a while, yeah.
Carp Revolution have answered. They've gotten an early hit on blue. Finn's got an early hit on blue, but BMW answers again with a second hit on green. So Not a Duck Deployment currently winning the game, but they haven't even got their 5th player registered. So I'm hoping they've got 5 players in the arena and someone just hasn't. There we go.
There we go. The old long
BB
neck.
long neck. And he registers because he got tagged. So he's sitting on -40 at the moment.
Fantastic.
So are these all the cameras that we've got access to, Butts?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I mean, I suppose if we're only going to have 3 cameras, it might as well be the ones inside the bases. I've seen every game today that I've watched so far has had basically that same defensive structure. So it looks like one inside with a couple of players defending on the outside. That standard, impossible or very hard for two attackers to take. Defender's going to accumulate field points. Real bogged down, kind of grindy approach where you're almost waiting for someone to reload. Is that the vibe that you're getting?
I think so. This is classic. I'm watching a green guy run out the door. He did it just before. He runs out the door, tags somebody, and then runs back into the base again. That's ballsy. That is really ballsy. Oh,
Yeah, a lot of action happening at blue right now.
Yeah. Have green maybe just left 1 or 2 behind? And
well, yeah. I mean, look, red's just walked into green. Green have dropped a few. Yeah, great. Yeah, so it looks like green may have dumped to blue. Oh, really poor communication from green there. They had someone under blue, and that player could have protected himself from that left-hand side door on the camera. Yeah, he had all day, and no one made that call to him. Really unlucky.
Yeah. Okay. That explains why the green guy was running out to shoot people too, because he was there by himself.
Yeah, so it looks like, green have made a really aggressive play. Although there might be someone still inside green base, just hiding behind that wall. Is that a green defender? Yeah, okay.
Around, lingering.
So they've sort of left here we go, but he's not getting a whole lot of defending done. He's just kind of there to store up a couple of extra points. VB Longneck walks in, gets the easy one in the 2-on-1 situation there. And Green still leaving that one defender. and they're just going hard at blue. They're throwing a lot of
Yeah.
bodies in there, but it doesn't look as organized as what it needs to be. You know, they got 2 players inside, and both of them immediately tried to get themselves in that same shooter spot. And as a result of that, they got shot out because, you know, they didn't have a plan. They weren't coordinated. You know, you're going to be in the shooter spot. I'm going to go into the, you know, another spot to cover you from.
There was another denial just on with the K at that point. So they've lost $2,000 now into blue, and they've only hit it once, and they've been there for a while. They're going to want to get a wriggle on, otherwise this is going to get a bit messy for Carp.
Yeah, Carp. I mean, they fortunately that one works out, but I do worry that they've, you know, it's early yet. They did sort of make this aggressive. I'm not going to call it a dump, but they made this aggressive attack very early, so they've got a lot of time. But I don't know, the execution so far hasn't been great, and Not a Duck Deployment have really capitalized on that. They've cycled the 5 easy ones, the 5 easy greens, and they're just going to sort of be able to spread out. And if I'm them right now, I'm just keeping an eye on following Carp Revolution around, making their life really hard and trying to defend Naked Burrito out as well.
Yeah, Not a Duck Deployment are in such a good position here. They've cycled the empty. They're going to have blue up their base soon. How are they going field point wise?
They're down. They're down, but I don't think that's going to stay that way. You know, I think Carp they're gonna be coughing up a lot of field points now that Not a Duck Deployment have cycled that green. They can really be more selective about where they're going to position, and I think we're going to see Not a Duck Deployment's field points start to break away over the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Dark Passion, good to see you, mate.
Oh, we got Jesse Bro in the chat. G'day, mate. How's it going? Thanks for joining in, Dark Passion. Are you there this weekend, mate, or I don't know who's actually playing in this tournament?
There is a team list in your little thing that I sent you, mate.
I'm working on it, mate. I need more screens, mate. I'm not well organized for this. Hang on, Lunar Labs. Game by game schedule overview. Where's this teams list? Oh, here we go. Teams list. Very good.
So
Doesn't look like.
You know, as much as we've said that they are, getting a bit touched up, they're still in this game. Are they still throwing themselves at blue? Yeah, they're still throwing themselves at blue.
I guess it depends how long it takes them, right? So it's almost like if they get these last 2 on blue in quick succession, what I worry is that they're only going to have one place to go.
Yeah.
Right. And that is to the team in the best base, who's already cycled them, who's going to be able to fall back and collapse. It's still. I mean, I say that, but there's only 2K between first and third right now. So, you never know. Naked Burrito might slide through here. They're Naked Burrito are actually dominating the field point game right now. They're 2 and 3 bases down. Look at this. And as I say that looks like they're about to walk an easy green. They've got 2 more easy greens, so they've got another 6K coming to them for nothing at all. They're going to be on 30K to 23 and 22 before we know it. And we're hitting the halfway point in the game. And if the game bogs down now and it turns into a 5-base game, that's it. They've basically been handed it.
They've done pretty well. They've done pretty well they weren't in any hurry to get those empty greens. They must have been just positioned really well around the field points. Just going, no, let's just get those greens at some stage. Let's just get the field points now because that's what's going to win this game.
And that's a smart play. I mean, Not a Duck Deployment did rush those 5 empty greens, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with doing that. But if they hadn't been able to get 1 or 2 cheeky blues instead in that early game, it would have been huge. And now it's going to be a lot trickier for them to do that. As I say that, we see Meeseeks get his freebie. And then, in about 30 to 45 seconds, Red Devil's going to do the same. And then they can just bog the game down from there.
Okie dokie. So they've got 3 hits on blue now, the Carp. It'll be interesting to see if and when they go to red, because that's going to make a significant difference to the Reds' field points.
Yeah, well, they have. So Carp have been stuck. Yeah, so Carp have been stuck on those last 2 at blue for a little while. But in the meantime, they've jagged 2 of those reds. So, I mean, I still think this could go anyway, but I really like Naked Burrito's chance here.
Mm-hmm.
We should be seeing just any minute now. We should see Red Devil pop inside green base, and take it. Although he's got he's got all day, so they might be they might be trying to position Red Devil somewhere else in the meantime to shore up some field points. There we go. So Red Devil jumps inside green, gets that one. Naked Burrito sort of in control here. They're more than a base ahead in what looks like may end up being a 5-base game. Just depends if not a duck deployment and Naked Burritos decide they want to defend out. Was that a team? Was that a team ping pong then? I think that was a team ping pong. I think Gigantor popped one shot into red, and then and he's come through and ping pong.
I think you're right there, mate, because I saw the denial pop up and I was looking for the denial, but it didn't happen. So there you go. So they've Carp have all moved to red now. So this will be interesting to see what red are doing. Are red going to hit blue? Are they going to try and get some hits on blue? Or
Carp are super set up inside red base now. So it's almost going to end up being a bit of a base race. Now
this is going to be tough for Naked Burrito now because they're going to have to go over and take red, and they're going to have a full green team there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because I really feel like Naked Burrito have made all the right decisions throughout the course of most of this game, and it's just sort of panned out in a way that is going to make it tough for them. And Carp have been able to get some of those extra bases. They're on 7 bases now. They're winning the 5-base game.
They're a little bit lucky that not a duck deployment kind of just conceded their base, and they're let's just base swap. It's kind of like a base swap, right? They go to blue, send all their red players to blue, but basically conceded their base. So now we've seen Carp just take the 5 hits.
Yeah, everyone's just exchanging.
Yeah.
So and tell me if this is a sore spot, and we just need to move on from it. But while discussing ping pongs before, I understand there's been a bit of a conversation had around some adjustments to the rules about shooting the bases from outside. Are we allowed to talk about that, or is that taboo right now?
It's not taboo, but
not taboo.
It's not taboo, but I don't fully understand what's happened. I watched the video once and was like, "Oh, does that mean you can put your third shot from outside the base?" And some people
can you go 1, 2, and then run outside and put your final shot in?
Exactly. I don't know. I'm not sure. But the first time I watched the video, I was like, "Is that now legal?" So anyway, it did create quite the stir, which we maybe should talk about in between the games.
Yeah, fair enough. This is everyone in the chat who wants to. All right, this game's about to end. Whatever your thoughts are on it, we're gonna have a small gap in between. But we got to give this game its justice. Follow it through. We've got 2K separating first and second. And as I say that, not a duck. Oh, Cup Revolution getting that extra denial bonus to put themselves. I can't see them not winning it from here. They're going to take it out 44K. Naked Burritos in second. Skull One putting shots. Oh, Simi Bear. Oh, 2 game denials. Unlucky. Doesn't change as a result, so Carp Revolution finish in first place, 44-1-4-8. Huge game by Finn, 11-2, 2 bases. Naked Burrito coming in second. Stinky actually leading the score for this whole game, 11-8 with 2 bases, and not a duck deployment. Losing it from Red. Although with a game breaking out into chaos like that, that sort of advantage being Red's probably nullified just a little bit.
Yeah, and a bit of redemption for Carp after choosing blue in the first game, not getting the win. They managed to pull one with the green. So good on you, Carp.
All right, so I should start bringing up this. I suppose I'll bring up all this useful information you've sent me, so I can work out the next game. But are we talking about the rule change? Are we going there? Are we going to upset people?
Okay, we've mentioned it. We might as well go there. I don't think we'll upset people. I think everybody's kind of blown their steam with it. I actually don't know the current status, whether it's being reviewed. I do agree with what Payne had to say last night, which is essentially the way you make decisions is as important as the decision itself. And I feel people felt a little bit like there was not enough consultation, and maybe it hadn't been tested, adequately before bringing something like that in. And that's that's a sentiment I do agree with. I think when you're making big changes, significant changes, how you go about it, getting, mentioning it to the playing group. Okay, this is something we're thinking about doing. What do players think? Giving local communities the chance to maybe test it at their local competitions before bringing it in at a national level is a really good approach. But
what's your thought on the rule, regardless of the politics and all of that, how it was delivered? What is your thoughts? You've got 55 years experience playing laser tag, Butts. So, what do you think? Do you think it's, because personally, while I don't feel strongly either way, and I haven't played in long enough to really think about it, but I actually think it's kind of been made a bigger deal of than what it actually is. Yeah. What's your thoughts?
Well, I asked Taipan today whether he could actually use it in this arena to gain an advantage. He said, "Yep, I can ping pong all day long from outside the base." So in that respect, that's probably not something we want for the game.
But we've had that to me sounds like a maze specific rule, and we've had this rule enforced as a maze specific rule in the past, right? But this has really sort of brought it into just making it a unified rule regardless of the arena.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I don't have a strong position on it yet because firstly I haven't studied the rule enough and the ramifications for it, but also it's going to, my opinion will largely depend on what arena we're playing in. So yeah, that's probably all I'll be willing to say about it at the moment because I haven't invested enough energy into it to really understand it, the ramifications of it, to be honest.
Well, in this game, we've got the average Nexus players playing out of green. Then they've stormed out to an early lead, 2,600 points. In second place, we've got Rampage playing out of red. And then, surprisingly, Hobart Hellspawn with a negative score almost 2 minutes into the game, playing out of blue. Now, they haven't lost any shots on denial either, so they're just getting touched up around the arena.
Wow, they must be getting touched up by average Nexus players because they are ripping apart the game, and against Rampage from red, that's a surprise. There's Spider. Okay, so Spider hasn't gone off to his usual 300% tag ratio starts, but it's a long game. There's plenty of time left, and as we speak, their worm is creeping upwards. This looks like a pick on Hobart Hellspawn game. That's what this is looking like.
Volley is saying that he's watched the video. It explicitly says you can't put your second or third shot in from outside the base. So the idea is you can fire one shot from outside if you want to start your base take with that, and then you obviously are going to need to move inside the base to finish. And Wax has asked us to not say the word, not use the phrase "touched up,"
right.
because it sounds so weird. Fair enough. Average Nexus players are tagging quite a lot. They've come out to a really strong field point lead very early on too. That's actually pretty insane.
Ninja's on a tear around the middle of the arena somewhere, 14-4. We've got any shots on base yet? No shots on base yet, but there's action around the doors.
It's a field point game in the middle of the arena. It's definitely happening around the doors. Green base looks like Green have, they've got 3 defenders inside at the moment. Sorry, not inside. Sorry, they've got 1 inside and 2 outside, but they're all pretty active. You can see, so it looks like red are having a bit of a look at green at the moment. If we sort of, we got Sadlamp putting first shots in the green base. 2 shot denied. Unlucky by Nelly there over at green. So hang on, wait a sec. So a blue player has 2 shot denied, a red player shooting green. Cool. So there's still a bit of chat happening, in the chat just regarding this, can you shoot from outside? And the first thing I thought of when I saw this conversation happening, I didn't even know it was a thing that was the conversation that was being had, or it was, contentious. You see in the Hobart arena specifically, it looks like it could be a problem. But I thought back to the 2009 Sunshine Coast Maze. We used to shoot yellow and red from outside, on a pretty regular basis. And it sort of just flowed within the game and still worked. Like there was risks associated with trying to shoot from outside, you know, like while it was a bit of a cheeky one, you're pretty exposed. It was very hard to cover people that were shooting from outside. So I just, you know, it was never a problem then. And I wonder why it's such a problem now. Like a lot of people have been using some pretty strong language about how to be, you know, degenerative to the game. Yeah, I'm just, like, I don't feel strongly about it either way, but I want to know.
It started in 2019 at Sunny Coast. That's when we started having this conversation because there was that shot where you could accidentally get the shot in the base if you're trying to shoot the person defending I think the front door spot of blue. And that kind of kicked the whole convo off. And here we go. Got shots on green, and Sped's got shots on green. So the Hellspawn are on the board. The average Nexus players are tearing this field point game apart right now.
It's unreal. I want to know where they're standing.
Absolutely. Benny. Good old Benny's having a good game.
Payne's in the chat. Green base, Sunny Coast. I suppose. Yeah, it was yellow then, but yeah. What green base is now? Yeah, was a base that you could sort of shoot from the cave side door. You know, pretty consistently.
Yeah. I think Payne's referring to 2019.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, definitely, possibly green. I thought it was blue as well. Might have been both of the bases actually.
Well, even the old red, like old. This is probably 4 or 5 versions ago. You could shoot red base from outside on the fire door side of red, but it was highly risky. So it added an element. You know, it was a creative way to try and attack the base, but it was super risky to try and pull off.
So Spiders, this is what I want to see from Rampage. They've got 1-2 shot denial and they've got a base. So they're pushing on the base. They're giving it a crack at an earlier stage in the game where they can actually put themselves into a winning position. So it's really good from those guys. And given that average Nexus players have got a field point advantage, that's a really handy base from Spides.
It's a good decision. And look, we've got Zam putting shots into blue, although unfortunately 1 shot denied. But this is that aggression that we wanted to see from them, right? You know, so yeah, I mean, so far I think it's working quite well for them, given how strong the field point advantage for the average Nexus players was earlier on. Rampage have brought themselves back into it.
And the problem with just playing a pure field point game as well is that you don't give yourself the experience getting bases that you need. Like you need to, especially it's pre-nats 1, right? You're there to learn. You need to put yourself under pressure and have defenders running in the doors at you and all the things so that, you know, when it gets to the big smoke, that gets to nats later on in the year, all your players have had a really good crack at taking bases under pressure, have made lots of mistakes, been denied heaps and learnt the lessons they needed to learn.
That's right. That's the point of these pre-nats competition. We've got Akira in the chat. No site-specific rules is a good aim for the committee, but sometimes they're going to have to make calls that some states don't agree with. Yeah, look, I tend to agree. I agree with the sentiment that there shouldn't be site-specific rules, with the exception of rules that are around safety. So, you know, it's possible that a site might have something where if you were running 100 million miles an hour, it could be considered unsafe. And I think in that situation, from a safety perspective, it makes sense for some site-specific rules. But site-specific rules that affect gameplay, I totally agree that you know, as much as possible should be done to iron those out so that we've got consistent rules across, you know, across every nationals.
So
Anyway,
do you think
we're probably waffling.
We are waffling. Do you think we should have shots on the roof, mate? What's your opinion on that one?
I mean, yeah, no, no, and I yeah, that's a tough one because, like, of course, we don't want people just firing shots off the roof, but reffing that particularly in the middle of the arena is really difficult to do, and I understand that. So, you know, yeah, I don't like the idea of roof reflex. I think floor and wall reflex are just going to be a part of the game, and I think it's going to be so hard to remove them and remove even incidental ones, right? Like you can't award a tournament. Like if you want to eliminate all reflex altogether, yeah, sure, easy. Don't shoot the roof. That's a pretty simple rule. wall and floor ones, that's tough because you're incidentally going to get reflex shots off walls and floors, just playing the game naturally without even intending to.
Yeah. And we've seen the average Nexus players get themselves a couple of blue hits now, so that puts them in a pretty good position. They're, 4K up is not a bad place to be in a tight game like this.
No, absolutely not. Rampage are going to need 2 bases. Now, Spider looks like he might be getting the first one of those 2. Yep, takes Hobart Hellspawn's base cleanly. It puts him in, within arm's length, but oh, there we go.
I'm like what I'm seeing from Rampage. I really hope Rampage get this game now after adjusting the way they're playing. I really hope they get a result out of this.
Yeah, well, they've made that decision. They went aggressive. Spider's been the man. He's got 13k, 2 bases. Is that 58 tags or something like that? I can't make it out. I can't read. He's got a lot of tags. He's got a lot of tags.
Probably right? Getting old, mate?
Oh man, you are telling me, brother. You are telling me. I need to get my eyes checked.
Oh, they're in a good spot now. They're a couple of K up. It's still a base is going to flip it though.
So Benny grabs that Hobart Hells.
Here we
now,
go.
It looks like Hobart aren't defending particularly well. So there's a minute to go. Theoretically, there's enough time for both of these teams to jag one off. Just. So it's just gone down. There might be time for. I think it's just a race for the next one. Whoever can hit the next Hellspawn base between green and red, whoever gets that next one, is going to win the game.
Yep. And so we're seeing reds hanging around the blue. They look like they're ready to go.
Here we go. There it is.
There it is. Good stuff.
Yeah,
and that should knock it out for the time of the
100%. Unless the average Nexus players can get a cheat. Oh, Hellspawn are shooting a red. This is huge. Okay, that makes it really hard for the average Nexus players because both bases that they can shoot right now are down. So I don't think they can get another base, or they might theoretically just be able to get one, but it's not going to happen. And Rampage are going to come out with the W.
And there's a Rampage. There we go. And Rampage was set up inside blue as well.
Yeah. So excellent play by Rampage. Really, really good decision making throughout the course of that game, and they come away with a win. Well deserved one too.
And the advantage they've got is that in this arena where 3, 4, 5 bases is winning games, if they play out in that way, they've got Spider, they've got Zam, who are amazing players.
That's right.
They don't
get 4 bases. Go get 4 bases and win.
Exactly. So if they play that way, they have the capacity to compete with the top teams.
Alrighty, so what have we got? So coming into the next game, we've got a top track game, I think, and that's going to be Can't Phase Her playing out of red, Hobart Archangels playing out of blue, and I believe this is the first game of the night for those 2 teams. And then we've got the Lunar Lads who have popped up, and they've been given the last color choice playing out of green. So what are your thoughts? We've got 2 teams playing for the first time. I haven't seen these teams play. Can't Phase Her's all-female team, I understand, and they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, they've been really good. They've had a good day today. They had some really solid games. From memory, they pushed the Vikings in one of their games pretty close. It was maybe 6K or something like that. Actually, I have to confirm that. But they've. Oh, and also Chutch got a 16K, 83 tags. That was pretty impressive.
Oh damn!
Yeah, smashing it. I
think she's got a habit of doing that. Hey, a habit of that random 90 tag game. Gee, I couldn't imagine getting 90 tags in a game. Far out.
Yeah, she's a machine.
I don't think I've ever even done that in a league game back before leagues were even strong. Let alone against Nats players.
Probably wasn't your style though, was it? I mean, you're the last person that anybody wants to come up with on a panel, but it isn't really your job to roll 90 tags in a game. So you're off the hook there, man.
Yeah, fair enough. I had you for that. You were the 90 tag guy.
Oh,
you got a lot of tags, and I got the important tags.
You know,
Exactly. You got the ones that mattered, mate. I had the easy job. The Archangels, they've been a bit of a surprise packet too. So they're the local team. I think they were predicted way further down. Where were they predicted? Predicted in 8th, and they come into finals in 6th. I think they were as high as 4th at one stage after one of the Cascades. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. Yeah, but they've been, home team. It's basically the B team, the Hobart B team. So,
Well, the Archangels, that's a throwback name. Hobart used to have it. Was it 2012? They were the Hobart Archangels.
maybe
I think that's
you got a
been
good
the
memory.
A team's name before. Anyway, who are we supporting in this one, guys? Looks like the chat's getting behind Can't Phase Her. We got what's that? Shootin TV is getting behind the Lunar Lads. Benny, what are your thoughts, mate? Who you backing in for the win? Well, I suppose, sorry, we're not playing who do you think's going to win. It's who do you want to see win?
Oh well, the Lunar Lads are my guys, right? So they're the ones I want to win. But I can't phase. They're going to find it hard to beat. Can't phase her. They've been playing really, really well. They've got the red advantage. Let's see if they can make the most of it.
Raven, is that Katie? Is that Katie Raven?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, cool, awesome to see Raven playing in a comp again. That's wicked. I'm getting behind Can't Phase Her as well. It's impossible not to, right? It's so cool to see girl power just rocking out, especially when they're this good. Yeah. So let's get behind them. Although I do, obviously I got a lot of love for the Lunar Lads guys. Those that I know, I mean, I haven't met half of them, but go Ockers and Taipan, my boys.
Half of them are part of the same family, mate.
Oh, really?
I've got 2 identical twins in there. Noodle
Oh,
and Pug
far.
Sal.
Yeah, right. Okay. Fair enough.
They're
Go local
extremely
sports
identical
team.
too. Yeah, they're
Now,
extremely identical.
Hobart are off to a bit of a slow start. One
Yes.
playing no tags for Jelly Hawks. Obviously, maybe they've not been pushed too hard and they're playing quite conservatively at the start. Maybe that. Oh, but as I say that, Shuri Kitty bang takes a red, puts themselves in first place. Although, we're only 2 minutes in and they've got a base clear on everyone else, but they're only 800 points up. Taipan's about to nullify that. Boom, and Taipan sweeps in, takes the base.
All right. So all teams have a base now, and we're back to equal peggings.
I feel like as it stands, the Lunar Lads are in a good spot. And the reason I say that is because Taipan is the type of player who, as a leading attacker, it doesn't matter if he's got his 2 bases. He still makes great decisions. Like, he's not that type of leading attacker that once he's got 2 starts to bottleneck and, doesn't know what to do. So I really think that he's that type of game controller who you want to have those early bases because it doesn't hurt you later in the game.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think he's one of the best kind of coverers, like not coverers, not with his arms. Sorry, Taipan, did not mean that way. He'll throw that back at me. He'll be like, "You're the best coverer I've seen, mate. What are you talking about?"
Mate,
No,
you can't cover with those arms, mate. That's impossible.
Yeah, true. I've been going to the gym, so they're slightly larger. They're about 2
Oh.
inches diameter now. So there you go.
There you go.
No, but in terms of like, if I'm at a base with Taipan and I've got him covering me, I feel very comfortable. Like he's just really smart how he positions himself, how he sort of works into the base essentially. Very much a smart player. Here we go. Got shots on. There we go. That was Seeger's on.
just taken. So Archangels have got offsetting bases, one on green, one on red. That said, Lunar Lads have pulled ahead massively on the field points just in the last couple of minutes. And even though they're a base down, they're still sort of, 2K up.
Yeah. So Mad Can's right. His strength is he gets around the arena. Like he's just everywhere. That Taipan doesn't play that way. He plays more methodical, and he works his way into the arena just by making good decisions about where to reactivate and how to position his players. So yeah, I feel you're dead right. He's the kind of person. If he has his 2, it doesn't mean that the things are gonna
Slow
the brakes
down
are gonna be
in
on
the
after that.
attack. Yeah. Okay, so we can see Whippet's gotten inside green base, shooting from directly underneath. Oh, 2-shot denied. Unlucky. Coming through that right-hand side door. Didn't catch who got the knoll, but unfortunately Whippet was looking at the left-hand side door and either didn't get the comm or it was just happening a little bit too quickly.
So you see Taipan get shot out there. Somebody got a tag on his phaser from like way out the left-hand door there. So that's how easy it is to tag the phaser. He just whipped it out for a split second and bam, he was tagged. So yeah, you got to protecting these phasers is going to be pretty challenging, I'd say. It'll be interesting to
Yeah.
see if they actually if they can adjust the settings and if we see an adjustment between prenats 1 and prenats 2 with how sensitive the barrel sensor is.
Yep.
Because it's significantly changing the game, how the game's played. Anyway, that's a watch. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Look, I honestly think it's without playing it, and it's very uninformed opinion, but I honestly think it's good for the game that players who are trying to get inside of a base have got a chance against someone that's just behind a brick wall who's impossible to shoot out otherwise. We can't all be like Wax and Husky and have these like massive long arms and insane dive speeds to be able to get those plays out. So just having a fighting chance to tag someone on the phaser if you're quick enough and got the reflexes and got the accuracy, I think overall will end up being good for the game.
Totally. It's going to be really interesting to see Husky in here, actually. The first, he's just obviously the best last line we've probably ever seen, may ever see. Just to see how he adapts to that barrel sensor. It's gonna change the way he has to play a little bit. Just to see if he can remain as dominant inside a base as he is on Helios.
While we were talking, Lilbo's got himself a cheeky red and given the Lunar Lads a pretty healthy lead as we sort of round into the halfway point of this game.
So this is interesting. Can't phase her. Their field points have really slowed. Like they're quite a way behind Lunar Lads now. They're going only with 1 denial for 1,000. So the Lunar Lads are.
Oh, we just saw it. So whoever was defending inside can't phase her, just got popped in the barrel, just like we were just talking about then. So there's a green player that's just set up inside red. Didn't get the base, but I saw that the gun poked out for just a split second and then bang.
Yeah.
I also wonder if I'm probably thinking way too much about this right now, but I wonder if what height you're going to start. We're going to see players start mixing at what height they poke the barrels out. We're not going. Are we going to? Right now everything's at waist height. On Helios it was all just very efficient movements, waist height. On your right hand side shots, and then sort of the high shot over the left hand side walls for your traditional right hand player. But we're going to see players mixing up the angles. So they can try and tilt the phaser downwards. So that shot up the barrel isn't as easy to hit. I'm really interested to see how that comes out.
Yeah, that's gonna be cool. I mean, the old school, every time you pop your phaser out, it's at a different height. You see a lot of players using their knees a lot more when they defend inside a base. Here we go.
Easy points, putting shots in the green, takes it nice and clean. Archangels aren't in too bad of a spot. They've got offsetting bases. They've got 2 reds, 1 green. The game's definitely not over for them. Although Lunar Lads are a type of team that's going to always perform well from ahead.
Yeah, and the thing about the Archangels being a home team, they're going to be comfortable getting into either base, and they would have seen all the different defensive structures. Orkrai gets denied in red. But yeah, they would have seen a lot of the structures, even though they might not be the strongest Hobart players. They will know what they're doing, and they'll have the capacity to pinch that base to get the win if
That's it.
If the opportunity comes up.
Teams like the Archangels are actually the ones that you learn the most from in these pre-nat comps, right? Like, the Vikings are going to be good enough; they can keep things close to their chest, and they're still going to perform. But the Archangels and the Hellspawn, they're the teams that I'd be watching closely if I want to get some really good intel on how the maze plays.
There's a lot happening at Great at the moment. The Lunar Lads would be loving this, and Can't Phaser look like they've probably throwing a little bit more at it, given that they probably realise they're behind now. They're going to have to go a bit more aggressive. So are we going to see any hits on them? Are we going to see any hits at red over the next minute or two?
Well, they've only conceded 2, so they're going to feel nervous about if you're Can't Phaser, you're going to feel nervous about abandoning your the strongest base when you've only gone down twice. But they kind of need to do something, don't they?
Yeah. I saw something interesting before. Okay, so Chutch is in green. Oh, shots on. Oh, 2-shot denial. Oh, that was a good denial. Was it from a blue player? I saw something
I missed
interesting
it.
in
Sorry, I
green
was
on the
looking at
panel
you.
there. So I think something we're going to have to potentially talk about where the person who was on the panel in green got tagged and then they stood there for a second. Now that's the person coming into the base. That is like,
Can't occupy that spot, and they're going to
no,
get shot out.
yeah. If you even hold them up for a quarter of a second, getting out of that position, that could get them tagged, and that could mean that they don't get the base. So
Yeah,
that's something I think.
Whippet just got 2-shot denied again at green, exactly the same way she got denied last time. So she's come inside, was looking over at that left-hand side door from the camera's perspective with a high hold, and for the second time in a row, someone's come through that right-hand side door and just cleaned her up. There obviously wasn't the communication there.
Yeah, and we just saw Taipan take out red, so it appears that red have gone a bit aggressive, which has opened up a window for Taipan to take their base. So they're in a sweet spot now. They're miles ahead on field points and a base up. So
Yeah,
can't see them losing it from here.
I don't see the result changing from here with a minute to go. I think this is going to lock it out. But sorry to interrupt you before, Butts. What were you talking about before? Just go back. We'll revisit that.
Yeah, so there's a person on the panel in green defending, and
Mhm.
then they get tagged by an incoming player and take about half to 3/4 of a second to move, which means that the incoming player can't get straight on the panel, and then they got shot from the outside. So I feel like that's something that the rest probably need to look at. If you don't evacuate that position immediately, so the incoming player can get on the panel, it'll need to be a term, surely.
I think. Yeah, I 100% agree. I think, it's important. I think that we should see a lot of terms handed out for that sort of thing. And I'd even say, and it's easy for me to say this because I'm not going to be playing, but even if, some terms which you might say, oh, that was a bit tough. I think you need to put fear into the players that if they don't make a real effort to get out of those spots as soon as possible, they're going to receive a termination. Otherwise, it just breaks the game too much for the poor attacking players who are trying to get in.
That was interesting.
Now,
We saw the
Waldot would
game
probably
end.
disagree with me, but
We saw the game end, and Hobart Archangels, when the score reappeared, they had an extra base. So there you go. They must have got it right on the buzzer.
right on the buzzer there.
Yeah.
Lunar Lads just sort of cruised out the last 2 minutes of the game, rolled a few more bases, dominant victory in the end.
Yeah.
Can't phase her coming in third place with the strongest base, and they were the second seeded team in that game. So Lunar Lads going on a bit of a run in the finals.
Yeah, they were textbook game from them. Like they clearly had their setups right from the start, being able to outfield point, can't phase her team, and then as soon as the can't phase her had to go aggressive because they were behind, they just took those extra couple of red hits and got them up to 6 bases. So good job from the Lunar Lads. Yeah, can't phase her. They'll be disappointed with that. They would have hoped to have done better than that from red, and they were in the hunt right to the last second. They're only 1,000 behind, and then the Archangels got that really late hit, which made the gap look a little bit bigger.
Now I do feel bad because a little bit earlier I didn't realize we were actually playing in our first elimination game, and this was a couple of games ago now. So I it's better late than never. I just want to shout out in 13th place overall. I think we've had not a duck deployment. Is that right? Am I reading that correctly?
Yep, that's it. Yep.
And then in 12th place overall, we had naked burrito. So we're going into the next game, which is our second elimination game of the evening. So these teams are currently battling it out for survival or 10th and 11th. We've got the average Nexus players who have selected red, Hobart Hellspawn who have been who have selected green, and Carp Revolution who have been given blue. So thoughts around this game, Butts? It is an elimination game. So
yeah. Well, firstly, thank
Carp
you for
Revolution have been given blue, which is what they selected earlier. Maybe it works out differently for them this time.
yeah, exactly. No, firstly, thank you for mentioning our 12th and 13th place getters. I completely missed that as well. So well done to those guys for their positions. And on this game, I can't go past average Nexus players. I feel like they put a pretty good game together earlier, and they're playing from red against Hobart, Hellspawn, and Carp. I think they should take this one, and I think
Yep, I
think
agree.
they should do it quite convincingly. I think
Yep,
they should they should do this by 10 or 15.
Here we go. They've taken an early base. Axiom's taken an early hit on blue off Carp Revolution, who are taking an early hit off green. Hobart Hellspawn have started in a little bit of a hole. There's quite a lot of activity happening in the base areas, though. Not much happening at red just yet.
I
But
think blue have dumped. I think
hang on a sec. We've got
yeah.
green inside red base at the moment. Nellie's going. Oh, we could have.
Blue have dumped, and
Blue
they're
have
at
dumped,
green,
and
and
they're
then
filled up
green
green.
are at both blue and red.
Oh. It's always like really nerve-wracking when this sort of thing happens. Oh no, we've seen Ninja just get the denial on Rizla, who was shooting blue.
That's hilarious.
Oh,
So there you go. They had 3 people covering him too. There you go. That's a classic Ninja move. Take out 3 people at an empty base and get a denial.
absolutely
Go,
is a classic Ninja move. So, okay, well, it's an elimination game, so why not do something crazy? Carp Revolution, they're getting out there. I mean, they've got the early base lead. I'm still not sold on the strategy, but I mean, I tip my hat. Good on them. I don't know if I would have done it right at the start of the game like that. But you know, what we're going to see. They're set up under green base at the moment, so they're getting a cycle on. I think it's really risky just committing to getting those 5 hits on green base first, because we've got, arguably the strongest team in here in the strongest base, and you're basically saying, well, we're just going to spend the second half of the game at your base. It's pretty risky.
Yeah.
It's pretty risky.
So
They're going to
this
feed
is
quite a lot of points into the average Nexus players if they get bogged down trying to cycle the base.
yeah. So this is looking very base swappy, and that's probably because these. I don't think these 2 teams are going to base swap and hold. I think they're probably going to try and they're going to try and go for the win. So even though average Nexus players are behind, my guess is that they'll be smashing it by the end of the game.
Yeah, well, there's just too much risk in a swap and hold at the moment. You're putting too much to chance. You're putting too much to a field point game. So both these teams are going to cycle each other and then go, oh well, we need to make a decision here.
Yeah.
And there's really only one decision, and that's suddenly to go and fight each other for the red base that's left over.
Yeah.
Which is super dangerous. So even though the scoreboard right now doesn't look great for the average Nexus players, I think they're in the driver's seat. The only way it's going to fall over for them is if the Hellspawn and Carp decide that they're happy to swap and hold. But that just takes nerves of steel, absolute nerves of steel to do that, because you're basically relying on the other team to go, let's just flip a coin and see who wins. And one of those teams is they're just going to get nervous and they're going to go, no, we need to try and get one. We need to try and get one on that red, and the game's going to fall apart. Then red's going to come through with an easy win.
Yeah, exactly. So it's the waiting with 5. When you base swap and hold, it's the waiting that happens that's so nerve wracking. You can't. It's too much.
Yeah. There's 8 minutes to go, and green have cycled blue, and blue have cycled green. There's 8 minutes. Yeah, here we go. Blue's already made the call. They've gone to red. 2-shot denied. Crow got the 2-shot denial. Here we go, boys. Let's just watch this red worm just go.
All right, let's see what angles we can get on this worm. I can see it already. Check it out. It's like parabolic.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a way to hold inside these bases with 2, but I'm almost like, if I'm the average Nexus players, I'm like, guys, just let's get a couple inside and just let them shoot the absolute crap out. Although they've got inside. Oh, blue's got an inside red. Did they get? Yep, they've got it. Okay, so blue's got the first one on red. Nelly's got his 2. I still think this is going to be like an easy sweep for the Nexus players. But the fact that they've got one up early. Here we go. Exile's getting shots under green. Yeah, and look, it's basically a tied game now, except the average Nexus players have got a whole bunch of easy empty bases to get.
Yeah. Yep. Wow. What are they going to score, mate? What do you put a number on it? Anybody in the chat? What are red team going to score this game?
I'm going to suggest. Well, let's see. They're at 21k. Or hang on. Okay, so they're at 24k with 6 bases in hand. 18. Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of
90k? Yeah, I'm thinking
90k.
I'm thinking I'm thinking 52. 52 is the number that comes to mind.
They're all coming out with 80 tags each, even though it's only
Yep.
happened once this comp, and
Yep.
they're going to come out with 90k. That sounds
Here
like
we
fair.
go. So
It's
they've got their
150.
50. 52 is the number that comes into my mind.
Yeah, we've got DP for 52, Danufa just under that. Volley's thinking 58. I'm thinking they're going to push it up closer
It
to
could
that
be
as well.
high. It actually,
Yeah.
you're right. Like if you think about it, in a 10 base game, 52 is not that big of a score. And if you've
No.
been handed the amount of field points that's probably on offer to the Nexus players right now at their base, coupled with you expect some denials to happen in there. Although we have just seen the second red go down, so it looks like of the base hop, Carp Revolution are winning. They've got 2 hits on red as opposed to just the 1 for the Hobart Hellspawn, and the Hobart Hellspawn have fallen way behind on the field points.
Yeah.
So if Carp Revolution managed to get a bit of a roll on here, I think that will stagnate the points available to average Nexus players. The Nexus players have won the game. I can't see them losing it from here. But I think if Carp Revolution can get these last 3 hits on red, fairly cleanly, as I say that Green's having a go, and is 1 shot denied, there's going to be less points available to the average Nexus players. So maybe that 58 to 60 score comes down to, more of that 52, like what some of us are thinking.
Why was that red player just standing in red getting shot for all that time? Did you see that?
I didn't know. Sorry, I was watching the
Very
chat.
confusing. Yeah, there was a red player that's standing under the base getting shot for a couple of tags. It was a little bit confusing, but anyway, they've moved now.
Yeah, so it looks. Where are green? I can't tell where they are. Oh no, so they are still at red. They're just Carb Revolution in blue are just doing a much better job of getting inside red and getting good looks at it than what green are.
This is looking so good for a big score for them now because the
Yeah.
fact that only 3 reds
see,
have
there's
gone
another
down.
2-shot denial. There's another 2-shot denial. So
Yeah.
they're already at 45. There's still a long time to go. Yeah, they're gonna. Yeah, I think that 58 to 60 is looking pretty good now.
They said, oh, they've got their 10. There we go. Now it's just sit on the outside, and this worm is just going to go ballistic.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Hellspawn actually go backwards in points. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the game Hellspawn don't have more than 26 or 27k. It's going to be so hard for them to accumulate field points. They are set up inside red at the moment though, so if they get this one clean, they might be okay. And maybe they will. Maybe the Nexus players are just going all out points.
Yeah.
So
If I was the Nexus players, I'd be leaving green in at this point. I'd be like, yep, you had the inside.
Oh no, he just got denied. He did the base go down?
No, he's
No.
denied.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Yeah. So, it's going to be hard. So red are just bouncing in and out. They're going to have a field day with all these points.
Yeah. The only thing that's going to stop them getting a lot more points is if blue finish. If blue finish, then they're going to pull out and be trying to just tag the greens as well. But as long as blue is still going for the base, the reds are sitting pretty.
Yeah, and they still need 2 hits. So, red are just denying everyone everywhere at the moment.
Oh, another one. Oh my gosh. There we go. Oh,
So
looking
blue
at
are
the wrong
setting up.
screen, I'm 2
Blue are
seconds
trying to
behind.
set up. I think we just need to look at red base. I think that's like we just need to look at red base, and it's carnage is just going to ensue. It's going to be so hard for either of these teams. All right, so green's under. Yeah, 1 shot denied straight away. It's so risky going for these. And I hate to say it, but this game's over. The average Nexus players really can't lose from here. So
58's looking good, Ollie. It's looking real good.
60 is looking good at this point. Like denial bonuses, no one's finished yet, so everyone's still attacking red. There's a lot of denials up for grabs.
It's true. 2 minutes. What can you score in 2 minutes, Ibo?
Me, I can only score about 400 points.
what could these guys score in 2 minutes?
These guys could probably score. I don't know. I think a really cracking 2 minutes of field points would be like 6k, 7k.
Yep. Yeah, okay, I'm trying to. So 60k games, a good game. 30k of field points in 12 minutes. Okay, so you can do 2 or 3 a minute if you're really hammering along. Yeah, so they could do 61 here, 62, if they really smash it from here.
It just depends on how disheartened the blue and the greens are. Just like, at what point do you just go, all right, I don't want to come out negative in the last game of the comp. More average Nexus players, more like decent Helios players. Yeah, so I don't think there's much more to say. Sped one shot denied by Annie in red there. It's just going to be denial central. My prediction for Hobart not climbing over 26k by the end of the game might still hold. I predicted the flat line. Sped's putting shots in. Is he going to finish? No, one shot denied. Oh.
There we are. All right, they've cracked the 59. They've got about 45 seconds to go. Average Nexus players, what can you do?
61 and a half, mate. 61 and a half.
He's calling it. Did anybody pick positive over 60 in the chat?
I don't think anyone said 60. There's
Jade
the
went
60.
for 63, but that was late on. Of the early guesses, Volley was the closest so far.
Look, I'm backing in my. Oh, they've gone over 26. I was sort of backing in my halfway through the game.
Oh,
if there's a denial here,
a denial. Oh, he's got it.
He's got it. Oh, well done. The game's going to wrap up 61-6, 61-7 at the wall. 62. Boom.
There it is. They did the 62.
Oof.
That did have to be up there. I think one of the highest scores of the comp, actually. Anybody in the chat?
Yeah. Can anyone confirm? Definitely not expected before the game started, but when you see a base swap like that, with a good team in the strong base being the third team, it's a recipe for one of those kinds of monstrous scores, right? Particularly when the other two teams swap with each other, and then you just know it's coming to you at the end. You just know it's coming to you at the end. I think the only way it could have been better. What is it? Green base, which is the absolute chaos denial base.
Yeah.
So if average Nexus players were playing in green, they might have finished on like 70. If everything played out the same way that it did. But
you know you're in for a good game when your lowest scoring player gets just on 10k.
Yeah, just come on, Crow, what are you doing, mate? Only 10? Jeez. So average Nexus players will go through into the next elimination game. I think they're stuck in elimination games from here now, aren't they?
Oh, you know what we're definitely going to do this time, Ibo?
What? We're going to shout out the teams that come through.
Yes. Excellent. So, well done. Massive congratulations to Hellspawn for finishing in 11th place and Carp Revolution for finishing in 10th place.
Nice. So
let's just, for S's and G's, let's just reflect onto the prediction and see where these teams have finished. So, Not a Duck Deployment got predicted 13th. They finished 13th. Carp got predicted 12th. They finished 10th.
They finished 10th, so 2 spots higher than predicted.
They went 2 spots higher. Well done to Carp. They deserved that. They really played well this comp. They surprised a lot of people, I think.
Yeah, I wonder if they could have got 1 or 2 spots higher if they hadn't have made that decision to take the blue with their color choice.
True. They'll reflect on that. That'll be a learning experience for them. The Hellspawn have been predicted at 11th and achieved 11th. So there you go. They're right on. So far, predictions have been 50% correct. Well done to all the people predicting.
We're starting to get into the business end of it, in the business end of it now, though. So in this game, we've got, what do we got? So we've got Hobart Archangels, Can't Phase Through and Rampage. Is that it? Or have we played that?
Yeah. No. That's the game. Running. This game has started, and is it just me, or did that game get turned over super quick?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's get into it. Rampage will start off with an awesome start. Zam's got an early hit on red. Archangels just sort of getting, tagging away. Pretty tight on field points across all 3 teams at the moment. But Zam's early hit on red could come in real handy later on. Phaser defending.
I
we got-
love that Rampage got an early hit. It's really good, really good.
Mhm.
It's like there's signs that they're
They're
just
learning.
shifted
They're,
their approach.
they're
Yeah, they've
beginning. They're
shifted their
beginning.
approach a little bit.
They're beginning to believe.
Yeah. They should, if they should believe, because if they do believe, these guys can go so far up the ladder. It's not funny. They've got the talent on their list.
Oh man, I've seen them do it a couple of
Yeah.
years ago.
Here we go. And Can't Phase Her and Hobart Archangels are pretty even on field points at the moment. I think Can't Phase Her would be. Actually, I've seen this is the second time this has happened where the green team has been pretty good in the field points. Just in the last couple of games, we saw the Lunar lads do it from green, where they really smashed out a really good field point game. I wonder, and Can't Phase Her were in that game. I wonder if they learnt a few things because they're field pointing very well from green base at the moment.
So I just want to draw everyone's attention to the green camera. Now it's not quite where it was a second ago, but we can see that internal defender is looking outside the right hand door. And she's just switched around to check the left. But what's interesting, I don't know what's happening outside on that left hand door, but the internal defender's looking out the door that there's an outside defender on. So I'm wondering, like, if without knowing what's happening out there, I'm thinking, well, I'd just be looking out that left hand door waiting for the call.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky, and unless you know the arena and you know where you defend, where you expect your
Yeah,
defenders to be positioned.
absolutely.
Look, exactly what you said, Ibo. Just happened. Red player runs in, shoots her in the back. There you
Okay,
go. There's
and
a little refinement.
there is some cover there, so we can see that green do have a defender out that left hand door as well. So that maybe they were just out of sight, and that's okay. That makes sense. What do you do here? Which door do you look at? The door wherever the most noise is coming from. While we talk about that, though, Can't Phaser has actually sneakily just popped themselves into first place. They got a base. Chutch hit a blue base, and we're winning the field point game by a couple hundred points.
There you go. I've heard the term clutch chutch being bandied around quite willy-nilly over the course of this competition. Although I think we should retain it till the end of the game when, that's when the clutch moves happen. That was just a kick-ass take. Let's just keep it at that.
So not much happening in around the base areas. Looks like someone's having a little bit of a look at blue. Not too much. There must just be sort of a bit of a spread out field point game, I'm guessing at the moment. We're seeing two defenders inside red. So Hobart Archangels have put two inside the base. This, I think, the first time I've seen that today so far. And Green have just walked through and managed to clear one out anyway, but then they cycle back through. So Archangels look like they're playing a 2-in, 1-out sort of defense. And the base has just been cleared out. I think Green are going to get that one safely. Shoot! What are you doing? Oh, took too long. Definitely could have covered yourself while shooting from there.
Well, if they had aimed at the base, they would have saw the person coming in to tag them. So they probably would have got it.
We've also just seen Easy Points walk into Green, and Easy Points must be pretty tall because like I was just watching him shoot from directly underneath, and his phaser was basically at the base height there.
Yeah, doesn't look like he's Easy Points. He's got 18 tags, 19 tags to 16 at this point. So I guess he's
No, he
a
gets
lot
the
harder
easy
to tag.
points. He gets the easy points.
Easy points, right?
Gets the easy points. So Green have reset. They're going to run just one inside, and keep that standard sort of formation. Whoop. Oh, where'd that tag come from? Oh, from that last defender. Oh, here we go. To blue clean this up inside green base. We got a blue player under. Oh, it must be so hard being in that under position at green, just watching it. Like, it's only one step from the doorway. So the amount of time you've got to turn, even with a comm, is just so short. I'd be sweating bullets if I was trying to set up under that green and shoot.
Yeah, I've heard quite a few comments from people who are playing going, yeah, it's just, yep, there's puckers tightening every time you put shots in.
Now, Volley's made an excellent point. This game is spicy as all heck. Currently only 1,500 points separating first to third, and most of the game's been like that. The only time there's been any sort of gap at all is in the short periods where someone's gotten another base, someone's got that extra base, but it's basically been a tie the whole way through. Seeger's putting shots in the green, boom, second base of the game for the Archangels. They've just put themselves from third into first in the span of about a minute. We got some people in the chat. Yep. So
Yeah.
Rampage is winning this. Sam knows how to clutch. Can't phase her. It's just waiting on Chutch to go absolute god mode. Though she has the only base for them so far. I don't know how. I have no idea how this is gonna. I have no idea how this is gonna finish out.
Yeah.
I wonder if the base advantage of red comes through for the Archangels, maybe.
Mm.
And
It's just a good game at the moment. It's just a
yeah,
good
it's
game.
a great game of laser tag. Now, can anyone in the chat just confirm? It seems like that red dominance has tapered off a bit in this system D. Is that? Am I right in saying that? Suppose we could have a look at the results and gather the facts. Actually, no, there's been a lot of reds in first. Actually, pretty much across the board, reds is winning. Never mind, reds dom, reds OP. Reds won every single game except for one.
Yeah, I think the Lunar lads are the notable exception when they won that game from green. But I think outside of that, everything's gone pretty stock standard. It's a bit hard. The last game doesn't count.
Yeah.
Really. Man, Zam's on a tear. He's on 300% tag ratio in this game. So what I'm noticing differently as well the last couple of games is Spider hasn't had as high a tag ratio. So maybe they've shifted the roles a little bit.
Spider's getting more involved in the offense, trying to push people through bases, maybe.
Yeah, like they've shifted his positioning so he's able to utilize his skill to actually impact the game result a bit more.
Yep, Shurikitty just got 2-shot denied as well, trying to take green. That could come back to bite the Archangels in the late game. Can't phase has stagnated right off. In fact, they've lost points in the last sort of 2 minutes or so. They've gone backwards and not through denials either.
My guess is that they've gone for a hit and they've been repelled. That's usually when something like that happens. And look at that, another green base goes down, and Spider's on at red, and Spider takes it. So, yeah, can't phase her. I've got some work to do now. My guess is that they were like going, okay, we've got to make something happen. They pushed 2 or 3 out. They've been hammered in the crossfire as they transition, and then couldn't get in.
Put through a reload and had to go home.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, gosh, that was by Shurikitty, the hit on green. That was super handy because that just kept Rampage at bay. Rampage is still in a good spot, and here we go. Mantis is on a green.
Put shots in the green, finishes it clean. I did notice while Mantis was shooting the base, I think I watched her fire about 7 or 8 shots to get the 3 shots that counted. So I don't know if it was like the base not registering or just sort of poor timing on the gaps between the shots, but in a base like green, that's definitely something, maybe tip from an old pro to anyone in the chat, but I'd be practicing in my allocated training time, getting inside there and just getting the absolute minimum time to destroy on that base, like getting those 3 shots, practicing those 3 shots, getting that time down to the absolute closest to perfection as possible, because there will be denials from that.
So my guess is that green have gone aggressive, which has opened up the opportunities for red and blue at green, which is why the Archangels got a couple of hits. They were the first to notice it. And now Rampage has ended up there, and now they're all kind of battling at green base a little bit. I think they're defending with potentially 2, so they might have taken 3 out. They've got 1 base. They've got 1 hit on... They must have got a hit on blue. But yeah, they probably want to be accelerating a bit harder than this. Can't phase her. They need to... They've got 3 out. They want to be hitting bases at a steady rate.
Here we go. Princess has just secured that, and I like the way he tagged that there. So he had an undershot, basically just standing completely upright, looking out the right-hand side door, but he had his phaser sort of just wedged against his hip. It was clean. There was no covering, but he had an easy flick shot with the right comm to either door. I think that's going to be a pretty good way to cover yourself while shooting the base.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen a defender run in, so I could see him actually transition and tag a defender from that position. Hopefully we see that in the next game.
Zeropa in the chat just mentioning how nice of it for the red player to defend Princess while he was taking. I didn't catch that bit myself, but
it's always nice when the opposition team defends you. That's great.
Anyway, Archangels are still winning, but the gaps really come in. Rampage are just a base away from cheekily taking this one. Now,
Yeah, and they're set
I
up in
said halfway through,
green.
they've got time.
Yeah,
They've
yeah.
definitely got time. So unless Archangels can answer, which it doesn't look like they're set up to do in any way right now. Here we
There
go.
is shots
Spiders
on.
putting shots.
There we are. And that's not enough time. I think did both bases go down? Both bases are
Yeah.
down.
So
There we go.
Archangels can't do anything. They're going to need to claw back 600 points in the span of a very short period of time. No, it doesn't happen.
That was a game. That was a game.
That was such a good game.
That is how laser tag is played, peoples. That was a great game.
Yeah, big game by Spider, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Just overall, I'm not sure if he's calling the shots, but I really liked the strategic decisions by Rampage in that game. Nice and aggressive at the early, didn't lose their cool, got a decent spread of bases. I thought it was pretty textbook.
Yeah. Something we used to see from Wank back in the day. They would always get an early base. You remember that?
Yeah.
And then they were happy to play that controlled game through the early to mid, but they always had that little base at the start. Yeah, I really like it.
I think it's clever because in that if the game goes into a lockdown, okay, everyone knows that the team that has the one base, so they're ahead, right? So that's going to sort of make everyone a little bit antsy. You know, that sort of forces teams to make decisions. And then Wank were obviously just incredibly good at capitalizing on that. So they'd go out, get that early base, and then they'd let you decide. You know, okay, you want to lock it down and play the slow game. Cool. Well, we're a base up, and we're really, really good at scoring field points, so we're going to win. Or are you going to go and do something about it? Well, we're ready for whatever you do. Whether you come to us or whether you go to the third team, we're ready, and we're probably going to get 3 bases to the 2 that you get being aggressive.
Yeah, and I feel like it really takes the pressure off the team as well. Like, and the morale boost you get from an early hit, it lifts everybody. And then if you have a bad run, you get denied once or twice or anything like that, it doesn't matter. You've got that early hit, you've got the buffer. You can kind of it's like an insurance policy in a way. So anyway, it was a awesome game by Rampage and closed out the end game really well. Deserved the win.
Yeah. So what have we got now? Just quickly checking our thing. So was that
Anybody read lips? Because Lilbo's talking to us in the camera. Anybody good at lip reading? Understand what Lilbo was trying to say to us? Hello?
Right, we got Lunar Lads playing out of green, Aftershock playing from red. Aftershock's first game of the System D, I believe, and the Canberra Crustaceans, which I'm guessing it's their first game as well. So Lunar Lads are the bottom seed, but I tell you what, Benny, they're in form. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them take this one out.
Well, this will be a new challenge for them. So one of the teams that has surprised me immensely this comp has been Canberra Crustaceans. They where were they predicted? They were predicted to come in at 6th, and they finished in 4th before finals.
Right.
And their kind of marquee player, VG Master, got 2nd in solos this year at Nats, and he has just been tearing it up in this comp as well. Like, he hasn't missed a beat. So they've got like a really solid team, and they've got some top end talent now. With VG Master and of course, you know, the old Master Gus as well. So, and I feel like they've developed their strategy. Like they can play all the different styles of game now. They can play this slow, methodical style that, you know, this arena is playing. So, and they've been beating the top teams. So the only team they haven't beaten is the Vikings, of course.
Vikings. Yep.
Yeah. And then, of course, Aftershock, who did they finish 2nd in the end? Third, sorry. They finished 3rd after the Isotopes. So, yeah, the Lunar Lads will have to be playing at their best to pinch this one.
Aftershock, hey? Doing really well. Fuggin, taking an early base. Puts them into an early lead. Wow. I still think the Lunar Lads have this one. I'm just putting it out there. I think Lunar Lads got it. But I don't know. Aftershock do have the red base, and like they're obviously performing really well.
So I think that looks like Pug Salad inside green. So just look at the way he's holding, how far he's holding the phaser back.
Wow. Yeah,
and how
right.
it's hitting. That's what I'm noticing from. He's not quite as good at Peregrine at doing it, but that's what I noticed from Peregrine and the Vikings last line.
Yeah, I see. So
that
really
style.
sort of tucked back. Wow,
Tucked
everyone's
back
just
and then-
getting shot out from under green there. Like,
Yeah.
it's crazy. Pain in the chat. Canberra out there donating points. Free points for the poor. Let's go. Please, sir, can I have some points? Yeah, no, he's got a point though. Their Canberra crustaceans are struggling out of the gate. Well behind field points. Haven't got a base just yet. Not sure what they're doing. As Okrai starts putting shots into blue, easily covers himself, finishes the base. Is that the only? Let's talk shooter spots, guys. I haven't seen anyone shoot blue from anywhere else. Is that the only spot?
That's a good question, Ibo. I would love to know the answer to that from some people who are at the comp or who have been tuning in and watching intently to the blue base getting hit.
Taipan just shot blue from slightly different. Yeah, well that's fair. That makes sense. Someone like Taipan probably would. It's so hard. It's so hard commentating on an arena you haven't played in a tournament and you're not playing. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry everyone in the chat if it's just been degenerate discussions from two old washed up players who don't know what's going on.
And the Lunar lads, mate, yeah, they're doing really well. Their field points are like, there you go. So they're basically 2.5 to 3K, 2K ahead on field points after
Yep.
Aftershock's second hit. And blue looks vulnerable. They've dropped 4 times now.
Well, they're the only base to have gone down. So it looks like, both Aftershock and the Lunar lads are holding firm. So it might be a little bit of a race who can cycle blue first, or pick up a cheeky.
Have blue done something? Because green are
Green
wandering
have
around.
set up inside, yeah.
And they're also just wandering around like there's not much happening on the outside. There doesn't seem to be people bolting in the doors. Only a red player. There you go. So
yeah, there we go. So
blue might have split
might
one
have
or
called it.
something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Which, I mean, it makes sense. You probably don't want to wait too much. If you're going to do that, you probably don't want to wait too much longer too. I mean, you're down a couple of bases already anyway. If you wait until everyone has you, I mean, by then it's probably too late in the game. Still going to be hard for Canberra to come back here. But, if you're in their position, mate, would you have done anything differently?
I
I don't know about the split dump.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't know what they've done, but I wouldn't be calling a dump that early. I don't think. I probably would have tried to claw it back if I had a bad start and lost a few at the start. Yeah.
But Lunar lads are really starting to walk away with this game. Taipan's just one shot denied. Dragon shooting their base. They've got the 4 hits on blue so far. Aftershock have only managed 2. So if the Lunar lads are going to be pretty aware Canberra's probably out of it at this point, so they can really redirect some of their resources into making it really hard for the Aftershock guys to get back into it.
Yeah, and I'd be trying to get myself a hit or 2 on red too at this point.
Oh, 100%. 100%. If I'm Taipan or Lilbo, I'm just sort of, just every now and then popping a cheeky look in, that quick sort of try and catch them off guard.
Especially if you've got the team that's out of it. So the crustaceans are kind of out of the game. If they're at my base, I'm leaving them there for a little bit. Give them the base or 2 that they, it basically just holds the other team out for a period of time while you can go get the red base, essentially.
Yeah. Norfa's just mentioned interesting stat. With 5 minutes of the game, Canberra's already been tagged 130 times. That's a lot of deactivation time. We can even have a look at the sort of their worms, right? Look at the worms, those white bars underneath their score sheets there, and there's not a lot of white bar there, certainly compared to the other teams.
The Lunar lads are about 4 or 5K per pack, but I feel like the Canberra team have probably spent more time at their base, so that kind of explains the extra points. So once the blue guys
evened up the bases too, so Aftershock have got 4 on blue as well. So we really just got Hasbro and Beefy still waiting to get those empty blues. So I think it's going to be important between Aftershock and Lunar lads who gets the first one on each other.
Yeah.
If Taipan can get a cheeky one on red now, then I think that just about locks them in for the W. Now, Gustus just got 2 shots denied by Lilbo.
Lilbo is on a tear. He's playing so well this comp.
I know you'd never do it, but it's almost at a point now where, do you just let Canberra shoot your base and then smash out with 4 over 2? If you're the Lunar lads, do you kind of let Canberra go? Like VG Master's putting shots in now. If he gets that, and he does, quick aggressive 3-man stomp over to Red. See if you can pick
Yeah.
one up. Red can't get you for the next 30 seconds.
I would have even done it when they rocked up with 2 or 3. I would have quickly taken over a couple of players over to Red.
Yeah.
To have a look.
See, instead they decide to get Hasbro the 5th blue.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not in the maze, but I really would have liked to see them have a good look at Red then instead.
So now we've looked the denial. So how many denials are we up to? Up to 8, 9 denials so far for the Canberra team. They are not having a great game. This is one of those games.
Yeah. Poor Gus, negative 830 points. I don't think I've ever seen Gus finish with a negative score before. Usually pretty good at laser tag, old Gussie. But he's lost 4 shots into each base, if I'm reading that correctly. So fair few.
One of the problems with like split dumps and dumps as well is when you're playing at this end of the ladder now is that the teams are so drilled now on how to counter that kind of stuff that it really is a long shot.
It doesn't. Everyone's just. I think with just the general scene of competitive laser tag overall, the average teams just improving and having access to resources like the streams and things like that. It becomes so much harder to pull off these kind of Hail Mary type strategies.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if maybe Taipan just knew that they were way up on field points because I'm really surprised there hasn't been much attention on the red base. Oh, here they are. They're in red now.
Yep, there we go. Beefy still needs his last hit on blue too. So, I wonder, it's possible. I mean, the base is down at the moment. So, but I wonder if perhaps Aftershock have done strategically the right thing and really tried to have a go at green first. But it looks like, all right. So Gus managed to get one off Red. Pretty bad timing for the Lunar lads there. And here we go. Beefy's getting that easy. There we go. Beefy gets the easy blue and hobbles back to defense. So what are we looking for now? We got a minute and a half to go. The game's almost tied. Aftershock have pulled ahead. But
so they closed that $5,000 field point advantage in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah.
So just denials and just having all the attention at their base. So
the crustaceans are really going to have a big say on ultimately who wins this game now.
Yeah, how much time do they spend at each, red, and how much time do they spend at green?
Yep, absolutely. And then failing that, obviously the Lunar lads are going to probably need to get a cheeky hit on red, but I think Aftershock are going to be pretty switched on to that fact, and they're going to be pretty conservative. They really don't want to give up that 6 base to the Lunar lads.
So that hit on red that we were talking about like 4 minutes ago, the one where they instead of cycling the empty, maybe take 2 or 3 players out to red. This is why you need that hit for this situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
There we go. All red are on.
Oh,
denied.
2 shots denied.
Did he lean back too far?
I don't know. I wasn't watching the camera. I was watching the 5x3.
Yeah, it was a good move.
Garn's putting shots into red.
Oh, that locks
Garn's
it into
taken
Aftershock.
red. Garn's taken red. That's huge. That locks it in for Aftershock. As long as they don't do anything silly and just play the field point game, Lunar lads have been locked out of that last base, and Aftershock are going to walk away with it. I think that's going to be how it plays out. Oh, what? Maybe not. Never mind.
Did they just get a whole bunch of field points at the end of that game?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. How? What happened in that last minute? What the?
I don't know. I was starting to look at other things on a different screen.
Yeah, I thought that game was over, man.
Holy moly. They must have just got like 8 tags or something in the last 5 or 6 seconds.
Literally must have just had a tear. Aftershock must have just well look, at the end of the game, every single Aftershock player was deactivated. And every single 4 out of the 5 Lunar lads were active. getting tags while all of the Aftershock players were deactivated. If you just look at the worm in that last basically 2 minutes, right, with 40 seconds to go.
Hang on a minute.
What?
I'm looking. Oh, sorry. I thought it was a draw there for a second. They were entering the numbers into the spreadsheet, and they had the same the same number in two of the cells, but they just mixed them up. Sorry for that gasp of air that I just deafened everybody with. No, can confirm Lunar Lads won that game.
That's crazy. Wow. That field point run at the end is just huge.
That's 3 from 3 for them today.
All right.
Two of them from green. To win on green against Aftershock in red, that's impressive. Really impressive. Albeit it wasn't a standard game. It was, one team dumped early in the game. So, yeah, I don't think it demonstrates.
I mean, look, Lilbo had a huge game, 9-7 with one base.
Yeah, so Lilbo, I think, was second on the solo ladder after the round robin. Actually, let's check where he finished the solo ladder after the Cascades. Yeah, still in second. There you go. That's on tag ratio multiplied by score ratio. So he's got a low average because he's been spending a lot of time in defense, but his tag ratio is amazing.
Just through the roof.
Yeah.
So that now puts the Lunar Lads, who were playing like as early as, they potentially could have been out in they potentially could have been out as low as 11th spot, more or less. If I'm looking at this correctly, they played the third game of the afternoon, and now they're going to go in. They're going to go in and start battling for golden games.
Yeah. So the lowest they can finish now is 5th. Is that right?
No, I think they can drop a bit lower. Hang on, I'm just looking at the thing here. So if they can finish as low as 7th. So
Are you sure about that? Because they just won that game, and now they go up into game 12, don't they?
Oh no, correct. No, you're right. Absolutely. Sorry, it's the Aftershock and the crustaceans that can. So yeah, so they're now going to go into golden games. That's golden.
Whatever happens from here, those guys are going to be so stoked. Their first big comp, and they're playing in golden games. They'll be absolutely stoked with that.
I can already hear the exasperated sighs of every other state. Oh god, another Queensland team. I'm with you guys. I'm with you. I'm in Discord with them. They're definitely stoked. Oh, they don't have time to be stoked right now. They've got to get ready for the next game. Gold games. Robo, what's going on, man? Robo's in the chat. I didn't realize you were here, mate. Okay, so going into this game, well, Lunar Lads, I mean, they've almost just about locked up team of the competition at this point after such a strong performance. But we are moving into the next game. So this is an elimination game. We've got Hobart Archangels playing at a green, can't phase her. Have been given red, is that right? Archangels selected green? Okay. And the average Nexus players have been given blue. Third place in this game will finish 9th overall in the tournament. Second place will finish 8th. And first will live to fight another day.
Here we go. It's twice today. The statistically strongest base has been conceded to another team. Let's see if it can get at least a 50% win rate, that decision.
Yeah, so, I mean, pretty standard start to this game. Unlucky. Axiom 2 shot denied by Shuri Kitty. Having a look at green, but we're seeing some pretty standard defenses set up. Single internal at red, single internal at blue. And I think green are trying to get someone inside, but obviously there's a lot of activity happening over there, which explains all of their field points, their early field point advantage. Red have gotten under. Are they going to take shots? Nope. Probably a good call there, given that they got shot out straight away.
So I'm going to throw a theory out here. I'm just wondering whether the meta has moved just a touch, just a little bit, because we're seeing field points from green. Like, look, there's been a number of games today where the field points from green has been good, significant, and I think the Lunar Lads won 2 games from green. And again, here we're looking at the Archangels match and can't phase her in the early field point game.
Yeah, it's almost like Red don't seem to be getting that dominant sort of field points that they were before. They're obviously a bit further away from everything. So I don't know. I'm just guessing here because I can't see in the middle of the maze, but maybe there's less fighting in the middle of the maze, and teams are sort of going more directly to the base doors to get their points, which makes it more difficult for Red. That said, Red's still winning basically every game except unless you're the Lunar lads. So it's obviously still going to quite dominant.
We've definitely seen a few times today where blue team has been getting pumped early. So yeah, maybe green have the teams have started to figure out a way of like getting lots of shots onto blue potentially at the start of the game, which has helped lift their field points.
Yeah. Blues definitely still seems to be the hardest base to play.
So Wax is making a call. He thinks that green is going to be the best base after finals. There you go, big call. But I can see why you'd think that. That's if they can match the field points and then they've got a base that is like there's lots of denials happening at.
Look, I think that could very well pan out, but I don't think you want green in the first game of a 3-game final.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, well, you might not be. You kind of want to be green when a team starts to feel like they're out of it, and as long as that's not you, it might open up a bit, and you might really be able to capitalize on some of those denials in that real grindy lockout game. I don't know if green's where you want to be. Maybe red's to go then. But those are just educated guesses as well.
Yeah. If there's a bit of chaos, it'd be great to have green, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, 100%. And we see Can't Phaser taking an early lead in this game, and that's through Chutch's clutch blue hit. Chutch seems to be pretty good at getting bases in this arena, but the rest of them's having a bit of a harder time. I know it is a low base game, but I think we need to see one of the other girls sort of step up and make a big base hit to see the Can't Phaser girls get through. Average Nexus players struggling a bit with that blue base. Does look like it's really hard to sort of stretch and score points from. The Archangels sitting, I mean, they're winning the field point game at the moment, so the Archangels are sitting fairly comfy playing out of green. Let's see if they can, let's see who makes the first move. Who gets antsy, I think it's going to be Can't Phaser, and I actually think, and I hate to say this, but I think Can't Phaser are going to be winning, and they're going to make a decision to go aggressive when they probably shouldn't, and that's actually going to cause them to fall behind. And I say that only because they've struggled with that earlier in the day, either leaving it too late or not having an effective run. So I think they're not going to be sort of feeling super confident right now. What do you think, Ben?
I'm not sure, to be honest. They've got a few players at green, so they're certainly upping the ante attack wise, which was one of their issues in the last game. So they're not going to go out swinging. Essentially, is what I'm seeing right here. But the average Nexus players have done they've just stretched. I was going to say they've done a good job of catching up on the field points, but it's just starting to stretch out a little bit again. It's back up to 3K. So
everyone's going to be feeling really antsy in this game, mate. Like it's an elimination game. It's like, we've all played these games before where you've got 5 tags at the halfway point and you just have no idea how well you're doing. The nerves really sink in. And these games, I mean, I was never a captain, Butz, so you should probably shed the light on this, but are these the ones that are really hard to make those decisions in?
The super tight ones.
Yeah.
Oh, it can be. Some games you can read how your field points are going, and some games you can't. And sometimes you're having personally a terrible game, but the rest of the team is doing really well. So it can be a bit dangerous to, predict how the team's going off your phaser. So yeah, I always like to. I think you want to be trying to win by 5 or 6K, and to do that, you want to be a base or 2 ahead, and you always do your utmost to be ahead on field points. But just sometimes you're not. Sometimes you get denied, and sometimes you get outplayed. So the goal was always to try and be 1 or 2 bases ahead if you could, so that if you make errors in judging your pack hits in the game, then you've got a bit of insurance there.
Well, no one's really made any bold moves just yet. Can't Phaser is still sitting in first, 15-3 with a base. Hobart Archangels are starting to really claw back the gap though. They haven't got a base yet either. So, and they're only a K behind. And the average Nexus players are actually winning the base game and coming third overall. So. But both bases they're going to Crow, so they're going to have to dig a bit deeper. Ninja's probably going to have to get out there and make something happen in the bases if they're going to get back into it. Well, they're saying that they've just jumped into second place.
Really anybody's game at this point. I haven't seen Can't Phase Her around the doors and things for a little bit. I'm just wondering what they're doing at the moment.
Yeah, well, I can't see anyone inside red at all at the moment. So, have they made a move?
No, they had a player in there earlier.
Oh no,
Just
there's,
like 30
there's
seconds ago.
someone floating around. There's just
Yeah.
obviously not much activity happening at their base. Quite a bit. Oh, they're really having a go at green. I think it was Raven there, just sort of diving in. They're Can't Phase have really been having a solid go trying to get into this green base, but it's just sort of proven to be quite difficult. There's a lot of activity happening. Oh, Raven's on her, shot out.
I reckon they'll back themselves against the Archangels on the packs, which is maybe why they're spending a bit of time at green.
Mm-hmm.
But the
Oh,
Archangels-
Axiom 2-shot denied at green. Archangels crawling ahead.
Yeah, it's anybody's game. What have we got? 3 minutes left. Right in the chat. What are predictions? What's going to happen here? Bold predictions from the chat.
Bold predictions. Well, I don't think there's going to be more than 7 or 8K between first and third. So I
Yeah.
don't know that there's any bold predictions.
That's not a bold prediction.
It's-
Red win.
Now, Puts, earlier you were talking
Like the
about,
lads, man.
in these tight lockdown games, you've played a million of them, and it can be tricky because you might be having a poor game on the packs, but your team might be doing really well. How do you gauge that, mate? Is there, have you ever had strategies where you've tried to get a feel for how your team's field pointing? Do you communicate that amongst yourselves, or is it really you just going off gut feel?
I think there's a few teams that have little comms that I heard them talking on the chat last night about little things that they would say to each other to share, where their field points are at. I think we used to say something like, "Are you up or are you down?" kind of thing, just to give an indication of where your field points are, because you're not counting, obviously. But yeah, I would, if I was having a really bad game, I'd try to tune in with a couple of other players to see how they're going.
Oh, Green have dumped. Green have dumped. Archangels have dumped. Oh, this is gonna make it spicy. What's happening?
Here we go. Buckle in, everybody. 2 minutes. Right, who's going to take green?
Now, the timing of this dump might just entice everyone to go to green. So red have gone in. Are they? Oh, so shift. All right, so Shifter gets one clean. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. Can't Phase. They're looking pretty good at the moment. The timing of that dump was actually pretty clever because, it would be it's really juicy then for both red and blue to go, oh, now's our chance, and end up fighting over green and ultimately letting green run away with the win. I don't think it's quite panned out that way though.
Well, you can't just hold the dump team out at that point at the 2 minute mark, because essentially you're just like feeding the other team the win. You have to move. You have to go get bases. So it's a good time to do it, to dump in the last couple of minutes.
Wax in the chat. No timing of a dump is good. It's always bad. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yes. Well, let's see if it turns out for them. It's not working so far.
No, it's
I
not.
don't think
It's
they
not.
mustn't have realised how solid their field points were.
Yeah, I know. They've really put themselves in an awkward position here. And Can't Phaser, I mean, out of nowhere, they've given themselves an 8K buffer.
There you go. Drake in the chat. Arcane, 4 denials, 160 tag ratio, smashing it. Hasn't got a base yet on 6K. Raven's doing well too, 10K, 1 base.
Here we go. Ravens putting shots into green. Easy. I think Can't Phaser, they're going to walk away with this.
Yeah.
Archangels are going to be absolutely spewing when they look at that worm and realize that they've probably, they were really in it, and they sort of let it run away. Really handed the game over to Can't Phaser. But to their credit, Can't Phaser has basically played it out perfectly. That they're holding. They've got 3. They've sent 3 home. They're holding really firmly, and they cycled a couple. They managed to get Raven that hit on blue. So they got 2 hits on blue, a couple hits on green. Yeah, really good clinical stuff from Can't Phaser in this game.
I reckon average Nexus players probably needed to push harder on green as well. Like, I guess
Oh,
they've got
yeah.
their 3 hits, but yeah, the Archangels would have been relying on those 2 teams holding each other out, and that just didn't happen. Like, average Nexus players kind of just weren't there when Can't Phase Her was cycling. So yeah, that's how it panned out. I wouldn't say it was a terrible decision. They were in the hunt, but yeah, when they look back at the scoreboard later, I'm sure they'll be like, we were actually doing quite well.
And here's the other interesting part. Archangels opted to take green and gave red to Can't Phase Her, and red continues to win. So
Used
that
to be
was,
not the ideal choice.
I mean, it was a bold strategy. Now that does put teams. So we do have in 9th place overall for the tournament, the average Nexus players. Well done, well done. And in 8th place, finish up the Hobart Archangels. Now Can't Phase Her live to fight another day, and the red string of dominance continues. So far we haven't seen a team give up the red base and it pay off for them. So I wonder if that color selection's gonna continue, or teams wisened up now and we're just gonna see red every time it's available.
Also, another fun fact, Ibo, Hobart Archangels were predicted 8th, and average Nexus players were predicted 9th.
And that's exactly where they finished.
There you go. So predictions panel's been pretty accurate so far. I think they've missed 2 out
Who
of the
did that?
4
Was that
picks.
like a group thing, or?
Yeah, it was Runt, Holmes, and Spider, and I think they averaged their predictions.
Yeah.
So yeah, those 3 boys done pretty good job so far.
All right. So what's the next game that we've got? We've got Aftershock playing out of red, Canberra Crustaceans. Well, I'm presuming here that these are the color selections because that's where they've been put. But we got Aftershock,
Yeah.
Canberra Crustaceans, and Rampage. Now this isn't an elimination game, but the winner of this game gets 2 golden games, and the 2 losers, second and third, will go into. They're not guaranteed a golden game, but they'll be playing off for a spot in the 3rd golden game.
Correct. Yep. Ibo, you got the chat while I quickly have a short break?
Yeah, mate, absolutely. We've got a little bit of
Awesome.
gap, so I suppose we'll restart. For anyone who has only come in just recently, how are you all? Say good day in the chat. You're tuning in on the business end of Pre-Nationals 1. It's getting to the spicy bits now. So we're going to see some of these top teams, absolute top teams in the comp, are going to start playing their 1st and 2nd games soon. You're joined by Ibo and Butza in the chat. We'll be offering commentary through until the end of the grand finals. So I'm hoping as some of the teams have been eliminated, they're going to jump on and support their mates who are still in the comp. So next game's going in. Butz has just taken a short little break. He'll be back with us soon. And we've got, Aftershock, Crustaceans, and Rampage in this one. So Aftershock have still opted to take red. Canberra Crustaceans have opted to take green, and Rampage have been given blue, which is pretty much that's sort of the common theme that we've seen throughout the duration of the entire finals. Anyone who's gone outside of that sort of really paid for it. It seems to only be the Lunar lads who have had an incredible climb today that have been able to have some success out of green. But yeah, so chat, who are you backing? We've got Chrissy Oz back in Aftershock in this. Ebony Janes, Rampage all the way, baby. Aftershock 6 base win. Yeah, I agree. I think Aftershock's going to take this one, and I reckon 6 base is going to be it. Oh, have we seen a dump? Wait, what? Okay, so have Green Base dumped? Oh, wow. Oh, the Crustaceans. The Crustaceans. I feel for the Crustaceans.
Oh,
I bet you I can just imagine Wax at home right now, just like raging. He hates dumps. Wax, tell us, man, are you raging at home, or
I mean, who knows? I mean, so far it's working, kind of, I guess. Except Rampage had come in, got the second base. Crustaceans getting bogged down a little bit. It was way early days. Yep, Wax. I'm actually so mad.
It looks like they're only at green, or am I mistaken here? Sorry, only at red?
Yeah. So Rampage are cycling green early, and Aftershock looks like they're trying to control the dump and capitalize on
Yeah.
it. Who do you
Yeah.
think's going to come out of this one, Butts? I
Well,
like
let's
what
have a look.
Aftershock's doing. I like what Aftershock's doing. It's not a rush to get that empty green.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing the standard, dump strategy when you're defending a dump, which is just, screw the dump team over as much as you can in that first couple of minutes, get as many field points off them as possible. Appears to be what's going on. I'm just going to get my proper scoreboard up. There we are. They're accumulating pretty well. Their tag ratios aren't great, but they're getting the number of tags that they need. So, yeah, and I don't see Blues getting into red much at the moment. So, sorry, Green's getting into red base at the moment.
No, not at all. Not at all. So really, it just kind of depends. Yeah, all right. So Rampage is cycling. They're cycling the empty green. That's fine. That's going to happen. Aftershock have got all day to do it. So really, where are the crustaceans? Because that's what's going to, until the crustaceans get some success, and you almost wonder if, if you're Aftershock here, you kind of want to bait the crustaceans to you, don't you? Like you almost give them one, right? Like, because you
I
don't
think
want
that's
them
what
just sitting
happened.
there.
I think they rocked up. They got him by surprise. Gustus got his hit on red, and now we haven't seen them because they're just getting shot up on the outside of red base so much. It's essentially, I think, what's happening.
Yeah,
And I'm liking what
yeah,
I'm seeing from Spider. So Spider's clearly just sitting on the outside getting lots of tags. He's sitting on 18 and 6 at the moment, and so Zam. So Sad Lamp's doing okay as well. So Blue look like they're playing this pretty well. Like they've rolled the base, the green base, but they've not done it at the expense of getting all the tags
yeah.
off green team.
Yeah, they just put a nice sort of healthy spread. I mean, let's go. Aftershock have got theoretically 4 easy ones, so they got 12k, which is going to put them slightly ahead on field points. But that said, those bases aren't done yet. There's nothing stopping Canberra Crustaceans from leaving someone cheeky to get cheap denials, or at the same time, Rampage can sort of follow Aftershock attack around and dedicate someone like Sad Lamp or Zam to just kind of try and get that cheeky deny. It's almost, if you're Aftershock, you almost have to commit 2. Oh, here we go. So Canberra's gotten inside. No, but they're shot out immediately. But it does look like Canberra have really targeted red base. They're really targeting Aftershock. They're going to try and get the hits on it. Dragon's putting shots in now. And all right, so Dragon's just got it. But I actually think that's good for Aftershock. I think it's good for Aftershock because it's going to be real grind for the crustaceans to get those last 3 bases, and the more time that they spend at Aftershock, the better it is for Aftershock in the long run.
Keeping it juicy, mate. Keeping it juicy.
Here we go. So Holmes has taken. Yep. So Holmes takes the green. He was shooting it from a weird spot. Looks like he was having trouble getting shots on. Almost got the base almost timed out on him.
So
And-
outside of
and-
Holmes, you'll notice that the red team don't have a great tag ratio. So I think what's happened there is that the Rampage have been field pointing so well on the outside of the crustaceans that they've just completely hampered Aftershock's ability to fully take full advantage of that dump. So Rampage have played this quite well so far.
Yeah, they're picking up the tags outside of red base before they're even getting inside. And I know I've said it was probably good that Canberra were getting hits on Aftershock, but they've got a third one now. Might be starting to get away from Aftershock a little bit here. And if Rampage set up inside, Rampage are actually, so Blue set up inside red. If they get this one, this is a huge base. Oh, he is one shot denied though. One shot denied.
That was worth a crack.
Definitely a good calculated risk there. And if he had got that base, I would just
he's back in.
Oh, here we go. He's back inside. Oh, why did he wait to get there to put his shot in? Just shoot it. If you're gonna shoot it, just shoot it.
You're gonna get denied.
I mean, he would have got denied.
Free
He would have
shot.
got denied, but whatever.
Yeah, look, they're having a good crack.
Oh, they are.
They realise the importance of getting that one red hit because green, the crustaceans are going to end up at their base at some stage.
I can't. Where Aftershock's still defending their base because currently blue and green are literally fighting each other for red base, which just works beautifully beautifully for Aftershock. And in fact, Aftershock, I've got 2 hits on blue, which is huge
Wow.
because they're going to walk, like those 2 hits from Aftershock on blue are massive.
Mm.
They're going to walk through these last few greens, and I think like this is that decision we were talking about earlier, where they've got all game to get those greens. They're not in a hurry. You know, Holmes has made a good
Beefy's
decision.
on.
He's gone out to get blue. Oh, Beefy's just got blue as well.
Oh my gosh. So this is a big mistake from Rampage. They should not
Yep.
be allowing Aftershock to walk this easily through their base. Ooh, that's going to be hard to look at later. That's probably set Aftershock up now.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Rampage really could have just, maybe they got a bit greedy and they were doing so well tagging the crustaceans at red that they just kind of forgot about what else was happening in the arena. But they've just given up way too many three bases to Aftershock when they've still got 1, 2, 3 easy ones at green that they can walk through anytime they want.
Yeah, and they
Now-
still haven't got one hit on red. They're set up in red now, the Rampage.
Yeah, but they're really struggling. They just keep they're fighting green for it, and then red just show up at the right time.
Yeah.
Really good play by Aftershock. Although, you know, I know they've still got a lot of time, but I want to see Aftershock start getting these greens because you don't want someone and you don't want green to end up going home. Here we go, Mikey's putting his shots into it, nice and easy. Hopefully, yep, he's got covered by a mate. So they are doing it like with safe two-man rotation. They've both buggered off. They'll be back in about 20 seconds, I'd say. If we check that green camera, about 20 seconds, they're going to want to make sure the spot's clear and they're trying to get this done efficiently. Now, blue's set up. Oh, so Zam's putting shots into red. Okay, he's got to have that. He's got to have that. There's blue players absolutely everywhere there.
Okay, so Beefy's still got to get his green. So they're going to get a 5k advantage here. Can the Rampage guys get another hit on red? That's the question. They're kind of set up there.
They are, but Aftershock are about to come back. Oh, and if Mikey's about to Mikey's got that blue.
There you go,
mate. That's massive for Aftershock. Beefy can go get his green, get back into red, and you just hold red.
Yeah. This is pretty textbook decision making from Aftershock.
Yes.
In this game,
really.
Like, if you want to know how to play a dump, just rewind this game and watch it over. It's essentially they played it perfectly. And yeah, for the Rampage guys, watch what Aftershock did, and that's the decision to leave your base a bit undefended. It's not the right call in that situation.
That's it. And I think that, if we look at it, even if Rampage can even things up and get 2 clean bases on Aftershock, they're still going to be a K behind, and it's going to be expensive to get those 2 bases. I mean, they look like they're set up pretty well in there, and I'm hoping Aftershock are trying to do something about this. Maybe the crustaceans have decided to leave and go somewhere else, but like, it's still a tall order. That said, there is time for Rampage to finish. And they're not really getting fought out of red. So
No, I'd like to see
what are
Aftershock.
Aftershock doing? Aftershock? What are they getting inside red?
I think they might be trying to force this 10th hit at blue too hard. They should be back at home at this point, making sure blue are kept out of this.
Yeah. I did just see a red player. There's a red and a green sort of floating around at blue base, which is just, don't fight them for it. Go get your base back, Aftershock. Come on, you've done everything right so far. Oh, this spells a lot of trouble. Spells a lot of trouble.
It's just opened up, and everybody's.
Well, here we go. Rampage. Rampage have come back. This is a good sign. They probably should have been here about a minute ago, but better late than never.
Aftershock. You meant Aftershock?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Aftershock have come home probably about a minute too late, but as I said, better late than never. The crustaceans look like they're really just trying to get blue, and I think, the crustaceans have actually put themselves in this game. You almost can't. You almost can't let them get this. They've still got. Actually, they can only hit red. So,
there you go.
Yeah, there we go. So they can only hit red. So, we've got a minute and a half to go. Surely Aftershock are about to just get a whole bunch of points come to them at their base. It's going to be really hard to get it. Yeah. Hopefully, all's well that ends well, because they deserve to win this game. The way they've played it, maybe 1 or 2 little errors, but they've played it really well. They deserve to win.
Yeah, and I'd put money on Fuggan getting his blue now. That the green team have gone through blue. He shouldn't be contested there. He should be able to sneak out and get it, unless he's forgotten.
Or if he's under, like if I'm under, I'm not chancing it. I'm just defending.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, I don't think that's him. It's a bit hard to tell, though.
I don't think it is. I think that's Beefy in that middle spot, maybe.
Now it looks like they're
But not
back.
much activity. Not much activity is happening at red. It must all be outside. Crustaceans. Oh, that red middle plague stepping outside. That's ballsy. Here we go. So he's been tagged
Right, so-
out, but we still have one player inside. 20
So-
seconds to go.
Rampage, their field point, like Spider, has been on a tear. 73 tags. I just watched him wander through green tagging players. So they've just gone, okay, let's just get the biggest score possible. We're not going to get these red hits. Let's just get the biggest score possible. Wow.
Yeah.
Almost.
But Aftershock got, they had a bit of luck with how the strategy panned out. They got given quite a lot of points throughout the game, but they still did everything right, I think. Well, they did everything mostly right. They might have been a little bit late to come home, but well played Aftershock.
Yeah. And I feel like Rampage played the early game really well. That decision in the middle of the game to kind of leave their base was either undefended completely or relatively undefended. That was where it's kind of the game, come away from them. But having said that, they still almost won it. They were still within a base.
Yeah, and you know what? Like the crustaceans dumped, and we all had a chuckle about it, but they were right there. They were, they're only a K behind second, and they were a base away, basically a base and a few tags away from winning the game. So, it didn't, and they got third, but I don't know. They kind of executed okay.
So that puts Aftershock into 2 golden games. So well done to the Aftershock guys. They'll be stoked with having a couple of cracks at the final. They were predicted at third, so yeah, they'll be wanting to make a final here to feel like they've met expectations, so to speak. Who we got next, Debo?
Okay, so coming into the next game, we've got first golden game actually.
Yeah.
So we've got Hobart Vikings playing out of red. I'm really, really interested to see what they do in this game. Sunshine Coast Isotopes will be playing from green, and the Lunar Lads, who have been on an absolute tear, are going to be given a blue. Now they're not getting green. That'd almost be scary if they had green. But what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts going into this one, mate? It's pretty hard to look past the home favourites.
Yeah, my guess is the Vikings. It's not even it's unless the Isotopes have figured something out significant today. They have played an awesome day, the Isotopes. It was clear they weren't really on their A game yesterday. They were struggling. Cairns was struggling a little bit in the arena. They came out today. You know what it's like. Cairns, give him a night to sleep on it and a little bit of time to strategize, and he's always going to figure out the arena. Today's results for them was they're back on track for where you expect them to be. So it'll be interesting to see if they've closed the gap enough on the Vikings. I haven't seen anything yet that suggests they have. They got pretty close earlier in the day. They played a game where they were red. The Vikings were green, and at the 2/3 mark, they were matching them, and then the Vikings got away from them. So that was with the red advantage. So I haven't seen anything that suggests they're going to be able to close the gap on the Vikings yet, but who knows? They learned quick. Any team of Cairns learns quick. So
That's it.
let's see what they can
Wax
roll
in the
out.
chat. Green wins. Wax is back in the Isotopes for this one, mate.
Boom.
I might. I know it's not great timing, Benny, but I might just need you to give me a 2-minute break for a sec, mate. Can you hold the fort?
Yep, sure thing.
Thanks, mate.
All righty. What do you think in the chat? Who's going to take this one? Wax has put his vote in for green. The early game is a standard one that you'd see from this level of comp. It'll be interesting to see what happens with blue this game. So what we've noticed today is the green and the red teams have been getting off to early field point advantages over blue. It'll be interesting to see if the Lunar Lads have figured out a way to nullify that. At the moment, the game is going pretty standard to script. Vikings have got an early lead. Nobody defending inside for the Isotopes. That's interesting. So they have they pushed up and they have decided not to have somebody inside the base when there's nobody at their base. Okay, and then if anybody threatens, then he runs in. So yeah, they're really pushing their floats, which is what you'd expect to see from a top tier team like the Isotopes. And there doesn't appear to be much happening in terms of people trying to get into base at this point, except for that one. Red players trying to get into green. So it looks like the Vikings are pushing early to the Isotopes. That was Taipan inside green there. So my guess is that Taipan will be trying to slow down the Vikings' attack, accumulate field points. Okay, I just missed something in blue. So we've got a few things happening in blue as well. So looks like the Vikings are just poking around. They're just like, okay, how are these defenses set up? That was tricky from Peregrine. Move to a spot that people don't usually take.
Righty, I'm back.
Hey. So if you check the green camera, mate, you will
And
see Peregrine.
Nothing unexpected.
Yeah, he's going to script. So far, complete script. Yeah. Do you reckon anybody in the chat, do you think the Vikings will drop a game this comp?
Oh, one of the finals games, surely. Maybe.
Surely they'll drop one of their blue or green games in the final if they make the final.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how the Vikings play a
Don't
tough
know how
game out
to.
of blue.
Captain Morgan. It's not a skill they've learnt yet, losing. So here we go. No shots on base yet.
So you were saying before, pay attention to green camera. I was just watching Peregrine and I see what you mean.
Yeah, he's moving around inside the base now. I like it. I like it a lot.
My stream is down. Oh, no, I'm back. I'm back, boys.
Yeah.
Vikings. Oh man, these games are so hard. Something's got to happen. There's definitely a lot of action happening in the middle maze, but these teams are all going to be so good that they're either going to get in and get a base clean, or they're going to get in and get shot straight out. Like there's not going to be, these teams are all they're all that good that they're going to know when they're clean and when they're tidy and when they're ready to take bases.
So there's
So I
a
don't
few
think it's
gifts
going to
being
be
offered
on the
for
cameras.
For non-Vikings wins, mate. There's a few gifts being offered. Let's hope we can see an upset. At this point, it looks like it's going to have to happen on bases because Vikings are maintaining that pack lead. Although it's not overly convincing, like a denial or two can shift that. So let's have a look at some tag ratios. So we've got Runt, 120, Twinkles, 120, Leopard back into fence, doing a bit better. So yeah, this is probably more like what you can expect from them in terms of tag ratios against top tier teams, all locking down. So still pretty good. I know that if I'm GCing, I'm happy with 95%.
Yeah, that's right.
Against this
And if
quality of opposition.
if you're getting out in the thick of things and you're not the last line, 120 is beautiful. Like
Take
you're
that
loving
every day of the
120% tag ratio.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's really nothing in it. It's 400 points so far. That's a denial or anything. Lunar Lad's struggling with the field point game. And just struggling playing with blue. Which is fair enough. So, do they make a call? Do they go and do something drastic? I'm sure Taipan's got he'd have a pretty solid feeling now that they're falling well behind.
Yeah, I think this is a really good indicator of like the field point advantage that red and green have. Like all these teams I'd say, the Vikings would be better on the packs just because they've had them for longer. But all the three teams on paper are pretty even. Like, the Lunar
Here we
Lads
go. CV's putting shots into green. Oh, 2 shot denied. Where'd he get denied from? I didn't catch that at all. Unlucky. I thought he had that easy. I wasn't watching the camera though, so only saw it briefly. Here we go. Now Runt's putting his shots into green and gets it clean.
That was an
Well
interesting
done.
place that he shot it from.
I
Just
know.
kind of
Yeah,
outside.
just swung around that wall. He must have got some sort of comm from that right hand door that he was basically just. It wasn't possible for him to get shot from there.
Yeah.
So he's opted to take that wall. Is that just a triangle? Is that just basically a triangle wedge in the middle of the
Oh,
base?
I'm not quite sure because when you look at the map, it doesn't look like that. It looks more like a, what does it look like? Like a T.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, I haven't actually seen it myself. So if anybody can
What?
confirm in the chat. It'll be interesting to see what Taipan does. If he knows he's behind on field points, if he, tries to peg that back a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, it's so hard at this point. If you're the Lunar lads, like you're almost damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's hard to get this far in a game and be this far behind on field points against such quality competition. Because if you play out the rest of the game on its merits, you're going to lose. But if you go for that big swing, I mean, it can get messy pretty quickly as well. And
So
look at that in the
Runt's,
span of the last minute and a half, the Vikings have basically just doubled their lead. They're sitting up 9k clear now, really well in control of this game. Noodles just been one shot denied. What did Blue do?
Yeah, it's one of those things where you might have to take 3 out and just hope the other two teams fight over your base.
Cairns putting shots into Blue.
Yeah, so it looks like what they've done. They've got extra players on attack, which has made their defense a bit vulnerable. And Cairns got his blue hit. So Cairns will be pretty happy if they pull a second here because they'll get first color choice in the second Golden game.
Yep.
So that'll be a priority. Just get into the final. Doesn't matter about winning this game. You just got to get into one of the games.
Given the dominance of red, you're almost really playing for the second in some of these games becomes the good strategy. Once the win starts to get out of reach, securing that second when there's such a strong, when there's such a dominant color, I think it becomes worth it. If there's not a dominant color, if you're confident to win from any color, then maybe not. Maybe you go for that Hail Mary win and you go for like a crazy dump or something like that. But if I'm Cairns and I'm feeling like I'm 10k down,
Orkarai got denied. He looked safe, but I don't know how they're getting some of those shots off. But they're doing the right thing. I think they're conceding to the Vikings and attacking the Isotopes. I think that's probably the right decision to try and get them into a position where they can climb to second. But that's not happening for them. They're getting denied.
Taipans they're all getting denied. They've hit a bit of a brick wall. They've had a golden run today, but now they've basically come up against the top two teams in the competition.
Yeah.
And they're playing from the worst color. So, Taipans, he's not losing faith though. Whoa, he got that base with a split second spare.
Yeah. A whole second. That was plenty of time, Ibo.
A split? I mean a tenth of a second.
So
I think this one's going to round out, mate. Vikings have got this.
Yeah.
Vikings have got this. They're going to go through. They're in cruise control. Does it hurt the Vikings if they don't drop a game this time? Is it bad?
Possibly.
Vikings?
Well, I have heard Runt say they want to have their weaknesses exposed, which is what you want, isn't it? Because it's not every day you get competition of the quality of the teams that visit come and sort of play you in your own arena. So the only way they can get better is to be beaten by some of these teams and see where their weaknesses are. So this game they won't learn that because they're playing from red, but it looks like they're going to be in the final, and the games they play from green and blue are going to be super valuable to them.
Yeah, I agree. I'm really interested to see what they do from blue. In the finals, how's the color selection work? Do they get to choose 2 colors and what games they're in? Can anyone confirm that?
If it's the same as Nats, that'll be how it works, is my guess.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't look like Lunar Lads.
No, I don't
they've
think
run out of
much is
time.
going to change here.
Yeah.
Really, like very impressed. I know they haven't dropped a game, but it's the first game I've watched them play, and like massively impressive game here. I mean, look, Runt 16.5 against in a lockdown game like this.
Yeah.
That's huge. You know,
Yep.
like Runt's outscored the Lunar Lads. You
He's
know,
got
by
4
himself.
denials as well. So what's that? 1,000 points in denials. He's going to potentially crack 17 here. A few more
Yeah, he's got
tags.
17 already. He goes on a run, man. That's
There it is.
so he's just been deactivated. Yeah, he's just been deactivated. He'll probably be deactivated. He might finish 17.5, something like that, unless he gets doubles or something. But yeah, there you go. So he's doubled 17-3. Jeez,
That's
not mucking around. How
huge.
many? I can't make out how many tags that is. Is it
81.
87? 81. There you go. He got his 80 tags.
Finally got his 80 tags. Just had to wait for a golden game.
Yeah, just had to wait for a highly defensive game against two really good teams. You know, can't do it in an easy one.
Exactly. It was funny because he didn't start off like that. It was when the game broke open, and I think that's what you see from players in their home arena, right? Once the games break open and everybody's running around like crazy people,
Yeah,
and you
they
don't
just
have time to
pick
set
up
up.
like that extra 2 or 3 tags a minute, you know, like just that extra, you know, freebies that they know every time they walk past this barrier, they just look to the left because there's usually something happening there. And that's that home field advantage. That said, though, 17K is huge in any arena. Like, I don't think I ever scored that much playing at home or away. So it's still a huge game. Runt with the grunt, or duh. I agree, mate. Runt with the grunt.
Absolutely. So where does that place us now in terms of the schedule? Let's have a quick look. So we're now
All right.
going
So
to be
if we
playing.
go over, we've had our first golden game. Next up is the battle for the last golden game.
Righto.
So we got game 13.
So hang on, that's not filled out yet. So which teams will be playing for this one? It'll be Rampage and the Canberra and Can't Phase Her, I think.
Yeah, can't phase her. Yep. So can't phase her so it'll be Rampage. Rampage will get color choice in this game.
Yep.
And then Canberra Crustaceans will get second color choice, and then can't phase her will be given whatever is left over. So you would expect Rampage to take red. Well, they're already in there, so something's happened. We just haven't had our
It looks
thingy
like I see a
updated.
hat backwards.
But
That's got to be Rampage. That's probably Spider.
I'm gonna say yeah. And the Canberra Crustaceans have opted to take blue. So they've given can't phase her green.
Okay.
I
And
wonder
are they
if the crustaceans are going to dump, but they just didn't like dumping out of green last time. What's the plan? What's the play? Chat, what do we think's going to happen? The game's only just started. You've got 30 seconds to make a guess. It looks like Canberra's decided to start defensively. So maybe they're not dumping. Maybe they only dumped because they just couldn't figure out green. Maybe they didn't like the feeling of defending green, so they've opted to take blue, which they feel more comfortable defending. But can't phase her off to a good start.
Very possible. It's so hard to see what's happening with blue because you got the one defender inside and there's like never traffic at the doors, so you have no idea
I
if
know.
they're actually defending.
I know.
They've got some field points though. They're doing something.
Well, it's a lockdown game. No bases dropped yet. Really, really tight on the field points. Can't phase her. Although red Rampage are set up under green at the moment. Got shot out. Oh, now blue's under. Gustus taking. Oh,
He's got it.
all right. So Canberra take first blood. They're defending. So a bit different to what we've seen from them all day. Maybe they got this.
I want to see this from Canberra. I want to see them play a proper game without dumping and see what they've got because they've been kicking ass just playing the normal strats this competition.
But why blue? That's my question. Why blue?
No, we'll have to get their feedback on that. I'm not sure. And they've got shots
I
on the
mean,
green
they're off
again.
to a great start.
Oh,
Dragon, yeah,
wow.
yeah. So maybe they just back their attack on green. Maybe that's the
Yeah.
difference.
Yeah.
Maybe they just rather attack green than attack blue. I mean, so far it's working.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, so for those of us who are watching and from home, the winner of this game goes. This is an elimination game. I need to be clear. So the winner of this game gets the last spot in the third golden game, and second will finish 6th overall, and third will finish 7th overall. So it is an elimination game. After what I would say consider a pretty rough start, Camp Crustaceans have come out looking pretty good in this one. Rampage who have been up and down today. They've looked good, but they've sort of, won some, lost some that they probably shouldn't have, and they've got the red, but we're not seeing that aggressiveness that we saw earlier. They're playing quite conservative. We could see at least 3 defenders inside red at the moment. Who's going to make the first move? Well, I mean, Canberra's made a move. They've got 2 hits on green, but who's going to respond? A lot of activity at green at the moment.
One of the things I could have been thinking is, do we have shots on? No. One of the things I could have been thinking is that, okay, so Rampage have got red, we've got to choose blue or green. We don't want to attack red because they already have a field point advantage. We don't want to be coughing up more field points to them. If we're going to be pushing on a base, we want to be pushing onto the not red base. So what are we more comfortable attacking? And like you said earlier, maybe they're just more comfortable pushing onto green. So they're just going to spend most of their time pushing green.
Yeah, well, both red and so all right. We've got what looks like VG Master. VG Master's under. Here we go. He's under green at the moment. He's shooting, putting shots in.
There he is.
Boom. Yeah. Canberra's attack on green's been really good. Red's actually hanging around as well. So red have been attacking. Yeah, look, we've got a red player inside green at the moment, mate. Probably not much point being there right now. You got 20 seconds till the base comes up, but I mean, they're going to try the setup, but their timing's just really poor. They really probably wanted to get in like that, in another 20 seconds time. They're just going to get shot out before the base is even up.
Yeah. So Gustus has hit a red when we weren't paying attention.
Oh, whoa, the crustaceans, the boys.
Oh, here they go. Yeah. I was going to say, if they were just going to hit green the whole time, you get to that point where you get 3 hits on that base and it gets tricky because, if you get it any more times, the green team might do something like go super aggressive or dump.
Yeah.
So it's like, how much do you, how quickly
if
do
you're
you
Canberra,
take your 5
if you're
hits?
Canberra now, you're like, oh, maybe we just go to red for a bit.
Yeah, exactly.
We can't
We don't want
smash
to push
green
green
too
now.
hard. Yeah,
We need
don't want
green
to
to
push green
defend their
out.
base.
Yeah. So, and maybe that's what they've done. I mean, maybe I can't see them. Oh no, they're still hanging around. They're still hanging around green.
That's such a important hit on red from Gus. It's so good to have that hit.
We got Snoopy in the chat. Snoopy,
Do we?
a friend from the Legends. What's going on, man? Thank you for jumping in, joining in, saying good day.
Hey, Snoop, great to see you in there, man. Are you playing ZLTAC at the moment, Snoopy?
Chuch puts shots into red, so can't phase it. Take that first base. Take their first base. Put Rampage into third. How did Rampage respond? What are they going to do? Are they going to go aggressive? I mean, they've sort of been trying on green all game, but they haven't really committed too hard.
Yeah, and they're set up in blue at the moment. They got it. There we go. Yeah, I have seen them pushing. They just haven't been successful yet, but there we are. They're on the board. And they're still in it on field points, but yeah, Canberra would be pretty stoked with a 3-base lead right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Team deny. He's
I missed it. I was
Gustus team denied Dragon in red base. There we go. VG Master on.
Master's putting shots. Got it nice and clean. I don't think it's going to come back to cost him, but geez, you'd be spewing. All right,
Yeah.
Zam. So they're starting to exchange a little bit now.
Yeah.
Which I think actually leans into the Crustaceans plan. Crustaceans have done well. VG Master and Gus have got both their bases each. So yes, that does mean a lot of their attack power's been tied up. Those guys can only get the bases that they've already got, but they've got a lot of options where they can go. So if the game starts to open up a bit, they're going to be flexible. We can see here now Tomo's putting shots into red. Looks like they've got a pretty comfortable cycle on red here. I don't know what Rampage are doing. If Rampage just made a call, they're going aggressive at blue. Yeah, so Rampage is trying to cycle the crustaceans. It's almost like
There's
a bit of a
one,
swap.
two. It's still nearly 6 minutes left. So, yeah, I'm backing in Rampage to maybe catch up the bases a little bit here. There's still so much time. And in terms of the field points, they're slightly up. So I think it's still anybody's game. What do you guys think in the chat?
All right, Garn's getting red. This will be big. Okay, so Garn's got red, and I think Canberra are in the driver's seat, and I know that's easy to say because they've got 10k lead at the moment. But the only bases they need are Can't Phaser. Can't Phaser know they're well out of this game right now. They're gonna have to do something drastic, which I think is just gonna basically give Garn and Tomo the opportunity to just walk their last two bases. You know, easy, no worries.
Yeah.
So yeah, Canberra Crustaceans, you know, bold strategy. They've been doing some. Well, I mean, a bold strategy of not doing a bold strategy is really paying off for them.
Be interesting to see. So they all kind of need. So red need all green. The Canberra only need green. So there could be a little bit of a battle at green happen here. It'll be interesting to see if Can't
I'm pretty
Phaser
sure
can.
Wax. I think Wax has just pointed out that Canberra have now dumped. So I
Right,
think it's correct. I haven't seen anyone inside blue base for a while,
right.
and somehow, Can't Phaser still don't have a shot on blue. Whippet's just taken a red, but Rampage have actually cycled. So Rampage have cycled blue. So blue looks empty, and only Can't Phaser can take it. So they've got what? Theoretically, they've got 15k worth of blue hits there, which would put them up to 35. I mean, if they cycle it clean and nothing else happens,
Yeah,
who knows? But
here they go. They're starting now. I was going to say they want to get a wriggle on because they're running out of time, but they've just got a hit on. So, yeah, if they can. They've still got 2.5 minutes. They've got enough time to cycle that base.
here we go, Dragons. Oh, Dragon 2-shot tonight at red. Oh, have they just thrown? Has Canberra thrown? I feel like Canberra might have thrown. They were in a really good position. Like Dragon did just get a base, which is very important, and got it clean. And they've only got a green to get yet. But I don't know. I feel like Canberra should be further ahead than what they are.
It'll be interesting to know how much a Rampage throwing at green right now because they need to throw a little bit at green because Canberra are all there trying to help Tomo through. Look, and they're set up underneath. It looks like they're going to lock that base out for the next 45 odd seconds. Oh, here we go. That's huge.
Oh my
Wildcard
god,
taking green. That is massive. Good
dude!
job, Wildcard and his team.
Wow. Is Tomo going to get? Let's see how denied Tomo gets. Denials might actually come in and be huge. All right, they need one more base. Do Canberra go ham for it? Ravens putting shots into red. 2 shots denied. There's some denial bonus for Rampage there, and they climb ahead. They go into first place.
Oh, this is going to go down to the wire right now. Okay, Rampage are on a green.
Oh,
He's got it.
boom. Oh, Rampage. Well
There we
done to
go.
Rampage. Look at the worm. Look at the worm. This could seal the deal. If Raven, Raven 2 shots tonight. Oh, Gus picks up denial bonus. It's not over. Rampage are in the driver's seat. Canberra might have made some pretty critical strategic errors in sort of the second third of the game. Yeah,
What
not
would you
sure.
have done if you were the Canberra in that second third of the game? What would you have done?
Not dumped. I think.
Yeah.
Just not dumped. You know, I'm all for a dump. I wouldn't say I'm on the whack scale when it comes to dumping, but I don't think that was the time to. And yeah, I mean, look at that. Rampage have just absolutely flown ahead. Can't Phaser, unfortunately, getting great run on bases, but it's just too little too late, and the crustaceans got bogged down. Probably made a poor call in dumping when they did. Well, I mean, looks like they've come home actually, so maybe it wasn't a full dump, but yeah, definitely in that sort of second third of the game, just went way too aggressive and coughed up too many of those blue bases. They're in such a good position.
Yeah, it was just it was too coughed up too many easy ones. That's why you know keeping even a 2-man defense is so much better than dumping
Yeah.
at that stage of the game.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I mean, at least like they were doing well. Their 3-man attack was actually absolutely romper stomping at
Yeah.
green. Like their 3-man attack was so convincing at green. Probably the best attack I've seen on green tonight. So they sort of threw that away by going, hey, wow, guys, we just got off to an awesome start, and we're in the driver's seat. So let's give everyone our base.
Yeah, exactly. It would have been a better time to actually pull back into a more of a
Pull back
defensive
hard.
state.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. And just kind of maybe figure out who the threat in the game was and start trying to make it hard for them. You know, whether you put someone onto their attack and just follow their attack around a bit, or try and strangle the game out. But dumping, yeah, it's such
Lowland
a
says
shame too because they were looking so good.
Yeah, Doc would have thrown kids out of the windows at that point. I don't blame him. No, it was a valid response to that decision, I think.
All right. So overall, that was an elimination game, guys. So Can't Phase Her do bow out of this competition in 7th place. Well done. What position did they come into the finals?
5th.
6. Yeah. So Can't Phase Her. Rough day in the office for the girls. They drop a couple of spots. Still good result overall though. 7th in the tournament. Canberra Crustaceans finish in 6th. Real up and down day in the office for them, right? Like,
Yeah.
they've had some really, really kind of crazy dump strategies that didn't work out. And then they got the worst base in this game, started the game perfectly. Like they started almost exactly how you'd want a game to start. And then kind of just, I don't know, threw it away.
Yeah, so I think like they've got the talent. They proved at this comp. Just their decision making. They just want to work on their decisions a little bit. But they've got the ability to push the top teams. So all in all, I think you'd be pretty happy. Like I would be pretty happy coming away from that, going, okay, we've got the ability. We just got to sharpen up a few things with our
Oh
decisions.
yeah,
And
they got to get their X's and O's just a little bit better. But I mean, like what I'm taking away from that is those guys are going to I don't want to defend green against them. Their attack on green was phenomenal.
Yeah, totally. And just a shout out to the predictions panel. Predicted Canberra at 6th. Can't Phase Her were predicted at 4th. So they dropped a few spots, and that's at the expense of Rampage, who have moved up. So Rampage were originally predicted at 7th, and now can't finish any lower than 5th by the looks of things. So yeah, great
So
to see the Rampage guys making a move.
I actually think this is the best game today so far, the one that we're about to start. Sunshine Coast Isotopes playing at a red. Lunar Lads have picked up green after climbing all day, and Aftershock coming in at blue base. So predictions, I think I'm going to go first. I think the Isotopes are going to take this one. They've just had a really probably the best warm up game you could ask for against the Vikings, and now they've got the dominant base. But I think this is the game of the tournament so far.
Yeah, my heart's at green, but my head says red in this one. The Mad Cairns is such a clinical captain. He, wouldn't miss the opportunity to win off the strongest base in a golden game, is my guess. But let's see, anything can happen. Yeah.
The early starts, Isotopes, 2 minutes in, they've got themselves. Well, they've doubled the field points of anyone else. Pretty clinical, as you'd expect. Have they got substitute players? Are they running 6? I think, or is it just the 5? So I
Which
thought
team?
they had. The Isotopes. We've got
think they
Cairns,
do
Link,
have 6.
Cyrex, Peregrine, Shock,
And they've
I
got
think
Mopar as well.
Right. Okay. So, opting not to play Mopar in this game. It's a bold strategy, but they're obviously going to back themselves regardless. And so far they're looking pretty good. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Shock looks like he's going to take first blood. Yep. Shock draws
There we
first
go.
blood. Takes a
Jeez,
green
he's
base.
become a good
Sunshine
player,
Coast
Shock.
Isotopes looking good. All right. So, oh really?
Oh yeah, he got what's the new player of the rookie of the year at the Nats this year, I think. And
Rookie of
yeah,
the
it's
year?
just
Okay.
it's just become
Okay.
such a solid little player playing on Lauren's team. So yeah, and he can do that. He can run in chaos and take a base.
Yeah. Now Okorai has responded by taking one at Aftershock space. So Butzer, if you're the captain of Aftershock right now, what's the call?
Oh, just keep playing. It's still early. What is it? 1, 2, 3. Just 3 minutes gone. Yeah, still not panic stations yet. But yeah, probably we haven't managed to get another base in the next 2 or 3 minutes, and then you start thinking, okay, what are we going to do from here?
Mm,
But my guess is
yeah.
like you need to have like setups. You need to have plans set up so you've got consistent looks at bases essentially in this kind of situation. Like you can't just be completely static and just trying to win off field points. You need to be trying to poke holes in the defenses and stuff like that. So that's what I'd be doing. I'd just be continuing to go with our plan, trying to poke the holes in the defenses and hoping an opportunity opens up, and then get to the halfway point and you're behind still. Okay, we might have to do something risky here, like take a third out or something like that.
Yeah, I really feel like in the last 5 years or so, the game's evolved a bit, and the mid play isn't what it used to be. And I think that dueling in the middle of the arena and stretching for field points isn't working as much as it used to, because what teams are doing now is they're getting their field points just going and trying to get opportunities. Because if you're
Yeah.
in the middle accumulating field points, you're not there's zero opportunity for bases there, right? So yeah, your tag ratio might not be as good, or you might get a couple of hundred less field points over a minute or so by going to have a good look at a base. But then the flip side is that base is huge if you get it. And teams seem to just sort of be more directly going. I don't know if it's the base layouts or the maze designs or what, but teams seem to be more inclined to do their dueling at the doors and around the base areas than in the middle of the arena.
Yeah, I think it makes sense because if you're doing it in the middle of the arena, you're not you're relinquishing the opportunity to get a piggyback, or somebody runs out of ammo and has to go reload, and then there's suddenly an opportunity to get the base. So I think trying to accumulate points closer to the bases does make sense.
Yeah, it does. I just remember, years and years ago, like when we'd have matches against, the old Hobart teams and Wank and things like that. Half of us would just be standing in the middle of the maze, controlling these random spots, like fighting for these random spots in the middle, and we're all too scared to attack each other, or like I just feel like there was a lot of that dueling in the middle of the arena, and it's just sort of evolved past that now, hasn't it? Well, that's my thought anyway.
Yeah, and it's very arena dependent as well, of course. But yeah, back to the game. The poor old Lunar lads have copped a few denials, but they're still in second. If they can snag a second in this game, they'll be pretty happy with that. That puts them in first colour choice for the third golden game. And it looks at this stage like Red are going to win the first 2 golden games. So it's going to be one of those arenas where there's one base that's stronger than the other 2.
Yeah.
And it's obviously in a grand final situation, it's cool because you all get one crack on that base. But when it's golden games, it's like, yeah, you need to put yourself in a position where you get that color on one of the golden games.
Oh, 100%. And ideally not in the last game, because anything can happen then.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a few denials happening. Lilbo's has been denied again.
Yeah, certainly between Aftershock and the Lunar lads. The Isotopes have been pretty in control.
Yeah, Cairns would feel completely in control of this at this point. He'd know that they've got the extra base and they've got Red. There'd be no panic.
And they've got the field points. He'd feel like he's at least 5k field points up at the moment, which is substantial. I don't know if he knows they're as ahead as they are, but I don't think that changes how he plays from here on out. He's going to feel like he's got a substantial field point lead. He's got a lot of options. It's nice to have a player like Link in your back pocket with no bases yet that you can just sort of deploy. So they're just going to really start accumulating some massive field points. Wouldn't be surprised to see, I wouldn't be surprised to see Cairns finish with like 10 or 11 with one base in this game.
Yeah, it's one of those games too where the Isotopes could actually get quite a big win because Aftershock and Lunar lads know that they have to secure the second, so they'll relinquish to the Isotopes at some point in an attempt to have the Isotopes kind of defend their base so that they can try and get the jump on the other team.
Possibly. Everyone that's not an Isotope runner is just getting denied.
Yeah.
And I wonder, do Aftershock and Lunar Lads start thinking now, well, how do I secure the second? How do I get red in that last golden game?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a huge consideration at this point.
Taipan's inside blue has been shot out. So they're having a crack. I mean, this is why there's so many denials, right? Both teams are like, okay, we've got to get bases. We need to get the second.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I can't see. Here we go. Shock's putting shots into blue.
Defends himself from the door. Beautiful. Textbook play from Shock.
Nice and easy. Isotope's going to walk away. I can't see them losing from here, so they'll be our second team in the grand final. And I actually think that Lunar Lads and Aftershock are pretty closely matched. So I think the second here is going to be what makes the difference.
Yeah.
Although, if Lunar Lads get second, do they take red or do they keep running green? Because green's working for them so far. I think they should take red.
If they get the win, you mean? If they get second,
well, if they get the
you're
second
right.
here, yeah.
Yeah, totally. I think they will. I'd be very surprised if they didn't take red. But they'll get second color choice if they don't win. If they get third in this game, and then they'll get to choose green,
and then they'll get
they've had
green.
a good run on green, so they won't completely lose confidence in that. They'll know what they've done on green earlier today. So
I feel like Lunar Lads are going to be more confident out of green than what Aftershock would be.
Yeah.
So and here we go. Well, I mean, it's tight. Isotopes are just going to walk away with this, and so they should. They've dominated from the start, won the base game. Mikey's putting shots into green. Okay. Right, so that puts Aftershock 4K clear of the Lunar Lads. From blue as well. Oh, I think this game's pretty well wrapped up. We're just looking at the last golden game now, which is basically going to be So whoever gets second in this game is going to get color choice. We assume they're going to take red, which would probably give green to whoever comes second, and then Rampage are going to be forced to play out of blue.
That was a massive. So Mikey just took red base. That's huge. That's just given them a real buffer with a minute and a half to go. It's going to be hard for the Lunar Lads to catch from here. And it was defended too. Like Isotopes were defending.
They've put themselves 2K within 2K of the Isotopes. They've got options too.
Wow.
Aftershock might be able to pinch this one. They've just had here we go.
Oh, here we go. Oh my God! So the Lunar Lads look like they might have dumped, and Aftershock have been the first. No, there's teams there's players there.
Man, I'm not saying I promise for the rest of the night, even though there's only 4 more games, I'm not saying this game's over. I'm not saying it hasn't worked out well. All right, so Nufa's going to take a red. Oh, gets denied by Mikey. So Aftershock are going to give themselves a few more field points.
Wow. I can't believe this is happening.
Neither can I. Look at the worm from Aftershock from the 3-minute mark. Noodle's putting shots into red. Okay, so they get that one. So what bases have we got? All right, Maghan's putting shots into green. Here we go.
That's the one they needed.
Take by Cans. That was massive.
Straight to the time. See that? Shot the base straight to the watch.
I think all bases are down. I think that's it. All bases are down. There's only 30 seconds to go.
Oh, no. There's field points in it still. A couple of hundred field points. Oh, this is
it's like 800. I mean, game denial, Butzer. What if a game denial makes a difference?
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. Aftershock is surging. They could. There's like 10 seconds. No, that's it. That's done.
That'd be.
That
was denied.
Denial by the Isotopes.
Poor. Did he get that?
No, one shot. It would have been the difference.
It would have been the difference.
Mate, what a game!
Oh my God, that was a ripper game. That was so unexpected.
I wrote it off halfway through, and then just the last 4 minutes was just insane.
Yeah, Aftershock went on that tear at the 8-minute mark, 9-minute mark.
Look at the worm. Look at the worm from 9 minutes from Aftershock. Just doof 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 doof. Massive. Real unlucky that they weren't just 30 seconds quicker, if they were 15, 20 seconds quicker on that last hit on green, Fuggin would have had more time. Fuggin
Yep.
did not have enough time. Unfortunately, they got that green hit with like basically 31 seconds to go. So there just physically wasn't enough time for Fuggin to get that base, which is
That-
really unfortunate.
Yeah, that's much closer than Cairns would have liked. Especially at the halfway point, he would have been thinking, okay, we're just going to cruise this in right now.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
whatever Aftershock did, my guess is they might have taken a 3 attack out or something like that. They just executed so perfectly.
And I love the Sunny Coast boys. I'm stoked to see them go through there. But you almost want to see Aftershock win that game because they were in a bit of a hole and they made a call and they executed it almost perfectly, like
Yeah.
almost perfectly. Like there's not much more from that 9-minute point. There's not much more they could have done. Definitely the first 9 minutes. Yeah, all right, they probably could have played that a little bit better. But man, what a game!
Yeah, and if I was like, okay, how are we going to win this game from blue? I'd be like, okay, we need to outbase red by 2 bases to overcome the field point advantage.
Yeah,
And that's exactly what
that's
they
what
did.
they did.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So,
well, that puts all right. So the Isotopes go through. They're the second team in the grand final, and we're about to have the last golden game go through to see who gets to get touched up by the Vikings and the Isotopes in the finals. Sorry to anyone who I've triggered by using the terminology touched up, but all right. Looks like Aftershock have selected red. Okay, good move, boys. I like it. Lunar
Yeah.
Lads, I imagine are going to pick green, and then Rampage are going to be handled blue. Now, recently, this could go any way. So just a couple of games ago, in Game 11 tonight, we had Aftershock playing red and Rampage playing blue. The only difference was Canberra Crustaceans were in green and dumped, and now they've got the Lunar Lads, who I guarantee will not dump out of green in this game. But in that game, Game 11, Rampage were only 2K behind Aftershock from red, playing out of blue. So I don't think it's a gimme. I don't think this is a gimme to any of these teams.
Yeah.
And I think the game might not be close, but right now I couldn't pick who's going to win.
Yeah, I agree, man. This is the teams have proven that they can win from not red, even though red is the strongest base, or they can get close. They can get into a competitive position within a base hit. So yeah, anything can happen on the day.
Looks like the chat's a bit split as well. We've got no idea Aftershock's going to win. Tin TV, Lunar Lads are winning. And then Adstar. Sorry to disappoint, fellas, but Rampage winning. So there's support coming through all these teams here. What's your pick, Benny? I'm going to put you on the hot seat. Who's winning?
I'm going to go with the Aftershock. I'm going to lock in that they've made some really good calls in their games today in tricky spots. I think that's probably been the feature of their game today. Actually, is their decision making at key points in the games. Like, was there one earlier where we were just like, they basically, I can't remember the situation, but I can remember saying on repeated occasions today, Aftershock just made a very, very good set of decisions in the game. And yeah, that last game was no exception. Like, they didn't get the win, but that was as good as a win. Like, I would consider that a win, even though I got second. I've got red color choice for the third game, and we executed like really, really well and put ourselves into a position to win. So they were literally like 2 seconds away from winning that game. So yeah, I'm going to go Aftershock. I'm going to back them in.
I am with you. I think Aftershock are gonna back it in. Although, but I think it's gonna be. I think you could almost flip a coin between Aftershock and the Lunar Lads. I'm gonna stick myself out there. I'm gonna say I don't think Rampage. I think Rampage are definitely they're a dark horse in this one. I don't see them. I don't see them winning this one.
Yeah, they got the capability, but yeah, wouldn't be the percentage choice at this point. But I'd love to be proven wrong. Rampage, let's go.
Yeah. So I think the teams are being given just a little bit of a break. So if there's anything we want to, anything we want to discuss before strategies and things like that, I think the teams are just being given a breathers because some of them are going to be playing a back-to-back. So a bit of water.
Good idea.
Aftershock winning like 96%. Hilo, you're all tripping 100% chance.
6 denials to Taipan last game. Corey, just reviewing the scoreboard from last game. That would have been a bit. That's going to hurt.
Yeah.
So, Ibo, in your limited time watching in this this comp, what's been the feature for you? What's been the thing that surprised you the most so far watching this competition today?
Oh, look, the honestly, the dominance of red, although it's been prevalent throughout the whole tournament, and I haven't looked at a maze map, but looking inside the base area, like I don't see why blue's so much weaker than red. They kind of look like internally they play similar-ish. Yeah, I'd love to get some insight onto why red's so dominant. It must be due to what's happening outside the doors.
From talking to players, it's my understanding, having not played the arena, of course, is that they've just got really good sight lines on the other bases. Like, if you have you got the maze map in front of you?
No, I should get one. Hang on.
Yeah, my guess is that they've got some nice lines up into green.
Here we go. Hobart 3 maze map. I've got it up here now. Oh, they're right out of the way, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah. So green and blue are kind of on top of each other a little bit more, and red have just got some nice sight lines and probably got more time to pull back as well. So they can like push into those nice sight lines, and then they can see people coming from further away. So they've got more time to reset up their defense if they're pushed out.
I also think looking at the maze map, that at red, if you're attacking red, you kind of have to pick a door. Like, there's like a little sort of quick shoot around from one door to the other, but the doors being on opposite ends of the base, whereas the other two bases, the doors are only one wall apart from each other. Probably not explaining that very well, but just sort of stands out to me a bit.
I got you, mate. I got you. Yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah, so there's more fire between the two doors at the other two bases.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and shots through. So, there are shots from, at green. I mean, especially green. Like basically half of green base can be shot through one door out the other. Whereas like red seems to be split up into kind of the front side and the back side.
yeah.
The other thing that stands out to me while you're asking is just like Runt is very good here. He is very, very good in Hobart. I mean, he's good in general, but like, that 17k is just unreal. Adstar's backing in Rampage. Predictions in the chat. Well, we've made our predictions, so if you haven't missed it, both Butcher and I are predicting Aftershock to get the dub in this one. I think we both think, though, that neither of us would be surprised if the Lunar Lads snuck one out as well. And I don't think either of us are giving Rampage a massive shot. So naturally, I think that means Rampage are going to win by 10k. But let's just see what happens. What about you, Butts? What have you learned? What surprised you?
What surprised me? I'll probably just how the packs are functioning, just in terms of how easy it is to tag the phaser, how much that's impacting the game. Yeah, it's been a while since we've had. Remember, we went through like, oh no, it was like out of the first like 15 nationals, like 12 of them, red base was like severely stronger than the other two bases.
Yep.
And it's a return to that. That's the glory days, the good old days, we might call them. So yeah, we're back to the red being stronger. So yeah, if anybody wants to go do a history thing, go and look at the red base win percentage from previous nationals, and it's like ridiculous in the first 15
Go
years.
look at the red base win percentage from Launceston.
You know what was the craziest one? Was Darwin 2010.
Darwin,
I think it was like
yeah,
92% or something.
Nah, I think it was like 70. It was high 70s though. Like it was pretty huge. I don't know about 90.
All right, well, I think Drake's in the chat. He might be able to verify some of these facts because he was there.
Yeah.
But,
So it looks like our viewership numbers are starting to climb up, which is awesome. Hopefully that means some of those teams that have been eliminated have decided to tune in and support their mates who are still left and watch the finals. So thank you so much for joining us. We just got a little bit of a break while we give some of the teams that are about to do a back-to-back just a breather. Give them a drink of water so they can be playing at 100% for the last Golden game. You are joined by Butzer and Ibo. We're going to take you through. There's 4 more games of the afternoon, so hang around. There's an hour and 15 minutes. Let's have fun. Guys, say good day. If you're there, pop in, say hello,
yeah.
offer your
Have you
predictions.
guys got any questions for? Actually, they're about to load
Yeah.
up, but before they start, got any questions for us, guys?
Yeah, that's a
Scaling red
great point,
scores
Woods.
by
Any
90%.
questions?
Scaling red scores by 90% and blue by 110% made the comp almost even. Okay. I think he meant like if you take red
Yeah, like if
score to
you
90%.
yeah, and gave blue an extra 10%. It was nice and even.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, professional lurkers asking, what's your favorite Pokemon? So I'll take the lead on this one because I don't think Butzer knows what a Pokemon is. But my favorite Pokemon is Bulbasaur.
Yeah. So my response to this question is I'm 45 years old this year. So if you ask me who my favorite,
Pokemon?
yeah, my favorite Flintstones character is or something like that, I've definitely got an answer for you.
Yeah. Lance is making fun of me because I selected Bulbasaur, but honestly, mate, I didn't know that was like a basic pick. I just liked it because it made the first gym in the first generation really easy. And that's all.
We're in the
Okay,
big
this game
topics here tonight,
started.
ladies and gentlemen.
Rampage are off to a good start. Though Aftershock have just surged ahead. I mean, it's early days yet.
Oh, Lunar Lads chose blue.
What?
Wow. Okay, that's a surprise.
What?
Yeah. Am I looking at this correctly?
You are. Lunar Lads have selected blue.
And are currently winning from blue at the 1 minute mark.
Oh,
That's,
here we go.
okay. There must be a reason for it.
Oh, we got Bindi join the chat. Thanks for the great commentary. I'm a mum who's being supportive, but now I'm hooked. Oh, Bindi Joy.
Ah,
It's so good. We love seeing family come in and say good day. Thank you so much for your comment. I mean, don't want to embarrass anyone, but if you want, who's Maya? Who are you supporting? Lolens Cha. Oh, Charmander. That's an awful pick. That's an awful pick. Makes the first 2 gyms difficult. But Rampage are rampaging ahead. So they're currently in first place. There's nothing in it though. There's about 300 points separating first and third. Somehow Aftershock haven't had their 5th player register. So I'm guessing nothing's been happening at Red Base.
So it looks like what happens at the start is blue and green exchange a lot. And at the moment, Aftershock aren't fully taking advantage of their field point, the advantage that red team have. So, yeah, green must be so it's happened on several occasions today. Just green team just like pulling ahead on field points at the start of the game. It must depend heavily on how the game plays out, is my guess. Because it hasn't happened every game, but there's been certain games where green has really like got the early field point advantage. So
yeah, I think it seems like there's the green and blue naturally exchange more. And I guess that's just due to proximity. So, going to red is more of a commitment, whereas you can kind of stretch and float. And then if green and blue are stretching and floating, they're just naturally running into each other in the middle of the maze.
yeah, look at that
so
Lunar Lads worm. Sorry to interrupt.
nothing.
They've
Just had a minute of nothing.
Yeah, I think green came in. Yeah, they must have attacked green. I saw a lot of activity at green. Nobody got into the base. My guess is they attacked green and got hurt doing so.
Aftershock have just crept up 10 points in the lead now. So they're trying to get some field points, but no one's looked at them yet. So, although there's quite a bit of activity happening at green at the moment. So Rampage are going to soak up some of those field points.
Yeah, my guess is that the teams know that red team has an advantage. So the best way to beat them is to exchange with not red. Both green and blue will be happy to exchange all day long. By exchange, I just mean like be on top of each other, tagging each other.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, just tagging each other, forcing red to do something.
Yeah. And if you look at the blue defender now, you can pretty much tell there's not much happening in blue. He's conserving his gecko, his sore muscles by
Yep,
just
yep.
standing there.
Yeah, just taking a little break.
Yep. He's got his Powerade. He's right.
Anyway, very, very typical sort of Game 3 golden game we're seeing right now.
Yeah.
There's almost nothing in it. Interesting, the Lunar lads are falling so far behind on the field points. I don't really know why. It doesn't look like they're being attacked at all, but you'd think if they were exchanging with green, they'd have more points. Like, obviously, Aftershock have been able to snipe in from a bit of range, but yeah, I don't know. Lunar lads, come on,
Yeah, well,
boys.
they had that
Get up and do
patch. They
something.
had that patch of like a minute and a half where they just did nothing. And it's
Tight-
just starting to
tight pen.
climb now.
Denied, so
Yeah, that's not going to help.
no, not at all. Especially if he starts to get his confidence a bit shaken, he's going to be making decisions. He's going to be making that difficult decision. So if he's having a rough game, it's always going to be sitting in the back of his mind. He might make a bad call because he feels like he's not doing well.
Yeah, so he's got a bit of experience now. I'd like to think he can keep it together if things don't go his way. Let's see how it goes. I mean, he's playing from blue. I'm still very surprised. Still cannot believe that they've chosen blue, but they must have a reason for it. I look forward to finding out what the reason is.
They'll probably be able to tell you soon because it looks like they're about to get knocked out. Oh, but yeah, mate. I mean, still really looks like anyone's game, particularly between Rampage and Aftershock. But Rampage are definitely more in it than maybe what we gave them credit for early on.
Yeah, so once it breaks open a little bit and bases start to go down, that's when it'll be their tests.
Yeah,
At the moment,
absolutely.
in this lockdown, and this is suiting them to a T. Just having that Zam and
Draw
Spider
first.
outfield pointing. Yeah.
Who's going to draw first blood?
Is that? Can anybody in the chat tell me who that is? Last lining in green. They seem to be doing a pretty good job. Is that Pulcrum?
Honestly, there's not much to say. Nothing's look at these worms. These worms are bloody just straight lines, and any denial, any decent run of tags is just going to split the difference here. So, I mean, eventually though, the game's going to open up. I don't see it playing out like this for another 6 minutes. Something's going to happen. Lunar lads are probably going to have to make something happen sooner rather than later. And depending on how Rampage and Aftershock responds, gonna be the result of the game. I'd be absolutely amazed if this just plays out for another 6 minutes the way it is.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That is Pulcrum in last line of green. I did see some nice things from him earlier in that position. Let's see if they get attacked again. I'd like to see him how he plays that position. It looks like there's things happening outside red and blue at the moment. Are you getting laggy cameras?
I definitely was before. It seems to be okay now. Here we go. So green's setting up inside blue. Rampage are having a go. No, they're being shot out. Oh, it's tie game. Oh, there we go. Aftershock just pull ahead. Oh, Jesse's putting shots into blue.
Oh, deny.
Shot denied by Zam. There's 1,000 points. I mean, if bases don't start going down, that's gonna make a big difference. Here we go.
Yeah.
Taipan's putting shots into green. Taipan takes green.
Nice
Oh.
Taipan.
So Rampage, do they burst out now and try and hit hit blue with 3? I don't know.
I know. Let's see what happens on the cameras. They still lingering around their base. Doesn't look like they're in any hurry.
No, everyone's sort of resetting.
No.
Everyone's resetting.
Yeah.
No one wants to make the mistake here. Like everyone's very much waiting for someone else. Everyone seems to want to react in this game. No one's really being proactive. Here we go. Fuggins putting shots on blue. Oh, Fuggin takes blue. Okay, so all right, the gates are open now. Okurai's putting shots into red. Okay, boys, we got all right. It's all going to start rolling now. Game on.
All right. I got 3 minutes of things to talk about. Here we go.
Yeah, very good. We're gonna have some stuff to do. So, Aftershock winning the game with only 1 base. In fact, Lunar lads, who have got the most bases, are still coming in last. There's basically nothing in it. Oh, Jesse shots into green.
On.
Second shot into green. Oh, easy mode, mate. Well taken by
Beautiful.
Jesse. And Aftershock looks early signs say they're winning the base race.
Yeah.
Let's see
This
what
is the
happens.
test for Rampage now. This is the point at which we go, okay, are you going to be able to stay in this game? Because this is where they've not succeeded a few times today. So come on,
Yeah.
Rampage. Let's see you get aggressive, start
Jesse
catching those
shots on
bases up.
blue. He's going to get that nice and clean. Oh, wait, what? No, he doesn't. Pug salad shot. I think he got shot in the phaser from the right-hand door. Should have just tucked up tight and finished the base.
There you go. So this is from the Lunar lads. They're back in this now, those two bases.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. I mean, the Aftershock are looking okay, but they have been denied. Oh, Princess, put his shots in. Second shot on red. Gets
He's
it
got
clean. In fact, they've Rampage is set up inside red really well at the moment. Have Aftershock left, or is it a base
Rampage?
race?
Well, yeah. No, so it looks like Green have they completely left? Oh, did Orcry just get denied from running
Yeah,
around the pillar? I
he
think
got
he did.
denied by Holmes too.
Just
So
had to stand.
2 minutes to go, and we might have a bit of base swap action here.
Yeah,
Oh no, red,
Rampage look
no,
like they've
no,
jumped.
good, so good. I'm so glad. I was worried Aftershock had left, but they haven't. They've just come back, locked it in. Fuggan's putting shots into green. Green, oh, beautiful, and Fuggan, great positioning on his shots there. He went into the corner, not shooting it from underneath. And a play came in to deny him, had no idea where he was. So, the really smart selection of his spot there. It looks like Rampage might have made a call, and they're leaving it weak, which is great news if you're Aftershock, because here we go. Holmes has gone in there. Holmes is getting shots on easy. Holmes gets his green as well. That didn't even feel like 30 seconds. So, well played. And Rampage are getting some bases now, but I don't know. It could still go anyway, but I'm liking Aftershock's chances here.
It's interesting. So Rampage have essentially decided to do the 3 minutes to go dump thing. Yeah, it could work for them. They're in the game as long as they keep rolling. And yeah, Aftershock can't afford to
It
defend.
just relies on so much. It just
Yeah.
relies on so much. It relies on not getting denied. Now Sadlamp has just got 3 clean hits. It relies on not getting denied. It relies on, hopefully Rampage are hoping Aftershock can't get these last 2 easy ones. Well, Mikey's putting shots into blue. Okay, Mikey gets blue. They're up. There's 30 seconds to go, and red have got a green up for grabs, but the green have a red. Looks like it's about to come up. They're set up inside, so it looks like they will get one unless they get shot out now. But they've got 2 set up inside, so that's going to put Rampage on 31k. Here we go. Oh, one's got shot out. Is he putting shots in? No, he's too scared. No, here we go. So shots going in, and base destroyed. At the same, Fuggan got it. Fuggan got a base at the same time. So
Yeah, they'll
that's
both
it.
set up.
Aftershock win.
Oh, here we go. Holmes.
No game deny. No game deny.
Oh, he got it. He got
Holmes.
the blue.
Holmes, he got it. Chutch.
There it is.
Chutch, clutch, Holmes.
There. He's done it. There we go. So Aftershock take it. The predicted winners of that game played the late game pretty well, given that Rampage looked like dumped their base, went to red. Red Aftershock couldn't afford to just sit there because there was only 2 or 3 minutes left. So they couldn't afford to sit there and let Lunar lads walk through greens. So they all ended up a green, and they did actually deny each other quite a bit. Like they held each other out of green base for a little bit of time, but eventually Aftershock got their roll on. They got their 4 hits, and how many did they get? 3 hits on green.
Yeah, they got 3.
And that was enough. Yeah. And they hit blue as well at the same time. They were hitting both blue and green at the same time. So, yeah, good on them. They had their attack out in force, and they got the roll on and got the victory.
Yep. And congratulations. We both of us predicted Aftershock. I know, very bold, given that they were red and they were the top seed, but both successful in our predictions.
I think
And
it
we
was,
have a grand final. We've got a grand
Yeah.
final, boys and girls. We're set up for a grand final. We're good to go. So we've got our 3 finalists. That better mean, so if anyone's at the site, grab anyone who's now been knocked out, get them on the stream, come in. We've got 3 games to go. We've got 1 more hour. We're going to announce some winners. We're going to have some banner, make some fun. Yeah.
So probably a good time to congratulate our 4th and 5th place getters as well. Ibo?
Yep, absolutely. So who do we end up with in 5th place? The Lunar lads.
Yeah.
Started the day red hot. I really thought they might have
might have snuck in the finals there with their form from this morning, but looks like they had a bit of a brick wall. There's only they're probably tired. They've played a lot of games today as well. An interesting call taking the blue there as well.
Yeah, I'd love to
Mm.
find out more about that. If they
Yeah.
jump in the chat and let us know the reasons why they chose blue. We'd love to
And
hear
yeah,
that.
anyone who's at the site or anything like that, can you please ask those guys to just jump on and if we can get a bit of insight on what the thought process was there, I'm sure we'd all love to hear it. And then obviously in fourth place we have Rampage. Well done to the Code Red boys from Sydney. So can you tell me what those two teams were predicted to finish?
So the Lunar lads were predicted in 5th. They started the day in 7th. So they moved today, but they finished in their predicted position. Rampage were predicted in 7th and started the day in 9th and finished in 4th?
Wow.
So that's huge. That'd be the team of the comp so far in terms
The
of
bloody
time.
classic Code Red finals day burst, hey?
Whoa.
We've seen
Hey
it.
guys.
We've seen it before.
Hey,
Hey, it's Holmes here. How's it going?
hello,
Very
Holmes.
good. Thanks for joining, mate. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. Yeah, that was a good game. That was a fun game.
Yeah, you guys played it wicked. You've been playing so well today, mate. You guys have been very impressing us here on the stream.
Yeah, we've had a couple really close seconds, and it's all been those, those 1 second, half a second differences and stuff, which is always really frustrating. But we made it to finals. We're just maximizing our time in the arena. It was a calculated play.
Of course.
Yeah, naturally.
Big
Getting your
brain.
money's worth, mate. Well done.
Yeah.
So what are you seeing in there, mate? You're the only one that's been in the arena or that's on the commentary team at the moment. So
Really?
what's the play? Well, Butzer and I aren't there. We haven't
That is a
played the
fact.
maze.
That is a fact. Yeah, it's like each base definitely has its own personality, which is cool. Obviously, like anyone that's watching is probably seeing Red as winning very very often.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know. You might have missed it.
Didn't
Yeah.
notice.
Yeah, it's just the way I was thinking about it is Red's probably one of the hardest bases to crack, but it also has like the richest like the best like sight lines for field points and stuff. So it's kind of got too much going for it, I reckon. Green has the benefit of like being really difficult to attack because there's so many angles you can get shot from. Like there's not a comfortable spot to take the base like at all. So it's got that going for it, and it's got good field points towards blue, I think. But then blue, we've been struggling with a lot. Just if it's a field pointy game, you just kind of get caught between red and green, and it's really hard to match what they're doing. So that was actually the game. Our last blue game, we almost brought it back. I think we ended up swapping to 2 people in the base because you can do that pretty well in blue, and just going out with 3 and hoping we could catch up. And I mean, we got close to getting that first, but blue's definitely been the roughest for us at least.
Were you
really hard to
surprised to see? Were you surprised to see the Lunar lads opt to take blue instead of green in that last game?
Yeah, I thought that was really weird. I mean, I haven't been paying enough attention probably, but it looked like they've been having a lot more good games from green than blue. But that being said,
Yeah, they were the only team to win from not red for a good chunk of the finals.
Yeah, so that might have also been a bit of Spider's team. Like Rampage had been picking blue every time, so it could have been a case of like they just didn't want them to have blue. Rather, they didn't care too much. They were like, well, Spider's team wants this one, so we'll take blue. That could have been what it was, but I don't know.
Fair enough, mate. Is there any insights you can give us what you guys are going to look to do against the Isotopes and the Vikings in the finals, or you're going to keep that close to your chest?
No, I mean, like I said, the bases have their own personalities and ways to play them that are very different from each other. So we're just going to look to capitalize on what makes those bases good and try and account for what makes them not good. Which at Red, there is nothing not good about it, so that's easy. We'll see what happens. I don't know. Maybe if we're blue, expect some heavier attacks. If we're green, a more standard game, and if we're red, more field pointy game. I guess would be my. Yeah, I'd be surprised if I see the other teams do much different as well.
Awesome,
Yeah.
mate. Oh well, good luck. Good luck. We'll be rooting for you guys, and I mean, obviously, we'd also like to see any of the teams that are in the finals look like they're all been pretty deserving. So, Vikings going to be hard to beat, though, don't you think?
I mean, naturally. I mean, they haven't dropped one yet, so but they're gonna drop a few in finals. I'll see to it. All right, I've been called
man,
into my
good man.
games, so I've got to peace out. Thank you very much for commentating. I'll see you later.
Good luck tonight, mate. See you
No
next
worries,
time.
mate. Good luck.
All right, peace.
All
There we go.
right.
Pretty
Okay, Butts. So
nice insights from Holmesy.
yeah, it was great. It was great. So we do have our finalists, chat. We've got Hobart Vikings have not dropped a single second all competition. We got the Sunshine Coast Isotopes who started off pretty rough but come back real strong. And then in our third team in the finals is going to be Adelaide Aftershock. So we've got 3 states represented. That's great. That's awesome for the scene, and it means that everyone's going to get supported one way or another. Looks like we're starting to get some insight on the color picks as well. So
Yeah, so it looks like the Vikings have deferred. So that's an option under the national system where you can choose not to be the first picker. So you can count. Essentially, it's like counter picking. So the Vikings now get to choose after the Sunny Coast have chosen red, blue, then green.
I think I've opted to take red first.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
different.
I like the green choice. I like the green in the third game. I like that.
Yeah.
I think that's a smart move. I mean, I've got way less information than these guys do, and Mad Cans has forgotten more about laser tag than I'll ever know. But I feel like I probably would have gone blue, red, green. Yeah. Volley's back in top.
Yeah, I would definitely stick red in the middle. At blue and green, 1 or 3, it doesn't really matter that much. But I think I like your call green being the third
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
So
I
if
would
it breaks
have
out
gone
into
blue, red, green.
yeah, if it breaks out in the final game, you've got the base that's the most difficult to get in a cluster.
We've got Volley in the chat, so I made the call that the grand final would be the Vikings, Isotopes, and Aftershock before Ascension started. Phase 1 complete. Well done, Volley. Well done. Good predictions there, mate. Luna Dad, now that the Luna lads are out back in the Isotopes. Okay. Nice.
Luna Dad, awesome. Welcome along to the chat.
Yeah. So I imagine that we'll have probably another 5 to 10 minutes before the first game goes in. Let the teams have, some of the teams have just had to play, let them cool down. A bit of strategy going into it now. Maybe we'll do our own little predictions, Butts. What do you think, mate? You want to go first? What are you going to go? First, second, third?
First, second, third. All right. So, I mean, you'd have to be a gambling man to not pick Vikings for the win in this.
Mm-hmm.
But when choosing second or third, that's an interesting one. So I don't know. I think Isotopes would probably get the second, but Aftershock have been making some really good calls today, and they've been timing their calls really well. So I don't think there's going to be a lot in it. So you know what? I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to go Vikings first, Aftershock second, Isotopes 3, just to keep it interesting.
Okay, right on. I think it's hard to look past the Vikings as well. I'm going to put them in first place as well. I'm going to deviate slightly though. I do think Isotopes are going to pull out the second, and that Aftershock are going to come third overall. But I agree. I think it could go any way. The last game might explode a little bit, and who knows what's going to happen. Like we've seen some really low scoring games. So if we're are we running off average score, I presume, for the finals? So if those first 2 games are really low scoring, that third game might have a really big weight, and if the Isotope's going to be playing in green in a game that blows up and explodes, well, who knows?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you put a gun to my head, I'm going to say Vikings, then Isotopes, then Aftershock. I'm playing it safe, and I like the Vikings call to take red in that third game, because if it blows up, and you're not going to have green, well, you kind of want red, so you've just got those good lines of sight. You can sort of stretch out control. Yeah, let's see what happens.
There we go.
So,
So
guys,
any-
in the chat, let us know your predictions, first, second, and third. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know who's going to get denied the most. Go with it. What were you saying,
Well,
Bud? Sorry?
Oh, just on the denial, we had Mopar is playing in the finals, so
So
I'm not
Mopar
sure
will be the most denied.
I'm not sure we have anything surer than a Vikings victory. But that could be it. But only joking, Mopar. Love you, big fella. Have we got any questions in the chat for us to discuss while we wait for these games to?
Yeah, guys, in the chat, just pop through. Could be about the finals, could be about laser tag in general. Whatever's going. We got a little bit of break, so help us fill in. You guys make our jobs much easier when you interact with us. We're two really boring old blokes. We've got nothing to talk about, so we need you guys to give us something to run through, and let's go.
We're sick of talking about 19th century laser tag. It's
Yeah,
it's not that
Stop it,
interesting, all right?
I've been trying so hard not to. All right, every time. Captain
What do we
Morgan's
want for
asking
Christmas?
for Christmas.
Oh, that's a good question. Christmas is a long way away. I feel like by the time Christmas comes around, it could change. But right now, it's a new car for me, mate. New car. My
New car?
2013 Kia Rio with 320,000 kilometers on the clock. Just getting a little bit past a use by date.
Yeah, fair enough, mate. Fair enough. Given the comments about red favoritism in the maze currently, how do you think they will alter the maze going into Nats proper? That's a good question. Maybe they won't. I mean, I don't know. I suppose that's up to the operators, and yeah. That's a difficult question to answer. We don't really have input on that, and I don't know that there's much that you could do inside. I think a lot of what makes red strong seems to be because of its position in the arena relative to the other bases. If you made it a little bit easier to attack, that might alleviate some of that a little bit. But yeah, don't know. Can't answer that one. Sorry.
I guess let's just, because it's really like the intent of the side op about if they want to close the gap on red base. Let's assume it is something they want to do. Potentially, they could look at even just blocking a few of the sight lines off. Like you can stick some walls in the middle of the arena in places that just cut off certain shots into.
Yeah. So if you're red,
green
you have to travel. Say you'd have to go an extra, 6 or 7 meters forward to get some of those lines, and then obviously that's much riskier. Yep. Yeah. So maybe it's not changing through red; it's changes outside of red that would nullify.
Yeah, if I was looking for the most time efficient way to do it, that's what I'd be looking at trying to do. And there might be something you can do to the base just by adding like a little bit more cover inside the base, or something that allows the base to be a bit easier to take as well. Like sometimes the difference between let's say a good base and a bad base, or a base that's hard to get and a base that's easy to get, can be like one little half wall.
Yeah, 100%. Yep.
Yeah.
Firebirds in the chat asking, are there many new players this pre-nats and have any stood out? I think I'm going to hand that one over to you, Butts, because they all look like new players to me. So I don't know, but you might be able to offer some insight there.
Yeah, well, so I didn't go to Bendigo, so there's a lot of new players for me. There was a player that I see did go to Bendigo that is playing at this comp though, which let's consider that a new player. Finn, they've been playing remarkably well. A WA player. I'm actually going to open up the solo ladder so that we can actually look down the solo ladder and have a look. But Finn was up in 6th position on the solo ladder. That's just insane. There's a few of the Archangels players that I haven't seen before. Jellyhawk, Has been playing quite well. Yeah. I guess I got to shout out my local guys. Pug Salad and LT Noodle, the twins. They've been playing pretty well. They're not super high on the solo ladder, but they've been playing quite well.
Oh, mate, as someone who was never high on the solo ladder, I'm all for you can be a good player and not be high up on the solo ladder.
That's true. That is true. Laser tag in a mirror maze. It's like, we have a site called Hendra in Queensland. It's kind of like a mirror maze. Every wall's reflective. Yeah, it
Hybrid
wasn't that much
suggesting
fun.
we remove all of the walls and allow for infinite ping pong as the rules intended. Hybrid must have missed. Hybrid must have missed the earlier on conversation that we had where we covered this topic already.
Valid suggestion
Angel in
though.
the chat, what's
Lodge that
asking?
with
Are you
the
planning on
committee.
playing Nats? Are you planning on playing Nats, mate?
Me? Yes, I
Yeah.
am playing Nats this year. I've
Ooh.
got mission with a young family. It's always a bit of a challenge to get that time away, but I've been given the go ahead, the green light. So yeah, still don't know who I'm playing for yet, because we have a selection panel in Queensland now. So it will come down to their decision. I've been training with a few younger players, the twins, LT Noodle, Pug Salad, Hasbro, and another player called Jam, but there's no guarantee that that team will be formed. So yeah, things are still in flux in terms of which team I'll be playing on, but probably be my last for a while, just given the difficulty getting time off, or that much time off. So I'll be sticking to the pre-nats and the invitationals after that, I reckon.
Yeah, that's the go, mate. But you'll be sorely missed, I'm sure. I'm sure you'll miss this year as well. Just gone. Would have been the first time in a while we had a bit of nationals without a Butzer.
Yeah, it was 19 years or 20 years. I think I missed 2002 and 2022, the 2 years I
Wow.
missed.
There you go.
Yeah, Jam
Look,
sucks apparently.
we've got some color selections now. So Vikings have counterpicked and they're going to go in blue while the Isotopes are in red, and take green second, and then finish in the strong red base. And Aftershock have been given what they're given. They're going to start in green, have their second game at red, and then finish out in blue. So, any thoughts around that? What sort of strategies can we expect to see come in?
Well, I really look forward to seeing what the Vikings do in blue. Like, if there was ever a game that they're going to drop this tournament, it's going to be this first one, surely. So,
Yeah.
that if they take the first game, it's going to be difficult to see them losing the final from there.
I agree.
But come on, somebody can take these guys.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think if we're going to see the Vikings drop a game, it'll be this first game to the Isotope.
Yeah.
You know, and Aftershock are going to play well enough that they're not going to throw it either way. I don't think the Aftershock are going to have what it takes to win that first game, but I also don't think they're going to do anything silly or stupid and throw it to one team or the other. So I think this first game is going to be a real good indication of what the rest of the tournament's going to be like. Oh, well, what? I mean, there's only 3 games, but you know what I mean. Alrighty. Can anyone sort of confirm how far we must be starting soon?
How about we do a few shout outs to some big movers today, mate? Let's do that.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah. Hang on.
Big movers. I think who's the biggest mover? Surely that's Rampage.
Yeah, Rampage moved, and it was funny because they moved once they got more aggressive. They started to win their game. So it was a few close wins, but once they started going for bases at an earlier stage, that's when they started to get those extra few K that they needed to win to move up into the winning spot, because they were getting close in a lot of games, but they weren't quite getting over the line. And yeah, it's just a subtle shift in aggression helped them a lot.
Oh, yep, absolutely. Aftershock, where did they start the day? Okay, so the top 3 have remained the same. Canberra dropped down a little bit. Can't Phaser dropped down a little bit. Canberra finished 6th. Can't Phaser finished 7th. We've seen Lunar Lads climb up a bit. Did the average Nexus players climb? So they started.
I think they sat. Hang on. Average Nexus players, they started the day in 8th and they finished in 9th. So just dropped one spot. Now, the Archangels dropped a couple of spots today, but they played awesome this tournament. Like,
Yeah, I thought they looked good.
Yeah, no, they did, and they finished. Might have been Cascade 1. They finished in 4th spot or something like that, or Cascade 2. Let's have a look here. Yeah, they went into Cascade 2 in 3rd position, which is like phenomenal. So yeah, playing it in the home team, but on the home site, but still, like they were playing in they had to play a Cascade to get there, like so to get into that position. So should be pretty happy with their final, how the tournament played out for them, despite dropping a few spots to 8th in the end. But they won a lot of hard games this weekend.
Yeah, 100%. It got well smoothed. I think that's it. I think otherwise, about half the teams sort of finished where they were supposed to. I mean, it is a 13-team comp, so there is going to be a bit of variance in there. I'm looking at the victory points going in. It was pretty tight between. I mean, the Archangels were in 3rd, I think, after what was that? Cascade 1?
Yeah, they went into Cascade 2 in 3rd.
Yeah,
which
there
is
you
like
go.
phenomenal. Yeah, I think the other team to mention is the Carp Cup, the old, what are they calling it? Fish spin. the getting
Up
called
Cup
last night.
Revolution.
They were predicted, in the bottom couple. Where they predicted 12th essentially, but they played really well. They won a lot of games. I think Finn played for them, so did with a K, played for them as well. They had quite a lot of firepower, and they took a lot of points off some of the teams in the mid table. So yeah, they should be pretty happy with how things panned out for them this comp as well, I reckon.
Just having a look at them on the teams list. Cup Revolution. Yeah, so is that a mixed team?
It was
So we got
Dorky's
a
team.
WA, yeah. I don't
Yeah,
reckon that.
W.
Oh, so Finn's that player that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, coming up with some really good scores and had some like really great base takes. Think from WA.
Yeah, it looks like a WA team. I mean, I recognise Dorky and Gigantor, the other names. I don't really. Oh, hang on, with the K's Caleb.
Yeah,
Oh, right, okay. Just change of alias. Caleb's playing again, right?
yeah, he's still got it. He come out with lots of like big scores, 12 plus scores.
Yep. There's a bit of
Uh,
firepower in there.
Yeah, so they did pretty well, those guys. And it looks like we've got to the teams gathering now. They've had their break.
Right, very good. They're heading into the maze. So we've got our first game.
Here we
This
go.
is probably the most important game of this final series, I think.
Yeah.
I think if it's going to be interesting, we're going to know after this. If the Vikings win this one, it's going to be pretty hard for anyone else to come back. And you know what? I hope I'm cursing it by saying it now, because I'd love to see something exciting. But I think if the Vikings win this one, I think they're probably gonna go take it in straight sets. If the Isotopes can give themselves a lead of a couple of thousand points after this first game, well, we might just have something interesting to look at.
Yeah.
And
So we're underway in the game 1 of the 2023 Pre-Nats 1 Grand Final. And look at that, Vikings instantly off to a pack point lead from the statistically weakest base.
Blue, which apparently everyone says there's no field points from.
Yeah.
But you just know how this team's going to operate, man. These guys are going to be pretty well drilled, and right at the start of this game, there's going to be 2 to 3 Vikings players run out into the middle of the maze in a certain spot, and then bang, 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 there'll be 5 or 6 tags straight away.
Yeah. And it'll be interesting to see like if the other teams actually learn from how they're playing and can incorporate it into their game when they are blue later on.
So
Because
something interesting I've just noted, sorry to cut you off, Butts, is that the Vikings are playing with one inside the base, but both the Isotopes and Aftershock have opted to try and stretch a little bit more, and there's no one internal defending.
yeah, right. So Okay.
That said, though, the Vikings are still dominating the field points.
Wow, that haven't slowed down at all. And Lepers up the top, old school. Represent Leper, early 2000s. Let's go.
We want one for
Right. Oh,
finals.
shots on green. Run. Oh,
Oh.
denial. 2 shots. All right. So that'll.
Let's
Gosh.
make it interesting, boys.
Oh, one
Okay,
shot. He only got done for 1 shot there. I thought that was a 2. God,
Green's
didn't even
last
close
lining
the.
from Box. Where is Box? Is Box the T part? I can't tell. Is anyone inside Green? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so Vikings still surging out ahead on the field point game, but not a base to drop yet. Are the Isotopes kind of losing control? I mean, they opted. We got to remember they've chosen to take red first. So what are they going to do with it? You know, they've been given the opportunity, and yep, sure, that the Vikings have been able to counterpick, and maybe Blue's going to turn out to be the Achilles heel for red base somehow, and there's just something that we don't know yet.
Mm.
Looks like there's a prediction thing that we can put in the chat, guys. So go on, pop your cast predictions.
Yeah, I mean, Vikings are looking so strong at this competition, but we also got to remember that if we're looking a little bit forward, I know it's still early, pre-Nats Game 1 grand final. If we're looking a little bit forward to Nats, both the Sunny Coast team and the Upshot team aren't at full strength yet. So
That's true.
it won't be an indication of what's going to happen at Nats, I wouldn't think. I reckon we'll get a better idea, probably pre-Nats 3 when
Pre-Nats
some of
3.
the-
Pre-Nats 3 is always the big one, right?
Yeah.
Can anyone confirm if this Vikings team is the team that's expected to represent? Is this the top Hobart team that's going to play come nationals?
I think it is. Like I heard Runt speaking last night. Karen is the new player onto the team, and I think he's not yet 100% confirmed to be a spot, but he's been playing so well in the comp, it looks pretty likely that he'll take that extra spot on the Vikings.
I like Ling Ling in the chat. They're missing a hero. That's true, Ling Ling. Who are they missing, mate? I know of a certain Tasmanian solo champion that'd be just what they need. Although it doesn't seem like they need anything right now. And boom, Link opens the base race, and the Isotopes put themselves in the lead. Slightly behind on field points, but you know, bases mean a lot in some of these low base games. So maybe the Vikings are going to drop their first game.
Oh, we so wish we had replay. So wanted to see Link take that base. Did anybody see it? Can you give us a rating out of 10 in the chat? Really? Is that Ling Ling?
Clip.
Oh, Ling Ling.
Ling
Hello,
Ling.
hello. Ah, say hello to everybody, Ling Ling.
What's
Yeah.
news, mate? What brings you to a laser tag competition? Good, hey. That's the go. You been playing at all, mate? Yeah. What are your thoughts on Helios 2? Mm-hmm. Well, looks like the Isotopes have been able to maintain the field point gap. They've sort of been, that while they're not ahead, they haven't let the Vikings sort of claw themselves back in. They're sort of maintaining about a 1,000 point lead, give or take a couple of 100 points at a time. So yeah, I mean, not much else is happening. Aftershock have managed to jag a base too, so it's only the Vikings that haven't got one. But there's nothing stopping Runt from just getting quick 2 bases in 10 seconds. He's shown he can do it even against the best defenses. Oh, and
go.
as I said that, of course, the Vikings go on a run and pull themselves ahead.
So are you going to be joining us later in the year, Mr. Lingling? All right. Well, if you could just get your mail posted to Queensland for a little while, mate, we can claim you up there. It'll be totally fine. Oh, that's enough, surely. Yeah, got a few things going on. Goes all right. We could definitely got space for one more Lingling though. They can always take a 7th, mate. Oh. Cairns is on it green.
Cans, boom, takes the green, puts the isotopes back on top.
I'd be happy with that. I
Yep.
can't believe how well the Vikings are field pointing from blue. This is just ridiculous. Hopefully the other teams are learning from this, what they're doing, how they're positioning.
I just want to know where Leper has been standing for the whole game.
Yeah.
Because 4-2, 0 bases. I can't quite make out the tags for and against, but I'm guessing they're looking pretty healthy.
He was 5-zip at the start of the game, and I was like, oh, what's he doing? Maybe he just got a good run as people were exiting their bases at the start. But well, here we go.
The isotopes have set up inside blue base. Oh no, they all got shot out. There we go, and Runt takes a green. The Vikings put themselves just on top, but still, it could go anyway. I really hope the isotopes can come out with this one though, because I feel like if they're gonna, I mean, I suppose it is grand finals, right? So it doesn't really matter first or second. You want to get as many points as possible, but realistically, it's only an 800 point gap right now.
Yeah.
And we've got to remember that too. There's no competition points in the finals. And some may agree or disagree with whether that's right or wrong, but it is what it is. So yeah, it'll be tight. And that
Vikings.
really.
Sorry,
mate, what were you
if I
saying?
had to cut you. I was just going to say, if Vikings lose this by 500 points, I'll be like, yep, that's a win.
Yeah, 100%. Although the isotopes still get green in that last game, so if Aftershock can't bring themselves into it and open the game up, I mean, here we go. Twinkles putting shots into green. I think he's got it. Yeah.
Guys, Aftershock have, they're slipping behind on the field points here. So quite significantly. Gosh, the Vikings, it's just it's next level. I so wish we had cameras in the middle of the arena.
I just watched Runt oh my, wow, Runt just kind of did a lap of red base, cleared everyone out, just started shooting it, and then covered himself from both doors while taking it.
It's fair to say confidence is up.
Yeah. He's at 11. He's already at 11.5K. There's a couple minutes to go. Oh, this isn't looking good for the finals.
No.
The Vikings are looking pretty dominant.
All right, how many tags is Runt going to get in the chat? What are we looking at this game? He got 80 something in the last one.
I'm gonna say 68. How many has he got now?
He's got 54. Just
Okay.
under 2.
Oh, here we go. Twinkles, 2 shots on right by Peregrine. No one's at red.
69 volley. Yeah, it looks pretty legit. That could happen. He's slowed down a little bit this last minute, 30 seconds or so, but we know Runt can do laps and take 10 players in the space of 15 seconds.
Yeah, Isotopes really tapered off here, and the Vikings have just started to run away with it. Two base hits, about 30 seconds apart from each other, and just that field point game. From start to finish, they've just really excelled. And if it's not a good sign of things to come, because from everything we've been able to tell so far, blue base is the hardest to field point from, and the Vikings are showing us how it's done right now. Arbor in the chat, Runt for Solos 2023. Well, I mean, he's got to be the sports bet favorite, right?
Yeah.
Or
absolutely.
CV, CV's definitely still. It's amazing that he hasn't won one yet. So if he's got a chance, well, now's as good as any.
So closing out this game, Aftershock have got some work to do after this. It's fair to say that the Vikings are in the box seat, but Aftershock won't be totally happy with being that far behind after the first game. That's a hard margin to close. But they do have Red the next game. So
It was good thing for the Isotopes that Shock did get that last. Shock managed to get Blue right on the buzzer, which has put them within, striking distance. It's not completely over yet. I would have felt pretty nervous for the Isotopes if they had gone into game 2 with like an 8K disadvantage already. But they bridged that down a little bit. It's only sort of like 5K at the moment, so there's still hope. But the Vikings still yet to drop a game. I kind of wish they would to give us something to talk about, honestly, when it's too clinical like this, it makes it hard to commentate.
Yeah. So it would be interesting. So they got a 5K field point advantage from Blue Base. So it will be really interesting to see what they can do from green in the next game. My guess is Aftershock are probably, there's not that much of a difference in the level between Aftershock and Sunny Coast Isotopes. So my guess is, Aftershock will, probably put on something similar to what the Isotopes have just put on around the 30K mark if the base game plays out how it just played out then. I can't see anybody doing any crazy strategies in the second game.
No,
Usually
the only thing I see going differently is I don't see the Isotopes just because of the captaining experience they've got with Maghands. I don't see them allowing themselves to be beaten by 10K. So I agree. I think Isotopes will be way more competitive in this next game. And it's not to say that the Isotopes won't lose. Sorry, Aftershock will be more competitive. It's not to say that Isotopes won't lose. I just don't see them losing by 10K. I see it being, if they're going to come third, they're going to be within 1 or 2K of Aftershock. Now the Vikings get their green game too, so I'm pretty curious to see what they do from there. I think it's going to be pretty standard stuff. No one's going to make them too uncomfortable. It's going to be that red game that, if anything's going to blow up, that third game.
Yeah, and Runt finishes on 65 tags, so didn't meet the lofty heights of what some were expecting with the 80 plus or 69, but 65, I'll take that every day of the week.
Arbel's asking in the chat, could this be the first comp pre-nats or otherwise a team goes through undefeated? I mean, maybe. Surely there's been a pre-nat somewhere.
I'm trying to think back. I know there was a Nats where the Hobart A team lost one, got a second to their B team, and that was the only loss they took for the whole comp. That was in 2003.
Wow.
I can't recall a comp where somebody's won all the way through. WA Fury did Cascade 1 and 2 at Werribee undefeated, but lost in the round robin finals.
I know no one's done a Nats all the way through. Yeah, 2000 Box Hill lost one game.
2000.
Yeah, I'd be pretty confident no one's done a Nats all the way through. But pre-Nats, it's entirely possible. I don't think our record keeping for pre-Nats is that great.
Yeah. Well, we could be making history right now.
Possibly.
Folks.
Possibly. Does pre-Nats 1 count though? I mean, pre-Nats 3, I'd count it. Like pre-Nats 1. Granted though, these are legit teams. So
Tricky has records from 2019 onwards. Yeah, we're missing a few years there, Trick. It's nothing even remotely close. Yeah. Well, that could be a bit of a feather in their cap, although I don't think they'll be getting too ahead of themselves. They're fully aware.
I don't think they'd be too. Yeah.
Yeah, they're very aware of where this, where the teams are at this in this comp in terms of not being at full strength and
that's right.
We
don't have a catalyst team here, do we?
No, exactly.
So that's a huge gap in amongst the top group.
Yeah, and once you even the the Spartans, even just a couple of roster changes could make quite a significant difference in terms of that 5K gap there, for example. You'd expect that to close up significantly, and they probably win with their original roster.
Well, who are they missing? Zeropa, I imagine. I don't know what the team looks like nowadays, but I imagine Zeropa's probably would be someone that you'd expect to see there. Is Potato still playing? Does Potato play with them or Potato the leg? Yeah, there we go. So we've got doubles champion, a solos champion, and Zeropa, who every good player hates versing. Still missing from that team. Did Zeropa just put up a GIF, an emoji of himself?
Yes. There he is. There he is. Welcome, Zeropa.
Oh, well, hopefully this next game goes in soon.
So, chat, what would you like us to talk about at this point? Any questions from the chat that we can discuss before the next game starts up? Are you still in there, Lingling? Oh, mate. Are you living in Tasmania now? Is my question to you. Excellent. So have you been playing like league and members nights and doing all those fun things? So it's always been your strong suit, motivation, hasn't it, Lingling? Somebody's just asked, how's Launton going? Launton is going wonderful, thanks, Tassie Villain. Yeah, like we, like every other scene, kind of had our like struggles coming back after the pandemic. So last year was a bit of a struggle for league, but yeah, we've had a good start. We had 7 teams start last week for the first week back of the new season, so that's been really good. And yeah, it's just a good vibe around Queensland at the moment. Yeah, it's just we're always learning, like this, just in terms of how we collaborate across the Sunny Coast and the Launton site, how we support our new players to improve and learn. We started these things called mid-tier comps a little while back, which have been really awesome, where we like cap the teams to 2 Nats players, and then they have to grab like the top tier league players. So it's a way to sort of transition league players into the higher level, and they've been quite successful actually. Like it gives the opportunity of the up and coming players, like like Shock, for example. He's come through for his first Nats in Bendigo, but it gives those kinds of players an opportunity to be like the main guys in those teams essentially. So, and they get to take a few younger players under their wing. So you've got your next tier of leadership kind of learning how to lead and take league players to another site and play in their first foreign maze for the first time and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, things are looking pretty good at home. And yeah, we changed the arena a little while ago. Butzer made a really bad blue base. I apologise to all my players for that, but it's going to get changed. It's on the agenda to get updated. Green base is playing okay, better than it was before, I think. But yeah, we got flooded last year, so we had to rebuild the arena. So yeah, that was a fun thing to do. After quite a few years of having the same arena, we changed a few things around, and yeah, we'll get blue right, and then maybe later in the year have a look at red, doing a few tweaks in red.
I want to know. Everyone's making fun of this blue base. I want to know what was so bad about it.
Oh, it's just there's no system to it, and it's way too easy to get denied. Yeah, it's just not a good base. But sometimes the difference between a good and a bad base is just moving a few
Half a
walls here and
wall.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and you don't know until you start playing it. And it kind of gets to that point where you're like, okay, I'm running out of time here. I'm just going to start throwing some walls in. That was kind of like what happened with blue. So yeah,
We need to open.
work.
We need to open in 3 hours, and I've got circular saws just like lying around and half-built walls.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much what happened essentially. So I got halfway through building it and was like, oh, I'm running out of time here, and yeah, finished it off without giving it proper thought. But yeah, anyway, we're gonna give it another crack in the next couple of weeks and hopefully get it all Mickey Mouse.
Just a heads up too, Butts. Apparently the rest of the chat can't hear Ling Ling, so when we're talking to him, it just sounds like we're talking to no one.
Oh, so sorry to everybody for that. Okay.
Well, it looks like the players are heading in. They've been given. I mean, geez, there was a big gap there. I think they all had a nap between those two games. I thought these guys were supposed to be elite athletes at the top level of fitness. I mean, I'm all for having a break, but geez, it feels like they all went for an hour kip between games. Hopefully, the gap between the second and third games is not as long. But we're firing it up. Game 2 of the grand finals. We've got the Vikings playing out of green, easily the favourites in this one. Sunshine Coast Isotopes, who are only 5k down at the moment. They're playing from the weakest base, which is blue, and then Aftershock, after losing the first game, they get red, which is easily their best game, their best base, and the best base in the competition. So it's not over, as they say, until Ibo sings, and I'm not singing yet. So let's see what happens. Aftershock off to a decent early lead, but it is early days. Anything can happen.
Can you please sing for us later, Ivo? That'd be great.
I'll do. I tell you what, if Aftershock or Isotopes can take out the finals, I'll sing for everyone.
Okay, so in the chat, what song do we want Ivo to sing when? Oh, it's just the finals. Surely just one game. If they win one game.
No, mate, no. They got to win. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Link's just told us everybody that he can change the results if we like. So everybody sling a little bit of cashola, and he can make things happen.
So you never know. We've got to make things exciting. And I mean, Aftershock are currently doing a good job of that. They've surged right ahead. Vikings only got 680 points. As Master Mopar gets denied, while Twinkles pinches a base. Okay, there we go. There's the Vikings that we know.
I was going to say, I thought maybe the Vikings were still like in snooze town. Having said that, they could probably sleep for half of this game and still come in and win it in the last 6 minutes.
You know what? I'm just going to say it though. It's awesome to see this Vikings team, who've probably had a rough couple of years at the ZLTAC, come in and look so dominant. Like probably most of the players, it seems like most of the players nowadays probably started around that 2015, 16, 17 time. And so a lot of people in the scene nowadays haven't seen that, and the team hasn't changed that much. Like CV, Leper, when guys like Ling Ling and that were playing on the team, man, that Hobart team through the Nexus era they were bloody good. They were really, really good. And it's awesome to see them come back after a couple of off years. They've struggled sort of with membership a bit like that. It's really cool to see them come back and just dominate, even if it is at home.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it didn't feel right not having a Hobart team up the top there for a few years, eh?
Oh,
Like,
yeah. 100%. 100%.
Yeah. Back in the day, they were the first kind of like dominant team in the early 2000s, and that early group taught CV and the next group of players, Ling Ling and everybody that came through and was so dominant on Nexus. And then when Helios came in, they had a bit of a lull period, and yeah, I think we saw signs last year in Bendigo that they were a new team, like they're now able to compete with the big boys. So yeah, and this will be their year. And it's so good that they finally get a home Nats, because in 2012 when they were supposed to get their home Nats, the side op changed it to Launceston like halfway through the year. So their home Nats became a non-home Nats, and they never actually got one. So they haven't had one since 2003. So the fact that they finally get one in 2023, 20 years later.
20 years later.
It's so good.
Well, this game's opened up a little bit. Aftershock winning the field point game. They've got one base. Jesse's got one base. And they're winning 9,671 points. Hobart Vikings in second, 8,841. Twinkles with a hit on red. And the Sunshine Coast Isotopes really done too much just yet. Let's see. Cairns is never going to let his team fall too far out of things, though. So let's see what they do. LT in the chat. cheering on. It's just saying it's good to see some non-Queensland teams because Queensland have been so dominant. I think that's a fair statement. I think we're all, even Queenslanders probably agree that we want to see some finals with a lot of different states and scenes represented. So, and I mean, if this competition's been anything to go off, then I think there's a real good chance at that this coming Nats.
Absolutely. Yeah. And Aftershock, that's the other non-Queensland team that is like on the verge of greatness. They're ready. They're ready to compete and play in finals, which they're proving here.
Yeah, and it's good to see that they've done it the right way as well. They've had to build this team, this Aftershock team, over a couple of years. And they've gotten better every single year as well. A good mix of players, young players, bit more experienced players. Good mixture of attackers and defenders. So yeah, I really hope to see those guys break in and get a finals appearance in this year's Nats. The Vikings have started to
Yeah, they're
run away
doing
with
their
it.
thing.
They're doing
Yeah.
their thing.
It surprises me just how little Runt gets denied. He got one denial in the last game, but he's very rarely gets denied in this arena, and every other player is. So it's he's just so good in this arena. A master Runt, absolutely. Well, he's not 35 yet. We'll call him the master Runt when he reaches the appropriate age. Thank you very much.
So I think we just saw Mikey get one shot denied while trying to take green. Come on, Isotopes. Here we go. Master Mopars putting shots into red. Gets it. Puts the Isotopes on the board. Still a couple of thousand points behind. And the Vikings are really sort of starting to go into cruise control.
Yeah. And you expect as the game opens up, they just get better and better. Because, they're going to get way more people in the crossfire and,
I know it's easier. I know it's much easier said than done, but you kind of have to get up early on the Vikings and make it a bit uncomfortable for them. You almost have to hit them early, hit them hard, and just hope that you can get one or two on them before too much breaks out. Otherwise, you just can't let the game play out. You can't let a standard game play out against the Vikings in this home maze. They're just too good.
Yeah. And thank you, Volley, for the Master Runt reference. And my apologies, Tassie Villain. I wasn't at Bendigo, didn't get that reference, but that's hilarious. Apparently, he accepted CV's Masters Trophy on his behalf. There you go. No doubt, if Runt keeps playing, he'll end up with his own at some stage.
I think he's a bit off that, isn't he? Isn't he like 20 or something?
Yeah, he's pretty young, but he's got that build where he could just keep playing really well for a long time. Like he's
Oh yeah. It's just a baby. All right. Well, it looks like I'm not singing for you guys, so I'm sorry. But the Vikings are just turning this into an absolute clinic. They're now 6K clear. Isotopes have brought themselves back into the game with a couple of bases, but I mean, currently the Vikings will be going into the third game right now with about a 10 or 11K lead, and they'd be playing from the strongest base. So signs are not looking good. Looks like Vikings are going to cruise through, possibly go through undefeated, which would be a very impressive feat.
And it wasn't like they didn't get pushed. There was a game, was it today in the Cascades, where they lost by 2K to a team. Drake, if you're in the chat, you probably would have been commentating it. But yeah, they were one base down and won by 2K. So they were essentially like 5K up on pack points or something like that. So they got pushed a couple of times, but they haven't dropped the points.
Eagles putting shots into blue. They're just not getting denied. They seem to be able to get about 500 to 1,000 points per minute more than anyone that they're versing in the field points, and they're getting denied at probably half the rate of any other team, and that basically just equals winning a lot.
Yeah, and what you predicted before the game, Ibo's kind of looking pretty accurate, like Sunny Coast not being as far behind Aftershock as Aftershock were behind Sunny Coast. when Sunny Coast were red. So kind of playing out as
Yeah,
predicted.
I mean, I wouldn't have been surprised. As I said, I wouldn't have been surprised to see the Isotopes lose this one. I just don't see Cairns as the type of captain that you never lose by much, right? He's gonna make good calls, and keep him in it. And he also understands that it's an average score game, right? So, you know, getting third isn't necessarily the end of the world in these finals, as long as you're close, as long as you're thereabouts.
That was a nice hit from Mikey. I'm not sure if you saw it on the cameras there, guys. But patient, gets in, takes a player out from either door, takes the base out. That was nice.
We're heading into the last 2 minutes. Vikings easily well in control here. They'll probably get 1 or 2 more bases, which will give them sort of a 10 to 15k lead going into the third game. It's going to be pretty difficult to overcome, given that the teams are only scoring sort of, anywhere from 20 to 35k at the moment. Isotopes are keeping themselves in the mix, but Aftershock have got a bit of a mountain to climb. Unless they go on a hot run right now, they're going to sort of go into that last game playing out of blue, and they'll be in third place. So it'll be pretty difficult for them. Oh, Shock just got 2 shots denied, and Runt looks like he's pinching red base.
There we go. We have a comment. Aftershock has progressed past the need to come first. There we go. They're just like Buddha. They're just like whatever's best for the scene. It's like
Yeah.
way better for the scene that Tassie win this competition, and we're just going to come second or third. Thank you.
We've transcended what you mortals consider winning.
We win because Tasmania win.
Yeah, that's right. All right. We're heading into the last minute, guys. Vikings have just, I mean, as Volley mentioned earlier, look at that worm. That is just absolute domination. Really just, that's a good looking worm. Maghan's putting shots into red. Aftershock got denied, pinches it, so puts Isotopes back into second place. But they're gonna end up being, what's that? So they're currently 13k behind the Vikings. So that'd be an 18k deficit going into the third game. I don't think it's happening.
Highly unlikely from red base. Vikings dropping 18k. Can Aftershock pull a second?
Well,
Not that it matters because they're already 10k behind.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So even whether they pull the second or not, they're gonna go into this last game about 50. So we've got pretty clear first, second, and third right now, which was as the teams entered the finals and their seedings going in. So Vikings were the heavy favourites heading in, and they're taking a commanding lead going into the final game. Isotopes were, pretty easily the second best team of the comp throughout the course of the week. They would have been predicted second, I imagine, surely. And then they started a bit rocky, but really showed that they deserve to be the second best team over the course of today. And then Aftershock, who have had a great day. I'm not saying they should be happy to be there, but they've had a really good day. They're putting up a fight. They're not out of it. They're only a couple of K down, but they are also about to head into the last game in by far the weakest base. So can the Vikings win if they sit the next game out?
It's getting close.
Well,
They can certainly start late.
yeah. The Vikings are up 20k.
So in the first game,
theoretically they could. I mean, if their base wasn't enabled and it was just a 1v1, it would be hard for the Isotopes to score a lot of points if it was just 1v1, like one team v1 team. So, but let's not talk about that because it's not going to happen.
Absolutely. So, fun fact: the first game they won by 5k field points from blue. Second game they won by 11k field points, 11 or 12 from green. So what's going to happen from red is my question. How many field point advantage is
here's
Hobart
what's going to
have?
The game's going to open up. The game's going to open up because Aftershock have got to do something and the Isotopes have got to do something. So I think it's very safe to say I think it wouldn't be outside of the realms of possibility for the Vikings to win this game by 15 to 20k because it's got to open up. The other two teams don't have a choice. So, and they're going to be doing it from red. I think the Isotopes are going to do better out of it from green than what Aftershock will from blue. So I think they're going to hold that second spot overall. But yeah, I can't see the Vikings losing from here. They've just been too good.
Yeah. So yeah, get your cup of tea, guys, because this is going to be probably the most interesting game of the grand final, is my guess. Hopefully,
I think it'll give us the most to talk about.
Yeah. Well,
the only
it-
hope is, and I might be being negative here, but the only hope is it's not over 4 minutes in. Hopefully, it's still something still exciting going on, and that Hobart don't have 8 bases at 3 minutes, and the other two teams have 2 or 3 apiece.
yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Aftershock and the Isotopes just like play it out normally because they've already conceded victory to the Vikings and gone, okay, well, we're not going to
Well, let's
let
just
them.
yeah.
Yeah, let's just actually play a proper game. If that's the case, it could end up like the first two. But yeah, if they go, nah, okay, let's do a Hail Mary and try and have a win, try and have a win here and go for a pretty aggressive game, then it could be a slightly
All right, Butts. That
interesting
leads
game.
me into a question that I've got for you. So put yourself in Mad Kansas shoes right now. You're pretty confident the Vikings have won, and it's going to be hard for you to overcome that. From a strategic standpoint, in terms of getting the most value, the most training, and the most learning, what's the play in this last game? Do you play it like a normal game, given that you can see how a lockdown game is going to work against two really good teams in a final setting? Or do you throw caution to the wind and practice, well, what are we going to do when we're in this situation in Nats Grand Final? What's your play, and what's the logic behind it?
Yeah, I'd probably go with, okay, let's assume that all the scores are even and we're going into exactly the same situation. So I'd be thinking, okay, what can we gain just in case this situation comes up in like the big smoke in the Nats? If we just dump or do something like a Hail Mary, we're not really going to. We know we're going to get pumped. We're probably not going to learn as much as if we actually play the game out, assuming that this is a drawn series at this point. So that's probably the way I'd go, giving like 10 seconds of thought to it. Yeah. So what about you, mate? What would you do in this situation?
Well, I'm not a captain, but I'd probably go the other way, and I'd probably do a structure like not a. So I don't want to say Hail Mary, but I'd do something aggressive at about the 2 to 3 minute mark, because I want to see how it gets punished by those really good teams. Because at some point during the course of Nats in a cascade, you might need to pull that strategy out. And if you want to, you're going to get smashed. I think you're going to get smashed if you do it. But I'd love to, sometimes you learn the most when you're versing that really good team and you try something. And I remember, if I share a story from my own memory bank, there was a game in 2016 where the Cobras did like a really aggressive sort of dump to us when we were green in Brisbane, and they absolutely smoked us. Like they wiped the floor with us, smashed us, rolled our base, and won that game. But that loss was so valuable because they tried to do the same thing to us in the grand final, and we were ready for it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
So I sort of see it that way, knowing I'm probably going to lose. But if you're going to try a crazy strategy, and if there's a team that you're going to learn how it's going to get beaten and what you've got to do or adjustments you need to make it work, well, it's doing it now in Game 3 against the Vikings.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I guess to wrap that up, it's like, okay, what's going to give us the biggest gain for Nats, essentially?
Yeah.
What are we going to learn the
Yeah.
most out of? And let's go with that, even if it's not that we're winning. It's going to win
No.
us this
Yeah,
series.
that's right.
Yeah. And right now, I have no idea what that would be for the Isotopes, where their gaps are. But no doubt Cairns has got something in mind, and he's a smart guy. He'd be probably thinking something like that, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see what he does. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, I'll be surprised to see a Hail Mary from Cairns, but hey, anything is possible.
Looks like they are getting themselves a decent break. So we've got 100 people here. Tell us, guys, what's going to be the score line? All right, let's make our predictions a little bit more interesting. I just don't want to see, oh yeah, Vikings going to win, Vikings going to win, happy days. Give me the score line. So, what are the Vikings going to score? What are the Isotopes going to score? And what are Aftershock going to score? I'm going to say Vikings will have 45k. Isotopes will finish on 37. And Aftershock are going to finish on 29. Volley's in there. Vikings 55, Isotopes 48, Aftershock 39.
Well, I reckon I am going to go on that one, Ibo. I'm going to go with a 48 for the Vikings.
Same. I think that's what I said. It's the same.
Oh, did you? I thought you said 45.
I thought I
Mate.
said 48.
Oh, I can't pick the same as you. All right, let's go with 51.5. 51.5. Isotopes. Yeah.
I said
37.
37. I said
Did you?
37. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, we're just tuned in, mate. All right. Well, let's go with 38.5 then.
Okay.
And
Okay.
and what? Okay. Don't tell me what you said for Aftershock.
Okay.
29.5.
Okay. I said 28.
Perfect. Nailed it. There you go.
All right. Good. Good stuff. Good stuff.
All right. Whew, Wax has gone for a 60k Vikings. There we go.
Oh, he's backing them in. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see it. The game's probably going to open up somewhere, and the Vikings are going to be the team to capitalize on it. I think if the
Ivo,
Vikings were green, yeah.
I'm just going to go to the little boys' room so I can be fully fit and ready for this next game. Be back
Sure.
soon.
Sounds good, mate. Sounds good.
Have fun. Alright, they are just heading in now, so the game should be starting soon.
Alrighty. Last game's going in. I've just been informed by the invisible man in the walls, so we should see some players coming in shortly. There we go. We can see him coming into the arena. Game will be starting soon. Last game of the grand finals. Can the Vikings keep their undefeated streak running? I think yes. They're about to play what has been by far the strongest base in the entire tournament, and it's the last game of the comp. So I don't see them dropping this one. Do we see anything interesting? I don't know. Vikings haven't really been pushed too hard yet, so from a strategic standpoint, it's just going to be about what are the Isotopes want to learn out of this, and what are Aftershock going to do to try and what do they want to learn? I really feel like both the Isotopes and Aftershock are going to be smart enough to go, well, we're probably not winning this one at this point, so let's try and get some value out of this last game. And we see our initial setup. So Isotopes have left no one inside. Aftershock have left one inside, and the Vikings have left one inside. So it's not fairly standard defenses here. I think we'll see so as soon as the Isotopes get looked at, we can see Peregrine pop inside in the last line roll there. So they're starting off well. They've got some decent field points, but it's early days yet. There's basically only one or two tags separating first and third. So basically call it a tie at this point. Remembering that any of these, if you're not the Vikings, you need to win by pretty much 20k. So, we're not going to, if they're going to win, it's not going to be through a standard game. And so far, it's looking like it's a standard game. Really plays into the Vikings.
Yeah, and I'd say if any team is going to do something crazy, I doubt they're going to do it in the first couple of minutes. They're probably going to want to leave it later, like at least to a third of the way through the game if they're going to do anything like a dump or a split dump. So, yeah. What do we now?
Isotopes have got to win by
20.
20. Aftershock have got to win by 30. And currently, the Vikings are winning by 5. Alrighty, so Holmes just 2 shots denied, Master Mopar. And
So,
pretty standard game playing out so far.
Yeah, and they haven't shot off to a massive field point lead at this point, the Vikings. So they've either put the Q in the rack or, the other guys the other teams have figured out a way to just keep their field pointing under control at this point.
But one thing I've noticed is that currently the Vikings sort of have that Wolfpack sort of feel where they're just 20% better at lunging a door and getting into the shooter spot, right? Like And it sounds simple, but it makes such a big difference in this game. If you're just, if you can lunge that door and get it, 1 out of 3 times, whereas everyone else is only getting it 1 out of 6 times, then you're just going to end up getting more bases and getting them more cleanly and winning more games.
Yeah.
Strategy out the window, just the ability to run into a base and shoot out the defender,
Yeah.
is a big deal. It goes a long way.
Yeah. Those long arms really mean a lot. And
Yep.
what's Beefy doing getting the first base? He's not entitled to do that.
I was going to say Beefy was just about to get to the second base. Oh, here we go. Beefy,
he's on,
first
he's
shot.
on,
Oh,
he's on.
one shot denied again. Come on, Ferris. Get it, mate. Do it for the old boys. Do it for the old boys. Looks like Link set up under. Cool. So Link took a blue as well. All right. So Isotope from the board, but yeah, no, I think the Vikings are just. I haven't seen anyone inside Vikings base for a little while now, actually. So they're obviously being left alone quite a bit, and they're stretching.
And the 2K denials to Isotopes is stinging them a little bit, keeping them a little bit behind the Aftershock guys. But I mean, Aftershock could be, be reasonably happy with their position at this stage. Clearly they're 4K out of it, but another base and they're in contention.
Yeah, that's right. I think these teams have adopted sort of the similar mindset to what you were talking about earlier, where they've gone, look, let's just play this game like it's tied 3 ways, and we'll learn a bit from it. Oh, Beefy, one shot denied again. Runt, and then at the same time, Runt takes blue base. So Beefy's getting touched up a bit.
Yeah, and Runt gets clean bases once again.
Yeah. Oh, we got Zone Master Billy in the chat still playing Butzer and Ibo. Well, mate, I'm not, sad to say. I don't really play anymore, but I love tuning in and watching the tournaments. I just honestly, mate, I can't say I make it a priority to make the time to travel, and I think the nearest site's about an hour away from me. So, but Butzer, you're still playing a bit of League, aren't you, mate?
I still pick up the pack a little bit. Hey Billy, how you going, mate? It's great to hear from you, my friend. Yeah, I'll be coming down to Tassie this year to play. Should be great. Are you still living in Tassie? And yeah, Runt pushing for his 80 tag. So what's he sitting on? 25 at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minute mark. Not quite on track
Not
yet.
quite on pace, but he could go for a run. Game could open up yet.
So is it fair to say it's opening up a little bit?
I think it's starting to. It's just starting to, yeah.
The last minute or so has been 3 hits. So let's see if that's just an anomaly or if that's teams starting to push out their attackers.
So Billy's living in Melbourne at the moment.
Hopefully you can make the trip down to say hello to us, mate, in Tassie when we come down.
All right. How are our score predictions panning out so far? Vikings look like they're about on pace for maybe mid to high 40s, pending bases, but their field points are just phenomenal. Aftershock on track for about maybe a 30, 25 to 30, and the Isotopes on track for about 25. Obviously that can all change. Bases, who knows? But yeah, Vikings clean sweeping it.
Holy moly! So they won the first game 5K field points, second game 11, 12K field points. This game they're 10K field points up at the halfway point. So this could be a 20K field point advantage in this game if they keep going at this pace. That's next level. That is.
That's a lot of field points.
Yeah,
that's a lot of field points.
Some of that is actual denials too, because both the other teams have copped a few denials.
Captain Morgan with a very bold prediction in the chat. I reckon the Vikings can still win this, mate. Yep, there's hope. There's still hope, mate, and never let go of hope. The Vikings still have a chance. I'd say it's about a 99% chance. Yeah. Oh, Madcan's putting shots into blue. There we go. Oh, at the same time, Jesse's exchanging. Get shots on the red. So the Vikings drop their first base of the game. probably the first time anyone's been, had the balls to attack him. When you think about it,
No, mate. You didn't give your boy Beefy enough credit, mate. He got the first.
Oh,
first
he
base
was.
off.
Oh no, sorry, I lie. That's true. Beefy did get it first.
Then he proceeded to get denied 3 times at green.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Come on, Ferris. 5'9" with 2 bases, and he's still coming second. What a legend!
Oh, that's ridiculous. Okay, so $6,000 is second, and Runt's on
First is
13K.
13. Oh my god.
Just
No, well now
a little bit
Twinkles
ridiculous.
is caught up. Now Twinkles is on 9-2 with 1 base, so he could still come out with a 15. Runt's going to finish on, what's Runt on pace for? So he's got, what's that, 8K field points. So he's probably got another 4. Yeah, he's got a 18 in this, I reckon.
Yeah, he could hit 90 actually. Looking at this, there's 4 minutes to go. He can easily get 10 tags a minute. That's 8 to 10. Yeah, he's on track for potentially 90 if he goes at this pace.
Got some denials could cop through as well. We haven't seen a 20K score in a nat setting for a while, have we?
No, actually, they were talking about this earlier, and I don't think anybody brought it up, but I think Bullet got one in 2008.
Yeah, 2000. Yeah. So unless one's happened recently, my recollection was the last 20K was in 2008. I remember. I think it was Gemmell got a 20 in a pre-nats.
Spitty got a 20 in a pre-nats.
Yep.
Oh
yep.
no, it was the New Zealand Invitational.
Yeah,
We
Spitty got 20 in the New Zealand one. And I think Gemmell got a 20 at a pre-nats. But yeah, at an actual ZL, like an actual nats, it's been like 15 years or something since we saw a 20.
Yeah.
And a couple of 19s in there.
So here's a question for you. Can you remember a more dominant individual performance than what Runt's put on in this comp? In any like pre-nats or nats comp?
No. Not in terms of just sheer scoring. I don't remember seeing someone get, multiple 17K games over such a short time.
Yeah, that's a good point. Somebody just mentioned Snowblind Oz. Bullet score was 6-man teams though. That's true.
Oh, that's true. So a lot more people to tag.
Yeah.
That's a good point. 6-man teams. You really can't count any. I guess that you just have to have 2 errors, right? Like there's just more. When you think about it, there's 12.
Yeah.
There's two more players out there that you can tag.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Can anybody in the chat think of a more dominant individual performance in a pre-nats or a nats? I'm not sure I can.
No, I can't. I can't think. Nothing comes to mind.
So here we go. It looks like they're going to blow our score predictions out the window, mate, at this point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the isotopes and aftershock could still. I think I.
That was sweet from Holmes. Did you see that hitting green?
No.
Holmes is tagging people on either side of his body, getting green, gets the shot in, and takes the base. It was pretty sweet, my friend. Okay, Peregrine set up. Okay, looks like everybody's just exchanging now. It's just,
Yeah.
it's on. Yep, Cairns blue team. Oh, yep, Aftershock have gone. All right, so they've just dumped their base.
Oh, Runt
And
just
Cairns,
denied it, man. Runt's on for 18 here, man. He's got a minute to go. He's just got more denial. He's on for like 19 maybe.
yeah, a minute to go. Oh, there we go.
Go on, 2-shot deny him, Runt. Oh no. Leopard 2-shot denied him instead.
Leopard, get out of the way. Come on.
Yeah, stop it. Shoot.
Everybody wants to see Runt get
shoot,
18.
Red. Come on, Runt. Get 20. Oh, far out.
Here we
Oh,
go.
he slowed down a bit. He spent a little bit of time deactivated, Runt. Yeah, he's just been deactivated again. So he's sort of he's been deactivated. Like if you look at his little worm, he probably still finished on the 18, but he's sort of hasn't had a good run. He hasn't had a decent run of 2 or 3 tags in a row.
He's had 6 denials this game. So what's that? 1,500 points in denials. It's like they're going. They've cracked the 54. Did we have anybody pick the 54?
Oh, and he's gone down again. He didn't even get the 18. Oh well, like, I say that like I didn't even get 18, mate. Come on, what are you doing?
Can't.
Only 17-8? Far out.
All
You're
right,
lazy
so
out there.
I don't know about you, Ibo, but we're going to need some people to do some calculations in the chat to see who's taking this one.
Guys, I think it's going to be tight. So if you could, if anyone's done the calculation in the back end, just don't ruin it. But I'd say that's a
Don't
wrap.
ruin the suspense. There we go. So yeah, Isotopes ended up in the second place there in all 3 games. Yeah, so clear first, second, and third in the comp, and in their predicted positions as well. So well done to the predictions panel. They've gotten a fair chunk of the positions right, actually, other than a few large movers. But yeah, in the end, we've got third place Aftershock, second place Sunny Coast Isotopes, first place the Hobart Vikings in an undefeated display here at this Pre-Nats 1 tournament. So you'd have to say they'd be pretty happy with that. What the only thing they wouldn't be happy with is that they haven't been like
They
fully
learn
pushed yet.
anything? Yeah.
Yeah,
Have they been pushed? Did they learn?
I
Result
kind
is
of
Vikings.
the first day they looked like a little bit vulnerable on the first day. Like they weren't smashing teams like they did today. Oh,
What's that
can
in the
everybody hear
background?
that? I'm not sure. Hopefully- So
All
we're
right.
just
Well, I think
chatting to
that's
Runt in the background, peoples. So is that going to be broadcast to the viewers as well?
just audio only. So I suppose that's about our time to dip then, boys.
Yeah. Okay. Well, stick around if you want. Yeah, stick around if you want to hear the presentation, everybody. If not, we've been absolutely honoured to be with you tonight and take you through the journey of this final series. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you too, Ibo.
Yeah, man. Good to catch up. Sorry I was running late again. Totally didn't account for the differences in local time.
I really wish I had a message to you like maybe the other day and reminded you about the time difference. Not
Yeah.
like 2 minutes to 5.
Well, it worked out pretty well. Like by chance, I had something else on, and I was like, "Oh, look, I want to be home by 4 because I've got this thing at 5 o'clock." And I was like, "Okay, cool." So I made sure I got home at like 3:30, just to be like extra safe. And then you were like, "Oh, are you coming in?" I was like, "Oh, that's right." Whoops. Solos, Runt Solos champion calling it now. Well, I mean, yeah, got to be the favorite.
Not if
Yeah,
I've got anything to do with it.
Yeah,
that's
Ling
it, mate.
Ling.
Yep.
Ling Ling's coming back, everybody.
I'm just side
hold your
events.
horses.
Easy.
Minty's asked, would Catalyst be able to beat the Vikings on their form now? And Volley's spoken on behalf of Catalyst and said we wouldn't even break a sweat. I think Volley's just speaking for himself because he won't be breaking any sweats because he's on the bench, I think, this year, and he won't be playing. So there won't be any sweats broken from Volley, that's for sure.
Well, I can say that they've been training. Who out of all all the boys have been training from memory. So yeah, they'll be in good form this year. They won't be taking a backward step, and they're just playing their usual awesome self. So yeah, my guess is that they would at least challenge them at the very least right now.
I
Joke's
didn't
on
have the
me, he's
headphones
not
on
playing
before
Hobart.
Ibo, but I don't know. Did I miss your song? Are we gonna get a song from you, Ibo?
There's no song, mate. What? The
Oh,
Vikings didn't even drop a game. No song.
disappointment.
Perhaps you can get Skype me in at the presentation night for nationals. And
Sounds good.
if the Vikings drop a single game, maybe I'll come through the speakers and serenade everyone.
You could always just rock up and play.
You heard it here first, everybody.
Alrighty.
if
So
if
I'm just gonna
Hobart
pop
Vikings
Blair
miss a
on.
single game, drop
All
a
right,
single
looks like
game.
we're handing over.
I'll
We're
hand
handing
over to
over for
him.
the announcement.
Yep.
So we'll be quiet now, Woods.
Alrighty.
Yep. So that's live. At the moment,
Yeah. Maybe not.
Yeah, just a couple of minutes away here from presentation. We're just getting a few players in the room here down at beautiful Zone 3 Hobart. And we're just waiting for a few players to enter the foyer, and then we'll announce the results of the final. And what a great final it was as well.
Yeah, thank you,
Between-
Blair. How was it running your first comp?
Yeah, it's been a great experience for me. New owner, well, I've been a year in. I did go to Bendigo last year, so I got a taste of nationals there at Bendigo, which was a fantastic event, I must admit. And so we've got our new packs down here, as you know, and so that's been highly successful. Smaller venue here at Hobart, but very comfortable. And I think all of the players have had a great time taking in the sights of beautiful Hobart. A little bit of that, but competition has been huge, absolutely huge. So I think all in all, it's been very successful. There'll be a few learnings for our pre-nats 2 and 3, and then the big one, of course, the championships. So all in all, we are very, very happy Budge down here in Hobart.
Thanks so much for supporting the scene, mate, and hosting this year. It's like I think there's a lot of players super stoked that it's back at Hobart after all these years.
Yeah,
And
exactly, because the previous owner put the bid in, and I just carried it on there, and so we're more than happy with it. To be honest, when I started, I thought, it's all about kiddies parties, but I now know there's a very serious competition going and a great competition, so that has been fantastic. So, do you want me to keep going? We're about to start here, and so we'll do some announcements.
Absolutely.
Okay. Here we go, everyone. Thank you. Come forward a bit, everyone. Come forward. Thank you, everyone. Before we announce the winners and do the presentation, just a massive thank you to all the players for coming down to beautiful Hobart here and enjoying everything we have to offer here at Zone 3 in Hobart. It's fantastic. I know it's a bit of an effort for some of you, a couple of flights, depending on where you live. We've had competitors from all across the country. We're rapt that you're able to make it here for pre-nats 1. No doubt, we hopefully see you at 2 and 3, and then, of course, the big one there in August too. So we really thank you for your efforts and have loved seeing you in Hobart. Just before we announce the winners, big thank you to the organisational team here. As you know, I'm a non-player here and just a business owner, but so I don't get involved too much with the technical aspects of the competition here. So I've relied heavily on Runt, so a special mention to Runt for everything you've done here, mate. Terrific effort. Basically tells me what to do, and we do it. And his sidekick there, Twinkles there as well, George. Thank you. I've got them. Come on, mate. Don't worry. Yeah. Not my. Not my first time presenting there, Runt, so don't worry as well. And the girls, of course, we were going to say, so Amber Rosa and Ren, now 2 tough jobs here. One, keeping everything on time. You did a marvellous job with that. And the second one, what I've learned, how hard it is to get referees. 3 referees for every game. And you worked out a beautiful system to make sure that we got every game on time and referees there. So well done. Big clap for the girls there. Well done. All right, so let's go through game by game. So in the first game, Hobart Vikings, 35,143 points. Sunshine Coast Isotopes, 29,793. And Aftershock, 18,492. Well, big result there. Round 2. Hobart Vikings, 40,965. Sunshine Coast, 24,974. And Aftershock, 25,413. And the third and final game, Hobart Vikings, 54,127. Sunshine Coast, 32,835. And Aftershock, 28,726. So, I'm sure you've done a little bit of maths in your head there. So with an average of 24,210 in third place. Please come forward. Aftershock. And grab the trophies for us. Yep. Present the trophies to the fine players here. Good on you guys. Thanks for coming from Adelaide. Here we go. Third place, our lovely trophies there. We'll get some photos here at the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5. Yeah, there we go. Well done, guys. In second place, with a score of 29, an average of 29,201, Sunshine Coast Isotopes. Come forward. Well done. Thank you very much. And just while Mopar is here as well, special thanks to you, mate, for your behind the scenes. All your pack work has been sensational. And for us as that, you've done really well. Thank you, guys. Oh! Yep. There's that. And it's just lost the screen, but I think we all know who the winner is on an average of 43,412. Our very own Hobart Vikings. Here we go. Come forward, guys. Bye. Yep. Well done, you guys. Thanks very much. And thank you, referees. And one more thank you, AJ. AJ, where's he, God? There he is. He's working behind the scenes. Well done. Thank you for all the scoring efforts, all the computer work. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you pre-nats 2 and 3, and then the big one, the championships. Thanks for coming to Hobart.
Pre-nuts 2 is in like 6 weeks. I'll be releasing registration
Wow.
in like a few days. Shut up now.
There it is.
There
All
it
right,
is.
I think that's a wrap.
That is a wrap indeed.
Just want to,
Blair seems like a very awesome character, doesn't he?
yeah, right into it, eh? A lot of energy.
Yeah.
Well done to the Vikings. I'm sure no one's surprised. Dominant all the way through. Congrats again to the Isotopes from Sunshine Coast in second place, and Adelaide Aftershock, who finished in third. I want to thank everyone who hung around and kept myself and Butts company in the chat. Gave us some
Thanks,
stuff to
guys.
talk about.
Thank you, Butts and
Really
Ivo.
appreciate it. Thanks to anyone who just had something to say. It was awesome. Hope to do it again soon.
Alright.
Wax is keen.
Yeah, Wax is keen. Wax doesn't like
Good.
seeing someone else smash. Wax is like, all right, I'm averaging 18k at pre-nat 2. I don't care.
See you at training on Wednesday, mate. Yeah. Thank you to all the commentators over the last couple of days as well. Drake and Elmo earlier today, Pain and Method yesterday. I can't recall the original commentators we had as well. Let's have a look. Yes, we also had Bread and V-Dark. Yes, thank you guys for providing your time to entertain us all. You guys were awesome. And until next time, I'm really looking forward to the next comp. I think we'll probably start to see some more complete teams attending. Hopefully we see some of the Catalyst guys coming along, even if it's part of a mixed team. And it just gets more and more competitive as we get further down the pre-nats rabbit hole. So
Yeah, look, I think if Catalyst are at pre-nats 2 and Volley's sitting out, they'll definitely be real competitive. Sorry, I had to throw that in. But yeah,
all right.
I think it's past my bedtime, Butts. But thank you so much. It's been a blast, brother.
Yeah, you too, man. Thank you so much for jumping on tonight with us.
No,
Always
it
a
was
pleasure.
absolutely my pleasure. It's really nice to still be invited. I don't get to participate and play much anymore, but I still love the game and I love the scene, and it's really cool to still be able to participate in some way. I'm so glad that we sort of introduced this this stream and this chat and the commentary and that over the last couple of years. I think it's been awesome, and it's really just nice to still be able to sort of have something to do with it all.
Absolutely, man. All right, should we call it an evening?
I think so, mate. I think so. It's past my bedtime. Got work early tomorrow, so I better get going.
All right. Well, farewell, everybody.
All right, bye, guys. We'll catch up
Happy training
pre-nats
this
2A.
week.
Bye, guys.
Get training.
Yeah.
Get training.
Get
Sounds good.
training.
If anyone has space for a Prenuts 2 team, let me know. Okay, bye.